They don't move a muscle. Yeah. And when fucking Kim Jong-un was talking, that's me at 3:30. I got a mask. And she's 6. She's 6. I try to watch 15 minutes of World News Tonight with David Neal, and then I do whatever she wants to do. 3 days a week is movie time. Then the other 2 days is swim. And today's swim. I should be swimming right now.
You see they gave the boot, by the way, to the CBS guy? He's out. CBS anchor.
Which one?
He's fucking on. We did the nightly news. They were giving the gig to the lady from the morning show. They're swapping around.
The black chick?
No. Mm-mm. She's like a white, middle-aged lady. I forget her name, but she's taking over CBS Evening News. I mean, he's nearly ABC, but I'm saying it's a big switch up there.
I gotta ask you a question. How have you maintained being so cool the last couple of years? I mean, you have a great career going. I don't know how many fucking Netflix has a poster in their office, and you go to Netflix office, like the president of comedy has a picture of your dick out. He kisses her every day. It looks like a little kid, Michael Jackson, little dead shit. It looks like one of those chachicha. You know what chachicha is? Those 8 little sausages that come in a can. White people call them together sausages. Yeah. That's what my nipple looked like. Cryotherapy one time. No, my fucking nipple looked like a chachicha. I went to cryotherapy in Columbus, Ohio. The black guy's like, I don't know if you want to go in there, dog. The motherfucker hasn't been in there in weeks. Because when you go to cryotherapy in Ventura, it's every 3 minutes or something in there, so it warms up. Like the other day, I went in there early, like 10:15. That was the longest 3 minutes of my life. I threw 4 punches. Donald Cerrone, I was throwing fucking punches for my life.
Is that what you doing there?
Yeah, what are you going to do? What options do you have?
But you move.
I go in, the song is 3.5 minutes. I put on slaves and bulldozers. And I always have to have, you can't have bad music. You gotta go crazy. Yeah. You gotta have Madonna. You gotta move. Yeah. I put on dance. Get into the groove. Yeah. Or burn it up to your love and I'm dancing. So when I go during the week now, you have to go at a weird time. Like Sundays, you go in at 12:15.
So first minute is so easy.
So what I do is, the first 30 seconds for me is just standing. I take the robe off, I hang it up, and I just stand there. And I let the cold hit me. I focus on breathing. That's the most important thing about crowd chambers. Like they don't cut. That's why as soon as I went to a crowd chamber, the first thing I did was call Dr. Belisi. Because Dr. Belisi's book, it says that at the age of 13 or 16, you can lose your natural ability to breathe. If something happens traumatic, and your timing goes off, you get out and inhale through your nose and breathe out through your mouth. That thing forces you. If not, you will have a panic attack of that. Yeah. So the first 30 seconds when you go, you just align your breathing, listen to the music, and just get your breathing, and know that for 3 minutes you can't stop. I go in there for 3.5 hours.
Do you really?
Yeah. I started at 3:15.
You started at 3:15?
Yeah. The first time I went there at 3:15, I thought it was gonna fly.
I started with 2.
I started at 3:15 and worked myself to 3:30.
God damn.
At 3:15, I know to turn around and start putting my robe on. Okay. I always leave the one arm fucked up to force me to adjust to the stress. If it's cold, I want to get adjusted. So I just don't. I always leave the arm up. Yeah. You understand what I'm trying to say? I think so, yeah. It gives me a harder time to get out. Okay. So once it says 30 seconds, I throw punches for another 15. I count them off, and in my head, I stand there and I very relaxedly take the thing off. I don't want to do that because now you're creating panic in yourself. That's true. So I force myself to take it off as cold as I am, hold the sleeve down, and put one arm in, one arm, and when it turns off, she opens the door, I come out, and she fucking has my body. I work it.
I love that feeling when you, it's worth it for it.
I might go to that step because I'm hungover. Yeah. I'm hungover, just, sleep hungover. Yeah. I did an edible the other night that was so fucking strong that my wife woke me up at 20 to 2 on the couch, and I thought, she goes, you had a look on your face like I was a demon. I go, bro, I passed out. I was dreaming about food. You were? Like when she woke up, I was like, oh my God, thank God you woke up. I was having a dream about shit. She went in the kitchen and filled up a water bottle, 20 to 2. And I walked straight to the kitchen, opened up the fucking cabinet, and there was a half a jar of Pringles. I just started Pringles. I just ate the fucking Pringles. Then I made a ham and cheese sandwich. I ate that, and then I went right to bed. I was so fucking high. Like the next morning, I woke up and I saw the American cheese. When they sliced up the butcher, you put some paper in it. I saw the cheese. I ate the fucking cheese last.
How strong was the other?
100 milligrams. It was stronger than death. I took two of them to New York to shoot this movie. And I took one of them one night when I had insomnia. Slept like a baby. And then the other night I took on the flight back.
You took the 100 milligram on the flight back?
Flight back. I started freaking out because the plane was going on. And they pulled the plane over to the side because of the rain in the Midwest. And they kept saying, if we don't leave in 30 seconds, in 30 minutes, we're probably going to have to cancel a flight till tomorrow morning. I'm high as a fuck. And I'm thinking, maybe I took the wrong plane. I switched. Maybe because I was supposed to leave Saturday.
You're out of your mind.
Out of my mind. I'm an hour in with earphones. The plane was at the gate for half an hour, and then made the edible go up, and then we drove around all over fucking New York City with Kennedy Airport. We were cutting off Ubers. I'm like, where the fuck is this plane going? I saw Blue Harris pulling over to the side. Fuck you! I'm trying to drive Uber X. We're in that fucking plane after a half hour. I'm thinking we're in the air. This is how speed this thing is. It's not direct TV. You know, JetBlue has the direct TV.
Yeah.
So I'm not watching the TV. I'm focused on the radio. And I'm thinking we're in the area. And I open up and I see 20 other planes. I go, where the fuck are we? We have been driving for an hour. We didn't sleep. I don't know where he went, but I'm Kennedy Airport. He's flying around for fucking an hour. And I'm like, where the fuck is this pilot going? I thought we were in the area. I swear my God is brave. I was so high, I thought.
I took 20 milligrams on my last flight to New York, and that was too fucking much for me.
Really? 20 milligrams to do something?
For do something.
I took 50 on the flight there.
No, man.
Fucked up.
I was fucked up.
Those little stars, those green stars I bought, 10 milligrams of these. I took, because I bought those too.
Yeah.
You control your heart. Capsules triply. Thank God. Tim Floor podcast, give him a shout out. My man Stan Triple. I called him Sunday. I'm crying. I go, Triple, I need another bottle of shit.
They're good. Sammy, he gets down.
So fucking now the guy goes, all flights going south available to take off. All flights going westbound are stuck. We're on hold. And now this edible's getting stronger and stronger. And now I'm thinking to myself, I was really supposed to leave. It was 5:33 in the morning to get to LA at 8:30. That was my original flight. Me being the fucking pig that I am, I gotta get out of here early. I want to be home in the daytime for her tomorrow.
Yeah.
Instead of getting home tired, let me get home. I'm on that fucking plane. I'm sitting around. I'm like, you know, I was okay. This is how people die. This is how people die. This is how people lose bets. All week you wanted the Mets. And last week you called the Yankees. And you lose. The Mets were going to win. That was your first fucking option. Why did you switch?
Yeah.
So I started thinking that. Holy fuck. My daughter, Lee, my family, my friends. I was that high.
Damn.
And I'm like, how can I get off this plane? And all of a sudden, we've been approved. So, God damn it. And as the plane was taking off, I was so high, I couldn't even hear the music. Yeah. Like the music was making me perish. So I took the earphones off, and I go, I'm just going to watch TV without the sound.
Yeah.
So I put a mistake. I press CNN and desk, and it shows the plane went down off Guantanamo Bay.
Oh, fuck.
And at first I'm like, and I'm like, oh, fuck it, the plane went down tonight. I'm good.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? He took my place. He took it, yeah. So I was asking you, how are you keeping your head with all the great success you've had the last couple of years? Because you're still one of the sweethearts of my world.
I don't know, man. I mean, I think having a family keeps you grounded, right? Like we have kids, that your family. That's like the most important thing. And then I don't know. I feel lucky. I feel fortunate to have opportunities. You know what I mean? To get to play the shows, the big shows, and you just feel like, I think also maintaining working the same way that I always work is, for me, like comfort. You know what I mean? Like when I was like $1,200, $1,500 a week act, I would just go on the road, do my shows. I had like a routine, right? Like, and I do the exact same thing. I just bigger venue, but I prepare for touring the same way. I tour the same way. I think that keeps me, like, I just think of it as the same thing as the $1,500 week act. You know what I mean? Like, prepare the same way, just more people are at the show.
But you travel.
It's like the last few weeks were super busy, so now I'm off for a few weeks. I got an easy week next week. I have a Riverside theater show, and then Saturday Vegas, and that's it. Fly home Sunday morning, and I'm done. So that's the only show for the next few weeks. And then it picks up again in June, but then I have July, 3 weeks in July off, and then August, September, October, November are pretty busy. Like, at least
How's your
2 weeks. December's, I do one thing at the beginning of it, like 4 shows, and then I do New Year's in Hawaii.
When do you shoot another special?
November.
Where at?
In Austin, at Austin City Limits.
No shit.
Yeah.
Good for you.
Yeah, I'm excited.
That's been a hell of a ride for you.
It has. Yeah, it's been crazy. Yeah, everyone, this whole circle of friends, like the way that this has turned out is nuts. You know what I mean? It's like, it's expanding, but like the circle that I consider, like, you know, that I'm close to, buddies with you, Joe, Ari, Kurt, like, what's happened is with podcasting and with stand-up, this is the biggest era of stand-up ever. Stand-up's never been more popular. I'm saying across the board. You know, like I was talking to a promoter last week about it, and you forget. I forget. It's like, you know, like 15 years ago, you know how many theater acts there were in comedy? It was like 5. You know, it was like Cosby, Carlin, you know, whoever, like Seinfeld. You had to be like a fucking huge, well-known name to be a theater. Because now, just pull up any theater. It's like there's fucking 200 comedy shows a year. So it's the best time to ever have things going well for you. It's definitely, I can't reference it to the memory, but like it's got to be crazier than the 80s boom that people talked about.
Where do you want to take it? Where do you see yourself in 5 years? Do you want to be like Gabriel doing arenas and Kevin Hart? Feel like,
I mean, I'm kind of conflicted in that, like, I've done 4 parts in movies in the last year. You know, from a big budget film all the way down to like a micro budget film.
you just shot a film off recently.
I just shot a movie 2 weeks ago. I had like 5 days or something, 6 days.
Here in town.
Here in town, which is
Thank God.
the best. I like movies way more than I like television. I love the whole layout of movies. I like that movies have a schedule and a wrap date, and then it's over, so you can see. Like, I love the finality of a movie schedule. I love the storytelling aspect of it. I just like it.
We and I were talking about scheduling. I have a big comedy schedule. I have a big problem with comedy touring in this town and how it ends. I have a big fucking problem with it. I always have. I do not, as a comic, in my opinion, ever start comedy and be on the road 50 fucking weeks a year. Not 40, not
You have
30.
this perspective, though.
Since day one.
Yeah.
I did not like it. I did not like it. If you live in fucking Hollywood, we live in Hollywood for a reason. Let me tell you what the reason is, okay? The reason is, do I want the Joey Diaz show? At the end of the day, if you really sit here and think about it, Tom Segura, I know you sold the show last year and I sold the show in hindsight. I don't want to fucking show. Okay? And neither do you. You know why? Because it sucks the blood out of you and turns you into a vampire. Now, if Chicha Basquich had a show and he wants to make me a gem, and he guarantees me 6 episodes, out of 10 episodes, I cancel 10 weeks of comedy. For 10 weeks, I shoot that TV show. I do my podcast, and I work on the store. When that show wraps, I go on the road, fresh, fresh. You go fresh. You do that for a year. This is the way it got when I got here. When I got here, it was completely different from what it is now. Then you did your 10 episodes again, and guess what? Somebody offered you a movie.
Yeah.
So now somebody called you and said, from April 8th to May 6th, we shoot this movie. We really don't have the dates. Cancel conference.
Yeah.
It's off the fucking plate. Do not bother me. Do not talk to me. We have nothing to talk about. So now, instead of you working constantly year-round, because where do you work out your material for a Netflix special? On the road.
Yeah.
So now they get to see it again. That doesn't make sense to me. That doesn't make sense to me. I turn on your Netflix special, and I go 20 out of 45 minutes. You're saying. Doesn't make sense to me. Never made sense to me. I want to see your special and go, oh, I've never heard this from top to fucking bottom. He said that when I saw him a couple weeks ago in Cleveland. Yeah, I don't want that. I don't want that. I'd rather do those and then wrap yourself around 3 weeks in clubs that nobody will fucking see you. It don't matter. I don't want to say what cities, so nobody gets insulted. And then you shoot your fucking special. And then after you shoot your fucking special, you go on the TV show for 10 weeks and put the pen back on it. Get the fucking feather with the chicken blood out. And now it all balances out. And at the end of the year, we're not burnt out on the stand-up. You're not burnt out on the movie. Because when you wrap a movie, you're like, thank God this is over.
Yeah.
Okay? I don't give a fuck if you're working with Olivia. After 6 weeks of long days and driving and whatever, you know, you're fucking sick of TV. I'm shooting a movie in New York. You just said the magic words. Again, I don't mean to insult nobody. Big difference between a set in LA and a set in New York. Big difference. You eliminate the cunty aspect. There's no managers or agents on that set.
No.
The set I'm working on now? No. They don't do a fucking real Olivia. You don't get nothing. So it's just a director-writer situation with producers. And they work. Nobody stops. This is time. When you did that line, it was so brilliant. There's none of that shit.
No.
The last 2 or 3 things I shot have been television. And I gotta be honest with you, and I'm not sounding like I'm trying to be as honest with my audience.
Yeah.
On the ride home, I want to put a dump on TV is something that we don't want. It's sold to us. They sell us a number. They tell us what you're gonna make per episode. Our dick gets hard. And by the 3rd week, you're losing your mind.
Yeah.
Because you have a college kid telling you what's funny. Bitch, did you do Philadelphia with Bill Burr that time when I was getting called bagels? No.
Yeah.
Then shut your fucking mouth. Fuck you and your Saturday Night Live watching fucking faggot ass. Okay? Fuck you and your bad TV. When I was a 5-day, I watched that. That's not funny. That's what you're leading on. We're bringing the heat. We can ship out the because eventually you get sick and tired of people who don't know your craft telling you about your fucking craft.
That's the worst.
Okay?
Yeah.
When you do TV, after the 3rd episode, they're selling you shit that you never even heard of. But I have a boy and a girl, and one kid's missing an eye, and the other kid's a fucking tranny. And you're like, I didn't want that. That's not what Tom Segura is about. That's why we have a hard time with TV. Yeah. That's why. The movie, this movie I'm working on, I'm loving it. And that was a schedule I was brought up on.
Yeah, like
But to live in LA, look at where those comics are. They're dead.
you know what I'm thinking of? The only thing that really sucks about feature business movies is like the business of it is horrible. Like trying to get something going is like a fucking
For yourself.
yes.
Like to make a Tom Segura
Oh,
movie.
fucking it's the worst.
I got bad news here.
Yeah.
That's all great and there, and we try.
Yeah.
And look, we all want to sell a show and be like Louis C.K. You get to edit it, cut it myself, and I'll do all that shit. You know what the chances are of that?
Yeah.
That's 6 dudes they do that with. And they gotta be in love with you. And those are the people. Well, Louis C.K. was a funny guy that got that privilege. The privilege they give to those people, the unfunny.
Yeah.
You know, like I said, all I want to do at this point, like, you have a return job, I come in, the janitor, the neighbor that comes in with underwear on. I hit your wife in the face with it. You go home, you go home, you have nothing to do with you.
Yeah.
You move on from show to show. And over the years, look at these people that are workers. Look at there's a new show on Fox. You just canceled 3 shows.
Yeah.
You've just been on 3 shows.
Dude, shows aren't the same anymore.
They're garbage.
They don't mean anything.
They don't mean anything.
Yeah.
Shelly shows they cut yesterday.
All the time, man. Every week.
No, Variety cut. Yesterday I saw the Variety on Twitter. They must have cut 30 shows.
And the other crazy thing is, you used to not. There used to be no such thing as somebody being like, "Yeah, I'm on this show." You go like, "What show?" They say the name of the show. You go, "Oh, I know that." Man. Dude, now people say shows. I'm like, "What's that?" And they're like, "That's in its 6th season." I'm like, "I've never heard of that
TV
show."
doesn't matter. Yeah. You know, when I got the lower shot, I realized that TV doesn't matter. People would tell me. They don't want to talk to people on TV. They want to talk to people who are in the movies.
Yeah.
I believe in one thing in stand-up comedy. First of all, I like being fresh. I like to stand up.
Yeah.
I really love being fresh. I really love wanting to go out there and hug the people after the show. Once you don't want to hug the people after the show and take pictures of them, don't do it. You don't really want to. You know, I'm not saying every weekend, but I'm saying I don't want it to be. I believe in what Winston Churchill says. You know, when you go from area to area with excellence. I like podcasting because I don't have to go out that extra week a month. I like movies because they're like that. You get to do several different things and you're fresh for all of them. If you told me right now, Joe, I picked up the show for 10 weeks, I'm definitely right in for 6. I'm mentally prepared for that. And I'm excited for that. I'm excited to drive the flock. I know I'm going to eat bagels. I know I'm going to do jiu-jitsu on the days we work late. I know where I can kickbox. I have a friend who's, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So you turn it into your life. I don't want to shoot a Fox show with my agents calling me saying, "Why did you book a Friday that week?" I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know what's going to happen. Let's not book anything so we can avoid the drama, so we know where we are for 10 weeks. That was all I ever wanted. I want this to be broken. I do not want to be on the road. Rogan didn't go on the road all that shit. Rogan doesn't know what he wants.
He doesn't.
Because he's on a boat downstairs.
Yeah, he's
But
got
he
it.
did it the right way. He did 2 shows.
He's got it. Like really down work-wise. He really only works where he wants to work, when he wants to do it.
There's a big difference between being hot and then one day you go cold, like we always talked about before the show.
Yeah.
And now you got to go out there and keep the lights on.
Yeah,
Guys, that's a grind. The guys you see on tugboats now, what do you call them? The ship cruisers? Those ships, those tugboats, they're ready to hang them. There's going to be a bunch of Brodies in the next couple of years on those tugboats. Every weekend they're going to come back with a new Brody. We're going to be having celebrations on ships for fucking years because you can just take so much of that.
The cruise
When you walk out of your room and you see 3 people, you just, that's a Brody fucking, that's like that Scientology boat.
Yeah.
They got back last week because of measles, those poor motherfuckers. That shit. Can you imagine? That's how, you know how fortunate we are? Bro, every time my feet touch the ground in the morning, I'm pissed.
Yeah, so much better.
Do you really?
I swear.
That gratitude shit is actually very effective.
Every day. First of all, I'm not on a cruise ship.
Yeah.
I'm not going to Long Beach and get on a ship. Hey, with a bunch of mortadels. Who goes on a cruise ship? You go on a cruise ship?
I've been on it. I don't like it.
No. I've been on it one time, the cruise to nowhere.
My parents like it.
Yeah, please, sit them down and talk.
I tried
So the next time you go on a cruise ship, I'll get a 6'4" black guy to throw you off. I swear to God, right there in Curacao, they'll never find your body.
I hate it. I don't like
Pablo
it.
Escobar.
I don't like it.
You get the meetings, everybody gets the meetings. You get VP, everybody gets VP. If that ship goes down, they ain't no Leonardo DiCaprio. They ain't no Leonardo DiCaprio. They ain't no chubby chick. What's her name? Kate Winslet. She's hot as the fuck from that pussy. That movie with her pussy out.
Yeah.
With Harvey Keitel, she shows her pussy got a beautiful fucking pussy. Most of the good looking chicks got that ugly tuck under pussy. You ever see that ugly fucking thing? It was like some theater with that. Those tuck under pussies when the clit don't come out.
How do you like it like slim and neat, or do you like a little meat to it?
I like a little bit. Yeah. I was telling Kate Cookie, she got a nice body with no pussy. It looks like cardboard down there. You know what I'm saying? If I suck a pussy, it's usually like I need some meat down there. I need that clit to be chewy like a piece of calamari. You chew on that clit and you're like, it's tough like calamari. That's how it. I don't want calamari tough. But when I eat pussy, I want that. If you bite it, they ain't gonna
What
yell.
do you mean bite it?
You're gonna bite it from time to time.
What about you? Are you eating pussy?
Wait, don't leave that place. We've been off the subject for months. Leave the kid alone.
Yeah?
I eat
Please.
I don't chew on it.
That's why you're single. Because if you ate pussy the right way, you have 20 bitches around. You're a chubby dude. Chubby dude should always have 20 bitches because they eat that thing like it's their last supper. If you go down there, you're scared. You don't want to lick the ass or you don't want to open the cheeks.
Yeah, I want assholes.
You never eat ass? Really?
I don't want to. God damn it.
Oh, that's gonna.
What you eat though? That's I took my wife to. Yeah, man, I took my wife to fucking.
Oh yeah.
Rice and beans.
How was that fart?
I don't breathe in now.
You gotta eat the ass. Dude.
Why?
Don't. Please. Leave him alone.
And by the way, I'm very flattered how often I get tagged with you're my twin.
Oh, thank you. I don't know. I lost like 50 pounds.
Hey, lose some weight.
Be nice.
Tom Segura, I don't want to take any more of your time on a Monday morning.
You're the best.
Home to feed the fucking kids. Where are you next week?
I will be in Las Vegas at the Cosmopolitan.
Nice.
Yeah, and then I got Big Show. The only thing with tickets left is June 2nd, the Late Show at the Chicago Theater, Sunday. I got 2 shows there that night. The night before is Detroit and St. Those are also out. So the Late Show, June 2nd in Chicago. Come to Chicago Theater. It's a 9 p.m. show. June 2nd. Yeah.
I had the balls and some of the Jew out of prison to light the fucking theater on fire. I had a second show on Sunday night. I'm gonna fucking gabon. You should have just taken the money from Sunday and went
I know.
go get a fucking beefsteak sandwich. Now you're sitting there like a fucking Pavarotti with a cup, looking for people to come on a Sunday night in Chicago. They got shit
Made it
to
get
do.
off and
They got a TomSegura.com or something like that.
yeah, TomSegura.com. Beautiful one. Of course. Great, man. Yeah, she's great. She loves you.
She's one of them. Christina.
She loves you.
He finally did it right now.
Huh?
He finally said it right.
What's that?
He said it right this time.
What's her name? I don't even know what I call her.
Christina. He called it Christine.
Sometimes you call her Christine, and we always laugh about it.
She goes nuts. I love it. Is it a TomSegura.com?
Yeah, TomSegura.com/tour has all the dates.
TomSegura.
Europe, all that shit.
Europe?
Doing Europe.
When do you leave?
That's October.
ISIS fucks you in the ass. Don't come texting me. I'm over here. We'll say they fuck Bert Price. Wait till he goes. He's going back to Australia.
He's going to Australia.
Yeah, wait till those kangaroos get him. Put that kangaroo dick in him. He'll never be the same. If you thought he looked Chinese before, wait till you see him when he comes back now. I swear to God, he was a fat chick. I believe it was like the dragon. What the fuck? Anyway, I want to thank my man Tom Segura and the Christ Villa. But most importantly, I want to thank you guys. But real quick, picking a reliable CBD company is like pulling fucking teeth, okay? But those days have ended. Lucky for you motherfuckers, Uncle Joey found CBD line. Tremendous. They make CBD products from start to finish. CBD line has you covered. It comes in vape, cartridges, and a shatter. And if you're not into smoking, they got a tincture you put under your tongue, you're fucking tip-top magoo. Their products are clean, Bobby. And they aren't like the fakes that you see at the fucking liquor store making false accusations and shit like that. So do me a favor. Go to cbdlions.com and check out their third-party test results, and you'll be fucking flat. Let me tell you something. They're best. And they got tremendous raspberry gummy bears and orange. I don't know if they have any left to jump on. Do me a favor. Go to cbdlions.com. Now, the way out, press church and check out and get 20% off. Who's better than you guys? You understand? You'll be healthy. You'll be fit. You won't take it for an arm in the fucking leg. Number 2, listen. Memorial Day's around the corner, and you want to get your dick sucked. But you got that fucking bush of hair. It's dry. It's brittle. Your nuts smell like fucking hummus. And then you wonder why you're fucking single. Well, you got to help yourself. You got to fucking raise your percentages of getting pussy. And how do you do it? By having a beautiful dick. Okay? I mean, if you're going to send a dick pic, you can't send it with hair.
That thing is great, by the way.
Manscaped is tremendous. All right? They got precision tools for your family jewels, if you get what I'm saying. Manscaped has redesigned the electric razor. They invented the lawnmower, a handheld razor with skin-safe technology so you won't nick your dick or snag your fucking nutsack. Because you gotta go easy on the helmet, guys. It's all dark gauge. This bad boy will leave you clean, smooth, and pain-free. Plus, it's rechargeable and easy to hold, and you get all the nooks and crannies. If you're a fat fuck, you got more rolls than fucking Dunkin' Donuts you gotta pick up, because hair comes out everywhere these days. Manscaped will get your beanbag looking as smooth as a fucking egg. And I'm gonna let you in a little secret, right? If you trim the hedges, that fucking death hole will look a lot bigger for you. Trust me, I've been working it for years. Now, at manscaped.com, you got everything you need to make your balls shine, keep your dick looking good, and your balls smelling fresh, because that's the most important thing. If your balls don't smell fresh, you ain't gonna have no friends. So, if this is the first time you consider manscaping, we got the deal for you, all right? We got a thing called the perfect package. It comes with a lawnmower and a safety razor, plus the crop preserver, a specially formulated deodorant so your balls don't stink. I said it. Your balls stink and the reviver. A tremendous sprint that tones and refreshes your nutsack and your dick stick to keep it nice and fucking cool. Now do me a favor, the church family, you get 20% off. 20% off. 20% off your first order when you use promo code CHURCH, CHURCH, you stupid fucks, at manscaped.com. Again, manscaped.com, code CHURCH. And if you order the perfect package, ready for this? It's all a little travel bag for you. I got one in the house. I got my fucking razors in there. I got a little bit of weed just in case the bag falls off the ship. Whatever the fuck it is, they got you covered. If you order the perfect package, they'll throw the free travel bag in. That's manscaped.com. Use promo code CHURCH for 20% off your first order. Keep your fucking balls clean. I want to thank my brother Tom Segura. I want to thank the Christ Killer. But most importantly, I want to thank you guys for always having our backs with that motherfucker. I love you all my heart. We'll be back Thursday morning ready to sling dick and give out bubblegum. Don't forget, June motherfucking 7th, the Fillmore, New Orleans. June 8th, the Tabernacle in Atlanta. Tickets are on sale. Go to joeydiaz.net and let's get this fucking party started. I'll see you then. Take this fucking muley. It's Monday.
And then we have 4 games to choose from. Every single game comes with a how-to video, and we also have a host who helps walk you through every single game. So if you've never played before,
When I was about 5 years old, it was about 205 West 88th Street. That's when we got the house. The apartment was raised on 89th Street because of bookmaking activity. So my mom had to move to 88th Street, 205 West 88th Street. Every other day, my mom is the one that got me hooked on Chinese food. We'd walk down the corner of 88th Street, hook the fucking left on 88 towards 87. And right in the middle of the street, a little Chinese restaurant that was fucking delicious. Best wonton soup you ever had. And that's why I discovered real Chinese food with the metal, the whole thing. My mother was in there 3 nights a week, and we probably got food delivered 1 night a week. My mom might take him a walk over there and fucking with the fucking Chinese dudes. So there's a particular way that she had. And every day, the fucking, when she'd go in there, the waiter would come over, my mom would do him a fucking 20. And everything would be perfect. Well, one day my mom goes in there, and I'm with her. And her fucking favorite waiter ain't there. So we get this other skinny Chinese dude. And he's fucking like just, he's not
I'm not
getting
with you,
more
gangster.
than my mother. And these days, my mom would go in there in the mornings when she was hello, like 11:30. It was basically for the wonton soup, and she would get like an egg roll or some fucking entree. I would always go for the wonton soup and the pork fried rice and the egg roll. On this particular day, the fucking dude comes over and he brings the wrong order to my mother. My mother's got half a bag of it. And she takes the fucking fork and she stabs it with the fucking fork. And the Chinese guy starts yelling and all these Chinese guys go back. And my mom pulls a fucking knife and I'm in the middle of it. And my mom was like, we're going to walk out of here. But there was one Chinese dude that liked my mom and he came over and he walked us out. And we were at 69 from the place. That's it. You're not allowed back in here. They wouldn't even order. They wouldn't even let us deliver to the fucking park. So my mother had the balls one day. I got home from school and she's like, I got a terrible headache and I need that soup. You're going to have to go over there and get me some fucking food. I told her, you were a salad. You're not allowed in there. She goes, no, I'm going to fucking disguise you. And she put like a little mustache on me. I must have been about 5. She put a little mustache on me, a little hat, like like a fucking Sinatra hat. She put like a suit on me. And she called the order in. In those days, there was no caller ID. There was nothing. She called it in under a different name. And I went in there and picked up the food. She told us today she's 69 out of there. She was 69. And we went in there years later, even after she moved to Jersey. And they still told her she was 69. But she would go in there and make fucking, if you take your two fingers and make a pledge, do it with both your hands and then put your fingers over your fingers. And if you whistle through it, that's an insult to Chinese people. So my mother would put her two fingers on top of the one finger and whistle at them and make them go crazy. The moral of the story is if you like Chinese food, don't fuck with Chinese people, all right? Greetings from motherfucking Podcastville. The Church of What's Happening Now is brought to you by Tim's. Just a fact check. It's not unusual. In fact, up to 39% of men experience it. It's the fun of ending too quickly. It's a nightmare. You want to maintain your erections for longer? Premature ejaculation can make men feel down on themselves, creating a vicious cycle of sexual anxiety. Most guys aren't thrilled at the thought of opening up to a doctor about performance problems. That's where Hims comes in. In fact, it's 4hims.com. It's a brand, a wellness brand for men, from hair loss to help with your erection. 4hims.com is there for you. Listen, I suffer from all this stuff. I never even thought of going to a doctor. I worked it out with different things, but for years I came quickly. Not to be ashamed about it. What 4Hims does is they connect you with a doctor online who can evaluate you and help you identify the right treatment for you. So do me a favor. The church family, you get a special offer. Just to get started, I'm going to charge you $10. So 4hims.com is going to charge you $10. What you're going to do is just go to 4hims.com/Coco to get started. That's /Coco. That's 4hims.com/Coco to get started. The church is also brought to you by Onyx, motherfuckers. If you want supplements, Onyx is the way to go. From the Shroom Tech Immune to the Shroom Tech Sport, you know I love their protein powder. You know I love their Alpha Brain, 100% money back guarantee. What you do is, if you never ordered from Onyx, it's time for you to go to Onyx right now. Go to the webpage, Onyx.com. Take a look at their supplements. I can't help you with the weights or the fucking bags or anything else. I can just do supplements. I'll get you 10% off, delivered to your house. All you gotta do is press in church. That's it. That's it. That's it. Church. You get 10% off. If you go with Alpha Brain, they got 100% money back guarantee. You don't even want the fucking product back. Don't try to pull a Puerto Rican screen. Don't even think about it because they know how the fuck you motherfuckers work. Go to Onyx.com/church. If you're serious and changing your life around and getting your mental thought healthy and getting your immune system up to fucking par. Onyx.com. Kick this motherfucking mule, Lee. What's happening, you bad motherfuckers? It's a solo fucking podcast today. It's myself and the fucking Christ Killer. We'll come and direct that you from the fucking Voodoo Lounge. The reason why we're doing a solo podcast, something I've been thinking about for the last couple of days. That this is very interesting. With Mother's Day, you know, it's you guys know it's a fucking holiday, fucking a Christmas card type holiday, like the card companies made up Mother's Day and Father's Day. It's not that somebody celebrates. I mean, if you're a decent fucking person, you know that Mother's Day is every fucking day. But for some reason, this Mother's Day, I went on the computer Sunday morning just to see what was going on, and I saw how many fucking people were dealing like with a mom's death. Like my mom's been gone for 3 years in heaven, or 5 years in heaven. And today the first thing I did this morning was call Jerry Rothschild. His mother died, so I called him. The first thing I did Mother's Day was give him a call, and I could hear his voice. It was fucking traumatizing, and all I could think about was my first Mother's Day without my mother, and to boot, it's my mother's birthday, Mother's Day weekend. So it's just eye-opening. The first 2 or 3 of them, you don't even know how you're going to make it through. And this goes to your father, too. You don't even know how you're going to make it through. You really want to just sleep the day away. If you want to go to bed Saturday night and wake up Monday morning and not even process it, whether it's Mother's Day or Father's Day, it's such a painful thing. I was thinking about, like, you know, my mother didn't die in the hospital. My mother didn't die in a fucking car accident. My mother didn't die in none of that shit. I found it, plain and simple. When I was 16 years old, you know, I went downstairs and there she was on the fucking floor, you know. At that age, my world collapsed. I mean, I didn't even know what I was going through till now. And I don't have a lot of things going for me. I do have one thing over you guys, and that's years. I'm a lot older than you guys, and life experiences. I mean, look at my fucking face. You can see the fucking map of death on my face. And it was because of those years of me trying to, at 16, and you're trying to wrap your little fucking undeveloped mind around the death of the most important person in your life, who's supposed to be the most important people in your life, your mom and your fucking dad. They're number one, unless you were raised by grandma or whatever. But, for most people, it's your mom and dad. To wrap your head around that at that age, it was tough. And I'm not feeling bad for myself. I overcame it. I thought about it. I mean, listen, for me, it's Mother's Day every day. Because every day I grow up in the pain. Every day I think about it. Every day I think about what my life did if she was still around. Every day I think about if she could take a good look at Mercy. Your mother's always with you. I mean, it took me 5 years to accept that she was even fucking dead. For 5 years, your mind has no fucking closure. Like, listen, I look on my phone now, like sometimes I gotta call somebody, and I open up my phone and I see Brody's phone number. I've never erased them. I see my man Burkle's phone number, or I see my man fucking Ralphie's number. I've never erased them. And yeah, it hurts a little bit when you open it up, you're like, Jesus Christ, you go through sadness, and then you think of the joke they said or something they said, and you smile, Somebody put up a video of Ralphie the other day, and I went on the computer and just nearly had a nervous breakdown. It was him doing comedy and Snoop Dogg sitting in the back. I mean, I still can't wrap my head that he's dead. To me, he's just on a long tour. For me right now at this point, he's on a long tour. I just haven't seen it. My head, with any death, your head never, it takes years for you to wrap your head around his death. So it took me 5 years just to come to the realization that she was dead, and I went off the fucking rails. I went off the fucking handles, and I couldn't handle it yet. Now the pain doesn't sting me as much, unless if I really, really, really get involved in my mind into it. Like last time on the way up Laurel Canyon Saturday night at the comedy store, I thought about it because I saw something that said Mother's Day. And for some reason, it dawned on me that this is going to be the 40th Mother's Day without my mother. 40 fucking years. And guys, it still hurts. 40 years. And it still hurts. It hurts because of how it happened. Like, you never expect to wake up and see anybody on the fucking floor. You never really do. I knew my mother had her problems and her issues. But I didn't think she was going to die. I mean, you never think. You don't even go there with your mind. When you look at your parents, you just avoid it. When it does come up, you see your mom and they get old, you're like, oh, she's going to die. And you say to yourself, no, she's not going to die. I'm not even going there. You don't even let your mind go there. So when I see you guys posting on Mother's Day that you're having a hard time, my heart goes out to you guys. I mean, I saw 10 people post that their mothers were gone 3 years, John Bender to, R.I.P. Mom. And yeah, it's a funky place to put it up. Whatever works for you. I'm not here to criticize nobody because they put a post up. Whatever works for you to make you feel better, For me, it took years to understand what had happened, for years to understand what I was going to do with my life. I mean, 40 fucking years. I'm driving up Laurel Canyon. I'm like, okay, I made it 40 years. I did this with my life. I did that with my life. I cleaned up a little bit. I'm not a fucking common thug anymore, but I still miss my fucking mother. How did I survive without her for 40 fucking years? Listen, guys, and I've said to you, I've said from the heart before, I wanted to die. I just didn't pull the trigger. I did everything I could to fucking take care of myself. I did drugs. I did everything I could till I felt that I was somebody. From 1979 to 1991, in my mind, I had no fucking value. I mean, none at all. I know a lot of you guys are going through that at a young age. From the age of 16 to the age of 30-something, my life had no value in my mind. If it was money-wise, my life was worth a nickel. I'm telling you this right now. Now it's not work anymore, but I have more value on myself than I had between the ages of 19 and 31. At the age of
The biggest pimp of all time, the West Side Gangster,
that was my fucking
the East Side Pimp.
For a long time, I walked around wounded. And in other words, I was just spinning my fucking wheels. Until I started doing comedy, I started writing, and I figured out a wise man named Doug Stanhope told me to write out my life. And while I was on the road, on buses, I would just take a notebook and write out my life. And then I came to the conclusion why she died. You know, you have to break this down in your mind as hard as it is, as painful as it is. Yeah, a tear's gonna fall from your eye, but you're all fucking big boys now. You know, you look at it, our ultimate end is that we're all gonna fucking, we all gonna die. That's it. We don't know when. We don't know when the expiration date is. We're all gonna die. But when you think about your parents, it's like fucking, I cannot believe she's been gone for 40 years and I've made it without her. 40 fucking years and I've made it without her. I didn't know. I had no fucking idea till Saturday night when I was driving that this had even happened. You know,
How old were you when you were able to start dealing with it? Like, how many years ago?
I started dealing with it when I was 24 years old, baby. No, I started dealing with it the first time that it came to my mind that she wasn't coming back. I was 22 years old, so it took it from the age of 16 to 22. I thought she was like Ralphie. She was just on tour somewhere else.
It's just so weird. Like, not that what I haven't had, like my parents are still with us, but over the last couple of years, I had some people that when I moved out here to LA, I worked with them, and they died suddenly. And it's so final, and it's so quick that it's like it's hard to even know. Like, what do you mean?
It's a Brody situation. One minute he was at the store, and the next minute he's going to look at the Ralphie situation. One minute he's in Las Vegas doing a show. The next minute he goes home. We don't know. We don't have the fucking answers. I'm just here to help you cope with it a little bit because I'm coming from that experience. As a young man, I had to learn. And don't get me wrong, there was tons of drugs and alcohol involved, and insecurities and fucking confusion because the pain comes on. You don't even know what's coming. The pain is disguised. The pain is disguised as something fucking else. And anxiety, and that's always disguised until you manifest it and you realize this is fucking pain that's eating me alive. You know, a couple weeks ago, like I told you guys in the podcast, New York was very eye-opening for me because I realized that I really wasn't doing what I really wanted to do. I was doing all this stuff. Like I said, I love doing stand-up, but I also like doing movies, guys. I like doing the podcast. I like spending time with my family. I like spending time with my daughter. I like spending time at the comedy store. You know, I like so many fucking things that I don't have that much time to focus on just one. But that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about dealing with fucking pain and how it creeps up on you every day. For me, I inherited pain from my mother in the sense that I saw her deal at the end of the day. That was the pain of losing somebody when there's no friends around, when the bars are closed, when you're home taking off your shoes at the end of the night. That's when the pain hit me the most. That's why I think people ice themselves when they go home at night, because that's when the pain manifests. And that's when you start getting voices, and that's when you start getting doubts. I don't know, because it used to happen to me the first 3 or 4 years after my mother died, guys. 3 o'clock in the morning was always a tough fucking time. I mean, once I'd be home, the coke would wear off, and the alcohol would start to diminish. And no matter how fucking drunk you got, I don't care if you were fucking pass out drunk, you'd wake up to pee and you feel the pain coming in on you. And then you wake up the next morning, you fucking take a shower, you know, you start thinking about your day and the pain disappears. But once you get home at night, I think that's, you know, that's why a lot of us eat late at night. You know, a lot of us, like with me, I gained all that weight over the years. It was my late night eating habits. I can't blame it on that. Like, I'm not going to tell you that it was that. But I'll tell you, dealing with nighttime for me are fucking rough. Not anymore. Not anymore. I'm pretty solid now the last 12 years. I think the last 14 years. I think even the last 2 years of doing the drugs. That's when I caught on. That's why I had to get high at night. I wasn't at all high. Think about that. It's very interesting. I never got high in the daytime. I've been telling this podcast for 7 years. I post endless stories about getting fucking high. The only time I would be high when there was sunlight is if I stayed up all night. I was never the type of person to just take out a bunk of coke and do it 3 in the afternoon because I knew it would ruin my fucking day. And I didn't have time for it. I still wanted to do comedy. That's why I say to you guys that the comedy was my fucking religion. Save me because I would not fucking do a bump in the daytime. No, between you and I, did I need one? Or was I interested in it? Did I go get coke in the daytime for that night? A million times. I can't tell you how many times I would go, you know what? I'm not doing anything right now. It's better than going over there tonight with cops all around. If it's dark and you get pulled over, I would shoot his house in the daytime. He'd give me a package. I'd go home. I'd put it in my fucking closet, in the fucking pocket, and it would stay there until I got back. Sometimes I'd take it with me to the comedy store, but I didn't need it at the comedy store. I would do it at the comedy store as a means of entertainment or whatever. I needed it, and it was just me alone with myself. That was the only, even if I partied with you, even if I went back to your house with a few lines, I always saved something for when I got home so I could deal with whatever the fuck was eating away. And now in hindsight, I think about all those years that I aged. I haven't eaten, but see, the thing about me is I could count on fucking 4 hands how many times I've gone out to eat. I mean, how many times have we gone out to eat past midnight? You know, maybe one for the coral,
Yeah.
and then the cheese omelet. I mean, I've always been very scared of eating at night, but when I was younger, I would eat fucking tons at night. If I didn't have cocaine, it was food. It was food for me. It was real interesting now thinking about it in hindsight. But I would go home at night and stuff myself. I would eat fucking 10 sandwiches if you left. Remember the vendors? They would always have go-karts because they had a deli in Hobo. I would go home at night if I wasn't high and I'd eat myself into the point where you can't fucking, you know those people that can't put their pants back on, like that type of shit. So you stuff, your emotions with food, drugs, alcohol, whatever the fuck it was that was fucking eating away, you know. Today the pain knocks on my door from time to time. I'm not gonna lie to you. And now, because I've been living with it for so long, I've adjusted to draw on that pain. So, like I told you guys a million times, before I do comedy, I don't want to do nothing. I don't want to do nothing. I don't want to hear nobody's voice. I don't want to go to dinner. I don't want to do nothing. I have a preparation. Preparation is looking at my notebooks, at the jokes I'm going to say at some part. My mind just forces myself to think about my mom. I don't know why. Or my dad. You know, with me, it was the pain of my dad and my mom. My dad died at 3. So the only connection I have to him was the early connection you make as a baby. You know, a newborn, whatever that connection was called. I don't know. I read about it years ago. But that was it. Did it eat away? Absolutely. I wasn't even recovering over my dad. And all of a sudden my mother died. So now you got 2 different forces meeting at you. Does it surprise you why I ended up doing all those drugs? Does it surprise you that I would wake up like fucking that guy from Narcos or that lives with a fulgur on my mouth? Does it fucking surprise you? Does it surprise you? Does it surprise you that I still get high today? That I smoke weed? Why do you think I smoke weed? Because we all struggle with something. We all struggle with something. Listen, I could go home at night, get high, smoke a bowl or a bomb, and I could write out whatever's bothering me. It took me years to figure out that when I have insomnia, some nights, yeah, you have insomnia, something comes on the TV that's good. Maybe you drink a cup of coffee. Later on the night, maybe you drink a soda and have a ton of caffeine. You know, some of those green rooms, sometimes I go in there and they have the sugar-free Red Bull. And I'll drink half of it before the second show, you know, shit like that. But sometimes, 90% of the times, 85% of the time, if I have insomnia, it's because something's rooted in me sideways, which means something's eating away at me. And I'll get up, dog. I'll get a fucking one of these things of water, and I won't go to bed till that water is gone. I'll force me. It's like fucking Chinese time, you know, egg timer.
Yeah.
You have to flip it over. That's what you do. You time yourself with water. How long would it take me to drink 16 ounces of water and just sit here and think? And I'll write out whatever the fuck is going on in my fat little fucking brain. I'll write it out. And after I write it out on paper, I make another outline. I make an outline of what can I do so I don't have these feelings recurring again. What do I have to do in my daytime? What do I have to do in my life? What do I have to do in my personal life so I won't have these fucking feelings no more? Right then and there, I take care. There's no psychiatrist, there's no nothing. The wordage is right on the fucking note. And you work it out yourself. It's like when you used to be a kid and you had 3 plus 4. And you just couldn't tell the teacher 7. You had to show them how you fucking got to it. You show me the work. And that's how you get through the fucking pain. Oh, that's at least how it worked for me. Confusion, I take it to a notebook. You know, a decision, take it to a notebook. You know, even if you have to do an Abe Lincoln close. You know what Abe Lincoln closes? You take a sheet of paper, you put a line through the middle, and you put the negatives and the positives on the whatever it takes for you to move forward. The notebook is there for you. It might not work. You might be going, Joey, doesn't work for you. Man, you're talking it out with something, but with that same formula.
Well, the thing that is that is blowing my mind right now is we're all different. We all go through different things. We're all different people. But we all have moms and dads. We all lose jobs. Like, did you ever talk with, like, it's good that you have the notebook thing, but did you ever talk with your buddies about it or anything like that? To, like, or were they too young and they didn't lose it at that point?
My friends would bring it up to me. When I was 2 or 3 years after my mom died, some of my friends would talk to me about it at night. Like, how was I feeling? How was I dealing with it? And I broke down in front of my friends. And they never made fun of me, you know, we're men. There's nothing wrong with fucking a good cry from time to time. And these guys, I grew up with, by the book. And sometimes when we were alone in the car, they would ask, you know, how are you holding up? You know, I would tell them the truth. You know, if it wasn't for you guys making me laugh, I don't know what I would have done that day. If it wasn't for the intention, you know, you hear the stories that I tell from the age of 16, 15 to 21. This is what kept me from taking a fucking swan dive. Thank God that I had humor in my life. It was so weird that I ended up becoming a comedian because I didn't know until just recently how much humor. I was with Timmy. A couple of weeks ago, we went to the New York Comedy Club. And Timmy and I were telling stories about his brother and how much I owe his brother, Roger. Because growing up, there was a point where, from 79 to maybe 80 or 80 and a half, or 81, I was dealing with it in a drug way. You know, I was dealing with my mother's death in a drug-induced coma way, between the acid and the cocaine, the fucking speed, the fucking drinks. You know, when I met that group, I always knew Roger. But when I started hanging out with Roger, when I moved uptown, the bangers threw me out. I discovered another aspect of life, which was comedy, not stand-up comedy. Not sketch comedy, living. Like, I had become part of a living fucking sitcom, hanging out with these guys. I'll give you an example. When I went back home, I went to dinner with one of my buddies. And I was reminding him of the story. He used to hang out at this place. It used to be Tom Corky. But the one guy couldn't take it no more. He sold it all to Corky. He called it Gregory's 7-day weekend. This started like in 1982, 83. It was called Gregory's 7-day weekend. And it had the loudest jukebox in the tri-state area. You couldn't even think of it. You couldn't even fucking think of it. I saw beatings in there. I saw things in there as a child. Like, we would be there from the age of 15, 14. We would hang out next to it at a pizza parlor. And we saw them waking we'd be outside eating lunch at Nick's, and also the door would open to the bar. The bar would be closed, but the door would open, and the owner would walk out with his shirt ripped, with blood all over his shirt, with a black eye, with ice on his eye. Like, it's a fucking crazy night last night. We walked here until like 7 in the morning. I mean, it was just, so as kids, we couldn't wait to get in there. And once we got in there, we had become those guys that were crazy. We threw ice at the bartender. We did a bunch of shit. But this is how the craziest part of my life was definitely after I quit high school. So about April of '83, when I moved out to Boca. I moved out to Ashland for the first time in Jimmy Burke. April 25th, 1983, I left New Jersey. I was fucking nuts. But I'll tell you what else I was. I was in a lot of fucking pain looking back at it. I mean, monumental amounts of pain. I couldn't deal with it. I was living in my head I was lying to myself. That's when you know you have pain. When you're fucking lying to yourself. I was lying. I was living a fucking lie. And every Sunday we would go up to this fucking Gregory 7-day weekend. Every Sunday it was known that you went up there and you started the week fucked up. And sometimes you went there on Sunday at 2 in the afternoon and just kept it going till Monday. And we would get fucked up. This one Sunday night, I was like, you know what? I've had a long enough weekend. I'm not going down there tonight. I went out, but I didn't drink. I didn't do coke. I used to go out in those days and drink like Irish cream on the rocks. On the nights I didn't drink, that's when I would drink. Bailey's Irish cream on the rocks. Yeah, that's no drinking. Bailey's don't do nothing to you except give you a fucking sugar headache. And there's one night I leave all these animals up there. And the next morning I wake up, I look at the fucking the answer machine, and it's blinking. And it's my buddy Roger. My other friend, I hit him with a fucking car. You know, like when you point a car at somebody and you're like fucking around like beep got away. Well, my friend didn't move. And the car hit him. He fell off the fucking thing. He got up and he took a for a swipe at my other friend. And my friend put his arm up, and he was skinny at the time. So by blocking the punch, he broke his arm.
Oh my God.
You can't write this shit. So my friend with the broken arm went to the hospital and got treated. And my other buddy went home. But my buddy that broke his arm kept threatening him, telling him he was going to sue him. Like, I'm going to sue you. That's it, cocksucker. You know, the business you have is going to become mine. And the kid had a business, and the little initial was P. So they kept saying, you know that P in your name, that's going to stand for poor. Who would get all this shit? I mean, he was just tormenting this kid just as a matter of fact. And the next day, my buddy, that night, in the middle of the night, like at 5 in the morning, my buddy who threw a punch, he called it was my buddy with the broken arm with his hands and knees, begging him not to sue him. His dad would shoot him and shit. And my buddy was never going to sue him. He was just saying that. The fuck, I'm going to sue you, cocksucker. I'm taking you for everything you got. He slammed the door in his face. The kid called me up at 6 in the morning crying. I mean, this was classic shit. Like, you can't write this shit. And then for the next 2 months, we all hung out together with this kid with his arm in a cast. And he would drink with us, even though that when they broke each other's arm one night when we went out. And he actually got hit by a car. He's still around. And he's a long shot. His name is Roger. He's Timmy's brother. So we all kept it in the family. It was tremendous. He went flying. But then, see, my buddy had a business. He would put cones in front of his business because you couldn't park in front of your business. My friend Pelican would stay out all night and get fucked up. And while he was standing outside in front of his father and his mother, he would run over the cones. Just so he didn't give a fuck who was out there, my friend would run over the cones. This went on for years. Or he would beep at him. He would beep at him. How you doing today? You know, he would keep fucking driving. I had friends that took my mind off the pain. That's the point I'm trying to tell you. That the pain couldn't live up to that. But at night, I still had to find a way to deal with it. That was the trickiest thing. And for years, that's what I went for. Just to pass out drunk, pass out drunk, pass out drunk. I would wake up and there'd be vomit on my shit. And that's why I stopped drinking. That's why at the age of 19, I had to stop drinking when I moved to Snowmass because I would drink till I was passed out drunk and puke all over myself. The only times I puked all over myself until I was fucking 20, 21, a lot. I puked on people. I puked on people's clothes. I puked in tons of cars because I can't handle fucking alcohol. But I would keep subjecting my body to it. I think I'm allergic to alcohol. That is why I do not fucking drink. Because what I did to myself. Because the pain would make me have to pass out drunk. So it gets to a point where you stop doing the cocaine and the alcohol conquers you. You can do cocaine all fucking night, but at one point it's going to run out. And then all of a sudden, all that alcohol you drank is going to catch up with it and you pass out. So when you drink, you're smoking coke, the alcohol is kept to a limit. Like you can't believe you drink.
That's what I've heard that sobers you up.
You can't fucking believe you drink. You can't believe the numbers of beers that you drink. And then you go, wait a second, you stop doing coke ends, and all of a sudden, that beer shows up like a ton of fucking bricks. And you just wake up, 8 hours later with a fucking tremendous headache. Now your process is the alcohol.
And that was your plan, I believe.
That was my plan. That's how
Looking back at it, do you wish you had talked to somebody, or do you wish you'd gone to a priest, or just someone to work it out? Or?
Two things. Two friends thought that. I thought what I had, a priest couldn't help me or a psychiatrist couldn't help me. This is what I thought. I didn't think that there was no way that you could help me. At that age, being that young, I did not know. And then once I found the way to deal with that, I got married, divorced, and I lost my daughter. And that strung up all that fucking pain, plus fucking guilt, plus all that shit, from 95 to maybe 2003, I was living in a pure hell that I had put myself in. Anger, pain over my daughter, pain over my mother, it was all mixed in like a hurricane. So when I tell these stories about doing blow, this is what fueled it. This is what was. It took me about to the age of 40, guys, to realize how to put the pieces together. What I'm saying by putting the pieces together is taking the pain, putting it aside, so I can move forward. That thing with my ex-wife and my daughter, I had come to the conclusion that I was going to lose her in 95. Unless you're a retard, you don't see things, Yesterday I went to a park with my daughter, Saturday, and I'm at the park, and there's a guy doing jumping jacks by the fucking kids' playground, and push-ups and jumping rope. After he got on the monkey bars, I eventually had to say something. This is a kids' park. This isn't a fucking exercise park. The parents, he was something from a different country. He wasn't American, and he had a ton of fucking cologne on. It's that cologne on top of the
Yeah.
And he's fucking sitting there, and I'm like, hey, man, I don't mean to be rude. You can't. There's a whole park here. You can't be doing these exercises. He hit a girl with a jump. Oh, Jesus. And I had to fucking say something. He was a man, He looked at me like I had 3 fucking heads. And I walked away from him. But he just did not know. If that answers your question, when I was going through all that shit early on in my life, I didn't know that there was options. I just dealt with it. I don't think anybody understands. And listen, I just contacted an old friend of mine maybe a year ago. He was the therapist in the halfway house. Okay. And he was a friend. He had become a friend for me because I was dear friend with his brother in the car business. So he was a psychiatrist that kind of just signed the paperwork for me. You know what I'm saying? Like he knew I had problems. But then after I got separated, after I got divorced, we got into a few arguments on the street. So part of my thing was to go see a therapist. And I paid him basically to just sign the paperwork for me. And I wouldn't have to go. It was like you bought like a chunk of 10 visits.
Right.
And that's what I would do. But then I started going to him. And I was angry. You know, him and I used to go to lunch afterwards. And he would say, you have to figure out how to work out this anger.
Well, it is kind of crazy, because how old were you when you got divorced?
I was 28.
So you had basically just started dealing with your mom's thing.
I just started dealing with my mom's thing. I just started basically dealing with life. I had just come out of fucking being in the joint. I was learning how to deal with life on life's terms, but I couldn't because I had all this pain swirling around. And then I get separated, I get with comedy. Part of the reason why I forced a hand in comedy was to take my mind off what was going on. Part of the reason why I love comedy so much is because it really, really did save my life. And for some people, it may not be comedy. It just might be drawing or sketching or building fucking fireplaces, you know. Something else. You have to find what brought me that genuine happiness of doing, not even from a mind. I didn't know about these things, guys. Don't think that I knew about these things before I didn't know that comedy was going to take off in my life the way it did. I was the type of guy who would bend over for a piece of paper trying to get paid. You know what I'm saying? I was that type of a low life. If you're not paying me for it, I ain't going to bend it. There was nothing I enjoyed doing because I didn't want to get paid for. The only thing I enjoyed doing was snorting coke and drinking and smoking pot.
So what was it about comedy? Was it making people laugh? Was it making like you doing something that worked? Like what about it was the thing that made you happy?
That I was finally working towards something that I could see the payoff. I didn't see the payoff by going to work for you at a bar learning to be a bartender. I never saw the payoff of me going to be your slave for an apprenticeship for 4 years where you give me no fucking money at all. And you make money because you're billing for me. I wanted to go into, there was something yearning inside of me. Some people call it the spirit of entrepreneurs. I call it suck my dick. I call it taking control of your life. Everybody wants to be an entrepreneur. You can suck my dick. I'm talking about, I got on stage, and on the drive home, I realized that this is what I wanted to do. I had watched enough of it. At that point, you know, I was a fan. I wasn't as fan as a lot of you guys are. I take my hat off for you. You go see Theo, you go see Joey, you go see Bert, you go see fucking Segura. You guys are real comedy fans. I wasn't a fan like that still. I still had my criminal life. You know, I go to a comedy show and I look at your wife's purse. You think I'm going to sit there? That purse is gone. That purse is gone. It's out of the park. So I never put myself in those situations. But what was it about comedy? It filled that void. It made me feel I could do something. I thought I could do something when I bartended. I didn't want to give drunks fucking drinks. Once you realize what you're doing as a bartender, you're just giving drunks more fucking drinks. But, you know, I didn't even like alcohol. I didn't like being around it. Why was I a bartender? I did the plumbing, I did the construction, I did the drywall, I did the fucking, the laborer, I did everything I could, and nothing filled that void. The comedy filled voids that were imaginable, but I thought I would never fucking fill. You know, it made me stick to something. Nothing. I was 30. I got 30 years old, 31 years old, and I couldn't stick to anything, guys. Anything. Because of the fucking pain. Like nothing. I couldn't focus. You know, I would focus for 2 days. Yeah, this thing, man, I would take a warehouse job. And then after 3 days, I go, there's got to be something else. There's got to be something else. And when I got involved with the comedy, don't get me wrong. At first, listen, man, I was really angry at my ex-wife and my daughter and all that. I'm not angry anymore. They did me a favor. They gave me the gift of having a life. They let me, by me trying to become a comic to appease, because see, I became a comic to just get through, but there was a little part of me that hoped I could do something with my life. so I could go back and win her love over. But you know what ended up happening? I didn't get her love, and I won my love over. I won the respect of myself for myself. So in the process of looking for something else, I found something else that was more than I could even ever fucking imagine, because I never had that for myself. Here I was, getting on buses, booking gigs. Was I becoming rich? Not even close. But I was doing it all myself. For years, I was waiting for this guy to discover me, this guy to fucking give me a job making $80,000 a year. It wasn't like that. I had come to the conclusion that nobody was going to do anything for me unless I did it myself. That's it. This is bullshit. You always hear these stories of you met a guy and he got you a job, driving a truck for $80,000 a year. This is why you're rich. I got sick of that story. Because for years I never depended on myself. I didn't have any value on myself. I didn't think I could put anything together. So when I got out of jail, I figured out, once I got to jail, and I was doing that bookmaking thing in jail, even by doing something negative, I figured out that I was good. You know, when I started saying, maybe I'm over-exaggerating it, I started feeling good about myself when I started selling cars. There was no spark in my eyes.
Right. And I'm glad you brought that up, because the cars thing and the comedy, I think, are a little bit different, because comedy takes a lot longer. Like, it made you feel good, but was it hard to stick with it for almost 30 years? Because cars, you can sell a car your first day.
The toughest realm of comedy is the first 10 years. Once you hit 10 years and you come to me and you go, nothing's up, and I think I'm going to quit, that's when I have to beat you up. So you already went through the fucking shitstorm. You went through a boot camp. For some people, boot camp is 5 years. For some people, boot camp is 8 years. And for some people, boot camp is 2 years. For some people, boot camp is 6 months. For some people, it's 10 fucking years. But once you do 10 years or something, whether you put 10 years into something or 4, once you put 4 years into something, that means that if you lived to 4, you did something 10% of your life. You know, so once you do something for 4 years, I don't want you to quit. Like, you already went through the toughest fucking windstorm. You went from getting on stage, you went through getting material, you went to getting your feelings hurt, for people not putting you up when they're going to put you up, for people saying they get there to do a podcast and get there and not there, for people to shit on you and tell you they're going to pay you $50 and they really gave you 10, for people who took you on a gig and left you there because they met a chick. You've already been exposed to so many fucking negatives. You can't quit now. You've already slept in a car for a year. You've already fucking been broke. What's the difference? You're not going for money. You're going for happiness. And then the money will come. If comedy was, I ain't mad at nobody who gets into stand-up and says to me, hey man, at the 8-year mark, I figured out that doing stand-up wasn't for me. But I wrote a book. And now they're fucking awful. Because taking that path opened up another path. Like when I said to you about comedy. When I got into comedy, I got the comedy to do something and to come back and win the love of my daughter. But in the meantime, I missed all that. I lost that right to get the love of my daughter. But I got something more powerful than the love of my daughter. I got the ability to love me. I started loving me for who I was. Wow. And even though I was still doing well and I still had a lot of problems, it took a while. It took a while for me to start loving me more and more. And I got all the way to 418 pounds. I really wasn't loving myself then. And I was doing coke. And I made a mental plan that if I get off the coke, everything else will follow. And I started with the coke, and then 3 years later, I went to Weight Watchers, and here we are, 160 pounds lighter. Yeah, and it all started with that first little move. It took 10 fucking years. What do you want from me? I don't care how long it takes. All I care about is that you're on your journey. I stayed on that journey. Yeah, you're going to have bad weeks. You're going to have bad weeks in this life, whether it's comedy, carpentry, banking, selling insurance. You're going to have bad weeks and good. I just want you to love what the fuck you do before you worry about the money. And what you love, what you genuinely do. That pain you had in your childhood, all that bullshit that you keep. You know why I don't like psychiatry? I'm going to tell you why.
Yeah.
Because you keep picking at the scab. I don't want you to keep picking at the scab. I want you to put it in front of you, deal with it, and let's move on to the next fucking hurdle. I don't want to go, so tell me about your father. Well, when I was 8, my father smoked pot outside my window. How did you feel about that? I didn't give a fuck. You were too busy eating Oreos and building a model or playing a fucking video game. But now, because I put you on the spot, you're going to have to say, well, I felt disrespected. You didn't feel anything. You thought your father was fucking crazy. I thought my mother, the first time I smoked pot, I was embarrassed with my mother. First time I realized my mother smoked pot, I was embarrassed. But then it's your mother. You accept it. And you shouldn't feel anything. You feel that, yeah, that's what I didn't like about therapy. I had gone to, like I said, I was forced into therapy by the halfway house. I went to a rehab, a non-residential rehab, when I gave them a hot UA. I didn't like how they would pick my scabs. And there was no scabs there. We're just opening up a room. We're just opening up. It's like if I went to the doctor tomorrow and he opened up my shoulder and stuck his hand on it. There's no bumps on it. You feel a bump though. Why are you opening the fucking thing up?
Do you think if you opened up a wound to try to fix it, do you think that would help? Or I mean, it's not for everybody.
Okay, so let's say the fucking plumbing is working. Let's say one day your plumbing is a little fucked up,
right?
And you fix it. And after it's fixed and it's working for 10 years, one day you open up that fucking wall and go in there again just to see. If something is working, let's not refix it. Let's not visit it. You know, traumatizing times in my life that I could break down in front of a thing when I saw my neighbor beat up his wife. Traumatizing times in my life when I found my mother on the floor. You know, I saw my stepdad shoot a guy on 148th Street. I buried a kid in the 8th grade. I buried another dear friend when I was a sophomore. I buried another guy when I was, something. They've all taken pieces of chunks of me. Ralphie last year. You deal with it and you put it away. Like I said, I haven't come to grips with Ralphie yet, I don't think. I really don't think so. The other day I saw a picture of Darren Reagan and Danny Bianculo put up. It was his birthday. I cried. That kid used to drive me to comedy shows in the beginning and take care of me, give me lines of coke and fucking make sure I got to the gig in time. All these things. I can go to a therapist and open up that scab. I can go to a therapist tomorrow and go, I want to talk about Darren Reagan and give him $140 a week for a year. And I can tell Darren Reagan stories, even though I've come to terms with Darren Reagan. There's nothing I can do to bring him back. We were dear friends. He knew I fucking loved him. He knew I loved him, and he knew I was grateful. If he's watching over me right now, he knows I'm grateful. What he did for me, I turned it into something. His investment became something. So I'm at peace with that already. I'm at peace with my mother. She wanted me to become a man. To be what does that do? To fuck 20 chicks? No, I love my wife. To have a daughter, to respect my friends, to get up in the morning, to fucking treat people with respect and be kind and help people out when they're in a mess. Your buddy came down last night, Eric, who I love dearly. You and Eric never asked me for a spot at the comedy store. I call you and give it to you, right? That's part of the comedy club. That's part of life's club. I can't take care of you every week, but I give you hope. That's what comedy is. Comedy life is, listen, just when you're down on comedy, you got to spot the original. Right. I do that for you every 3 weeks because I want, no matter how bad shit, even if you go on there and bomb, it doesn't matter. Who gets to go to the original on a Monday night? Not too many fucking people. I don't do that because I'm being a nice guy. I could do that. I've never said this to you in front of people. I could do, what you do at the comedy store. But every couple of weeks I call for you, and then a week later I call for Eric. And that's to give you the same opportunities that were given to me. Not at the comedy store, but by a guy named Jimmy Abela in Denver. When I was stuck doing shitty fucking open mics, I didn't have to pay for them in those days. When I was get stuck going to fucking poetry nights and going to karaoke's and going to the Boulder Theater and bombing, I would always get a breath of fresh air from Jimmy and Baylor and Andy Payton. And I never, ever forgot them. Never, ever. When I do done, I think I'm going to call Jimmy. I haven't told him yet. I want to surprise him because I never forgot what he did for me. He didn't make me a star. He didn't make me money. He gave me an opportunity to feel good about myself every couple of weeks. He would throw me. He's the one that got me on the Mencia tour on HBO. He's the one that got me, these 20-minute spots where I really had 8 minutes. He would fight for me to do 20 and stay up there and stick it out.
What do you think it is about comics that they forget about that? Because we were talking with Segura the other day about Sam Tripoli. And right after the podcast, he hit me up and he gave me a spot later this month.
What
and
did I say?
There's a lot of people who, like I was in Vegas and there was a show that I could have got on. The guy knew me, but I'm not really a draw yet. And there's nothing I can really do for him, so he didn't put me on. And it's like, why do some people only help out people who can help them, and other people remember what it's like, and they help out everybody?
Because some people actually forget. They forget themselves. They forget who they are. They forget what they've become. I know that I was blessed. I was, some fucking jerk off made a remark at me a couple days ago about, you're just really lucky that you met Rogan. Again, some fucking jerk off that doesn't know anything about the work process or what it goes into even being a human being. That's how I look. He doesn't even have an idea what it is to be a fucking human being. And I said, so, it wasn't Rogan that presented the opportunities. It was the 28 years I stuck with it. Rogan came into my life. I was doing comedy 9 years ago. I was already convinced I was doing this. Rogan put me on as a feature. I failed it. And then it took me 2 years to get back into the rotation, but then we never stopped. He was very good to Ari. He was very good to Duncan. And I speak to those guys all the time, and we've never forgotten about what Rogan did to us. But we also did something that a lot of people don't do. We did our own thing. God, do your own thing. God, do your own thing. Because once I feel you're imposing on me, that's what comics don't like. But when you start calling them up and going, hey, you're going to be in Minneapolis, don't call me. Don't call me.
I'm only amazed when people have the balls.
If I think you're right for the gig, I'll call you. Yeah, I know who's right for this gig. I've been doing it for fucking 28 years. I know who's right for this gig. Once you call me, you lose me. Once you call me, you lose me. I know who's right for this gig. I've been doing it for a long time. I know the audience. And I want to brighten somebody's day. The same way you brighten for me. Your friend came up to me Saturday at the store, very happy. Chelsea. Excuse me. I see Chelsea's fucking working. I see Chelsea's making a move. I see she's doing videos. She's doing podcasts. Who's faking the thing. We had a friend that came out here that wanted the world given at him. And when it wasn't given at him, he disappeared. He ain't getting on stage no more. That's how I knew I was correct, because he didn't love this. He wanted somebody to handle this. The kid that I had to block on Facebook the other day, I had to block him because every time he hits me up, it's always for something. It's always a backhanded remark. It's always guilt. This kid's telling me how he needs $10,000 to move to San Diego. What's it got to do with me? Why? That he makes this, that he lives here. Why is he asked me 9 questions in a row that I couldn't give him an answer to because I don't get that involved with Rogan. That's why Rogan and I are friends, because I've kept it light over the years. But to get back to your question, you can never forget what those first 10 years of your comedy life were like. You have to, I'm not saying hand somebody the golden keys to the palace, but you gotta be there for the younger guys. Be there. Sometimes just being there, shaking their hand, hugging them is enough for somebody,
And it's hard to be honest. I see, I know there's the shows that you guys do with Triple at the store on the main room. I've been very lucky that I've been able to do some shows in the main room. I know in my head that I'm not ready. I'm obviously not at the level to be on those shows. Would I like to be at that? I would love to. I look at those posters. I'm like, God, I can't wait till I'm on those posters.
You're never gonna know you bench 350 pounds if you don't try it.
Right.
No, Triple doesn't give you those spots to make your start. Triple gets you those spots to do the same thing I do. To give you an experience. We know that 9 out of 10% you're gonna bomb. If you do well, it's in your face. But we know. We just want to let you. I get very impressed with those guys. Being Delaware,
Yeah.
I've seen the people that walk with you work the same people I walk with. So you create this little family, this constant flow. And that's just the way it is. If that's not the way it is in your life, then you can't, this isn't for you. You know, I have 20 friends in the comics that really work hard, that really need to. That's who I throw work at, regardless of what you might do or what you might think you're doing. I see that you're spinning real. I know who's really waking up in the morning. I know who's fucking thinking about this. And you can't give them the keys to the castle, but you can take them there and show them what's in there through the bars. That's what I tried to do with you, and with Eric, and look at Dean Delaware. Me and Dean started fucking around 3 years ago. Look at where he's come. Look at Kate Quigley, where she's come. Because I understand what people need as a pull. Yeah. And they're doing it on themselves. I'm not doing shit. I'm not doing anything at all. They've done it for themselves. I took him to Green Bay, no. And he was a kick-ass Dean, and they would rebook. And that's exactly what happened. They rebooked him back in February up in Milwaukee.
Okay.
I know what level you're on. I know what you can handle. I know what you've been through.
Like the people who say like for the Rogan thing, there's been plenty of people who've been on Rogan and haven't had their careers. Well, so there's is it impossible to go around?
If the door is open to you, it's what you're gonna do with that door being open. That's it. It's like doing the HBO. It's like having an HBO special. It's like being put on the Tonight Show in the fucking 90s. You did great on the show. It's what you're gonna do with it. When I've gone on Rogan, I've always expressed my feelings in the heart. I've never thought, I tell how it is on Rogan. I didn't expect this shit to happen. But it's not only the stuff I did on Rogan. It's the stuff I did on Sedona. It's the stuff I did on Duncan's. It's the stuff I did with Fat Felicia. It's the stuff I did with you. It's the movies I did. It's the radio shows I did. It's the podcasts I did. It's the TV shows I did. And finally, all that threads together. That all threads together. All that shit that you didn't think you did years ago actually starts to become something. It becomes part of the fucking thread, and you go, oh. So when I did that show in '98, that's how it all becomes a thread. There's an expression that everything is everything. It really fucking is at the end of the day. It really fucking is. Everything we do matters for that final funnel. It's like a funnel. We just go around. We just keep pouring shit there. We're just making the right fucking chemicals. Right.
So, and do you think it's also hard because, like, let's say you wanted to just give me the key or whatever it is. Would the way you did it maybe not work for me?
I know for a fact it won't work for you.
That's pretty crazy.
I can't take you on the road. I can't, because it's not going to work for you. You're going to forget about the work that you need to be done. And 8 years from now, you're going to fall back on that. You're going to have to go do that work. So you might as well do it now and get it over with. And I know in yourself to have that look on your face that Ralphie had, that I had, that Ricky Cruz had, that Sebastian Maniscalco had, that Steve Renazizi had, that Ari had. There's a certain look on your face that it looks like you're going to fucking vomit. When I see that look on your face for a year straight and then you move forward, that's when you know that you're ready. There's a point where Steve Simone was going through recently. Dean Delaware went through recently. There's a point where there's a sticking point. You're a feature, you're a good feature, you don't know how to get to the next level. This is levels, and this is time, And it's like anything else. It took me 20 fucking years to acknowledge my mother's death and put a spin on it so I could deal. So you could deal. So you didn't have to do that line. So you didn't have to do that fucking pill. It takes time to get something, control it, and then give it a story. So it makes it digest into your system a lot easier. You never worry about it again. And that's the Wednesday motherfucking morning podcast.
I like it.
Just a little pain. If you had a rough Mother's Day, listen, my heart goes out to you. I've been down that road with you. I saw you put it down on Facebook, and this is what inspired this podcast. Play that. Pain is there forever. Don't let it fucking dictate you. Handle it, draw from it, and execute from it, and you're gonna be fucking fine. The same way I was today. I'm fine. I love to tell you that I cry. No, you learn how to control everything at your fucking speed, not at your whatever anybody else thinks. Everybody has a certain way of dealing with things. As long as you don't kill yourself, drink yourself to death, I'm okay with what path you choose. I really am. As long as it doesn't affect none of those things. I don't care if you write it out. I don't care if you fucking send smoke signals to the fucking Indians. However, whatever it takes for you to handle this eternal pain of a lost one, whether it's a dad or a mom. My heart goes out to Crystal. My heart goes out to Bob Lingus. My heart goes out to just so many people that have been in the church family that have lost loved ones the last couple of years. My heart goes out to you. And this podcast is dedicated to you guys. You have to learn to control it. It's going to be there for a long time. And just learn how it's with you. I finally came to the conclusion my mother stands with me. My mother's on my right and my father's on my left. And that's why I made it to where I am today, because I have this fucking angel. And all I ever pray for is that they would watch after my daughter if something happens to me, so my daughter can end up on the same path of happiness that I have out there. And that's it. You bad motherfuckers. Do not forget, June 7th, I'm at the Fillmore fucking Theater in New Orleans. Oh, shit. And then on the 8th, at the Tabernacle Theater in Atlanta, I'm taking my boy Steve Simone down there. We're going to be eating some fucking everything in fucking New Orleans. Whatever you got, we're fucking eating, cocksuckers. So go right now to joeydiaz.com, look at the schedule, and get your .net and get your tickets. .com.net, who gives a fuck? Just get your fucking tickets, and I'll see you when I fucking see you. Before we go, I want to talk to you about something. Number one of my all-time sponsors, on it. They've been there since day one with me, selling supplements, believing in me. And I believe in them. That's why I've been with them since day one. From the protein powder to the Shroom Tech to the Alpha Brain. Let's start out with the Alpha Brain so you don't lose dick. Because if you don't like it, there's 100% money back guarantee. Nootropics gets your mind going, controls what you're doing. This is the way to go. Give it a shot. Give it a shot. Columbus did. Go to Onnit.com right now. Look at the great supplements that they have. From the Shroom Tech to the Shroom Tech Sport to the Shroom Tech Immune. I don't give a fuck. But if you don't believe me, start with Alpha Brain. That's their flagship. And like I said, you don't like me, you get 100% money back guarantee. Go to Onnit.com and press in. Church. CHURCH to get 10% off your first order delivered right to your house. Like I told you in the beginning of the show, I'm very selective with responses, and I love the floor and stuff. Why? They treat the problem, and they do it at a cost that you can afford. You're like, Joey, what's for him? Well, let me give you the facts, all right? For Him is a wellness brand for men. They offer access to physician consultation and prescription treatments online for common issues that men deal with, like hair loss, stuff like that, whatever. The fact is, it's not unusual that 39% of men experience that the fun is ending completely. If you want to maintain your erections for longer, this is the way to go. Because premature ejaculation can make men feel down on themselves, creating a vicious cycle of sexual anxiety. Most guys aren't thrilled at the thought of opening up to a doctor about performance sponsor. I know I'm not. So having a positive mental state is good in and out of itself. It can be the key to better lovemaking and help guys gain control when crunch time hits. That's what we call a win-win situation. Now, with For Him, when you visit forhims.com, you get a convenient and affordable treatment for your early arrival. They connect you to a doctor online who can evaluate you and help identify the right treatment for you. Best yet, it can be delivered right to your door in a discreet package, not even your wife or your girlfriend know. This means no more awkward in-person doctor appointments. So if you want to slow down your roll and make the good times last, go to forhims.com. They also help you with hair loss. They also help you with erections. If you have a men problem, For Hims can help you. Okay, and right now, special time only, Four Hymns is offering you, the church family, a special offer. You can get started on Four Hymns for just $10. Joe, what are you talking about? $10. $10. I'll get you started on 4hymns.com right now. Just go to 4hymns.com/Coco. That's 4hymns.com/Coco. I'm going to save you money, time, aggravation, face, and you're going to be so happy that I steered you to 4hymns.com. You're probably going to send me a Twitter and go, Joe, you're a fucking genius. Yes, I am. Because 4Hymns has the solution to your problems, whether it's hair loss, dysfunctional penis, or you're coming too quick. They can help you out right now. Just go to 4hymns.com/Coco to get started. That's 4hymns, FORHIMS.com/Coco. See website for full details and safety information. Listen, I want to wish you a good fucking weekend. Have a great time. I want to thank 4Hymns. I want to thank Anna, but most importantly, I want to thank you guys for being the church family and for listening to us and for supporting us. I want to thank the Flying Jew, a.k.a. the Christ Killer. And I want to just re-wish you all a happy Mother's Day to your mothers, and if you feel bad, because it may take a few days to fucking understand what's going on. I love you guys. I'll see you tip-top with you next Monday morning, the fucking 20th, ready to fucking rock. Take this fucking mule lead. Greetings from Podcastville. The Church of What's Happened Now is brought to you by Onyx. Listen, for all your supplements, Onyx is there for you. Whether it's the Alpha Brain, the Shroom Tech Sport, or the Shroom Tech Immune, my favorites. Alpha Brain, when it comes to, listen, you get 100% money back guarantee if you don't like the Alpha Brain. And guess what? You don't even have to send the product back. That's what Onyx about. When they put something, when was the last time you went to a Chinese restaurant? They said, if you don't like the egg roll, you give it back. No. It don't work that way, but Onyx makes it work because they believe in their product. Go to Onyx.com right now. Look at the fine line of something you say. If you find something, press in Church, CHURCH, and check out. Get 10% off delivered to your house. Also, let me tell you something. Uncle Joey's here to tell you, don't cut your dick off, fucko. The suffering and the depression ends now. With Manscaped, you get it done without the pain. What pain are you talking about, Joey? The pain of that fucking bush and that stink growing between your legs. You got to cut the bush off. Summer is coming, cocksuckers. Everybody wants to get their dick sucked, but it smells like a dead goat. Go to Manscaped right now. They got premium tools for the family jewels. Manscaped has redesigned the electric razor so you get all the nooks and crannies where the stink develops, where the stink starts. You understand me? You want chicks to suck your balls, but they taste like fucking sour cream. Would you suck on balls and taste like sour cream? No! Go to Manscaped. They got the fucking solution for your problem. At manscaped.com, you get everything you need to make your balls shine and keep your dick looking like fucking Cleopatra. You understand me? Now listen. The church family gets 20% off your first order when you use promo code CHURCH, CHURCH, at manscaped.com. And if you order the perfect package, which I'll tell you about later, they also throw in a free travel bag when you use the promo code CHURCH. That's manscaped.com. Use promo code CHURCH for 20% off your first order. You got to keep your balls clean. The summer's coming. Kick this motherfucking mule lead. It's the Church of What's Happening Now. My main man is here today, Mr. Nick Balalanga. You guys like scratching hands. Who's Nick Balalanga? Academy Award winner Nick Balalanga. You cocksuckers, the Green Book. How are you, my dear friend? Good. How you doing? I finally figured out where I met in the whole situation. You and I did a horrible movie together. In 2012, that we got discussed on this a movie called Jersey Shore Sharp. Oh, and I think the next day, Wally Walnut is showing up. Yes, or something. Yeah, I only did the movie. Right. I forgot about it. 2012. I didn't even do the movie because of cocaine money. I did the movie because the guys had put me in like 8 other movies. They really did. The guys really put me in like 6 movies, 7 or 8, and that was the 8th one. And when they called me, I really go, we got something perfect for you. Jersey Shore. I'm like, oh God, there's gonna be something. Right. That's where we met. That's what I met. That's who I met. And then I didn't know if it was. I kept saying for years after the movie came out, the Green Book. A dear friend, listen, I haven't been turned back to movies in years. The movies is too busy.
You're bigger than.
No, you were just been too busy to watch TV. Like, there was a time, Nick, I grew up in the movie theater. So did you. Where'd you grow up, the Bronx?
I grew up in the Bronx and in Jersey.
Okay, you grew up in a movie theater.
I was an usher.
On Saturdays, you can't wait for a fucking movie to come out.
That's right.
But now who has the time? I wish I had the time to go to 2 movies a week and sit and argue with you about the acting. He didn't do it right. I don't have the time.
You're right. I joined that club. You had to pay one fee. You go to 3 movies a week. Because I thought, oh, kidding me? I can get my money's worth. I hardly have a chance to go anymore. I used to all the time. I wanted to go see every movie that comes out.
I went to the movie theater for years, and the best part was you got free movies. I saw everything for 4 or 5 years.
You couldn't wait to see a fucking movie. And now it's like a movie comes out and you're already, I don't know if it's called Jaded. So you see the trailer and you make the decision right there. Like, I'm not going to see that because I waste my fucking time. Or you don't see the trailer. And like a dear friend of mine, Mike Bertoli, who I've known for 30 years, called me for like months, and he kept telling me, "Did you see the Green Book? Did you see the Green Book?" I'm like, "Nice. Who the fuck do I have? You know, go see the Green Book. Go see it." He worked with Frankie Valli. Oh, okay. So go see the Green Book. Go see the Green Book. And finally, I think I got on the plane and watched it. It was on, and I was fucking blown. You know, when they said Sebastian's in it, I was definitely going to watch it. Yeah, he's my little brother. I'm not going to watch it. And you wrote something that touched the fuck out of me. You know, I think the movie was supposed to be based in '63.
Yes, 62,
62. It was so funny when I came from Cuba in '65. I came from Cuba in '66. When I was 5, but from the ages of 5 to 7, I hung out with an African American kid. My mother had a bar on 27th and all the bar. And that made me think, I wish I could find this kid today in Hubbard. Because this family took me into their home. In '68 and '69, you kept to yourself, and the brothers kept to themselves.
That's how. It's just how culture.
That's how the culture was. Like all the brothers had the Afro picks with the fisting. They put in their back pocket. You remember all that?
Yeah, New York, the Italians were in one section, the Jewish people in one section, the Irish were in one section, the Black people in one section. It's just the way it was because they were tribal. Everyone stayed with their own. That's just how it was during that time, 30s and 40s.
But I still remember walking from his house to the projects on 25th Street and him getting shit for bringing a white kid into the neighborhood. And then walking away from 25th, and as you got to 135th, white people would say shit to me for walking around with him. Like they still want, you know, depending on where we went, what color. You know, it was like, what are you thinking I'm in the fucking neighborhood for? Leaving my outside the store, shit like that, man. And I didn't know. It's crazy. So today, my daughter's 6. And if I tell my daughter, hey, what'd you think of the black guy? She'll look me straight in the face and go, oh, the guy with glasses on. She doesn't see color. So unless you teach your child that shit, they don't see it. That's a lie. Because I didn't see it first. I heard about it years later. When I moved to Jersey, I got no choice. When you move to Jersey, they just tell you right out. You expect. And yeah, you know, they don't give a fuck. You know?
That opening scene was crazy, where the 2 plumbers came over and threw away the glasses.
Yeah.
That was
well, it was important to show that because even my father, you know, to show my father in that light, but I discussed that with my father, and he had a show. It shows what was going on at the time. Even though he was a bad person, he was still a product of his environment, his culture, and he changed. So that's the point of the movie. People can change and learn. So that's why. How old were
you the first time your dad told you that story?
Well, I met Dr. Shirley when I was like 5. My father took me to Carnegie Hall to do exactly what you see in the movie. Above the Carnegie Hall, there's this amazing penthouse suite with the grand piano, chandeliers, all the artifacts, the African artifacts. He came out in this amazingly beautiful African robe. And so that was like walking into Oz, you know what I mean? So I never forgot that. And then, you know, when I was in my teeth, my son told me the story. But I remember the Christmas Eve when he came over. I remember that. I was little, but I definitely remember him coming to the bar.
What did your family think? Was it like a movie? That much receptive? Pull up a chair?
Oh yeah,
Everybody froze.
once he came in, the first little comedic moment where everyone freezes, but once he came in, my mother and my family were loving Italians. Once someone's in the home, they sit down and eat. So I remember that very well.
I remember the first time we met on that set, and you came up to me and told me he was your dad. I got to tell you something. He was one of my all-time favorite gangsters. And I tell you this in all sincerity. I laid my eyes on him the first time in the Pope of Greenwich Village. And he said something so deep in that movie. At the time, I was fucking around with loan sharks. My whole life was just torturing two loan sharks. You know what I'm saying? Borrowing from one, borrowing from the other. And that line, he said, how come nobody keeps me waiting when they're looking to borrow?
Yeah.
That line stuck with me forever because it's true. Yeah. If people want to borrow money from me, they call you. I'm going to be on 5. They get there at 10 to 5. They could be a blizzard, 2 snowstorms, their mother got hit by lightning. All the excuses they give you when it's time to pay you the money.
Yeah.
Oh, you're not going to believe what happened. My goat ate the cash. The bus went to the wrong place. So for me, hearing that fucking cracking me up,
It flowed off his tongue.
oh my God, it real.
He had a little experience.
It was like the second line of the fucking movie. He was back there waiting for you. And Mickey Rourke was back there. How long had your dad been acting?
We started with the Godfather. So he was working in Coppola. And I guess either Francis Ford Coppola or the casting directors and Rick DiGiamo, Fred Ruse, I think, producers, they went into the Coppola to see some gangsters and hang out. And they brought my father as the one who was interested in introducing them to some people. And they asked him to be in the movie. And that was the first movie.
And you were the Godfather.
Yeah, because then once he got in, then they said to him, we got kids. We need Italian kids. We were having this big wedding scene. And so my brother and I had to go screen test for it, and we got in with like little kids in the wedding scene.
How was that?
Well, for me, it was, for whatever reason, I loved it from the minute I was there. I just knew this is where I do for this. I was lucky to see it made, to be there. Was at the house in Staten Island, to see that the walls were fake. One day, I saw them taking the wall apart. So what the hell are they doing? And then they took it apart. I saw that the wall was only paper thin, on 2 sides. It was just wood in between. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. This is all fake. It was crazy. It was something else.
You guys were talking about a bad movie that you were both in, but you're like, and I know you were probably too young, but when you were on like The Godfather and then The Green Book that won Best Picture, is there a feeling when you're on like a movie like that that's like, this is gonna be an amazing, like this is different from the other movies?
Well, luckily I've been I did a lot of extra work in New York. That was my film school. I didn't care about extra, non-extra. New York was a little different. You had people that were doing Broadway, then they doing extra work during the day, and you got to know the ADs, the same guys would work in New York. So when a TV show would come in, it's the same guys. So after a while doing so much extra work, they get to know you. They see who has a brain on their head, who's not an idiot, who's talking all the time. So then something would come up, something on the set. They need a guy to say a line. They need a cop to do something. Because they knew I was an idiot. But so doing the extra work, I learned, I watched, I stood back. But I was a Godfather. That was when I was a kid. Then when I got older, I was in Quintizana, I was in Goodfellas. I just Sidney Lumet film. I did. I can't think of the name of it. With Sean Connery and Dustin Hoffman. Just every film that they did in the city, I was in it somewhere. Goodfellas, I was. My father was in Goodfellas. He was in the whole movie. But I was there for the Copa scenes. I was supposed to be part of Ray Liotta's crew. Like he had his own little crew of young guys. So we were in the Copa scenes. You don't really see me. And then I was in the prison scenes. And I'm with Ray. We shot some stuff that didn't make the movie, but when his wife comes in, I'm sitting right behind him, so I'm watching him from the tail. I'm right there with him. We did a bunch of stuff there. So I didn't get a chance to talk to Ray when we saw him last. But yeah, I did that really well.
Now, how long? Your dad passed in
2013.
2013, and I'm sure he's missed by a lot of people. Now, how long have you been discussing the script?
For Green Book, I interviewed him in like 1989 with my father, and then I take a cassette. And he said, okay, we got to talk about the show. We got to get his side of the story. We got to get his approval, what he let in and won't let in. So I started having long phone conversations with both of them on the phone. You know. In those days, you had the extension, one phone in one room, another phone in another room. And I took tons of notes. And he told me what was what. He told me about the trip. He said, the only people on this trip are me and your father. So I never wanted to talk to anyone else about him. Don't ever talk to my family. This is it. When I tell you that, you promise me that. I don't want anything about the rest of my life in it. Because maybe he was thinking of doing his own book, his own movie. Because people say, oh, it's not enough about him. It's exactly what he wanted in. So all that criticism, oh, it's about your father. Well, yeah, of course it's about my father. He told me the stories. I'm telling you from my father's perspective. How this guy from the Bronx was on this trip with his genius piano. But I didn't have more Dr. Shirley in it because he didn't want it. He said, I only can tell from when I met your father to when we were on the trip together. So that's what he told me. And he also was a psychology major. He studied it. So like he would tell me that he would say things just to push my father's buttons to see how he would react. He said, I never met anyone with your father before. So some things he might have said or done, maybe he didn't really say or do outside of that, but he told my father. So I just put in what he told my father and me. And then we have it. But their stories all got corroborated, and he approved everything that was going to eventually be in the script.
Dr. Shirley or your father died months apart.
Yeah, it was by coincidence.
So their family or Dr. Shirley will get to see this beautiful story. Okay.
Right. They didn't, each one of them. But Dr. Shirley, I didn't know about his family, and I got criticized for that too. At the time, I didn't know about his family because in 1991, when he told me, don't ever talk to my family. I mean, you could have 10 brothers, 2 brothers. The only brother he had mentioned was once he told my father, yeah, I got a brother, son. So I never, at that time, there was no looking anyone up on the internet. But even years later, when I was closer to making the movies, I didn't look up his family because he told me not to do that. Even you know that. You're from New York. If I say to you, I don't want you to do this, but you can tell my story, but give me my word. Don't talk to my family. Don't make it until after I die. Done. What would you do? Done. You give your word, you're a stand-up guy. Right? So I gave the man my word. I waited till after he passed away. He didn't want to there. Anything done till after that. And I also didn't reach out to anyone because that's what he asked me to do.
Did the family come out after the movie was released?
Family came out afterwards. There was a lot of press about it saying I didn't do my due diligence. I didn't talk to them. Which again put me in an awkward position because he told me not to talk to him. And what more due diligence could I do than talk to the man himself? So I did as much due diligence as I could do. But you got to remember, this happened in 1962-63. I talked to him about it in 1990-91. I didn't start making the movie, start even writing a script with Peter Farrell and Brian Curry until 2015. This is 50 years. I didn't know. I didn't look up the family because the family couldn't have told me anything about the trip, and I told them I wouldn't. So they were upset, and I felt bad about that. But then they, they said some kind of hurtful things I didn't think were necessary, but there's nothing I could do about it. That's why I said I promised the guy I wouldn't talk to them. But they reached out to them. They invited them to screenings. They even pre-screenings before the movie came out in New York. They invited us, would you like to see it? And even though you're hearing about some of the family that were mad, there was a lot of family members and friends that said, this is beautiful. It's exactly how he was. You guys captured it perfectly. I remember that trip. Some people remember it. And so I think for the most part, most of them were happy. There were a few that weren't, but
you're not going to make everybody happy.
Well, of course.
At the end of the day, nobody's going to be.
Well, he tried to make, listen, the Herschel portrayal, beautiful man, beautiful portrayal of the guy. The genius, I think we showed him in showing what a genius he was. Listen, no one would even know his name right now. No one would know who he is. No one would know about the Green Book. So it wasn't a biopic of Don Shirley. It was a little slice of life, a little portion of his life, like my father. A little portion of his life. And everyone took great care. Peter Farrelly, everyone, from when we wrote it to producing it to Pete directing it to Mahershala portraying it. I think it was a beautiful job. The guy is known. People are downloading his music. I mean, he was sort of one of those lost guys that in his time he was known, but he wasn't like a big name outside of the jazz world in that classical sort of world. So I'm glad his name is out there. People know who he is. They know his music. They know what the Green Book is. And then the movie's not that bad. It won Best Picture, so we didn't do that. I think it was a tremendous movie.
You know, in a world where I like certain fucking movies, man. I don't go see everything. I don't want to see the Avengers. I don't want to see a lot of shit. I don't want to see remakes. I'm done. I'm 56. I've seen it all. I've seen the good ones and the bad ones. And once you're in a movie, you see behind the curtain why a movie's made.
No capes. You don't see the capes.
No capes. Yeah. Okay. I'm not. So to me, that movie, it came somewhere where I've been. You know, I was telling people here that sometimes I say the word Arab or whatever. When I was in college, my tutor was Mohammed Zabid. He would come to my house. I would go to his house. He would tell me about their culture. So whatever the fuck you say, it doesn't really matter because I know the truth. They're sweet people. So we've all gone through that transition where we prejudge somebody. You know, the way your family did it was hilarious. And because that's the way every family was. You know, the two glasses. I saw crazy as shit.
Yes.
I saw crazy as shit. You know,
to me, it reminded me of there's movies used to have like a point. Now like a lot of movies out there are just like even I like action movies, but there's not. It's just it's a fun 2 hours where stuff blows up, and I like something where you learn something, you get like you learn about that time, you learn about I've heard about something like the Green Book, but seeing them go to the bar when he gets drunk and the guys are beating him up. I'm like, wow. And then the scene that I really liked was when the car broke down and the guys were working in the field. I was like, wow.
Those are the scenes that they mean something. Look at when you watch Rocky, you feel something. Right. There's certain movies you watch, you don't feel dick.
Well, that's what I wanted to do.
I felt something when I watched your movie.
I wanted to make a movie that people felt something. And that, I made a lot of crap before that. But you try, I was kind of in the minor leagues of movie making, making lots of independent movies, never having enough money, whatever the excuses are. But I always wanted to make those type of feel-good movies, like Frank Capra movies, the Bicycle movies, or Walt Disney movies. The movies that make you feel. There's room for everything else. I love action movies. I like superhero movies. It feels good. Whatever it is, if it's entertaining, I think there's room for everything. But when I talked to Brian Curry about it, bringing on to write with me, and then we went to Pete, we all, wanted to make a movie that touched people. We're not solving racism. It's just a slice of life, but there's a little hope at the end. It's a story about human beings. I never thought about black and white. I just thought about two people, and that's how you should look at it. So I think, like I said, we were very meticulous about the script. And then when Pete's direction was impeccable, I mean, he should have been nominated for Best Director. That to me is a travesty. As a movie that nominated for Best Movie, would it direct itself? You know what I mean? I feel the same way about Bradley Cooper. He should have got nominated for Best Picture. The movie's a Best Picture. That should be a thing. If it's a Best Picture, the director should be nominated. Nothing against the other guys that got nominated. But how is Pete Farrelly not nominated when his movie was Best Picture? Something wrong. But my point is, Pete did a hell of a job. We all cared about it. And it's filled with, I think there's a truthfulness to it, despite what some people think. All those little incidents really happened. The only creative license we took was it happened over a 1.5 year period. We moved them around. Pete wanted to concentrate it, so we did it in a 2-month period before Christmas. But that's it's not. It all actually happened. We just took all the best stories and put them together. And we knew, okay, this is a true story. And I think that's why it resonates. That's why you feel something. Because it's not a bunch of garbage. So it's not a lie. You're feeling these things happen. These people really were affected. And, this criticism, all of a sudden, Tony Rick's character turns around in 2 months. Well, it wasn't 2 months. It was always a period of time. But yes, he did turn around and change his life, how he raised us, how he treated other people. I was happy that I was able to get that story on the screen.
The one I didn't understand, the one that fucked with me a little bit was it was funny and sad at the same time. Not even funny is when he straight out and he called him at the what, or what the fuck it's supposed to be.
Right.
And you and I both know at that time period, people like you and me would have been shot. Like I would have been shot. Your dad didn't really judge him for that period. That time, he just walked out of there. Did your dad tell you the story? The doctor tell you
They both did. And the thing was, that's why even, life is complicated when people are complicated. So, the word racist, I guess, it means one thing to a lot of people. So you see something like the glasses at the beginning. That's a racist enough. But again, and this is it. I don't like there's no excuses, but one thing or how a person is doesn't mean he's completely one way or has a bad heart or he has a he wasn't a racist in the sense he wasn't walking around with a hood in his head. He was a people person. He loved people, human beings, and he didn't really judge people. But my whole life, we were around all kinds of people, and he loved other people's cultures and food and how they laughed, how they danced. It didn't like how they dressed. He would love it if he saw something. It didn't matter if you were black, white, Jewish. So even though in the culture, even though growing up in New York and stuff, there were tribal groups. Everyone stayed at their own time. But my father, once he mixed with people, he treated them all the same. He brought us up to do that. So in that particular sense, like he says in the movie, I've been around nightclubs all my life. I know it's a complicated world. He's done and seen everything in the city. Right? These are nightclubs. He was working at the Wagon Wheel and the Peppermint Lounge. He grew up knocking guys out. He was all over the place. He saw it all. So he said he knew when he met them. He says, I didn't care. He was a nice guy. He treated me fantastic. So I was there to protect him, and I protected him. I'm not there to judge him what he didn't do, what he didn't want to do, but I didn't want to go out without me because I don't want him getting beaten up. I don't want him getting arrested. I was trying to, in those days, he says in the movie, you know what would happen if this got out, your career and everything? Because they were judged for that. So he's had a good heart, even though he's just rough and tumble guy. And that's what that was about, and it really happened. So, we put it in.
Has there been any thought to making a television show just so you could go a little bit more in depth into some of the stories?
It's never really come up. You got to get some cash from funded.
I'll be very small.
It's just, how many scripts did you write before this?
Oh, I had a bunch of independent movies that were made. First movie was a movie called Deadfall with Nick Cage, Michael Bean, Talia Shire, Peter Fonda. It was a good cast.
In all this writing, all through the years, did you ever think of winning an Academy Award? Did you ever think it was possible? Was it something on the back burner, or was it something like me? Just live your life.
It wasn't like I'm going to write an Academy Award. Like any other kid or even just person, not even in the film industry. When you watch the Academy Awards growing up, you always think, oh, what would I say if I was there? What would it be like to be up there? Maybe I'll be up there. But not actually when I was doing the work to do something. Just trying to make the best movies you can. Even if I'm making a crappy little movie, I mean, a lot of those. I'm still trying to make something good. I never thought of it. So when we started getting on this ride, it was a nice thought, but You know, to me, it sounds cliche, but the award was I got the movie made. A lot of big people. It got seen. The audience response was unbelievable. This awards like sort of campaign. That was rough. That was rough.
Really?
Yeah, that was. I just said that these people. I mean, I used to play ball, baseball, and stuff. And you win, you lose, you shake hands at the end of the game. That's how I was doing it. This is brutal. People, if they could chop your head off, they would. And I got really thrown off by that. And then I started, we were getting attacked on every level, like I said, the Shirley family, press. Oh, he's lying about this. Him and his father are racists. Viva got attacked. Pete Farley got attacked. I got attacked brutally. People trying to knock him down.
But how bad does it feel when somebody calls you a liar and you know that you're telling the truth? You really don't give a fuck. You know, like you're like, if he thinks I'm lying, I really don't give a fuck what he thinks. I know what happened.
Right. But I had to keep my mouth shut with a lot of things because of the good of the movie and the publicity. Because the more you say, notice the couple things I tried to explain. Even though I'm telling the truth, they twist it. So even when I told the truth on a couple things, they said, "Oh yeah, that's good. Yeah, I'm sure he's saying that now." So how do you win? You can't win. I won't even get into it. There was a tweet I made in 2015 about whatever I made it about, and they twisted it. It's not about what they said it was about. Not what I meant to. Was what I was talking about at all. And I couldn't come out and say, "Oh, that's not what I meant at all." You were reading it wrong. It's a tweet.
So how beautiful is to take a look at one of your tweets? Well, 2014. And sum you the fuck up in one fucking thought.
In one thing.
140 words.
Right. Well, first of all, it shows you that they were that's the best that they can come up with, right? Some stupid tweet. Well, I'll say what it was. They were talking about, it was about when, I guess Trump was saying he saw Muslims cheering in 9/11 on rooftops. Said he saw it on the news. So then the news came out and said, well, he's nuts. He's lying because it was never reported. Specifically, CBS News. He said, I think I saw it at CBS. So, I used to work for CBS. 9/11 was crazy in New York. This was in the tri-state area. It was devastating. And on CBS News, they reported that this was going on. Now, whatever. I saw it twice. 2014-15, they said, oh, it was never reported. So for some stupid reason, that got I was pissed at the news. Like, how did they lie about that? Whether it happened or not, I don't know. I didn't see it happen. I saw the news report that said it happened. The news report said it happened. So all I said was, but I wrote it. Where I said, yeah, 100% correct. Cheering going on. I think I saw it in CBS News. They came out and said I'm racist and Islamophobic rants and tweets. Well, first of all, how does it make me racist? I didn't say it. I just said I saw something on television. I saw the news report on television. That's it. But because it was a tweet, I could only write so many words. If I know I was writing, if I wrote a dissertation, I would have said, oh, yes, I also saw the news report that said that on TV. It was on Channel 2. Crazy. What went on with that is just insane. It shows they can say anything. So I didn't say anything about it because for the good of the movie, they didn't want me to say anything. I wanted to defend myself and say, well, what they're saying is not the truth. I'm being accused of something I didn't do, what didn't mean, it wasn't even in my heart, mind, or soul, what they're saying. And that's what happened. So, taught me a great lesson. Luckily, I was going to really tweet it. I think I only did 20 tweets selling my whole life about come see this movie, go see my movie. That one in particular pissed me off because I thought, how could a news organization lie and say it wasn't on the air? Another one on YouTube, I found it. I found the news report. So it was on. Everyone else that knows me saw it. People in Jersey. I got a lot of people who don't know me said, I saw that. But so what? I saw it on TV.
Plus, we're going to see
We all saw
Ryan
planes.
Silver in Tokyo.
We saw the World Series. I said, yeah, I saw the Red Sox win the World Series.
And start the front tonight.
I saw that.
To the races.
I didn't see it.
Ceremonies.
You know what I mean? It's bizarre.
So they come after you even when you win the fucking
Right.
thing.
So it was a tough time. It kind of took the fun out of it for me. And but it didn't stop the movie. And the movie did well because I think most people saw it. I think it's a small minority. And then the people that report that stuff aren't real journalists. The real journalists, and there are a lot of good ones in the strip. And they're good people, and they have brains in their head, and they ask both sides of the story. This was just attack. And you know what? I'm a big boy. I could take it. I dealt with it. And I said, whatever. I don't care what they think. So,
Nick, a fucking Academy Award.
I won 2 Academy Awards.
You know what I'm saying? Academy Award. This is known. When you were writing it, who were you thinking of for the lead when you were writing it?
I knew it had to be in Italian. Before I met with Pete and Brian a couple of years before, when I was first thinking about it, I talked to James Gandolfini about it, and he loved it. And I was thinking, we were going to pursue that. Unfortunately, he passed away. So after he passed away, again, I put him sort of on the side burner. So then my father had passed away the same. Gandolfini and the rest of the song was at my father's funeral. 4 or 5 months later, he passed away too. So it was really a rough sort of time for me. And then when I started doing it again with Brian Curry and Peter Farrelly, lots of names came up. And we talked to a lot of different people, and Pete met with some people. And it was Pete that came to me and said, what about Viggo Mortensen? And Viggo Mortensen's one of my favorite actors of all time. And I went, wow, Viggo Mortensen's unbelievable. I said, well, Pete, there's something about it. I think the guy's got to be Italian, at least half Italian, and have some of that sensibility. Because, when you start doing a bad New York Italian, it's like a Saturday Night Live skit, Some guys imitating Joe Pesci badly, So I thought about it, and I said, well, you know what? Who's the most iconic Italian character ever put on film? It's the Godfather. If you think who's the biggest? The Godfather. Marlon Brando. Not Italian. Maybe mixed, whatever it is, but no Italian. I said, you know what? Viggo's like our Marlon Brando. And I said, Pete, I think you're onto something. I think you can do it. I pictured it in my head. And Viggo, man, what a job he did. That's my father. You watch that movie, that's exactly my father, how he was at that age. Viggo studied film, tape. Luckily, my father later in life was an actor, so we watched The Pope, we watched The Sopranos, we watched everything my father was in. We listened to the tapes that I recorded of my father telling the story. And he just gained 45 pounds, hung out with me and my brother and my uncles. He picked up not only the Bronx accent, but when he spoke in Italian, my father and his family had they were from Calabria. So the Calabrian accent mixed with the Bronx had its own sort of dialect, And Viggo was right on. But that was Pete's idea, and it turned out good.
What did you start off as? You went to college?
I went to college.
What kind of degree?
Communications.
Did you think you were going to write it all?
Yeah, I always was writing. I wrote little books, I wrote little stories. I was writing.
And watching your dad act, that inspired you to act? Or?
Yeah, I guess so, yeah. But I loved it, like I said, when I was 10. I always knew I wanted to be an actor. I don't know why. It's like the smartest.
After The Godfather, did you do a bunch of stuff?
I wasn't like a kid actor. I did The Godfather, but that was the thing that got me into film, filmmaking. So I was always making little films in those days. They had the 8mm cameras with Super 8. Literally cut them with scissors, put them together
With fire?
Yeah, so I used to make my little movies, and then in high school, I was the only kid that took the film class and not go to sleep. So I watched, the film teacher was excited about that. Oh, finally one of these kids doing crap. So he showed me Citizen Kane, It's a Wonderful Life, all these great movies, learn about editing. Then I became an usher in a movie theater, and I watched movies over and over and over. And do that. I was in a film school on myself. Because I say, okay, now I'll watch how they edit. Now I'll watch just the act. Now I'll watch the action sequences. So every movie, in those days, the movie was there for 9 months. So you watched it hundreds of times. So I just love film. You know, I always knew I wanted to get into it. So I went to college for communications, studied film and TV. I was acting in college. I started doing extra work in New York.
How long did you
Off Broadway, I did lots and lots of theater.
How long did you kick around New York for?
I was from right out of high school. Even when I was in college, I was doing stuff in New York. Till I was almost 30 when I moved to LA.
When you moved to LA, what did you want to do?
Well, same thing. I knew I had to get out of here
And get to it. How long were you sold your first script?
I sold the script like very quickly.
Really?
As soon as I got out. So I got here, I got to play. I had a TV show, and I sold the script like right away. Just boom. So but then after that, I went downhill. But when I first got here, it went good.
And what do you mean downhill?
Well, then it was, then it was the struggle. You know, I was back trying to get movies made, write some more scripts. I was getting little ones done here and there, but I was like working in clubs. I was doorman. That's when clubs in LA were big time. The Lions down the block, working in all the hot clubs, which was good and bad, but meeting different people and still continuing to do some little theaters in Los Angeles, and then writing and directing and producing little movies. I'm the type of guy, I'm not getting cast in something, I'll write something for myself and make it myself. That's how I was. So I did a bunch of those things.
Good for you, man. You never stop.
Just keep going.
And the thing I like about you is that you're a renaissance man. You'll act for 2 weeks, then write for 2 weeks, then go here for 2 weeks. You went to Kentucky Derby.
Well, there's things like they say about guys like me, jack of all trades, master of none. But I like doing lots of it. To me, it's all one thing. It's art. And, you know, like you see guys like us that people think, they think they're actors. But it is a renaissance man in the sense of I never wanted to pigeonhole myself, and I liked lots of different things. I did some musical theater, sang, danced. I just love the arts, I guess. But when you say that in a big mug, they think you're a moron. But I studied it, read about it. I like all kinds of literature, film, books, and so drama, comedy, a little bit of everything. So why can't you do it? You know what I mean? If it's fun and you like doing it, and you do it fairly okay, why not?
When the movie hit the theater and you saw the response, what did you feel like?
That was
One thing to act in something.
very emotional. Very emotional. I think we all did. It was kind of weird, Pete. Everyone would get choked up. At the end of that movie, you see people in the theater crying at the end of the film, and hushed in other parts, and laughing. And it's when you achieve that, then those are the scenes you wanted them to laugh, and those are the scenes you wanted them hushed, and those are the scenes you wanted them to cry, and it's working like that. It's weird. I'm in the movie. I play the mob guy that my father's character Vito goes to see in the restaurant. I forget him because to me it's more about the movie as a whole, how it affected people.
The Chinese bartender,
shut up! See, that was another little touch. That was actually my brother that reminded me of that. When I said, we're going to do the scene with Joe and George. He goes, remember Dad would take us everywhere. There's always a Chinese bartender, even at Italian restaurants in the Bronx. And I'm like, that's right. Every bartender is Chinese in the Italian restaurants for some reason. Wow, they just were there. So I told that to Peter Farrell, and he goes, Chinese bartender.
And just the fact that the guy said to a white guy to shut up, hitting your head in the head with a bottle, shows you the power of the bartender.
Yeah, and he's a guy from the Bronx. Chinese or not, Chinese, Italian, he's a Bronx guy, so he's not taking it back.
To me, the highlight that hit home with me was when he just broke it down about, he was from the Bronx, his mother was from the Bronx, his father was from the Bronx. That he knew who the fuck he was. That was the emotional highlight for me. That made me cry more than the ending, because it's very important in this life to know who the fuck you are and to stop playing games with yourself, thinking that you're rich or whatever. Your dad in that film, Tony Lip, his character, he was kind of insulted when he didn't know who the fuck he is. How don't you know this fucking bad? These are your people, Doc.
Right.
You know, when you say these are your people in today's world, that could be you, racist. And I say that. This ain't fucking, how don't you fucking know? You know, how don't you fucking, it's like right now, you put on Louis Cologne to me. And you go, Joey, how don't you know this? These guys are your people. I wouldn't get offended for that. But for me, that was the part of the movie that hit home. I wanted people that were watching it to understand where the fuck he was coming from.
Right. Because people, like you said, they take it the wrong. People
it the wrong
now
way.
take the same thing with that fried chicken sandwich.
With masterpiece.
Controversial.
Because I go to fucking Tennessee, and that's the first place I go to, the fried chicken place.
My father said, he goes, Kentucky Fried Chicken in Kentucky? When's that ever going to happen?
When's that going to happen?
And when he says that line to him, Doc, this is your, your food. Same type of thing about this music is your. See, people miss. Later on, they go to a plantation where he's playing, and they serve up fried chicken. Now that's racist because they said, "Oh, black guys very good fried chicken." Well, my father's saying it's a whole different thing. He's saying, "What do you mean you don't never had this?" Or whether he had it or not, I don't know. But he said he never had it. This food is great. The collard greens, he says the collard greens is a mistake. The black chefs made it. I love it. You say I like spaghetti and meatballs. I'm not insulted. It's food. I'll give you my food. I like your food. Your cultures. It's all good. So he's not saying it in a hurtful, prejudiced way. He's just, that's the way he was. He's like, well, this is life. Food. He's a guy, food, eating, drinking, laughing, talking, smoking. He enjoyed life. That's why he couldn't leave. He's not going to sit in the car and not talk to him. The guy didn't want us to talk. He wanted to just sit in the back seat. What are you talking about? We're fucking driving fucking across the country. We're not going to talk. We don't want to eat while I'm driving. Blue is mine. But my father said, I'm here. We're here together. Let's make the best of it. Let's have some fun. So that's how he was. But that was part of, to people today that don't know this or are offended by it, they need to see it because this is how it was. This is how people were. It doesn't make everyone, shouldn't be judged by one incident or one thing that they say. People are complex. There's a lot going on. And that's how my father was. He was a complex guy.
I read somewhere that one of the magazines called it one of the top buddy movies or something. Was it Rolling Stone?
Yeah, I think so, yes.
We're talking about a movie, fucking 48 hours to get this much stuff. You know what I'm saying? Right. He called him a watermelon. He smacked him. He abused him. He did things to Eddie Murphy. And at the end, again, it was nothing. We're peeling through the skin to get to the fucking bananas. That's what we're doing here. We're peeling through the skin just to get to the banana. At the end of the day, I'm solid, and I know you're fucking solid. And that's it. We've been on here for a little while, and the racism part of this movie, which I didn't see it at all, has come up. I didn't see it that way at all, Nick. I didn't feel like when I watched Planet of the Apes this last time when it got re-released. I'm in the movie theater, and at 55, it finally hit me. Whoever wrote this is fucking racist. You know what I'm saying? Whoever wrote Planet of the Apes, if you watch the early ones, 1969, you're like, there had to be a little fucking racism mixed with marijuana.
Well, I think that was on purpose. I think that they were trying to show that the racism in the real world. The differences we're all the same. My whole thing is we're all the same. I don't think of race.
I don't give a fuck.
I remember the first time I heard it was he wanted to bring some job into me and he said, put down race, he put down human. That's what it is. We're all the same. We're all the same in the eyes of God as far as I'm concerned. Culturally, there's differences. It's cultures, but that's, whatever. But I don't think everyone is different. So, as much as I got accused of otherwise. So, but in history and in time, these things went on. We need to show it. I mean, this movie handled race in a certain way. Again, it's a slice of life movie about two people. Spike Lee has My Clansman and handled race in a different way. There's lots of stories about race. They all should be told. Some are more serious. Some do it with some humor. But it's still serious, I think. As much as the movie's funny, that comes from human beings are funny, right? And people. I think there were some horrific scenes in there showing how the racism that he had to deal with during that time. And what my father saw happen, and going, holy shit, I didn't take this shit. And realizing, well, this guy's taking for a reason. He saw how horrible it was when he seen it with his own eyes. And that's what changed him. So that's what the movie
Your dad punched him.
that. And so,
That was also shows the other side of the view. That was a beautiful scene.
right.
That should have and was included in there. That makes the movie complete. True story to show you what was really going on both sides of the fucking thing. Did he really call Bobby Kemp?
Absolutely.
No shit.
Absolutely.
Where's the Academy Award now?
I got two of them. I won Best Screenplay and I produced it, so the Best Picture I got. So it's Italian from the Bronx, New Jersey. Got 2 Italian awards.
Who would have fucking thought that?
That's insane.
My least favorite part of school was when they were handing back a test. My last name was Syed, so I would always get the test back last. What was it like when you see that your categories are coming up and you're waiting for them to announce it? Are you sweating bullets, or you just don't care, or what is that like when you're waiting?
Well, I'll be honest with you. Between all the crap I went through with this tweet and all the controversy and that and everything else, I really didn't enjoy the Academy Awards. I didn't want to be there. I say it now, I'm glad I went and I'm glad what happened. I was on edge the whole time. I always almost like, what if I get booed? If I win, what if I get booed off the stage? I gotta know how people felt. So it was a weird vibe for me. It wasn't how you dreamed about it. So because of all that stuff, so it took a lot of it. But when it came up, and first one was screenplay, and for me, and in rehearsal I had one for best supporting actor. I was so proud of that. But when it won, I thought of my father and my parents and my family, and people,
Your mom and dad are gone.
yeah. And and what, not like I thought what I went through my whole life, but how people supported me, and aunts and uncles and family and friends that always said, keep going, keep going, keep going. So then I felt good, and then to win Best Picture, I kind of didn't listen to that. You wanted it. You think you can. I thought, well, it's the Best Picture in my life. But that was the one that really shocked me. Shocked me in a good way. I want some kind of good. It's crazy. In this business, at least, that's the pinnacle that you're going to get to. I think there's lots more important things in life, but if you're in this business, those things are held at such high regard. Because again, so I got 2 Golden Globes, 2 Academy Awards. I only won some other things along the way. Quite a ride, quite an experience. I got to thank my father for it. My father's stories. My father's still helping me from upstairs.
Well, I always say something really weird, Nick, and I thought about this with you, you wrote it, blah, blah, blah. We sit here for years as writers or whatever the fuck, and I see it all the time. People who write about shit they're not really connected to. I always like sharks. You write a movie about sharks and we end up doing that piece of shit movie about sharks in New Jersey attacking people. But sometimes the best story is the simplest one. Is the one that we can tell with our eyes closed. And meanwhile, we're sitting there trying to write the next big Academy Award winner. I think you learn something. Because I feel the same way. Yeah. I sold a TV show last year. I love the writers, but what they wrote wasn't my life. They took it and did what they wanted.
When you do your stand-up, you're doing what comes out of you. Right? And I think most stand-ups, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, the ones, if you go back, when Bruce and Cryer and Carlin and all the Dice and Maniscalco, you are guys that are talking about what they know. Their family, their friends, their life experience. So I think it's the same thing when you're talking about this movie was something unique from the heart and family. But comedy, same thing. I mean, there's guys that get joke writers, and there's room for that too. But the guys that really resonate are the ones that are coming from their own inside and heart, good or bad. they're giving it to you, you know, and I think that makes for the best type of material.
I'm happy that you're happy that you put out, last year's best fucking work, you know. I'm happy that you saw the simplicity. For years you wrote about satellites and Martians and fucking gorillas getting beat up, but the story that shined the most was the one under your nose. I'm trying to say.
Yeah, exactly. You're right.
How long did you? I mean, from '91 was when you first fucking tape recorded Dr. Shirley and your dad's and all that. How long did you hold on to those cassettes? Did you?
Oh, I still have.
But did you?
I had Pete Farrell heard him, Brian Curry
You
heard
start
him.
writing this already in '92.
I had over the years, I guess, I had lots of notes, I wrote treatments, I wrote sort of breakdowns at the beginning and middle ends. So I had a lot of material. So when I told Ryan about it, he told Pete, I had a lot to
You were
start.
telling your dad you were definitely going to do this before you passed. You were.
Oh, he knew it my whole life, but he knew he couldn't do it until after Dr. Shirley passed away. So that's why I never did it. I got approached a couple times to do it. And I knew that said, so change the names. Change the names. The story's so unbelievable. Change the names. But I didn't want to do that to him. And a couple of times I was broke and I couldn't make a lot of money. I was with the president. One time, Brandon Tartikoff, president of Paramount, in his office. So I'll do this right now. Let's do it. He wasn't want to do it with the head of Paramount. And I was working in nightclubs. But I said, I promised the guy I wouldn't do it until after he passed. So I didn't want to do that.
And you promised Dr. Shirley you would not do it. He went on to get married and stuff, correct?
Yeah.
No, he stayed.
Yeah. No, I think he was married like in the 40s or 50s.
Before the move, like he was telling them that he was married for 2 years in the music and whatever it fit. So,
But then, no.
why did he want the stories though that he was dead?
He didn't tell me. It could have been because of the gas thing. And I respect that because he was still from an era that, he never had anything out publicly about that. If that was the reason, whatever the reason was, that's what I just respected when he asked me.
So Nick, you went from Long Island Shark Attack
Jersey
to an Oscar and Golden Globe. What advice do you have for young writers? Do you have any?
Well,
did you take a writing course? Did you read a writing book? Or you just looked at other scripts?
I looked at other scripts. I read books on writing. I read, the famous one, William Goldman's book, Adventures in the Screen Trade. I read later on Stephen King's book on writing. But that was like later. When I first started, I first wanted to write a script. There was a book of screenwriting format. I just looked, that was a typewriter. I just looked at, okay, you put dialogue here, you put this here. And I still looked at scripts. And then I just said, okay, this is how they do it. Interior means inside, exterior means outside. And it sounds stupid and simple, but you don't know. And luckily, my father was doing some movies, so he'd bring scripts home for me. He said, read this, look at this, So he helped me encourage me. So I just kind of ways to do it. But I would say that anyone doing it, don't give up. For anything, I've been doing this a long time, hanging around forever. And I hit this point. Now, so maybe I'll downhill from here, who knows? But
it doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter. You made your point. Maybe it wasn't the way you wanted it. Maybe you wanted to fuck Angelina Jolie in a movie. It didn't like that. But you came a long way. You're a kid from Jersey and the Bronx that grew up on everything from Jailhouse Rock to fucking The Exorcist. And you got your shot. And it came through. And you wrote something that was deep in your heart. You kept the form. You didn't break no promises, and you didn't sell your soul along the way to make the script. Well, why don't you make his life black and play the bongos? Because, as you know, when you were writing, you run into a bunch of geniuses. Yeah. And they try to think it's so weird. I think it was Donnell Rawlings. I saw him on the radio interview on Twitter. He was saying, when you get here as a comic, they tell you what to say. Your agents come up to you and say, you got to go up there and do material on the sitcom. And comics get fucked up. They get fucked up. They want to go up there and sell a TV show. So now they're talking about their grandmother. And now you're like, last week you were talking about sucking some chicks fucking TV. And now you're talking about your grandma and your fucking 3-year-old kids. And then they go away. And they realize they should have stuck to their guns. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I think the same thing happened with writing. I think the thing happened with you where you had this all your life. You put it out there, and now it's a fucking thing, and your dad looks great. You know, your dad ended up looking beautiful.
I'm very proud of it. I can't be happy. I mean, make family proud. People see it, love it. I got to work with great people. Peter Farrelly, Peter Morrison, Ursula Lee, Linda Carlini, Sebastian. Everybody really involved in it, cared about it. Everyone knew this was
Johnny Roast Beef.
Johnny Roast Beef. Great scene.
Where'd you bump into him? Down at the fucking meatball place?
Well, I know him forever, and a good friend of my father's, and he's in Rayos. I brought Peter Farrelly into Rayos to see him, you know. And once Pete goes, yeah, put him in a movie. I go, yeah, the guy eating the hot dogs. I go, oh, of course, perfect. Yes. So it was nice, you know. I had some other friends and family. My brothers in the movie, my uncles are in the movie. The grandfathers are both my real uncles playing their own fathers in the movie. My brother plays Vigo's brother. So it was. So Pete was very generous in that way. That he let me be creative with him and collaborate with him. He ended up picking everybody and doing everything, but he let me bring a lot to the movie. So it was great in that way. And you know what? First picture I got on stage, Julia Roberts and Oscar and Kiss. Who's better than that?
Nobody. One last thing about your dad. Your dad he's like in 4 of my favorite movies. I did not know he was in 29th Street.
Oh, yeah.
I did not remember, and I remember exactly who he was. He gets shot in the beginning of the year, the Dragon.
Yes.
I got the good shit.
Yes.
He has the cigar.
Yes,
He goes back to Chinese kid. Fuck you and your cousin. You know my fucking cousin is?
Exactly.
Fuck you and your fucking cousin. Little skinny fucking Chinese guy living with spare ribs. And then that was an interesting movie. A lot of people don't know about that.
Yeah, it's an underrated movie. You know, written by Oliver Stone and directed by Michael Cimino. A very underrated movie.
Nobody talks about that. Nothing. Not at all. 29th Street, one of my all-time favorites.
George Gallo, the best.
One of my all-time. Now, who's your dad in this? Louis the
Yeah, really bad lungs or something. He had a big sequence, I think. Most of it got cut out, but he's in there. They show him, and they told
Tony Walnuts, Vinnie Curto,
yeah, a lot of guys fucking
Anthony LaPaglia, right? Anthony LaPaglia. The other kid that played his cousin was in The Sopranos at the end.
Yes.
He played one of the hitmen in season 7. He went after Silvio.
Yes.
I never saw that guy again. His cousin was connected.
Yes.
Remember the 29th, he would always go to people.
Yes. In 29th, it was Frank Pesci's true story.
Frank Pesci's true story. So you know about Frank
Yes.
Pesci? I just saw him about 6 months ago and gave him a hug somewhere. Where the fuck was he? Do you remember?
So he did it. He pulled it off, Frank Pesci. You know, that was a great movie. You know? Chaz pulled it off. Chaz made a movie, but Chaz was great to me, voluntary through this whole thing, because he's the only guy who could really talk about what was going through this on this level of the movie, that he did it, you know, with his story too. So he was good to talk to and read the script. And, actually, George Gallo, but 29th Street Chaz, the only 2 guys who read the script and said, "What do you guys think?"
Man, I'm really happy for you. It was really good to be connecting with you. You know,
I hope we didn't bore your audience. This wasn't a laugh-filled. No. You got to see a soft side of you that they don't normally get to see.
No.
And I said, "What are you one out of the Times interviews? There's nobody left in Hollywood."
I think you're very interesting. I think your story is fucking sensational. You're the first Academy Award winner I've ever had this motherfucking on. And I thought I give you a lot of respect. I like what you did. I respect how much you love your dad. My dad died when I was 3. I wish, there's a lot of things about this movie that connected with me in a lot of different ways. My first friend when I came from Cuba was a black girl on 25th Street. And I didn't know anything about color. I still remember walking miles to go buy James Brown hot pants in 1969. We were kids, walking on fucking Broadway in New York. And I didn't know I was supposed to be racist. You know what I'm saying? Like, I didn't know. I didn't get that fucking memo as a human that I wasn't supposed to like some fucking black kid. I found out over the years. I'm like, why wouldn't I like this guy? So the movie just hit with me, and I think you're a sweetheart of a fucking guy. And I wish you all the luck in the world. You know, you ain't got no more mom movies. I have no reason to have you. I still think you do a spectacular job.
Well, you never know. You never know what I'm going to do.
So happy you took time to come on.
I appreciate you having me. Everyone's telling me I was saying it doing the show.
You are?
Show's great.
It's great. We're going to have a great time. And I tell you, I wanted to see, you know, we never get to talk to a Cowboys workman, right? Whatever. So I want people to know that you're a guy from this podcast is about letting motherfuckers know they can do anything.
Yeah.
Don't let them hold you back. You're a guy that's to the South, New Jersey, little flexible look at from the Bronx. You're here, man. So
Thank you.
it's been a long journey. Do not forget, I will be at the Ice House June 1st, and then at the Fillmore in New Orleans on the 7th, and then at the Tabernacle Theater in Atlanta on the 8th. All right, now for our word from our sponsors. All right, I want to thank my man Nick Balalanga. And don't forget to watch The Green Book. It's that good of a movie if you haven't watched it. I want to thank the Christ Killer, but most importantly, I want to thank you motherfuckers for listening and believing in us. That's why we try so hard to bring you the best product that we fucking can. Speaking of products, manscaped.com. Let me tell you something. You ever ask your wife or your girlfriend to trim your nutsack, and you're sitting there looking at the wall, making believe like this is the last stand, like your dick is flying off. You see the blood coming out of the hole, like one of those fucking burning. What's that show be like? What we walk around naked?
Walking Dead.
Yeah, your dick's looking like Walking Dead. You ever see when they cut one of their heads off, the next one with a stem out? That's what you see between your legs when somebody's trimming your hair. Well, guess what? The fear is over. Uncle Joey's here to tell you, don't cut off your dick and nobody's going to cut it off for you. Why? Because with Manscaped, you get it done without the pain, without the anxiety, without the fucking drama. Their invention is the lawnmower, a handheld razor with skin-safe technology, so it won't snick or snag your sack. No fucking bruises. You ever hit your nutsack with a hammer? No more of that shit. You got to go easy on what the Lord gave you. This bad boy will leave you clean, smooth, and pain and anxiety free. Plus, it's rechargeable. It's very easy to hold. Get it into all the nooks and crannies. That's where the stink starts. That's where everything. They got everything. So you pick your leg up, you shave between your nutsack and your asshole. That's the fucking stinkville. You can trim those fucking hairs. You know what I'm saying? You got the little hair that sticks out of your jeans, coming out of your asshole. You can trim that fucking thing with confidence. With Manscaped tools. I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. If you trim the hedges, the tree looks a lot taller. So if you got like a 4-inch dick and you take off the hair, it's a 6-inch dick. That's how easy this is. Trim up that fucking egg roll. At manscaped.com, you get everything you need to make your balls shine and keep your dick looking like fucking Pierre Framboise. If this is your first time considering Manscaped, then get the deal they got for you. You ready? It's called the Perfect Package. It comes with the lawnmower and a safety razor, plus the crop preserver, especially formulated deodorant so your balls don't stink like a fucking camel. And 2, the Revival, a spritz that tones and refreshes your nutsack and your dick and all that area down there to keep you nice and cool. It's summertime. You want to keep that area nice and cool. That's what the Perfect Package has in store for you now. The church family gets 20% off. Again, 20% off. Joey, you fucking kidding me? 20% off when you first order. When you use promo code CHURCH, CHURCH at manscaped.com. And if you order the Perfect Package that we discussed, they'll also throw in a free beautiful little travel bag when you use promo code CHURCH. Who's better than manscaped.com? Nobody. They're here to make your dick and your ball sack and all that area look fucking tip-top cool. It's cold in the fucking Oscars. You understand me? So do me a favor. It's manscaped.com. Use promo code CHURCH and get 20% off your first order. You can't beat this fucking deal from Manscaped. Keep your ball sack nice and clean. Go to manscaped.com. Number 2, I want to thank Onnit for making the best supplements out there in the business. How do I know? Because I'm fucking living proof. I get on 22 planes a month. You understand me? From time to time I get sick, but I reduce the odds of getting sick. Why? Shroom Tech motherfucking immune. That's why. Shroom Tech Sport, Shroom Tech Immune. They're the way to go. And listen, you're a little off, you're a little fucked up, you got hit in the head with a fucking stick when you were 4. You want to adjust your brain chemistry, Alpha Brain is the way to go. Why do I tell you? Because it has 100% money back guarantee if you're not satisfied with the product and they don't want the product back. That's a company I can stand behind. You understand me? They got kettlebells, they got club bells and all that stuff. I can't help you with that. As far as supplements are concerned, I got your back. And guess what? You get 10% off when you press your church, and it gets delivered to your house. You don't have to go to a fucking health food store and get it and wait online and give me your point number. Listen, you want to start living better, go to Onnit.com right now and press in church. Get 10% off of one of our tremendous supplements delivered right to your house. It's that easy, it's that simple, all right? So I want to thank Manscaped.com again, and I want to thank Onnit.com for always being there. But I want to thank you guys for support and for being the bad motherfuckers that you are. I love you cocksuckers. Have a happy Memorial Day. Stay safe, and we'll see you motherfuckers Monday, Memorial Day, nice and early, waiting for you. So you're not lonely, all right? I love you guys. Have a great weekend. God bless you. Kick this fucking mule weight. No drama, brother.
I was worried it wasn't funny enough. I know you're.
You think so, but I think no matter what, an 800 is always going to hurt really badly. Lapsing and impossible, and you never really know exactly what your legs have.
Greetings from Podcastville. It's Monday, the 27th of May. The podcast is brought to you by Manscaped. Let me tell you something. No more anxiety. The summer's coming, and you don't want your balls sweating and your dick smelling like a fucking sewer. That's why you got to trim around the edges. Uncle Joey's here to tell you, don't cut your dick off, fucko. The suffering ends now. With Manscaped, you can get it done without the pain. They got precision tools for the family jewels. Manscaped has redesigned the electric razor. What we're going to do is this, all right? Church listeners, get 20% off your first order when you use promo code CHURCH at manscaped.com. Let me explain something to you. Manscaped is the future. No more walking around with hairy balls and hair coming out of the butt. No more. Manscaped is going to help you out. Their invention is the lawnmower, a handheld razor with skin-safe technology so it won't nick or snag your little butt, your ball sack, or your fucking love stick. And now, the church family, like I said, get 20% off your first order when you use promo code CHURCH at manscaped.com. And if you order the perfect package, which I'll tell you about at the end of the show, they'll also throw in a free travel bag when you use promo code CHURCH, CHURCH. That's manscaped.com. Use promo code CHURCH for 20% off your first order. Keep your balls clean and your fucking love stick shaved with manscaped.com. The church is also brought to you by Onnit. Onnit is the way to go. When it comes to supplements, Onnit's the only company I've been fucking with for the last 8 years. From the protein shake to the Shroom Tech Immune, to Shroom Tech Sport, to the main motherfucker, Alpha Brain, which is a bunch of nootropics put together to help you think clearer, get you a little bit more focused. And if it doesn't work, Onnit will give you 100% money back guarantee, and they don't want the product. Who else stands behind their supplements like that? Nobody. Onnit does. So go to Onnit.com right now, press in church, and get 10% off your first order delivered to your house. Kick this motherfucking mule. What's happening, you bad motherfuckers? Uncle Joey here with my main Jersey native. Fuck Bruce Springsteen. I got Jimmy Florentine, this motherfucker. How are you?
Exactly. You know, if you're a true Jersey guy, you didn't like Springsteen.
No.
If you were a metal guy, he was, you know, you didn't like him.
Fuck Springsteen and shit. I liked them later on.
Yeah, later on you learn to appreciate him.
But growing up there, people drove me crazy. Like they would, they would just drive me crazy with that same shit. Springsteen. I got tortured as a kid because of my music taste, and I always got trouble because always somebody pulled out the Beatle card or the Springsteen card.
Yeah.
And then when John Lennon died, when he got shot, I was so fucking happy for 2 days. because I didn't have to hear those scumbags no more with the same old, because you couldn't say nothing. I went to see AC/DC last night, fucking great show. Yeah, it's not better than the Beatles. And you heard that shit going on. That was my beginnings of music from like 74 till John Lennon got shot in 79 or 80. That's all you heard growing up. Yeah, but then I grew up to the Beatles. And you couldn't argue with it. And with Trump, you had nowhere to go.
Yeah, the Beatles, and then to New Jersey was all about Springsteen. It's like I had a friend that I was friends with since first grade. He was a big metalhead, and he met this really hot chick, and he started dating her. And he hated Springsteen too, and he went to see Springsteen with her. I didn't talk to him for 2 months.
People didn't talk.
I didn't talk to him. I was so fucking mad at him.
Stop talking.
Yeah, I'm like, how could you betray us?
We call the cops on you. We tell you an ounce of coke and put the cops on you and shit. And then when you call, we put Bruce Springsteen on. I Bruce bail you out. You're like, Bruce, hey, born to run. Start running, you fuck.
I got bumper stickers made up. There is no reason for Bruce Springsteen, and the boss is a total loss. And I used to put them on people's bumper stickers. I cruise parking lots, and if I saw someone with a Bruce Springsteen bumper sticker, I'd put that over it on their car. I was out of my mind. I'd put them on every sign. I'd be driving around, put them on signs, put them everywhere. I got like 500 of them made. And I'm thinking to this day, I'm like, why did I do that? For what reason?
Why do you think music has such like a emotional? Or he's just a guy singing like, why? Like you guys hate him. Like you guys like actively like. It's not like, oh, I just don't like
You
him.
don't understand. I hated a couple people. They just didn't have to be music.
Right.
I'll tell you who the first person I had more hatred in life for, Richard Gere. Like, I had a personal vendetta against Richard Gere. Because I was starting to get into the groove, and starting to hit on girls and shit and like women. And every woman was in love with Richard Gere. When I was starting to sprout, every woman, then he fucking came on American Gigolo and showed his ass.
Yeah.
And that was the end. You couldn't compete with that ass. So I was like, I'm going to stab Richard fucking Gere. And one night I saw him in the city. I was all coked up and I was giving the evil out. And my friend's like, let it go. I'm like, this motherfucker. He's fucking relationships up all over the world. Because women think they're actually going to get Richard Gere. I'm lying to you. The first guy that was going to go down was Donnie Osmond. I was going to shoot Donnie Osmond. When I was 12, he was the first one that fucked my game up. And then he disappeared for a while, so fuck him. And then Richard Gere showed up. And I was going to beat him the fuck up. But then I saw Officer and Gentleman, it was pretty good. And I said, I'll give him a pass.
Yeah.
By 85, I was okay with Richard Gere. Well, for 4 or 5 years, I was going to fuck Richard Gere. If you listen to Richard Gere, you're lucky. You would have never made Pretty Woman, I said.
Yeah, I don't know. You just had this hatred, man. If you were in the hard rock and heavy metal, you were against everything else. Because, so you just, like, too bad. Anybody that liked any kind of rock music. Because you hung out with a different crowd at school. If you came in an AC/DC shirt, you hung out with the burnouts and the guys that smoked cigarettes and hung. And then the other jocks or whatever didn't like you and looked down at you like, fuck you. Or if they wore a Springsteen shirt, like you hated them even more.
So does it annoy you now that if they play like both of the like AC/DC and Springsteen on like a classic rock station together, like this isn't the same thing?
No, I don't mind it. Like I said, as we get older, me and Joey, it's just like, all right, he had some good songs. Like, I don't know what was wrong with me then.
Okay.
It's really crazy. A couple of weeks ago, I went back to Jersey and I brought back these strong edibles. And I went out with my brother, and I gave him 100 milligrams. I kept telling him there were 50s, but I left the 50s at the house. So now I was stuck to the fucking thing. He goes, did you bring it? I gave it to him. And he got fucked up. And I told Lou, and he goes, now he's going to get high and eat Domino's pizza. You can't eat Domino's pizza. You're from my neighborhood. It just isn't allowed.
I get that.
You wouldn't even be, you just would be ostracized.
Do they even have one in your neighborhood?
I don't even know.
Probably, but yeah, if you're 20 years old, if you're 20,
It's that serious.
That makes sense to me.
We hold our fucking value. And that's what a lot of people don't understand, a lot of people don't get. It's not just one time. It's a belief. It's a belief. It's like yesterday night, or 2 days ago, Thursday, my buddy posted on Facebook. And I said, I missed you at Romer's. My friends still go to Romer's Pizza after 40 years. And they wouldn't go anywhere else. And I asked Charlie from Romer's, I go, who still comes here? Everybody. Even though they live in all parts of Jersey, they stop there once a week to get a slice. That's the loyalty you have. And they don't eat pizza anywhere else. Anywhere else. That's crazy. I went back to Roma and I refused to eat pizza here. Since I've gotten back to Rome, since I've been back
Yeah.
to Jersey, my daughter goes not to Chicago. I can't eat that. Last week I went to the meatball sandwich. I don't know what. It comes up. Like my friends would not do it. Like they would not listen to fucking music that wasn't authorized. Like that's not even in their fucking brain. Like it's not even in their brain. I don't know how many parties I
wasn't
went to.
authorized.
I don't know how many parties I went to and I saw John Crowley just break a Bruce Springsteen. Just break it. Just throw it out of the fucking guys. Like if it was playing, we would just go up and throw it. Because you knew. Like if you invited these people over, they weren't going to tolerate that. It's just the way, that's just the way it is.
I was doing construction at the time. If Springsteen song came on the radio, we're putting the roof up or whatever. And as soon as that Springsteen song came on, I would fucking jump off the roof to shut that off. That's how crazy it was. I would run if I was in the middle of putting a piece of sheetrock up. I'd fucking stop everything and run to shut that off.
It was crazy how we boycotted things. I still have a personal boycott. Like I personally boycott things, and I don't say dick. Like Tom Hanks. I boycotted Tom Hanks for crying on the Oscars when he won Philadelphia. Really? Like I didn't watch another one of his movies. It took me 10 years. I personally banned Tom Hanks from my life. And that's what you have to do sometimes. Like that's the fucking I don't know why. I just get mad sometimes and go, that's it, it's over.
Yeah.
And I just won't do it. Like I couldn't believe I got when I went back to this movie. And this, and I tell you this with pain in my heart. I tell you this with pain in my heart. This is how stoic and old school I was. When I went back to New York, the first place I went to was 330 42nd Street to get wardrobe done. Think of the actors sometimes. 330.
So you're all the way out by like.
No, I was a block away from Manhattan.
Right.
So after I got wardrobe, I went out, I go, what am I going to do with my time? I looked up. I went for a walk. And I walked down 42nd Street. I made a left. And I walked up. And if you walk 2 or 3 blocks up, there's an Olive Garden there. And it caught my eye, and I'm not ashamed to tell you, I stood there for 20 minutes wishing death on every tourist that walked in there. Because I don't know, I really cannot comprehend. Like that's how stupid I am. But I cannot comprehend how a person goes to New York to go to a fucking island.
Yeah.
I do not understand that.
It's amazing. Yeah, and there's a Chevy's across the street from there.
Chevy's across the street.
Yeah.
I do not understand how I can go to Long Island and get on an elevator with a kid with a Domino's box and his parents right next to him. I can't tell you how much I had to hold back and beating up the parent for letting the kid eat a Domino's when he's in the fucking capital of pizza. Like you're in the capital of pizza. Like I can't even comprehend that type of shit.
Yeah.
Like even if you're not hungry for a pizza, you gotta eat a pizza out of respect for being there.
Even though it sounds a little silly when you think about it. Does this sort of like strictness help you guys in your life in other ways? Like even though
what it is.
Even though Domino's is a silly thing,
It's the discipline.
Yeah.
That's where it starts. It's that discipline of little things. It's the little things that get you to the bigger commitment. So if you start another dumb thing, there was a club named Quintessence when I was growing up. There was a bar named Quintessence in Richfield on the way up. It was sort of like a disco. Right. I went to that parking lot one time, and in the parking lot we were snorting coke. And I told the drivers, like 4 gorillas in the car, and 2 gorillas had to go in there to pick up chicks. And there was something about the front of that place that I did not like. I did not like the doorman. I didn't like how girls were acting when they were walking in. So I told the driver, let's get the fuck out of here. The kid who was driving it. And for a year, I boycotted Quintessence. It was my little power play. When people would come to me and go, you go to Quintessence? And I would go, no. And they would drop the look on their face. It'd be priceless. And I did it on purpose to show people you don't have to go to that dump. We're Joe and Mary's type of motherfuckers. We're from a neighborhood bar. We don't go to this. Like at one age, I decided I didn't want to go to clubs. Rock clubs, I liked like the Bubble Factory. What was the one? The Soap Factory. The Soap Factory.
Soap Factory, yeah.
The Soap Factory, I kind of dug it. There was a lot of shitheads in there too.
Yeah.
But I went to see a couple bands in there, not bad. I walked out of Twisted Sister there, And I saw Aerosmith there. You do know Aerosmith played.
Yeah, because I know they played. Like, yeah, they played like the Fountain Casino in Jersey on that same run. I saw them there. They were all fucked up.
All fucked up. But I used to go, like, I made it a point not to go to Quintessence. Ladies' night, whatever. And put lose their money. And to this day, people look at me, well, that's right. You never went to Quintessence. Like, I just refuse to go to Quintessence.
Do you ever tell any of these people, like, you're banned, you're banned from my life? Like, I'm not going to go to your bar.
No, I just made a decision. I just make a decision one day that I'm not fucking doing that shit. I'm not. I don't want to be like everybody else and do that shit. I don't do it.
Smart.
Why be like everybody? Why live your life and be like everybody else?
Yeah.
Why live your life and have an earring and the goatee and the cap and try to be cool? And, you know what I'm saying? Like, I hate all that.
Do you think those people actually think they look good? Like the people who dress like
they think they fit in.
Crazy.
I never really wanted to fit in.
If you grew up listening to hard rock and heavy metal, you were not trying to fit in.
You were not trying to fit in.
Absolutely. And to this day, if you like that music, you're not trying to fit in.
I mean, I guess that's good.
Yeah, I never wanted to really be in. I always thought I wanted to be in, but I knew I wasn't. Like I didn't when I was a kid. There'd be all the kids in school would say, "Oh, sign out loud." I would look at them and go, "I don't know what the fuck you're laughing about." Like it never made me laugh once.
Yeah.
So I knew there was something wrong with it.
Yeah, and then growing up, any popular show. I remember when Friends was popular and whatever. I wouldn't watch 1 second of it. I'm like, I'm not watching. They're like, Joey got a new haircut. I'm like, who?
I wouldn't watch.
Yeah, I wouldn't. Everybody was talking about it. I'm like, I will never watch that ever. You just don't.
No, I'm the same way. I didn't watch Game of Thrones. Everyone goes crazy.
Even Star Wars. Everyone's talking about Star. I never watched. I never saw 1 second.
Star Wars.
E.T. I never watched that.
I don't like nothing space related.
Same with me.
Nothing space related.
Same with me.
Once I see a Martian, you lost me.
Right. I watched a couple of like Lost in Space as a little kid. I watched a
I
few
like Lost in
episodes.
Space as a kid, but I didn't watch Star Trek.
I didn't either.
I refused to watch fucking Star Trek. As soon as it came on, Batman Road, boom, oh, Star Trek. I refused to watch all those fucking shows.
Yeah. Same here.
It's just refused.
As comics, though, do you ever feel like you need to watch any of these things or listen just to be able to reference them, or you try with other things?
No. If you're a real comic, I don't know why you're watching anything to make sense.
That's all. Yeah.
Yeah, I know real comedians. Before DVR and binge watching, I didn't watch TV legit. First of all, I didn't watch TV probably from '86 to when I went to prison. That's when I started watching on Sundays. We'd watch America's Most Wanted in prison and Married with Children. That was it. I watched TV on Sunday nights. And then once I started comedy, I didn't watch TV until I moved to LA and I started auditioning for TV shows. And that forced me to watch those shows. TV was out of my life. When I first got into comedy, I sold my soul to Trinitron. That was the first thing I did to get the discipline down. I think I sold it for $40.
Wow.
That was it. Right. I don't need TV.
Yeah.
I was doing comedy.
Yeah, Saturday Night Live. I never watched it. I was always working on
If you're a
Saturday
real
night.
comic, you shouldn't be watching.
I was never home to watch it on a Saturday, so I didn't know what was going on.
Right. That makes sense, but I mean, and I guess it's also sometimes like I don't like it. Like some comics, they have jokes about a song that's out or a TV show, and I guess some of it's good, but better just talk about what you like.
Yeah, I mean, like right now, you talk about the Game of Thrones finale, which I don't watch any of that either. It's like there's going to be 6 other comics on the show that are probably going to have a joke about that. So why would I want to go? Okay, like I need to know about that because everyone's talking about it.
Okay.
I think it goes back for me, because I was thinking about this. For me, it was more like when you see a fucking Mexican dude, the mowing the lawn, right? Go up to him and ask him if he knows what Game of Thrones is. Ask him if he gives a fuck about Archie, the kid from England, fucking ugly fucking kid that was born to the Prince of England and Mary, whatever the fuck, Reagan, whatever, Martin, whatever the fucking name is. Ask them if they went to see the Avengers. They don't know nothing about that. They don't know nothing about that. And that's what immigrant mentality is. They don't have time for stupidity. You know, I grew up, I was very ashamed this last time about New York. Because when I was raised in New York City, the first thing your mom told you when you walk the streets was look straight ahead and don't fuck around. I can't believe how many New Yorkers I saw looking at their fucking phones. I wish I could smack them all with one hand. This is the worst fucking thing going in the world. This takes people's attention. This takes your fucking time. This is why when I go on the road, I don't bring social media. Once I'm on the road Thursday, there's no social media. I have Twitter on this phone, no Facebook.
Yeah.
I got my emergency fucking email. But that's it, because I've seen what it's done to people. People are fucking done with social media. It went from posting one thing to posting psychological problems. Social media is an all-time fucking low. And it's not social media's fault. It's our fault for letting ourselves get caught up. You know what I'm saying? I use it to promote dates and to keep in touch with the fan base from the church. I don't use it to tell fucking people my problems or
your politics.
Yeah, it has gone somewhere completely fucking different.
Well, I think it's just people. That's where they're living their lives now. Like a lot of people, like whenever I'm on a diet, I watch people. I look for food videos on YouTube, and there's a new thing now where people are eating like 10 cheeseburgers on like it's called like a mukbang. Like they eat like a whole stack of food, and they have like millions of views, and people are just living their entire lives on the computer now.
If you don't go online for 5 days and you go back on, you didn't miss one thing. You didn't miss one thing. 20. They said 20% of people are on Twitter in the whole world, and only 10% actually engage with people. So 80%. I have 17 people in my family, and 3 of them are on Twitter, and none of them post anything. They just follow whatever news organizations to see what's going on. Most of the people have no. My friend got some Twitter beef with another comic. I go, you realize 2,000 people know what's going on in this whole world. I go, no one knows what the fuck's going on. I go, don't play to that 2,000 people. Do you think that it's on everyone's radar? It's not. Who gives a shit?
Because we're all on it every day. We're a lot.
What kills me the most about this thing that we're going through right now with social media is, like, I had to say something to somebody a couple of weeks ago. I really like this girl. She's come to a couple shows and stuff. And she emails me once every 10 days about Thailand and how beautiful it is. And one Saturday, I just checked Twitter, and she had 20 fucking tweets in a row. There's 2 people that I don't know how they're living their lives. You know, people always go, oh, Joey, you got some outlandish fucking stories there. Because I wasn't raised on the fucking television or raised on a phone. I was raised on the street. I was raised living life experiences, not reading about somebody doing mushrooms, but reading about. So I lived it. You know what I'm saying? Like I lived it. I never had to read about it and then go do it to try to be like I didn't know anything about that. I lived for now, like, and I still live for now. I feel bad when I see people constantly, and you see them all day. All you gotta do is look at the thread and see what you missed for 6 hours, and you're like, this person has not stopped. You go to a fucking concert, then you see people with their phones up, taping. Why are you taping? What are you taping? What is it going to do for you? To show somebody at work? Why are you taping? Why are you taping? You're not watching. You're not getting the full fucking experience. You're not fucking getting the full experience of what life is throwing at you. Put that fucking, this is the worst thing that they could have created for us. Yeah, this is the worst thing. It simplifies people. Nobody, you know, like I just stop doing text. Like if you text me, you might as well shoot yourself. You're not gonna get nowhere. Like don't text me because you're not gonna get nowhere. It's over. I disconnected the fucking thing. It's over. Like I get certain fucking. It's over. Like every day I shed more and more of the phone and social media. Like I'm down to Thursdays now.
Right.
Like I used to fuck around on Fridays. I eliminated Fridays. Because it's taking too much time. I noticed that it was taking, and it's not me. I see what it's doing to people. You're killing your life. You're not living your life. You're looking at something, and then you look down and post something stupid. It's like something that has no value in our world or in your life at all. You know, the other night I went somewhere to eat. I was like, let's take a picture. Well, no. Why am I doing what everybody else does? Forget this shit.
Yeah. I was trying to do a few weeks ago something on Instagram. The picture wouldn't fit, and I'm trying to shrink it down. I'm telling my friend, and I'm like, what the fuck am I just wasted 25 minutes to try to shrink it because it doesn't fit on Instagram. I'm like, what am I doing in my life? Who gives a fuck if I post this or not?
Are kids getting phones? I didn't get a phone until I was in middle school. And now it was just a brick phone, like the Nokia Open. Are kids, young kids, like elementary school, getting phones now?
My kid's 8. He's going to be 9. He doesn't even. He's not getting a phone for a while. He's not even asking for one.
Really? I figured they'd be asking by like 4 or 5.
No, he doesn't. His cousin, who's a couple years older than him, he's got the phone, and now they have like it's affected their relationship because whenever they see each other, he's just looking at the phone, playing the game, and my son's just sitting next to him, going, "Hey." Wanting to talk to him, but he's just buried in the phone.
Yeah, I would be if I was a kid.
I forced my daughter out of the house every day. Today it's started drizzling, I still forced her out. I walked into the park myself for an hour and a half. I forced her out. So there's no, I want her to live, I was telling my wife last night about going to that fucking school where she goes to school at. And saying that I want the kids to put together like a school newspaper. So they have to deliver papers. And each kid has to deliver a paper on that block. And you get the kids writing and going out. I think that a lot of people don't have that. I've noticed that a lot of the people that come on the podcast, the sharper people have a paper route. I noticed that kids that had a paper route are sharper fucking kids because they had that contact with humans at a younger age. You know how to wheel and deal. One thing I noticed in the last month, especially, is that adults are not slick anymore. What's that? You said movie The Town?
Yeah, with Ben Affleck. Yeah.
He tells the cop, next time, don't take pictures down the corner from my house. Be slicker than a 5th grader, or whatever he says, slicker than whatever. This country has forgotten how to be slick. I see it from dealing with people. Dealing with people who aren't slicker. They're not slick. My 6-year-old is slicker than most adults. They don't know how to fit nothing in. They don't know how to wheel and deal. They don't know the counter. Like when I was a kid and I come to your door, do you want the Sunday paper? No. I use that paper route to sell all my shit. Like if I was a CYO basketball player, all right, you don't want the Sunday paper, you're buying a fucking sticker. Right. And if you're not buying a sticker, you're buying something. And I'm going to torment you every day until you buy something. And when I realize you're not going to buy something for me, I'll put you on a list. And on Halloween, when you throw eggs, your house is going to get bombarded. So you work people. You understood how to work people. I want my daughters to have that same thing. How to work people. And that's how you learn all this shit. I'm going to that fucking school to teach them for the 1st grade. And all those, get 5 or 6 1st graders. And give them extra credit. Make them write 2nd graders, 3rd graders, 4th graders, 5th graders. Even if I have to walk down the block to look at those papers. Yeah. And to ask for the quarters, whatever the fuck it is. Because we're missing out. We're missing out. I see kids missing out on a lot of things that I had growing up. I'm happy I didn't miss out on them. Paper routes, working, when it snowed, fucking shoveling people out. I used to make $100 every time.
Easily. Absolutely. 100.
I took a yardstick out, fucking a shovel, me and my buddies. You want to drink today? You want to smoke pot? Let's
knock on every door.
Knock on doors.
$20, $25, 30.
We have forgotten that. These are unknown secrets. People, when they hear this, they go, I never thought of that because you're not slick. We've lost that gift. It's like I was telling you before the podcast started. And we'll call my buddy Mike Duffy right now. Mike Duffy was the leader. I didn't come up with it. I told you, 1976, for the 200th anniversary of the fucking whatever, we were down there walking around. We saw a parking lot that was empty. The restaurant was closed. So we went and we borrowed a fucking bolt cutter from the cop. Like, we went up to a cop. He said, we borrowed a bolt cutter. He's like, for what? He said, somebody tied my bicycle. The cop was looking at the Hudson River. We went and cut the fucking chain, and we charged $4 to park. Is it legal? No, it's not legal. But it's kids being slick. It's just kids being slick. And if you start at that age, how to flip a fucking buck, when you get older, you know how to be fucking slick. Kids today, they have no paper route. They got no Quaaludes. They got no hits of acid.
Yep.
You have no way to learn about business at a young age, 13 and 14. I'm not trying to be funny. I'm telling you the honest to God truth. You don't understand the value of a dollar. How to buy something for $2 and sell it for $4. Whatever the fuck it is. When I was a kid, I sold everything. I remember getting on a plane one time with my mother and stepfather going to Puerto Rico. In the first class, they used to give me shampoos and hand creams. And me sitting there going, I took a puke bag and I put all the perfumes because I would sell them on Broadway.
Right.
Like, I was that much of a fucking mensch when I was a fucking kid. When I was shooting that movie in Jersey, we had to shoot in the banquet hall. And I was sitting in one of those Hollywood chairs. And I was looking up and they had chandeliers. And they were like little gems. And I remember being a kid going somewhere and stealing the fucking gems off the chandelier, thinking they were diamonds, and selling them on Broadway. And people telling me to get the fuck out of there. It was the heart that mattered. I always was a wheeler dealer. I don't know if you get that from being from Jersey. I don't know what the fuck. When I moved to Jersey, those kids made a mint. They stole something every day.
And so, as you saw backstage,
The common denominator, we would go to Sequoia and cut punks. Those things that you light on fire.
Yeah.
To kill the mosquitoes. I mean, we even went that far. We always were looking to make $1 every fucking day. We did something.
Did it slow down for you? Because when I was younger, I did that, but then when I got like a job at like 15, 14, like it was hard for me to ask for money at certain points.
Like, we're not asking. Take it.
Just take it.
There was a soccer field when I was growing up. Schützen Park, a German fucking hall. And they had people, you could see 1,000 people in the soccer field. And it was covered by sheet metal. We figured out that every sheet of sheet metal, we get $140. You don't know how many nights we were on top of that roof, taking a piece of sheet metal off, carrying it down the woods, and then walking to the fucking sheet metal yard. We got $140 and split it 3 ways. And then taking 2 sheets down, taking 3 sheets down. And people know the listeners, Jesus Christ, Jordan, you guys ever stop? No, I still remember being a car salesman making $10,000 a month. And at lunchtime, I would walk into the Boulder Mall and steal cross pens. When it wasn't payday, I would ask the lady, "Can I see those pens?" And she would open up the thing and walk away. And I would take a handful of cross pens and sell them to salesmen for $20 a piece. It never ended. That mentality never. I was always wheeling and dealing.
You had to. Those record clubs, those Columbia House, BMG, 13 albums for a penny. So we did all these different names. They'd come to our address. You know, you don't put a social security number, so they never messed up your credit. And then we'd go to this place called the Englishtown Auction on Saturday and Sunday. Just get a table. We wouldn't pay for the table. You're supposed to pay like $50 to rent the table, or 30, whatever it was. And we'd just sit there, all the albums that we got, and we'd sell them. So we paid a penny. You just take the penny.
So 10 cents for 100 albums?
Yeah, we get 13 albums for a penny. And then you had to buy them later on. Then you just blew it off. You didn't buy them. They would send another shit. Yeah, they'd send a new U2 record. It was a record a month. They go, okay, good, I got this now. And they go, we need 1386 from you. Just blow it off. Burn those bills. Or just, if a friend got a new apartment, we just get that. What's your new address? And then we just forward all those bills there to get like 40 bills a day. And we just sell them at the Englishtown Auction for like $5. We walk away with $70.
Fucking Columbia House. They were in Terre Haute, Indiana.
Yeah,
Terre Haute, Indiana. I knew that address by heart. And I would just take my magazines and I would fill out Columbia House, mail them to the house across the street, and you'd wait for fucking the mailman to
see the big box come.
Yeah, the big box. You run up the stairs, take the box, and then you'd have duplicate out. And all the albums were a farce anyway. They were all duplicates.
Yeah, they weren't great. They were really thin.
They weren't really the original albums. They just make copies. That's why you got 13 of them for a penny, and then you had to agree to buy 4 of them over the next 3 years.
Yeah, for like
$28.99.
Yeah, which is ridiculous.
That's how they made their money back.
Whenever they change formats from album to cassette to CD, I would go, well, okay, I need all the Black Sabbath stuff now in a cassette. Now I need it in a CD, and I would just get it through Columbia House. I'm like, fuck it, I already paid for it once. I'm not paying for it again. I actually wrote a check to Columbia House back in like 2004 when I started making money in comedy, and I sent them a check for $2,000. I said, just cash it. I ripped you guys off for years or whatever, just cash it because I felt bad. I cashed it.
They ever mail you a thank you?
No, did nothing. I didn't hear back from them.
Fuck those motherfuckers.
But I don't care.
It made me feel guilty. I was running the check, but they're not going to say thank you.
No, they didn't say thank you.
Go fuck you.
Believe me, I ripped them off for probably $5,000.
Oh, I got them too.
There was another company called Finger Hut where they'd have like these little CD players or whatever, or clock radios, all these little gadgets, and it was the same thing. You could get it for free, and then you just had to buy stuff. So me and my brother, around Christmas time, we get presents for our family, like a CD player and shit like that, and we just blow them off and never acknowledge them again. They'd be chasing us. So down they had these great catalogs of little like shit. It was almost like Sharper Image,
Right.
but shittier stuff.
Okay.
Like a shittier version of
And
Sharper
they would
Image.
send you shit with no money?
No money. They would send you one thing with no money, and then you had to buy like 4 other things. Like, are you fucking kidding me?
It's amazing. Like, how long did Columbia House last?
They're still around.
Yeah, they're still basically around, but years. I mean, I'm like, how does this company stay in business? Because I don't know anyone that paid them. I don't know one person that ever paid them. I tried to do it. My brother was ripping them off so much. I go, you know what? I should really just do it. I'm making a little money now. I put it in my real name, and they turned me down. I'm like, you motherfuckers. So then I just put it in Dan Marino's name. So I was a Dan Marino fan. I got 13 fucking Metallica records the next day.
How crazy is that?
I'm like, really? In my own name, and you're going to turn me down?
I started fucking Columbia House when I was in Catholic school. Somebody told me, just send it in. I was like, are you serious?
Yeah.
I think I got like American Pie,
Right.
Don McLean.
Yeah, yeah.
That was one of the first albums I got. Superfly, I got from Columbia House. I got all those albums from Columbia House the first time. Then they'd send you letters, and I'd just throw them away. Then I figured out it's garbage. Let me send an account to my mother. And they took it. Then I sent one to my stepfather. And then I just started putting fake names and sending them to my address. They would still send them.
Same one. You could use the address like 15 times with 15 different names. You just make up a name, and they would keep sending them.
People across the street to Tristanos. I had 2 girls. How many things I sent to their house? I sent 4 of those to their house because we used to get Super 8s. It was Super 8. And I told that bit for years. People didn't know it before YouTube or U-Hub or Pornhub and all that shit. If you wanted to get porn, you had to order it in the mail. When I was like 10, 11, you had to get porno in the mail. So you had to, and it didn't even go to like, it wasn't even Playboy or Hustler. It was like regular magazines. You go to the back, and it's like 3 pornos from 1995, and if you order now, you get a projector. So they would send you this little mini Super 8 projector. It was called Reel to Reel.
Yeah.
You had to put it in, and you had to put a sheet up, and the pornos would just god off. Like the reason why I don't watch porn today is because of those pornos from the 70s. Whatever they sent you in the mail, all those women were dead. Like all those women got killed. They did not survive. They were lied to. They picked them up in a van. You could see, like they were crack hoes even before it was crack. Like it was that bad, the pornos. You can get pornos in the mail.
I don't remember that. I would have definitely have done that. I don't.
Me and my friends did it, I think, one time.
Right.
All it took.
Yeah.
It scared the shit out of us. Like we went into an area that you weren't supposed to go in.
Yeah.
It was me, Sabatino, the Special Brothers, and I think one of the Balzanos. And we all checked in $5 because it was like $19.99 for shipping and handling. And you gotta wait 6 weeks for them to process it. It was just like getting a ticket in the 70s. Like if you wanted to go see the Who, like who were you? 76? We had to send Pink Floyd also. Pink Floyd The Wall. Not Pink Floyd The Wall, I'm sorry. There was somebody else. PLJ. The old days, you had to mail a check or a money order in for PLJ. And then they would send you tickets back. They would send you a letter with 4 tickets. You only were allowed to get 4 tickets. You didn't know that, Jim?
Yeah, no, I didn't remember. Yeah, you couldn't get too many. They wanted from the scalpers. They didn't want the scalpers buying 20 tickets.
So let's say Judas Priest was doing 5 nights at the Palladium. You would order, Lee would order, I would order, Keisha would order 5. So 5 of us would order 4 tickets. And if you went, then we would go Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. And usually if you mailed it in, you got it.
Yeah.
Unless you mailed it in 2 weeks late, you didn't get shit.
Okay.
But if you mailed it, if PLJ said tomorrow at 8 a.m., if you mailed it that day, you usually got it. Especially if it's like, Yes did that. Yes came every September, 5 or 6 nights. You had to mail shit in to get it back. So porno, the first time I saw porno, it was porno that you had to order in the mail. And I still remember waiting 6 weeks for it and fucking getting it and it being like a secret fucking party, like handshakes. And people came over. We had to do it in my house up in the attic, and it was hot. We had to bring a fan and an air conditioner.
Yeah.
Like that's how crazy that shit was.
Yeah, man.
I think I lit those pillows on fire. We melted them. That's how disgusting they were. They were that fucking disgusting. It's just like we thought we were gonna see like models and shit. They looked like women that had been run over and they smuggled them down the hotels and shit. It was bad. It was really fucking bad.
Damn. Yeah, because I mean, you just basically had a magazine. What we do with the Columbia House stuff, if we, got it shipped to our address, I remember this one kid in the neighborhood we all hated. He was a dick, so we just forwarded over to his address. Because you'd get the bill and you'd forward out a change of address and just put his address, so now all the bills would go to his house. And he didn't know who it was coming from because I put Dan Marino down, so he had no idea it wasn't my name. So he had no idea where the shit was coming, and it just gets stacks of bills. Fuck them.
When I was home this time too, I remembered something. I remember they used to bring the coke up to Dan Marino at the University of Pittsburgh. I knew those guys.
Oh yeah. Yeah, well, I'm telling you, that's why he dropped all the way to Dolphins at pick 24 that year, because there was always rumors that he was doing coke in college because he was going to be like number one, and 5 quarterbacks went before him, before Kenny O'Brien, all these guys, because of the coke rumors, and the Dolphins said, we'll take a chance on him.
He's down in Miami anyway. I didn't know you were that much of a fan.
Oh, huge. Yeah, huge. Dolphin fan and Marino fan. I wound up get to know him because I worked on Inside the NFL like in 2004, and he was on there. And shit, so we became friends and stuff. I still see him from time to time. He's a great dude. That guy, after like Inside the NFL, Bob Costas, Chris Collinsworth, Chris Carter, they'd do like a party or something like that afterwards. They'd all go sit at the table, like, the hosts and stuff like that with all the executives from HBO. Marino would hang with the friggin' camera guys and drink beers with them and just tell stories. He wanted to hang with the blue-collar guys. He was always like that. Growing up from Pittsburgh.
He's a Pittsburgh guy.
Yeah, Pittsburgh guy, yeah.
I'll never forget when Pittsburgh played West Virginia. Marino's senior year. There was a guy on West Virginia called Darryl Talley.
Oh, yeah, he went to the Bills.
Yeah,
he's an animal. Yeah.
You should have seen him in college.
Really?
In college, I was like, who is this fucking guy? He was doing everything.
Yeah, the face paint. Yeah, number 56.
He was tackling people, sacking people, biting people, fucking intercepting balls. I was like, who the fuck is this guy? Still remember, that was on a couple of weeks ago. The quarterback thing, 30 for 30.
Oh, yeah, with Elway and Marino, yeah.
Down, fucking brilliant. What the Yankees did with Elway. Elway just did not want to play for the fucking Colts. He's like, I'm not doing it.
Yeah.
I'm not fucking doing it.
Yeah, that was amazing, And, he had a great junior year, and then Marino didn't have a great senior year, and there was drug rumors about him, and he dropped all the way, and Miami picked him up.
I still remember kids telling me they were going to Pitt to party. Not saying his name, like he wasn't a big deal at the time. But I still remember a handful of kids, a girl specifically, that she was dating one of those guys that was coming to Hudson County, picking up the shit in North Bergen and bringing it right up to Pitt for the weekends because the kid went to St. Joe's in Westfield.
Right.
There was a kid from St. Joe's Westfield that went to Pitt. And he played. Pitt, all 4 years with Marino, he was the fucking source of that fucking powder. Poor Marino. And he was still on powder in the NFL, too, supposedly.
Yeah. I mean, if he lived in Miami and stuff, he never got caught or anything. I don't know.
No.
Never.
The receivers did.
The Duper and Clayton, all those guys. Oh, yeah. Yeah, they got busted. And even later on life, like Duper was dealing and stuff like that, all those Miami guys. There was always these former Dolphins. Mercury Morris was the original one. Got caught with coke back in the 70s. It was in jail for like 5 years.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah,
dealing.
I don't know your history, Jim. I don't know if you did coke or anything like that, but I always think about like, could you be like a musician on tour or like an athlete who's playing games and have like it seems like it would take too much out of you to have a problem like that, but still be able to go out there and perform at like to that crazy level.
No, there was guys in the 70s, a bunch of baseball players, like 10 baseball players, stars, got busted for doing coke. Going to games. Yeah, and then Keith Hernandez was involved, and Dave Parker, Ron Candelaria,
Candyman, Lawrence Taylor, bands, shit.
I saw Lawrence Taylor in a strip club. It was Saturday night at like 2 a.m. and he had a game Sunday at 1 p.m. in Jersey. He was fucking hanging out with strippers, fucking guzzling drinks back. And he had a game in 11 hours.
They're just that good, I guess.
They're just that good. They can perform under that type of control.
I guess so.
You know, I did it for years. I didn't get high and go on stage. But
you've talked about how like if you got high too high, like sometimes your sets wouldn't be as.
Oh no, you have no contact. You have no emotion behind your material. It's just words on a paper.
All those guys that got fucked up, and I worked with a lot of them when I first started. If they ever had a second show on a weekend, they were terrible. The first show, they were pretty good because they were just in a groove and they had nice buzz on. By the second show, you have to wait an hour between the second show starting. By the time they went back on, they were terrible. Terrible.
Yeah, it just doesn't work.
Yeah, you can't be that fucked up for like 7 hours. You know, the first show starts at 8. You're getting off stage at 12:30 or whatever, 5.5 hours. It just doesn't work, and there's too much downtime in between.
And then they get more fucked up.
They're more fucked up, and then they're maybe doing some coke to get back up, and then drinking a ton and all that. It's just never. And I always saw that going like, I'm not going to do it. I'm never going to do that. I mean, I never did coke anyway, but I'm never going to be fucked up because I can see how much it affects the show.
I got into comedy in June of 91, and at St. Patty's Day of 92, I bought some coke, and I go, I'm going to do some coke before I go on stage. I know Richard Pryor did it. I thought he did it and go on stage. And it was such a disaster. And never again. I would do it right from the stage to the bathroom, but I would never go up on stage. Never. And it would make, I saw the difference it made when I got high the night before and went on stage the next day. I would go on stage for 4 nights and just bomb because I was getting high the night before. And I could feel it. Then when I had a big show, I wouldn't get high for like a day before. So I would be clean for like 24, 48 hours if I had a serious show. But I always got high after the show. And that's why I never got nowhere. It wasn't until
it really fucks you. It really affects you if you get really fucked up the night before and you got shows the next day. Your sleep's off and everything like that. You're exhausted on stage. You're just not thinking straight.
It's probably not for the athletes. Like you hear about John Jones talking about he was doing coke all before those DC fights. I guess they're just so like they're just machines.
Well, you have that muscle memory. You know, I heard Lawrence Taylor was snorting coke. It bothered me when people would say, "Well, the reason why Lawrence Taylor's so good is because he snorts coke." That's bullshit. That's completely bullshit. Because I remember being locked up, and we would do speed on Mondays. And Monday nights, we'd all be allowed to go to a grammar school, like a mile away from the fucking prison, and play basketball. And I would be a mess. I would be a fucking mess. And that was speed. I can't imagine doing like coke. My heart would be everywhere. My breathing would be off. My timing would be off. And I was a young kid, and I just felt it then. I'm like, nah, I don't think this works if you get high and do what you're supposed to do. Listen, I'm sure that there's 1,000 comics that have done coke and gone on stage and done great. It just didn't work for me.
Because then you get in the habit of you have to do it all the time. You feel like it's all superstitions. Oh, man, I kill with it, so now I got to do it every night. You're doing 5-6 nights a week, you're going to be fucking dead in 10 years. Yeah. People always give me shit. Like, you don't drink? I go, I do this 5-6 nights a week. I've been doing it for 28, 29 years. I go, I have no liver left if I need to have beers before I go on stage. Yeah. Every night, you know what I mean? Like I would never get into that habit of doing that. And then I got to drive. I'm like, fuck that.
That's
I got to take this shit serious.
Me the most. I can't keep it together if I drink and drive. I cannot keep it together. I'm not a big drinker, but if I have a half a beer and I get in the car, my heart rate's fucking pumping. Because I have no credibility. Once you have alcohol on your breath, you get pulled over by a cop, you have zero credibility. Even if it's Even if you just had a little bit of beer with your meal, you have no credibility. You have nowhere to come from. Because once he asks you if you've been drinking, you got to say yes. You got to take that fucking test. So I'd rather not drink and do 90 and take a chance. You know how many times a cop pulled me over and I was speeding over the speed? Weren't you in the car with me? And I just got pulled over for doing 80 and we didn't get a ticket?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, because I'm a gentleman, A, and B, I don't have alcohol. You could prove your point a lot more when you don't have alcohol and your car don't smell like grease. And I knew this 30 years ago. Like when I would read that somebody got pulled over and they had a roach in the car and they had 3 kilos of coke, if I was the judge, I'd give them additional time. Yeah. For felony stupid. Like I would have that charge. Felony stupid. Like I would have that charge. If I have anything in my car, if I have more than 2 joints in my car, I don't go over the speed limit. They gave us a right in California. They gave us the right to smoke pot whenever we wanted to. Do you really need to smoke pot in your car?
No.
If you do, you're a fucking idiot.
Yeah.
You're a fucking idiot. You know, do you really need to smoke pot in your car? Not really. California gave you a fucking chance to smoke all the pot you want in your fucking house or on your balcony. You don't need to smoke in the car. You're going to lose your license. You're going to crash. They're going to trace it to that. You're going to get fucking sued. And the whole, you know.
And if God forbid you kill someone, some guy's walking across the street, you don't see him, whether even if you were sober and he did, and you're high, forget it. You're going to jail minimum of 10 years.
Yeah, that happened like Dante Stallworth a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
He just hit some guy who was walking across the that's like my nightmare.
No, it's you pay fucking attention to life. If you pay attention, you'll save. You eliminate 20% of the bad shit that could happen. What pay attention mean? Who gives a fuck who's calling? Right. When you're in a fucking car and I'm driving and somebody calls you, it tells me who's calling. I don't need to pick it up. I don't need to text when I'm driving. I don't want to text when I'm fucking driving. I don't want to text at all. So that's why I don't pay attention to it. If you pay attention to life, you won't have those problems. Even when I was in my deepest drug comas, I always paid attention. I can't tell you how many times I tell my daughter to pay attention. And she doesn't. She walks with her head up.
Yeah, know your surroundings.
Know your fucking surroundings. I always ask her, who's in the room? Like, yeah, there. I said, who's behind you? You know, and I teach. See, when you fucking walked up to me, you should have made sure that guy was there. You didn't, because you didn't look. You gotta look around. You gotta keep your eyes open all the time. When I see stupid shit on the news, it breaks my heart, especially as a parent at the park. When I go to the park, I see parents fucking turn their backs and shit. You don't ever turn your back on your kid. Your eyes are always on your kid. If somebody talks to you and they're over here and it forces you, I stop the conversation. I stop the fucking conversation. I want to watch what the fuck is going on at all times. At all fucking times.
Yeah. I live a little off a road where the speed limit's like 35 miles an hour. I'm like a corner house. And my son and his friends are always playing in my yard. They're playing baseball, whatever. And I always tell them, I said, listen, if that ball ever goes in that road, under no circumstances, go get it. I got 17 more balls in the house. Don't ever think you can go get that ball real quick and then run off. You're not. So they just know. I go, don't ever go over this fence. You know what I mean? So I just put it in. I tell them every time they play. I go, you guys know what the rule is if that ball goes over there? Yeah, we don't go get it. Exactly. Even if it's the last one left. So you just got to let them know, man. Don't ever, I can make it. Notice, so they know.
It's funny, you used to go to an
Englishtown auction. I live near there still. I bring my son there.
There's so much stolen shit there every week.
Everything is.
90% of the shit at that Englishtown flea market with the mini, what is it? The mini car, Englishtown?
They got the Raceway car with the funny cars. Yeah, it's still there. They're trying to outlaw it because of the loud noises in the summer. I love it. I sit on my deck. I hear those drag racing cars. I'm like, this is cool.
Yeah.
They still have them.
But I used to go to that thing in 1976, and we used to sell sneakers.
Yeah.
Converse, limousines for the feet. Everything down there was stolen. Everything. Car speakers, everything was fell off fucking trucks. It was just an outlet to sell stolen stuff. Watches. You go down there and look at somebody and give them like a look, like a wink, and they'll take you for a walk. Is this all you have? They look at you for a couple minutes, and you look at them. They look at you and they're like, "Let's take a walk." And you go to their car, and they got tons of shit. They grenades, fucking dead bodies. Englishtown, New Jersey was the shit.
It was unbelievable. We used to buy used sneakers there for like $10, like used high tops, like all right, carton cigarettes, and then fireworks like M80s and Blockbusters. A guy in the corner would have a table out, like you'd have a cover over it, and you walk by, like, yeah, I got fireworks. Like you couldn't keep them out in the open. Mats of firecrackers, and you'd buy shit right there, like a quarter stick of dynamite for like $6. A Blockbuster was a quarter stick of dynamite, and we just blow people's mailboxes up in the neighborhood that we didn't like. We just set it, and then there'd just be a stick there, and you wouldn't even know where the mailbox went.
So dynamite to like.
Yeah, they didn't give a shit. Yeah,
They don't
we
give
were
a fuck.
14. We
They don't give a fuck.
We would take, me and my friends would take the train into the city and go to Chinatown and go to, I don't know, some shady apartment. And we'd be stealing the fireworks at the same time. We'd distract a woman that's going to sell us, and we'd be shoving them down our pants, Blockbuster, and come back with all these fireworks and just go sell them in the neighborhood and everybody else.
Because there was a guy that came over from Chinatown close to the 4th of July that would sell fireworks out of his car in the summertime, right before the 4th of July. Then we got hit. We found out that you could undercut that motherfucker just by going to Chinatown yourself.
Yeah.
We were kids. 8th grade, 7th grade, we would go to Chinatown and buy those things. We'd buy a gross of bottle rockets.
144 bottle rockets.
144 bottle rockets, a gross and shit. We'd buy, and we'd light up the whole mat. Like we'd get the mats.
Yeah, mat of fireworks. I forget how many firecrackers were in there.
No fucking idea.
It's amazing you're still alive.
Like 150 packs of firecrackers.
Have all your fingers. Oh my god!
I remember the cops would come around a week before the 4th of July and show you pictures of people's hands that have been blown off.
Yeah, it worked on me.
And we tell them to go fuck themselves.
Yeah, like who cares? That's not gonna happen.
I'm still scared of fireworks.
We used to have firecracker fights, like we do light firecrackers.
And throw them at each other.
Oh my god!
And then we take the stick off the fire. You take the stick off the bottle rocket, you light on fire. It's a nigga chaser. Because it would just spin around and go crazy. So they would call them nigga chasers. Yeah. Even the Chinese people go, "You buy nigga chaser." We would look at them like, "What the fuck are you talking about?"
What did the black people call it?
No, they wouldn't.
They never mess with fireworks.
You couldn't bring those things. Listen, black people don't mess around with fireworks or cryotherapy. No, you'll never see a brother in a cryotherapy fucking thing. Oh my god, fucking hilarious. And it got great. The thing about Chinatown is that every time, and I'm talking about the one in New York. I don't know one about San Francisco or in LA. I'm talking about the mid '70s. That they'd be like little dealers on the corner, and again, they would sell you the firecrackers, bottle rockets, smoke bombs,
M80s.
Cherry bombs was the general. Yeah. 2 cherry bombs make an M80, right? There was a formula.
Yeah.
Four cherry bombs make an M80, and 4 M80s is a quarter stick of dynamite. Good to know. So we fucking buy 20 M80s. And fucking, I mean, the things we did with those M80s, we blew holes in walls. Just tied them together, and there was always one kid who knew how to fucking put everything together. He was missing a finger. Yeah, there was a kid on 148th Street that for like $10, he would hold on to shit and let it blow up in his hands. Hilarious. He was missing fingernails. He got his fingernail blown off one year from a fire.
Was that your $10?
Not really. I just couldn't believe that he would hold fireworks. He was like a Vietnam vet or something. So he would let things blow up in his hands. Cherry bombs, M80s, and you had something stronger than the M80s.
The Blockbuster.
The Blockbuster.
Blockbuster was actually a quarter stick of dynamite.
And then you had what's the thing that shot the ball? You shot people.
A rocket launcher?
Like a little rocket. They called them something.
Oh.
You lit the top and balls came up.
Oh, yeah.
Fireballs.
Roman candle.
Roman candles. We'd light you on fire with a Roman candle.
Yeah.
Every year, we get a Roman candle. We hated you. If you didn't say it, or give money, or keep the kids good, we would burn your roof. With Roman fucking candles. You know the fucking roof we burned on Charles Court, given on 38th Street. Because we wouldn't stop with the Roman candle till we lit your roof on fire.
Listening to you guys makes me not want to have kids. Like, it just scares me.
No,
Like,
this is what it is to be a kid.
Yeah,
oh my God.
we shot some bottle rockets into a field and it would start on fire.
Yeah.
They had to call the fire department, put it out because it was in August or July. It was hot and it just lit right up.
That's what fields do. Oh my
We would
God.
make gasoline bombs with
What?
fireworks.
Like Molotov cocktails?
No, like Molotov cocktails, and just leave a string of gunpowder to light it on fire so it would fucking go down the block. I mean, it was fucking nuts. It was nuts growing up.
We blew up this guy's mailbox, this kid we didn't like, with a blockbuster, a quarter stick of dynamite. My sister was babysitting 6 blocks away and heard it. She's like, I heard that. I went to the window. Like, yeah, we blew up his mailbox.
You'd still be in jail today for some of this stuff. Like, they don't allow, like, I don't think until I moved to LA, I didn't see fireworks or hear, like, it was only like towns had fireworks shows. They were illegal in Massachusetts.
Nobody lit a firework on the street.
The most I saw was sparklers. I know,
Yeah,
sorry.
That's the shit I did when I was 4.
Exactly.
You just light a spark and stand there like a fucking half a fruitcake and wait for it to sizzle out.
Yeah, when they sold that in the store, like, that's lame.
Yeah. No, I'm sure some people had, like, they went to Pennsylvania or West Virginia or something, but there was nothing that I knew of. Jews don't buy fireworks.
What a fucking...
And we used to go to south of the border. We go to Florida every year with the family. Vacation.
Is
In the
that still
station.
there?
I don't know.
It's gotta look like it's 1920. Because when I was a kid, it looked like it fucking... See, it's south of the border.
Remember all those signs? And, you know,
North Carolina,
I think it's south. I think it's the border of North Carolina, South Carolina.
If you drove from New York State to Miami,
It was the middle,
it was the middle.
like 12-hour drive
Yeah,
there.
stop there. And you got the rooms were shitty.
So we'd stack up on all the fireworks
The
there.
food was shitty, but they sell
Yeah.
fireworks.
And they had every sign every like 50 miles.
See, they definitely have a established 1949. Let me see where it is. I think they have it. Because they have a website.
Was it a vacation spot, or was it just a truck spot?
I think it was a big truck stop. Big truck stop. You know, that was pretty much. And you go there, you would eat, and the main thing was the fireworks.
Yeah,
so.
South Carolina.
That's it.
Interstate 95. That makes sense.
Yeah, it was right off the highway going down to
So would
Florida.
you ever just drive down there and get fireworks and drive back?
No, because we could always get them in New York, so we didn't have to. But if we went on a family vacation, we would stop there, and then we'd pick up a bunch of stuff.
There's a big gorilla out front. I don't know if you guys.
South of the fucking border. I forgot all about that shit. I used to do those drives all the time when I was a kid. New York City to Miami and back. My uncle, my mom.
Yeah.
Always stopped fucking south of the border. I remember the food. I got sick there. Like, that's why I remember south of the border, because the food was just fucking god awful. They had like generic hamburgers.
Yeah, they have 6 restaurants. It says.
Yeah, not bueno. Oh, it wasn't back then. I just got cussed. This is a time of the year like I haven't been to the shore in 30 years. Probably. Like last time I was at Seaside Park, had to be like 98. And I didn't go on the water. Have not been on the Jersey Shore.
No Asbury Park or any of that stuff when we go.
Nothing. Since the 80s.
I was telling you before the show, I went to Convention Hall last Sunday to see like a wrestling match. I took my kid there and his friend. Nothing's changed. Same chandeliers, same everything right on the boardwalk in Asbury Park.
No, I thought they cleaned all that up.
Well, they left that, but they did. But that in that little indoor little mall where the Convention Hall is, it's still the same. You know, they got out of the shops and they're more modern shops, but they never changed anything because it was historic. So it's same with the Stone Pony. They haven't changed anything.
Now,
Historic
somebody cleaned
landmark.
up Newark. Newark's cleaned up.
Well, people are moving to Newark now because they can't, because Hoboken's full, you know, Weehawken's full, Jersey City's full right now. So they're so people, Newark is now people that want to live in New York that can't afford it. All these young people are moving now
I
to
heard
down
that's
south
some
of
of the
Newark.
views of the Meadowland. That's the new thing.
Oh, right.
Jersey.
Views of the
No more
Meadowland.
views of George Washington Bridge because there's none left.
Yeah.
So now you have a view of the Meadowlands. That's the new thing when they sell a house now. What are you crazy? You got a view of the mountains. It's beautiful out there. Who the fuck wants to see that shit?
Yeah.
I never understood that. And when I was shooting this movie, they said that they shot scenes in Newark. And they go, it's not good. But even at night, this was the good area. And it was kind of crazy.
Yeah, it's still bad. I mean, like
It's still bad.
yeah,
I didn't know that at all. I was excited to go to Newark.
well, they got where the Devils play at that
Right.
the Prudential Center.
Right.
And they have concerts there. Yeah, when you get off the train in Newark, off of New Jersey Transit, they have like a skyway where you never have to hit the streets of Newark to get to the Prudential Center. They did that for the scared white people. Like, all right, listen, we'll go to Newark because we know we don't have to walk on the street to go if we take the train.
Was that bad, or it's still that bad?
It's still around that area. I just did a gig around there about a year ago. It's bad. All right, but they have a lot of cops in that area, so they make sure because one white person, gets killed there, no one's ever going to go there again. So they know. They block off the streets. They make sure it's safe for people coming in and out of those events there. They have a bunch of shows there now too. So if people don't want to go to the Garden or anything like that, but yeah. But they're starting to build it up because there's no more room in New Jersey and people that can't afford New York City. Queens is full, Brooklyn full, all of that stuff. It's too expensive, so they're actually coming to Newark now, which is crazy.
It's fucking full. 3 weeks I was there. I never seen so many people in my fucking life.
Yeah.
They got people on top of people. They got people on
That whole River Road down there, but you see all that shit that's there. I mean, I used to live in, Cliffside Park in the Briarcliff, that big building that was built in 1972. That was like the only high rise in that area. That and the Galaxy that was in West New York. Those are the only buildings and stuff. And it's like, I didn't go back there for like 10 years. And I went down, I'm like, holy shit.
It's fucking crazy.
It's like $2,700 for rent for like a 1-bedroom, like on the water there. And people
All
just
that Edgewater, the Giants, the Knicks. I saw Naughty by Nature when I was down there. The singer Trek, I saw him down there.
Right.
UFC gym. You have that money.
Yeah.
Tons of money to live on that fucking thing now. And all those, I used to be rat infested when I was a fucking kid.
So this is from what you said.
Yeah, rat infested.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it just over the last, me and Jim Norton wanted to move close to New York City, and we got a place in Cliffside Park. We were paying $800. It was a 2-bedroom for $800. And I had my girlfriend at the time living there, so we were splitting rent 3 ways, $800 a month. It was fucking great. It was a shithole. Cliffside Park. It was 5 minutes from the Lincoln Tunnel, 10 minutes from the George Washington Bridge. It was perfect. And we just set shop up there.
Dude, I love Cliffside Park.
Yeah, it was great.
I love how quick you could be in there. I used to Cliffside to the bridge. I can't believe what they did around the bridge. There used to be a spot, like a block from the George Washington Bridge, where there was a red light like that one above you in front of it. And if that light was beeping, that means fresh bagels were coming out of the oven.
Oh, damn.
People would just fucking pull over and go in there and get a dozen fresh bagels out of the oven. The red light would just be blinking. I went up there. There's no more red lights. The only thing that's still there is the tower. That diner, the Fort Lee diner.
Oh, yeah.
That's it. That'll never go. Everything else is brand new and Korean.
Yeah.
And Korean.
Yeah.
Guys.
Yeah.
If you don't hablo English there, if you don't speak Chinese or Korean, you are done in Fort Lee. Really? It's all Korean. They took over Fort Lee, Powell Park, and Ridgefield Park.
You're going to have to try some kimchi.
No.
That's all.
No, but it's everywhere. It's all Korean. The Fort Lee Saloon is gone. Babe's Taxi that was right on the bridge is gone. That is gone. All those days are long gone. The hit club up there was the Fort Lee Saloon. It was right on the side of George Washington Bridge. I asked my brothers, is it still there? Gone. Truffles, gone. All those bars along there, gone. It's a complete different fucking world. And it's an expensive fucking world, too, to live there.
I used to think I wanted to live in New York.
You do?
Yeah. It seems like it'd be, for all the shitty parts, like the rent and too many people, it seems like there's no other place.
I'm 56 years old, guys. How old are you?
54.
You know what, man? New York, there's nothing for me there.
Really?
Yeah, because I'm 54 years old. I can't take advantage of what it's got to offer. I can't take advantage of what it's got to offer. New York is a late city, and not really. Not anymore. Not what I saw. You know, New York, when I was growing up, was a late city. Like when Ari told me he was moving to New York, I said go because you're not going to make it happen here the way you live in New York. He loves it. When Mitch Hedberg told me he was thinking about it, I go because if you're going to attack a certain, if you can't sleep, New York is for you.
Yeah.
If you don't like going to bed at 1, you like being out at 1. You know, when I was shooting this, we were from Ridgewood, Brooklyn. Is it Ridgewood, Brooklyn, or Ridgewood, Queens? Ridgewood, Brooklyn. Okay, this is a true story. Our call time was 6 sometimes, so you have to break 6 hours after your call time by law for lunch. Sometimes one night it was 7 o'clock my call time, and at 1 o'clock we had lunch, and we had to drive from the set to a place where we were eating, like the downstairs of the church, and it was maybe, guys, 6 blocks drive on Myrtle Street in Brooklyn. And I'm telling you this with fucking all the sincerity in the world. There was more businesses open at 1 in the morning along that route than there are in all of fucking this area where we live.
Oh yeah, there's nothing.
There was more restaurants open on that strip. There was a vapor store where it was open and they had 20 motherfuckers in there smoking fucking vapors. When we got to the place where we were eating, I was the Punisher. And I looked at him and I go, hey man, did you notice that on the drive here on that fucking shitty street? There was more businesses in a 10-mile drive open. More places to eat hummus, sushi, fucking a cheesesteak place, bodegas up the ass, the Halal Cafe was open. All these things were open. More than here. And he goes, imagine living up in fucking, where's he live? Ventura County. What's Alki? What's the name of that?
Ojai?
Ojai. He goes, imagine living in Ojai. There ain't dip to eat after 7 o'clock. There was more businesses open on Myrtle Avenue in a 5-minute drive than there was all of this at 9 o'clock. And if I say to you at 9 o'clock, you're hungry, what do we got? You got that shitty pizza, Tony's Pizza, and you got Denny's. And you got all these shitty taco stands that you don't know what you eat.
Yeah.
And with all the fucking horse tests in Santa Anita, I don't trust none of these places. With all these horses that are dying in Santa Anita, what are we up to, 30 this year? And it's fucking June? It's not even June and 30 horses died. That meat's got to go somewhere. So if you're eating some food trucks in the LA area, I wouldn't fucking advise it. So my point is that it's a late night city. Right. You know, I have no use for being out at 1 in the morning. I don't want. If you got a spot for me at 11:30, I'm not gonna do it.
Yeah, some of them go. You know, do the comedy cell. I remember doing it over the summer, like 1:45 on the spot. I'm like, I can't do this.
Dang,
It's just too late for me. Yeah, it's too. I'm past that. I used to do it all the time. My spot was 1:10 a.m.
Yeah, no, I used to do it too.
No problem.
Used to do it too. So I have no use for New York. I love New York. Don't get me wrong. What I'm saying to you. But I have no use for New York. I'm not going to get in the fucking train and go through 6 spots on one night. That ship sailed. You know, I don't have the, you know, if I have a spot in the city and I got to leave Edgewater and jump on a ferry and come over, that's going to be a deep spot. Right? You better think twice before you do it. So I have no use for New York in that way. I have to be honest with myself.
Yeah.
For me being 30, a young comic, I don't like to sleep anyway. Like, I'm not going to go to bed till 4 anyway. Like Ari, I could call Ari at 1. Yeah. He picks up like nothing. Hey, what's up? Nothing. What are you doing? I'm just sitting here. You know how many times I'm coming up on Laurel Canyon at 11:30 and I'll call Ari. And he answers the phone like nothing happened. It's 2:30 in the morning.
Yeah, I like staying up
But
late.
that's what he lives for. You know, I don't have that use anymore. I'm not going to stay out till 1.
No, because I remember living right outside New York. My hours, I go to bed at 3 and get up around 10 or 11. So I could stay out. It didn't matter. But then, you know, as you get older and then you have a kid, I'm like, fuck that. I'm not doing a midnight show. I'll do the 8 and 10:30 show at the Stand or whatever like that. And then I'm done. I'm not running around doing 7 different shows. I don't give a shit. I'm just going to stay in one spot. I'm not running.
I want to go late.
Yeah, I'm not running a subway, going here and getting here and running on stage. It's like, yeah, I'm good. I just need a couple sets.
Even the store, I do the 9:15 on Saturday night. 9:15, I won't do it. I don't want to be at 11 o'clock at night. I got no use out there. 10:30, maybe the latest. The Tuesday, 10:30 on Thursday. That's it. I can't even imagine being out at midnight.
It just changes it because for me, I've always loved that.
I was going to add a second show at the Borgata. I'm not. It's an 11 o'clock show.
Yeah.
I'm not adding an 11 o'clock show.
Oh, dang, yeah. That would be great.
That's not going to happen. That means I don't get out of there till 1 or 2. I don't go to bed till 3, and I'm on the first flight out. It's not worth it to me. It's just so weird how it gets to the point, and it's not even being old. It's just, you just don't see the use for it. I don't have any use for it. I wish I did. I wish I could stay out till 1. I can't. For a young guy, yeah, there's some people that fits your lifestyle. It fit my lifestyle 30 years ago. Doesn't fit it today.
You know, when I was doing 3-4 sets a night at 30 years old or whatever, I was doing like the same material. I wasn't really working on it. It wasn't special to me. I'm just like, okay, it's another set. As you get older, you'll do less sets, but it's more important to you. You go, okay, I need to work on these bits. I got to go out on the road. I got to come out with new material. So it wasn't doing just because I was doing more sets. I wasn't advancing my career at all. As you get older, you realize I really got to focus on these bits. There's too many distractions when I was 30. I'm just trying to get pussy, you know what I mean? After shows, that's the only reason I was doing it. And I just, the set's almost got in the way.
Well, with anything, you learn how to work smarter.
Yeah.
With anything in your life, eventually you do it so long, you go, wait a second, I have to learn how to work this smart. You know, it's like I used to sit at a coffee shop for 3 hours. Now I sit at that coffee shop for an hour and 15 minutes, and I get done what I would have done in 3 hours. In the old days. Now I can do it. I get up, break for an hour, and then come back. You learn that if you sit there for 3 hours, after an hour and a half, you're not going to do anything anyway. You're going to make phone calls. You're going to look at something else. You're going to look at this on the computer. Fuck it. So now I'd rather sit there for an hour 15, give it an hour 15, and then I go to crowd therapy and break it up, go to a week stuff. And I go back to writing. And I get more. You learn from, what we saying that? You work smarter.
Work smarter, yeah.
That's it. When I was young, too, I'd do 22 sets a week. You know, yeah, that was necessary at the time, but I could have done the same damage by doing 16 sets. 5 of those sets I didn't necessarily have to do, but as a young comic, you can't turn down anything.
No.
You're in no position to turn down anything as a young comic. Your first 15, 20 years, you can't turn down dick. You know, you're coming off a plane, they got a spot for you to do it. Now I got a family, I have age, I have a lot of things that I have to give my time to. It's hard. It's hard when you have a child. You know, you have your child full time for you.
Yeah.
3 days a week. You have to give them all the attention they could. You know, people get mad at me. Oh, you don't get high online no more. You know, I can't get high at 8 in the morning no more because I got 22 things to do at 9:30. And I can't walk into these places with my eyes red. I walked into the daycare once at 4. They told my wife, "You stink like fucking weed." I can't fucking walk into a school smelling like fucking weed. I got to deal with parents and whatnot. So your priorities change. So you learn how to work smarter. And at the end, I wish somebody told me this when I was starting. That it's working smart. It's working all day, but working smart. I get more done in 8 hours than most people do in a week. I can do more in 8 hours. I have everything written down. I just spew it out and I'm done for the week. I love living like that.
Yeah.
Everything happens by Wednesday, and the rest of the week I have nothing to do but maybe work out.
I got the same thing. My son goes to school, gets on the bus at 8, he gets home at 3, off the bus, it's right in front of my house. I know from 8 till 3, I got to get all my shit done. I got everything done, so when he gets off that bus at 3, it's all, we're hanging. Whatever he wants to do, wherever he wants to go, whatever. So I just know, get all that shit done. I got that window. Don't fuck it up. And yeah, by Wednesday, I'm done with all my shit. I got my kid Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I'm doing gigs or I take the time off or do whatever. And I get all my shit. Yeah. And I never had discipline like that. If you were never good in school with discipline, I'm sure you weren't either. You just got by. You're like, whatever. I cheated on wherever I could just to fucking, get C's and B's just to get by. It's tough to have that discipline later in life.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like if you're a good student, you will, in your 20s, you're going to be focused and stuff. I was never. I'm just like, all right, I was just lazy about it. But then as you get older, you realize, all right, I got to have some structure. And that didn't teach me in school because I didn't care. I didn't want to be there. I was disinterested. You know, some of the stuff I was interested in, you know, but most of the stuff I'm like, I don't give a shit. I'm never going to need geometry ever in my life. I'm never going to need algebra. I don't give a fuck about this.
Would you have gotten into an art school when you were in high school? If they had one available to you, like
yeah,
like right now where I went to high school, they have a school you can go to.
Yeah, there's a communications high school.
Yeah. School. They do podcasting, they do plays, they do 1,000 fucking things, and they don't have to take geometry. You know, would you have gone through it?
Without a doubt.
I didn't know I was.
Well, I went to there was a community college near me, Brookdale Community College, and they had a communications course. They had TV, they had acting classes. You make your own videos, your TV thing. So I was like, that's where I want to go. So when I got to college, I'm like, this is what I want to do. They had radio stations there. They had, you know, local radio stations on campus to teach you all that stuff. So I loved it when I got there. And that's when I really started applying myself. I'm like, yeah, this is what I want to do.
It makes a huge difference if you're interested in it. If it's something that you enjoy versus something that you feel like you have.
I always enjoyed movies, but I never saw me in.
Right.
Like, I always enjoyed movies, and I had a secret dream to be in movies. But I just never thought I was good enough to get them, or I didn't know where to start. I didn't know anything about an acting class. I didn't know about casting people, and nobody ever told me. And I was always too scared to ask. I didn't know anything about it. I just knew that I wanted to get into movies. And then when I was 21 or 20, I met John Link. He was a big-time editor. He edited like Above the Law, Commando. I met him in Ashland, and I became friendly with him. And I would just tell him, put me in a movie. And he would go, are you fucking crazy? Are you retarded? I just can't put you in a fucking movie. And then I met another friend of mine who had a friend that was a camera guy out here. So I would torment him. But I never knew anything about this shit. I didn't know how to get started, who to ask. I always thought stand-up comics called the place and said, hey, I'm coming down there. Take that
right.
Special. I didn't know that there was any work involved. I didn't know they had a workout material. I didn't know any of that shit. I just thought they went down there and did an hour just like that and just went home. And that's the only time they would do it. I had no idea about what went into it.
Yeah, when I went to the college, I started taking the acting class in there because I'm like, I wanted to be in that kind of. My dad was an accountant and all that stuff, and he was more of a numbers guy, and that's what he wanted me to do. I'm like, that's not my thing. My brother's in the real estate. I'm like, that's not my thing either. But when I started acting in the radio and the TV stuff, I'm like, that's what I want to do. So I started taking acting classes in college. Me and a couple of my buddies that I grew up with, we all went to the same school. We took the same classes, so we'd go commute. It was only like 20 minutes away from us. And then every acting scene that we do, we always made sure we could drink in it because we were fucking, so we always have that championship season. I remember was one where they're drinking. We always take scenes where we're fucking getting drunk because you're allowed to do it if that was part of the scene. So we'd have 12-pack of Bud cans, and then we'd be fighting and all that shit. So it was great. And even that day, I remember the teacher calls out, like, every scene you guys do, you guys are drinking. I'm like, yeah, if we can drink at school, how fucking great is that? My buddy had a bad tooth. My buddy Kevin, he had a bad tooth, and he brought an 8-pack of Bud Nips into class, and he didn't want to go to the dentist, so he's drinking in the back of the class his Bud Nips to kill the pain in college. And nobody said he had the 8-pack. He had the 8-pack right on the table. Remember them Bud Nips?
Oh, I love those.
And that's the fucking things are great.
6 cases. You got 6 8-packs in the case.
Yeah.
6 fucking 8-packs. Oh my God, I love those nips. You know who had a better one? Cool.
Oh, they had the little ones too.
The little cans, 6 ounces. Ooh.
Oh yeah, the little, yeah.
You could fucking freeze them, they would stay colder, and you could just down them in one fucking. And I hate beer. I hated beer back then.
Really? That's all we drank.
And I would buy an 8-pack of Coors and just crack it and just drink it in one fucking sip. Didn't even taste like beer. That's why I always loved Colorado. When I tasted Coors, I'm like, what is that? I gotta get out the fucking Colorado. They know what the fuck I'm doing. They used to, because Budweiser makes the 8-ounce nips. Miller made it too.
Yeah, they did. Miller had them.
Fucking horrible beer. But the best beer I used to like nips was Lonebrow. Lonebrow used to make
with that tin foil on the fucking cap.
Good friends. Tonight is kind of special.
Lonebrow.
So what the fuck are you doing in town? Really, Crank Yankee?
Yeah, Crank Yankee is coming back after 12 years on Comedy Central.
That's cool.
We had a run from 2002 to 2007. It got canceled.
Who was on with you?
Jimmy Kimmel, Adam Carolla, they started the show because they were on the Man Show at the time. So the Man Show was kicking ass on Comedy Central, and they go, "Hey, we have an idea to do prank calls and recreate them with puppets." So they gave him Comedy Central gave him 6 episodes right off the bat, guaranteed them, which is rare before they even had to go. And then they heard my shit on Howard Stern because I had these prank calls that that's what around with Telemarcus he was playing. I'm like, we want that dude to be on our show. And I remember my manager telling me, "Go, hey man, they want this new show on Comedy Central, going to make prank calls with puppets, and they like your calls, so they want you to be part of it." I'm like, that's probably the worst idea ever. All I thought about is my comic friends making fun of me. I'm going to be on this show that's going to be fucking horrendous. He's like, "Look, they guaranteed 6 hours." I go, "I'll do it, but I'm going to get fucking shit." That's all I thought, and the show just took off. And I was the only unknown comic to do it. Everybody, they just heard my shit. Like, it was Sarah Silverman, Jimmy, Adam Carolla, Dave Chappelle, Tracy Morgan, Wanda Sykes, Dane Cook, Dennis Leary, Dave Attell, Kevin Nealon. And I was like, I fucked out of obscurity at that time. And that my career just took off from that, just from making prank calls.
I could be wrong, but that was like my height of like Comedy Central back then was the channel. It seemed like
it was huge because we were on right after South Park, right before Jon Stewart. So it was a perfect spot on Tuesday nights.
Yeah, that was a big show. I love that show.
So 12 years later, they just decided it's going to come back. 20 episodes on Comedy Central. So I was out here 20 episodes. So I just did a whole recording session just the other day out here. I'm going to go back do some more, but because I do 2 characters on the show, so it's fucking great. I'm a middle-aged man making prank phone calls. I was burping into the phone 2 days ago, drinking a Diet Coke and burping, and I'm like, this is beautiful. How is my son ever going to go to college? How can I ever tell him to go? Like, you need an education. It's great.
Now they're going to bring back the heavy metal show.
That's what I'm hoping, because Viacom is bringing back all these old shows, like on MTV and all this stuff, because they realized that they just, got rid of all these shows that were pretty popular and then put new shit on. None of their shows have gotten ratings in years. So now MTV, Comedy Central, and hopefully VH1 does it at some point, brings back shows that actually got ratings. So you never know if that metal show comes back, because that was part of the Viacom family on VH1.
They just got rid of it,
dumped it, and it was a corporate thing. Viacom was losing a ton of money. Nickelodeon was their cash cow, and kids just started watching fucking cartoons on iPads and shit like that, so they stopped watching there, and that was it. And then when Jon Stewart left, and then Stephen Colbert left, that hour or whatever, that window, to Comedy Central's ratings just went to shitter, and that was part of Viacom. So when they came in, they just got rid of the whole VH1 classic channel. And our show was the only original show on there. So it wasn't because we weren't getting ratings. They just needed to make major cuts.
How long was the heavy metal show? 12 years, right?
No, it was on for 8 years, 130 episodes. We did. It was insane. It's the greatest because it was the only original program. So it was just on constantly. Like if you look at True TV, Impractical Jokers is on all day, all night. And that's the exposure we got on VH1 Classic. So it was perfect for us, because we were constantly on TV. Every time you turn that, there was another show on with Slash or whoever we had.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So, but look, I mean, that's, it's an obscure, that music is not that popular, so it couldn't be on a regular channel. It couldn't be on Fox after The Voice. Well, if we're interviewing, LA Guns or something like that, it's a small market for that. So that channel was perfect. It was a little shitty channel like 361 on VH1. On your, DirecTV, no one bothered us there. No one gave a fuck.
There's no more music shows, really, on TV. Yeah, you got The Voice and all that shit.
Right, but
yeah, I want to see that as much as I want to see fucking porn. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to see that shit.
Yeah.
I grew up on the Midnight Special. I grew up on Don Kirsh's Rock Concert. I grew up on fucking American Bandstand. They had time for all these types of shows. Soul Train. How long was fucking Soul Train? Is Soul Train still on? No, but Don Cornelius is dead and buried.
Yeah.
But now it's like, I want to see a show where they just got rid of what's-his-name show, didn't they? He just taped his last show. So that was a music show, Young Bands at night, NBC.
Oh, Carson Daly.
Carson Daly.
Right.
He's doing that,
yeah.
So he's gone.
Well, do you think, because before it used to be like 18 to 36 was the big age group you needed to get. Do you think it's getting older? Like maybe like 28 to 48, like those people who still have cable and Like those are the people who used to watch Crank Yankers and are gonna watch it again now that it's coming back out. Like I think maybe like the young kids, they're just like they're not watching TV, so let's make stuff for people who actually are.
But if a band releases a video, they'll get like 3 million views in a day and a half if they're popular. It's on YouTube.
Yeah, they're watching it.
So people are still watching it. They like, why would you make a video anymore? No one's watching it. They are. You look at like the Slipknot has a new video out. There's 45 million views after a week. So you people will still see it. But I think music's not important to people's lives. There's way too many distractions. If we had these phones when we were kids, we probably wouldn't have been into heavy metal. We wouldn't be sitting in on a Friday night reading the back of the lyrics of a Black Sabbath record because we were bored. We had nothing else to do. They got so much distraction on that phone. They don't give a fuck about music. You know what I mean? Because there's too much information there. There's too much entertainment on that. So the music's not important to people anymore. So that's why there's not going to be a music show because nobody really gives a shit. The young generation is like, it's just music, whatever. Look, I could text 6 of my friends right now. We're on mass text, just fucking bullshitting back and forth.
I don't go to Dorfman. Nashville was telling me he went to see the Grateful Dead in Boulder. It was just a bunch of rich kids with dead shirts on. Didn't know the music, didn't know anything. It's like Coachella. A bunch of people go to those shows. They don't know what's going on. They just go to walk around. They pay $1,000
Yeah.
for those fucking tickets. They do whatever drugs they do, and they just fucking walk around. I don't know what happened to music. I can't put, listen, I'm happy for Guns N' Roses. I'm happy for all those bands that are still touring. But isn't it fucking 30 years later? I mean, we have Guns N' Roses. You went to see Bob Seger. John's making fucking one. But that's the only way for them to make money.
They make peas. Now,
USA, how about you?
Figure that Kiss made so far this year.
Yeah. I got the second leg, first leg.
USA.
57 million. $1,000,000 a night. Now all the bands
Welcome.
VIP packages if you want to meet them.
Yes.
Money from everyone. Million people pay million a week. They hit platinum of sales every.
Excellent.
Like,
Welcome.
put a record out in 1986. Within 2 years, the only bands that will sell
United States
or 1 million records are like Kanye, the Foo Fighters, and a couple other bands. That's it. Records. You're lucky to sell
USA.
100,000. When you would sell 2 million, you lucky to sell. That's why they're cut. And they have a VIP thing if you want. Sometimes you can go to Black Sabbath had a tour, their last tour where you can watch. It was part of the package. So they play like 3 songs, which is great.
What are you saying?
I got hooked up, so me and Jim Norton went and we watched the sound check. I took my son to see the sound check. He fucking saw Iron Man with me, Jim Norton, my son, the people. Money. These bands are out there, because there's so much money. So they're going to keep touring all these old bands. Like, holy shit, look at this! I get paid $350 for a ticket. Paid. A million times. Where and I'm not a fan of. And my son's favorite bands. See them. Ted Nugent is playing right near my house. He's playing at the Starland Ballroom. Yeah. I saw him about 2 years ago. It was great. He doesn't really talk politics and it's free for all. Goes in the dome. It's phenomenal.
When was the last time you saw Ted?
About 2 years ago, I saw him at BB King's and he was phenomenal. So great. Going to see the Stones, yes.
Where at?
The Stones are playing MetLife Stadium where the Giants and Jets play. I didn't get the ticket yet. They're playing 2 nights, so I'll just I'll get them the day of. Or
I looked last week. They're up there.
a couple days before or whatever. So yeah, I'm gonna go see the. I saw the Stones already, but this don't mix 75. So I'm gonna go see them. I'm gonna go see Slipknot. Korn and Alice in Chains are touring this summer, so I'll probably go see that show. Nothing that really sticks out for me.
I know who's Judas Priest out with, but they're not.
They're doing a bunch of festivals. I just did this festival down in North Carolina. There's a new band that I saw down in North Carolina. I like this band called Dirty Honey. They're out of Los Angeles. They're a cross between like old Aerosmith, a little Zeppelin, and Guns N' Roses. They just have an EP out. They're really good. I saw them at some festival a couple of weeks ago. They got some heat. They only got 5 songs out, but they got that old school sound. The key is there's a band, Greta Van Fleet, that sounds like Zeppelin. If the young kids can get into these new rock bands, because the guys are young in the band, they're 21, 22. If this new generation of kids can get into it, that will bring that music back. Right now, you got a bunch of middle-aged dudes going to watch 20-year-olds play shit that sounds like Zeppelin. You're not getting that younger generation, not getting the 17, 18-year-old kids that are in the band Greta Van Fleet who are selling like 6,000 tickets. They sell out in 2 seconds, whatever. And there's all these other young bands. So if you get that young generation into that, the rock music will come back. You need that because someone's going to have to do that. Like it's just, when you go see Guns N' Roses, maybe you bring your kid because they know Paradise City and Welcome to the Jungle. But that's when we were growing up, my older brothers got me into that stuff. So we got into it young, AC/DC and going to all those shows. But right now, any new band that's coming out that's got some heat, that's pretty good. It's just middle-aged dudes going to sing it.
I like the band. I still love music. 60% of my day is music related. I got music on in the house or whatever. But for me, going to concerts was a social thing. It was for my buddies, and we plan it, and we get a bag of reefer, God knows what else. It was a social thing,
Yeah.
Again, now I'm going to go see the Stones maybe up in Pasadena in August. I'm not sure yet. But I don't know if it's that much of a social thing for kids anymore. Like, we were up on that. Like, I went to see Prince for $15 at the club. Like, the kids I grew up with were into that. I had friends that's what they did. Like Mauricio Alvarado. That's what he does. He goes to concerts every night. He goes to see whoever. He don't give a fuck if it's Aretha Franklin, Def Leppard, Devo, Punk. When you're just a fan of music. Like, I was a fan of music. You said something interesting that was earlier. Growing up, you had the jocks in the heads. I grew up with jock heads. Like, we lifted weights, we ran, we ate good, but we also snorted coke and fucking
Well, yeah, see, we didn't.
I went to concerts. Like, we were one of those people. We would lift before we go to a concert. Like, we're going to lift till 6, go home, take a shower, and then go to the concert and get a gram of blood. Like, we did all that shit, but we were combination head jocks. Like, there was no heads with it. They didn't like the jobs. No, we smoked dope, and we fucking packed with people.
Yeah, we know it was the jocks and the burnouts.
The burnouts.
Yeah,
they call
the guys that smoked outside the smoking section in between class. We were the burnouts. We were guys with the Ozzy shirts and the Judas Priest shirts, and then the jocks were the guys that all played sports, and they usually got the hot chicks. We get some of those burnout chicks. There would be a couple, that came from broken homes. You know what I mean? And like, all right, cool, and there wasn't that many of them. But, but the jocks always got the hot chicks, and we're just, we're wearing concert shirts every day to school, and, no girls like, I don't even know what Judas Priest is. You're just weird.
How was your show last night with Crazy Kate?
It was great. I love Kate.
How's Crazy Kate doing?
She seems very zen. She seems like No, I love Kate, man. I got a special place in my heart for her. She's out there, you know what I mean, busting her ass every night. She's like a dude. She just fucking, I don't care. Give me a stage, no problem. I'll do my jokes, doesn't bitch. Low maintenance.
She sees it for what it is.
Yeah, low maintenance on the road. Just like, all right, if this is what I got to deal with, this is what I got to deal with, hecklers, whatever. So, it was great.
When do you go back to the big bad fucking apple?
I'm going back tomorrow. Well, tonight on the Red Eye.
That's it. Going back.
I got a show with Sam Tripoli tonight. We're doing some, some naughty show thing somewhere. At a Red Eye. I got my boy tomorrow. Let's hang out. It's fucking great. Yeah.
And what are you doing for the summer besides these shows? You going down the shore at all?
Yeah, we got a family vacation in Long Beach Island. We rent a house every year. Our family get one like right on the beach. We all chip in. There's 7 of us, and all the kids and all that stuff. No parents, but my brothers and sisters, their kids. So it'll be the first year. My mom passed away in November, 80 years old. So that was like, this will be the first vacation without her, which she always loved it and helped run and all that stuff. But yeah, it's great. And the kids, the beach is right there. We're in Long Beach Island. They got the fucking rides and all that shit. So it's going to be great. And the concerts. And then my boy, we'll just hang out. I don't put them in camp or anything like that. I'm like, no, you play with your friends on the fucking block. You wake up at 9 in the morning. I'll see you in a few hours. You hang at my house. They hang at their house. It's fucking great. They got sleepovers and all that shit. They're in my basement going crazy.
How old's your boy now?
He's 8. It's turning 9. Yeah,
that's a great fucking crazy age.
Oh yeah.
You got fireworks this year?
No, yeah, I got. They'll actually sell them at the Walmart in Jersey. They'll sell not like the crazy stuff. A lot of shit that shoots in the air. So you buy a whole thing of like $100, and we'll blow it. We'll shoot the stuff up in the air. He loves it. Yeah, so wait till it's nighttime. We shoot up, so we get a bunch of it all the time. He loves it. So
quarter fucking stick.
Yeah, I don't know. Probably not.
Like a pack of fireworks, I'm going to be like 35 cents.
35 cents, exactly. There was like 20, 25 cents or something. Yeah.
I'd bang them off for $1. The sticks were 50 cents. Bang them for $1.
We buy a big bag of weed off this dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, my brother's friend was dealing in high school. He would just come with a brown bag of just weed and just selling it to people right in the hallway. And then we buy it and then we roll the joints and we sell the joints for $3. We'll make like $2 on the joints. Sell 10 for. Come on, like, hey man, it's 10 joints, 22. Usually a joint $1 back in the day. Yeah, so we get like $22 for 10 joints. Dude, you're gonna buy it off some guy in the street. You're gonna go to New York to get this shit. Yeah.
This is a fucking money.
Yeah, and then we'd walk to 7-Eleven with a bottle of Southern Comfort and drink it along the way and go buy porno magazines. Yeah, high school. Yeah. Around 8, 9, 10th grade. I smoked my first weed at 12 years old. Concert, and they were passing it along. Just passed it along. My brother's with me. I'm like, can I? He's like, yeah, all right. I was high at 12. It's beautiful.
What date you got coming up? Anything good?
Uncle Vinny's June 1st, Point Pleasant, New Jersey. We were talking about that before.
And I'll see you August. You'll be around?
Yeah, I'm going to be around.
August. I only fly in that day.
Yeah.
In DC that Friday. So I'm going to get that.
I'll be down there. I'm going to come down that night, August 10th. And my comedy special, I Got the House, is out.
When did that come out?
That came out a couple months ago. You can stream it on Amazon Prime or it's on iTunes. It's all about my divorce.
You released it yourself.
I released it myself.
You don't need
own the whole fucking thing.
Yeah, you don't need that.
Doesn't matter. I tell people it's everywhere but Netflix, and I don't care. Like if I can't get a Netflix deal, it doesn't matter. And you own your shit. You know how much money you're gonna make on this shit when you own it 5-10 years from now.
People fucking will find you.
They'll find it. Everybody can find it. And my podcast is every Monday, Comedy Metal Midgets.
That's the podcast?
Yeah, that's what it's called. My podcast is called Comedy Metal Midgets. My serious show is called Metal Midgets.
Now, when does the serious show come out?
Every Thursday.
Okay.
And they replay it a few times during the week.
I said, I'm lost, but I usually catch it on Sirius. Like I said, last Sunday I caught it, and you played Something Tremendous by Priest. And I was like, fucking, that's tremendous. I forgot all about it. I think it was one of the songs from the live album.
Unleashed in the East.
Studio, though. I think it was.
Oh, maybe Running Wild?
Something you played. It was something Priesty.
Right.
Fucking always a pleasure to have you.
Thank you, man.
Thank you very much for coming on. I want to thank Jim Florentine for coming on the show. And don't forget, motherfuckers, tickets are almost sold out for June 1st at the Ice House working out with Uncle Joey. We also have the Fillmore Theater in New Orleans on June 7th. And the Tabernacle Theater in Atlanta, Georgia on June 8th. Tickets still available for the Fillmore Theater in New Orleans and for the 8th at the Tabernacle. Come on down, bitches. I want to give a shout out to our sponsors. The church is brought to you by Manscaped. Listen, Uncle Joey's here to tell you something. The suffering ends now. You ever ask your girlfriend or your wife to trim the fucking bush around your dick or your ball sack? You're sitting there looking up in the air waiting to fucking get killed. Because without your dick, that's what you feel. You feel like you're dead. Well, the suffering ends today, okay? With Manscaped, you get it done without the pain and anxiety. You're like, why, Joey? Why? I'll tell you why. Because they got precision tools for the family jewels, you fucking cocksuckers. Manscaped has redesigned the electric razor. They've invented, it's called the lawnmower, a handheld razor with skin-safe technology so it won't nick or snag your nutsack. You got to go easy on what the fucking Lord gave you, right? You don't want to show up with a dick with fucking bruises on it and stitches and shit like this. This bad boy will leave your area nice, clean, smooth, pain and anxiety free. Plus, it's rechargeable and easy to hold. So you get into all the nooks and crannies by your asshole and under your nutsack so there's no misunderstandings. Manscaped will get your beanbag looking as smooth as a fucking egg. You understand me? And I'm going to let you in on a little secret. If you trim the hedges, the fucking love stick looks a lot bigger. Now, what are you waiting for? Trim up that fucking dick of yours at manscaped.com. They'll give you everything you need to make your balls shine, your dick look bigger, and your dick look pretty, like it's going to the Oscars. When was the last time you got your dick ready for the Oscars? You haven't. With Manscaped, it looks like your dick is going to the Oscars. And if this is the first time you've considered Manscaping, they got a deal for you. You ready? They got something called the Perfect Package. It comes with a lawnmower and a safety razor, plus the crop preserver, a specially formulated deodorant, so your balls don't stink like a fucking dead animal. And the Reviver. You keep them in the car, little packages. It spritz that tones and refreshes your nutsack and your dick hole to keep you nice and clean in the summertime. You understand me? And right now, the church family can get 20% off your first order when you use promo code CHURCH, CHURCH, at manscaped.com. And if you order the Perfect Package, they'll also throw in a free travel bag when you use promo code CHURCH, CHURCH. So go to manscaped.com, use promo code CHURCH. I'm going to give you 20% off your first order, and you're going to get the Perfect Package. You're going to be tip-top magoo for the rest of the year. You understand me? You're going to be getting dates. Women are going to enjoy sucking your dick and licking your nutsack. Why? Because at manscaped.com, that's what they're striving for. More blowjobs and less stinky fucking dicks. Now keep your balls clean, but it starts with manscaped.com. The church is also brought to you by Onnit. Why, Joey? Why do you like Onnit so much? Why? Because their supplements are clean, Bobby. They got fucking bats. They got kettlebells. I can't help you with that. As far as the supplements, the protein powders, the beef jerky, the fucking ultra, the Shroom Tech Immune, the Shroom Tech fucking, what's the other one? Sport, which will give you more oxygen. Onnit is the way to go. Let me say, Alpha Brain, you're a little cloudy, you're feeling like you can't focus. Give the Alpha Brain a fucking challenge. You understand me? Give them a little try. If you don't like it, they give you 100% money back guarantee and they don't want the product. Who else does that? Nobody. That's why I deal with Onnit, and that's why I suggest you go to Onnit. If you're looking for these type of supplements, do me a favor. Go to Onnit.com right now and look at the great selection that they have, whether it's protein you need, whether it's the melatonin, whatever you need, they got. The oil for the fucking coffee, they got it all. Go to Onnit.com right now. You find something you like, press in, charge, and get 10% off, delivered right to your fucking crib. You don't even got to leave the house, all right? So I want to thank Manscaped. I want to thank Onnit. But most importantly, I want to thank you guys on Memorial Day for making this podcast fucking a savage that it is. And most importantly, for listening and for supporting us. So I want to thank Jimmy. I want to thank the fucking Christ Killer. And I want to thank you motherfuckers for always being solid. I'll see you back here Thursday morning, ready to rock. It's the end of the month, bitches. Get your shit together. If you're going to be alive, this is the week to do it. Now go get yourself one. Kick this motherfucking mule, Lee. Greetings from Podcastville. It's Thursday, the last fucking day of the month. So get your shit together. The Church of What's Happening Now is brought to you by CBD Lion. Listen, picking a fucking reliable CBD company was like fucking pulling teeth. But lucky for you, Uncle Joey came fucking through with CBD Lion. They make CBD Lion from start to finish, and CBD Lion has you covered. Whether it's vape, cartridges, or shatter, or the tincture, they're there for you. Go to cbdlion.com right now and check out the third-party lab results yourself. And on the way out, press in code word church and get 20% off your first order. You can't beat that nowhere. And since the summer is coming and Father's Day is around the corner, Tushy is back, bitches. Wiping your ass with a dry toilet paper, that does not remove all the shit and fucking slime that comes out of your filthy fucking body. If you got any poop on any part of your body, you just wipe it off with dry paper, you filthy animal. Water cleans better than dry paper, my friends. Oh, shit. That's why Tushy is here. They're a bidet to upgrade your toilets to a porcelain fucking throne fit for a king. You understand me? And now, they got the Father's Day bundle, which includes the Tushy bidet, the Tushy bamboo bum towels made out of 100% bamboo filters, fibers to wipe your butt dry and eliminate the fucking hemorrhoid juice. And they got the Tushy travel because dads on the go probably have to give a little wipe from time to time. Give them fucking keep them clean everywhere. And the Tushy asked me about your butthole t-shirt. You know you got sense and humor from. So all these items bundled together, buck and a quarter, but that's not what I'm asking for. What I'm asking is go to hellotushy.com right now. Take a look at the fine lineup of days they got with a money-back fucking guarantee. They're tremendous. If it wasn't for Tushy, my asshole would smell like a fucking dead camel. Thank God Tushy came into my life, especially now when humidity sets in your asshole and that fucking tear gas of death comes out. Yes. Go to hellotushy.com right now and press in church and get 10% off your order delivered right to your motherfucking house. Kick this motherfucking muley. Are you fucking nuts or what?
I mean, that gets you lit. You know, I forgot about the song.
That's a great song.
It's a great song.
That's like 98.
That's it.
That was right before Big Daddy fucking the Man of Steel.
97, you're right.
97. What's up, Tarzan?
What's up?
Great to have welcome Mo and me to the show. First time. I've known Mo since since he was a kid. I was an old man when I met him.
No, you weren't old man.
How long have you been doing comedy for now?
Professionally, 20 years. June will be my 20-year anniversary professionally. Yeah,
How
the
long-
first time I did stand-up was in 95. I was a 14-year-old kid. That's when I was
Oh,
doing in high school. It was right after my father died, and I was skipping school, and my English teacher was like, "Don't you want to be a comedian?" She's like, "Yeah, stop fucking skipping school. You're too smart and late. You do stand-up in class." And I was like, "No fucking brain." So she changed my life.
That's crazy how a teacher. I had a teacher that's in fact, I'm doing the Borgata August 10th. And a friend of mine called me and goes, "Guess who's going to see you on August 10th? Mr. Levito." Mr. Levito was my 6th grade teacher. And he made a deal with me. Shut the fuck up during the week. And on Fridays, I'll let you go up in class and do material. And I wouldn't even do material. I would sing Frankie Valli songs.
Oh my God, amazing.
With like a ruffled shirt on. And I try to croon the girls. They tell me to get the fuck away from them. Get the fuck away. I used to ask the
That's
motherfucker.
fucking hilarious. So I did like stand up one night. I was just like in class. I would write the material and do the stand up, and then I started freestyling. So I would go grab a little jacket from wardrobe in the theater department. I would come back to the class and I would do an impression of Chris Farley, and I would just roast the class as Chris Farley. I did that like several times. I did 3 shows in one day. My Spanish teacher got me out of like 3 classes that day, so I could do all the other. I had 3 shows in one day, all my classes. It's amazing with teachers that they really like pay attention to their students and they push you and they drive you. They literally changed my life.
Did you go to college?
I didn't. No, so that came a long time ago.
You just went right into high school.
Right into stand up.
Right. What was the first club before that?
First club was the Laugh Stop. The first comedy club was the Laugh Stop. I was sitting. My mom forced me to get a job. I was running this fucking flag company, sold flags, and I was reading the Houston Press. On the back of it, it said Houston's Funniest Person competition. But the last time was the same day. It was like the deadline was June 9th. I was like, oh shit. So I went and ran to the comic with my buddy, took me Nick, who's still my dear friend to this day that I grew up with. And corny as shit. He was like, "You ready? This is the first day of the rest of your life." And it was. We walked in. I signed up for the list. I learned about the system. Oh, there's open mics. This is what you do. Blah, blah, blah. And I was like, oh my God, all my materials like here at the high schools. I got to rewrite this shit. And I went up at the Houston's Funniest Person competition. And actually, Scott Kennedy was hosting. Sean Rouse went up that night. May they both rest in peace. Man. So both those guys were there that night. And I started learning about stand-up. And I went to the comedy showcase. No, that's just the evolution. You got to really want it.
What year was this?
It's 99.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
I thought you were gonna say you won the competition. I was like, oh my god.
No. I made like the wild card. I was good like right out of the gate. I did pretty well right out of the gate. And I made like the wild card thing or whatever. And then the next year I made the finals. Then I realized the competitions are just stupid. You just need to go and work on your craft and go on the road. You know, Danny Martinez at the Comedy Showcase took me under his wing. Who also like mentored Ralphie May and T-Shawn Shannon and all these guys that came up.
The black chick.
I mean, yeah. Oh my God, Thea Vidal.
Thea Vidal.
Yeah, exactly. So many cats came out of there. Shayla Rivera as well.
It makes you want to cry. Like it makes me want to cry.
Yeah.
When I think about what Houston meant in my comedy life.
Right.
Like how big of a scene and how fun Houston was. Like how much fun.
It says
it really was. Like when now Ralphie's gone and Sean Rouse are gone and half the people that did comedy from that town are no longer even involved in comedy. But for a moment in time, it was like the Comedy Store.
Yeah.
And forget about Monday nights. Monday nights.
Oh my God, that open mic was amazing.
Fucking just, you know, people don't know, like 98 to 2000 something.
Yeah.
Houston was my midway point.
Right.
Because it was just a party.
Yeah, absolutely.
It was just a party. And it's hard to explain to people what it was like to, like I did comedy, like I would go down there, like let's say I had to go on, I would book El Paso, Froggy Bottoms.
Oh my God, Froggy Bottoms in
I would
Lubbock.
book, you know, Midland and Odessa.
Yeah.
I would book all these fucking places in Texas. 6 weeks. And I'd base myself out of Houston. I'd sleep on Jody's couch.
Right.
Or whoever had a fucking couch in those days. So Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, I'd be in fucking Houston, just eating, smoking. You know, Mondays was the last stop. Tuesdays was.
There was like Rudyard's. I think it's still going on.
Yes.
And there's the Greek restaurant.
The Greek restaurant.
Forgot the name of it.
Monday night was the other place. After that last stop, you went across the street to the corner with Jody.
Rudyard's.
No.
Not Rudyard's.
Yes, shit. Mondays
Sherlock.
So Mondays was that.
Yeah.
Tuesdays was that fucking.
Definitely Rudyard's. Definitely the Greek restaurant upstairs.
And then Wednesday.
Wednesday was the Greek restaurant on Wednesday nights.
And then Thursday was Ice Mungle's Friends Brew in Pasadena, Texas. Right. You had the black couple that started Beaumont.
Oh, that's right.
Because the first people who had that club were a nice black couple. They were engineers.
Oh, you know what? I don't think I ever met them.
99, 98.
Yeah. I did Beaumont, though.
Right.
Hilton back then.
Right.
They were Hilton in the back, and Slade ran there for a hop in.
Slade ran that.
And then they moved it into a bank called the Comedy Texas.
Yes.
That was a fun role.
That's right, OD.
Yeah. Is it really?
That's right, OD.
Holy shit.
Valiant.
Oh, no.
And Jägermeister. My face was red for a week. So I would basically go to Houston. I would just fly to Houston. Yeah. And then for a month.
That's where I met you first.
Yeah.
At the last stop.
But the last
I'd never shake that line. And still to this day, I remember. I went to Houston. I came out and said, I walk in a Hobby Airport. What a fucking mess Hobby Airport is. This fucking prospect came up and they asked me for like $20. I said, hey, bitch, I got $2 in a match. You know, that was like one of the lines. And you would always look at me like, Mo, stop fucking around. You need to come to LA. Got Miles Gibrani over there fucking doing his thing. You should come out there, you fucking blow it out of the water. What the fuck you doing? You're like, come on, it's not fucking wasting your time. I remember to this day, bro, I've been waiting for this moment to sit down and talk to you about it for a really long time. And the first time I met you was really through Jody when you were doing shows with Rogan. He was, I think he was like fresh off of like a few years separated from news radio. I think he just kind of finished that run. It's all kind of starting to settle down after Phil died and all that stuff. It's been like 4 years maybe at that point max, I think. And then he was just getting into that show Fear Factor and all that. And that's why I met you and we all hung out and did it. And you were like, yeah, I'm leaving the airport next day. I was like, you know, I got to take Joey. So you pumped me up so much. You made me want to be more aggressive. You know, my stand-up show was already insane, you know, doing as many spots as possible, staying up till 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, getting up and going to this fucking flag shop till like I could get out of it and start doing it full time. But you're a big motivator in my life, and I'm very happy that we actually get to sit together and have this conversation. Like,
It's sketch up. If I came from a market in Denver where there was no lot, and I wanted to fucking do stand up.
right.
There's nothing like wanting to do something and being held back. Boulder had poetry readings. Denver
Still
had,
to this day.
Denver had the Comedy Works on Tuesday, which only gave you spots once a month. And then there was a kid, Jimmy Beta, that gave you love. And there was another guy on Saturdays that the show started at 11.
Yeah.
And you were like, 5 and a half, you go up.
Yeah.
There's an open micer that's very hard to comprehend at that point.
Of course.
So I was frustrated. So I did what any other open micer does. I became acquainted with my fucking car and put it in my mind that I had to drive to do spots. So I would have to go like 2 hours on a Tuesday to go to, what's his name, for 2 hours back after you bomb.
Yeah.
I would have to go to Cheyenne, Wyoming. When I went to Seattle, there was just so much action.
Yeah, I was going to say you spent time in
In
Seattle.
contrast to where I was from. When I met you, stop.
Yeah.
You and I both know this.
Yeah.
There was that much. The thing that Houston had over a lot of other cities was the support. The support of the community at that last spot.
Right.
Stop. Monday
Yeah.
nights.
Yeah.
I'm sorry I keep saying last spot.
There used to
Because
be
there was a last spot,
Yeah,
a last stop,
yeah.
a comedy showcase. You know, you think of, if you really sit down, I'm not here to insult anybody. I'm
No,
just
of course
telling you the facts.
Yeah, of course.
If you sit down and you count the town, he's 98 or 2000. It was mind-boggling.
Yeah.
First of all, you had to have a new 5 minutes every time you went on stage
Pretty
on
much, yeah.
Mondays, or you would get tortured. The comics,
Yeah, if you're not trying new shit all the time. Yeah.
they torture. The comics would
Matt
make
Kirsch tortured the shit out of me.
great joke. Yeah.
Yeah.
What'd you do 3 times in a row?
Yeah, yeah.
Let's breathe a little bit.
Right.
And you're like, listen, the open mic is motivating. At first, you want to strangle somebody when they say that. What?
Yeah.
What they're telling you is the fact. You should have left that joke 3 weeks ago. You should have worked on that in Conroe.
Right.
Or in fucking
Yeah.
somewhere else.
Exactly.
But here at the open mic, you had to show up with a new 5 every fucking week.
Right.
So the pushing was there. You had Matt Kirsch. You had fucking
John Ross. Scott Kennedy was from Houston as well. Scott Kennedy's a beast. And imagine Scott Kennedy being gay in that era and talking about where that come from. Can you imagine
In
him
that
now?
day, you know,
Can you
in that
imagine him
fucking
now?
Texas.
Oh my
And they
god.
had that gay neighborhood where he was.
Yeah,
the king
Montrose.
of-
Yeah.
He was the king of Montrose.
Yeah.
If you walked down Montrose with Scott Kennedy,
Yeah.
people would fucking bow to you. Like, fucking what's up, man?
Yeah, he was one of the funniest people I saw. When I
He
first
was
met
a
him.
very sweet other guy.
Yeah,
He was just a story.
Yeah,
Like,
he
I,
really was.
I still look at the kids sometimes and miss him walking in with his jersey.
Yeah, with his
With
football
his little
jersey.
hat on. He had
Yeah,
like a little young soldier.
right.
I was confused. I'm gonna go back to my house. I'm gonna go fuck military planning. I'm gonna show you how to get fucked in the ass.
Yeah.
He would pull him right out of San Diego.
100%.
He didn't give a
He
fuck.
didn't give a fuck.
He'd go right on the army base and salute people.
Yeah. Oh, he was in the army?
No, he
No,
was gay.
He was gay, yeah.
Oh, okay.
But he did a lot of military.
He did a lot of
tours.
military
Okay, I was like,
tours.
last time I saw him was in Iraq. He gave me a coin, and I'll never forget that. He was like, "Thank you."
He was a great guy.
Yeah,
But
great.
every once in a while, you catch him.
Yeah.
And you'd have a little 18-year-old recruit.
Yeah.
I was a little confused from Houston. He didn't really know.
Oh
And he'd
my
look
God.
at me and give me a wink.
100%.
This motherfucker don't know. He's going to be sucking dick with his rifle over his shoulder. How I like it. Over his shoulder.
100%.
100%.
100%. At first open mic I was at, he was hosting it, and he went up. He was hosting it, and my buddy, who's now like a flight director at NASA. At the time, he was like 18, 19 years old. He was like, come over. I'll suck your dick like you never sucked your dick before. And my friend was tired, his white, he just his face turned red. Can you imagine? At that time, he was doing that kind of material in Texas. Like, it was just, it would blow the room would just, you can't follow him. You couldn't follow him. He was so powerful and so crass and so but just had the right touch and seasonings to be able to get away with it too. It was just very funny. See a white guy with a fucking FUBU jersey with a rainbow.
I was gonna ask with Scott Kennedy, then he said FUBU. I was like, was he black? Or
no, he was white.
no,
He was a white guy. Yeah,
he was Jewish.
He's like a chubby white guy with a FUBU jersey, and I think he had like a rainbow patch on it. It was hilarious. It was like, what are you doing? Yeah, it was so fun. It worked for him.
Used to, like, I thought, even after I had been a regular up here, like, you have to know where you stand in life, right? You have to know where you stand in comedy. And I remember going to an opening. The first time I went to Houston, I opened for Slate.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a hell of a weekend.
Oh, yeah.
Cold, women, it was fucking crazy. And then they talked me into staying on Monday. Like, you're not staying Monday? I'm like, no.
Oh, yeah, you gotta
And
stay.
they're like, you gotta stay. I was like, I don't know. And they're like, fucking stay.
That's a fun.
You're gonna fucking be enlightened. And I'm sure. I walked down, there was 200 people in the fucking room.
Yeah, it's
It was standing there.
Yeah.
200 audience or 200 comics?
200 audience.
Well, I mean, there's
60
like,
comics.
yeah, it's like so many comedians.
60 comics,
Yeah.
Lee. 60.
It was
That's all
going
like the comedy
It
store.
was from 7 to 2.
Yeah, all these guys are trying, they really want to get into the laugh stop, and they would bring all their friends, and they would pack out the guys.
Packed out.
Yeah,
Packed out. Great audiences.
Yeah.
Fucking $2 beers or something.
Yeah, it's
you would
crazy,
get
yeah.
fucking lit down Monday night.
For everyone listening, open mics in LA have zero audience.
Zero audience.
In most cases, man. Most cases, open mics is like other comics are, sitting in the back. That's it. And there's like one or two people in the front. I mean, that's it.
Right.
Most of the time.
It's crazy
Because
because
there's like a real room.
if you build an open mic as a train wreck, that's when it becomes an open mic.
Yeah,
And that's
yeah.
what people enjoy.
Right.
People don't really want to go up and see 15 guys do 6 minutes. They want to see a train wreck. And that's the aspect I didn't know about open mic. I learned that in Seattle.
Right.
Seattle's open
Big
mic
about that,
on
yeah.
Monday and Tuesday was a train wreck. Right. Because you had people that weren't comics. You had a lot of hobbyists
Exactly.
that were crazy in their real life.
Right.
They came in there with a handcuff on or
Oh, God.
those types of
Yeah,
people.
yeah.
With a note in their hand.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
There's
saying?
one guy we couldn't wait to watch every time. And he was the worst. He was the worst
That
comedian
is
I've ever
why.
seen. His name is Larry Simon. He was the real estate agent. I'll never fucking forget this guy. And I was like, maybe you just have to go filthy, bro. I don't know what to tell you. Just be filthy. And the next week, I see him on set, and everybody's going nuts in the room. I'm like, what's going on? You see Larry Simon talking about some really filthy shit. I was stuck in her ass. It was awful. He did a horrible job executing whatever he was doing. I was like, I don't think he really understood what I was trying to tell him.
I
I
had
just
someone
let
like
it go.
completely naked on stage last week. Like completely took their dick out. Just like completely naked.
Doug stand-up, I think.
Oh, God.
Yeah, and he also did it the following week, right away on Monday. Shaved his balls. Had a waitress shave
On
his balls.
stage?
Yeah, on stage. Had a waitress come up and shave his balls, and he's at the laugh stop the following week. And it was that Monday night. Did it again. It was just like, I forgot what's her name, the waitress.
We were just talking about it the other day.
Dory.
The waitress was a Dory. Was it Dory Dutton? His girlfriend was a cute. Dory Dutton's chick that moved to London.
London, yeah, she's
They
great.
always give you acid and shit.
Which never gave me that.
Oh, every time you bumped into her, she hold on, I had something. She was brownies or fucking
Yeah,
pills. She was very sweet.
she was great energy.
I just saw her on Facebook a couple of days ago.
Yeah.
The girl, what were we talking about?
Doug Stanhope.
The last
shaved
time
me.
Doug
Girl
Stanhope.
that shaved Doug Stanhope's balls. I just told the story about her. She was a great kid.
Yeah.
She was a kid, cute,
Yeah.
cute, and a great kid. And she moved here. She got a job in La Jolla at the comedy store. But she also did magic.
Oh, wow.
Because her father raised her in the circus.
Hilarious.
She was raised in the circus, so she was very hip. And then she started getting some momentum with comedy in San Diego, and she moved to New York. And she was kind of booking Sal's Comedy Hole. This is when Sal's was hot, like 2004,
Yeah.
2005. Then Sal's closed and came out here, and she came out with Sal. But at the time, they were doing a show called Magic with the Stars. And she shot the pilot because she was such a great magician. Wow. She ate fire and all that shit. So while they were shooting it, then ABC picked it up. And they were going to shoot Magic with the Stars, where a magician teaches a star magic. While they were shooting the pilot, they put him up in the Magic Hotel.
Oh, no.
She was kind of cute. She was kind of flirty. I'm not saying anything bad.
Right.
One of the camera guys broke into her room at night and raped her in the middle of the night. What the fuck? And she had to press charges. The news, the show got canceled. No more Magic with the Stars. Fucking ABC found out the hard way. Magicians are creepy people.
Yeah.
And fucking.
It was the cameraman that fucking magician.
It was a cameraman, a PA, something raped her.
Oh
She had to come
my God.
back and go to court.
Holy shit.
ABC paid her off to keep it hush hush.
Yeah.
Or they paid her money for what had happened. Like I guess she ended up suing ABC.
Right.
And
Liable at that point.
yeah, she lives in Idaho. She has a husband, kid,
Amazing.
and somebody from LA moved up there to be with her. She was tight with somebody from LA, a gay guy. I just forget his
And it
name.
all started by shaving Dubstairs Paul. She lost that job right at that comedy club.
She was very sweet and very nice. She liked dirty comedy. She liked this because
how she grew up, the circus, everything else. I mean, come on, like, fucking swallows fire. I mean, it's not gonna be.
I've been thinking the last couple of years, I don't know where to start. I don't want to step on anybody's toes. And most importantly, I didn't want to hurt anybody's feelings. But I always wanted to do a documentary of the Houston comedy scene and what it meant at that time. Because say what you want about Babbitt, that club was on fire.
The club was on fire. He was the best and worst thing that happened.
Right. He was the best and worst thing that happened to all those kids.
Yeah, all those kids. Yeah, too. I was seeing it. So the thing that I had, I remember watching the things unfold. I was like, I don't think I'm going to make much progress if I just stay here. Like, as a comedian and what I want to do and try to accomplish. And to me, the comedy showcase was the spot where you really got to work in and you really learned the tool. And Danny was very open and shared with me. He was like, you can be my last student. I feel like you could. I mean, he literally told me.
Danny's still alive?
Yeah. How's he doing? He's doing great, man. He's doing good. You know, he had to have a kidney transplant. Peggy gave him a kidney.
I knew something about
it was really amazing. And it took, and he's doing great. But what he did for the Houston Comedy Club scene, like the comedians that really took time and went over there and pushed all their shit aside and really used that room to really grow. And everything he taught me about the road and how to build that, he said, you'll be a star in 20 years. Are you ready to? I'm not going to waste my time if you don't have that plan. I'm about to hit 20 now. I just got my Netflix special. He was spot on everything that he taught me, like from technical standpoint to what I should do, what I expect on stage, and all these things that you need as a comedian, all these tools you need as a comedian. And that was like the best thing that happened to me. And Babbitt was great for the comedy club scene and bringing people in and bringing all the acts in and really doing it. But what he did that he didn't understand was that you can't take comedians that have a really solid future and rush them and take them to LA and take them to London. And there's one comedian in mind that I have, Ben Mowbray, who's really talented, a really brilliant guy. And I feel like he didn't give him a chance to mature and really, you know, grasp what it takes to be a comedian before you put him up in front of all these people. And, you know, in the end, you ruined the club, man.
Did you see the movie Punchline?
I did, yeah.
Punchline was the movie I watched to make me pick up the phone.
Right.
Like, I knew about comedy. I knew I wanted to do it. I was writing material, but I just didn't know where to start.
Right.
Punchline was the movie that made me get up, dial 91411 and see if there was any comedy clubs in the area. And they were like, the Comedy Works. And they gave me the number, and I go up beginning comic. And then 6 weeks later, I saw an ad in the paper. I took a comedy class. But my point being, remember the club owner in that?
I don't.
In that movie, he was a very...
With Tom Hanks, you talking?
Yeah, with Tom Hanks. And those people. That's a great movie to watch if you're starting out as a comic, because that's what I thought. I thought that you went to a club, you reached on to the owner, and the owner gave you guidance. And he gave you real guidance from the heart, and he spoke to you about what to expect. And that was, you know, you have to cut through the bullshit. Yeah. Everybody wants to be a comic.
Right.
In my world, show it to me.
Right, exactly.
I know exactly where you're at. Exactly. I don't even need to go see you.
Yeah.
I know exactly what you're doing. How long you been doing it? 3 year mark? I know exactly what you're doing.
Yeah.
I know exactly what you're doing.
What you're feeling emotionally, where you think you should be.
I know exactly
I got 30 minutes, but it's really 10.
Nobody's
like,
calling me. The
whole thing.
We've heard it before. You were there. You walked those steps.
Yeah.
I didn't get that guidance.
Yeah.
You know, I had the Comedy Works. Wendy didn't have the time.
Yeah.
They tried. Wendy did hire 2 people to help comics, which nobody else did. She helped the writer to do a stand-up little writing thing, and then she hired a guy to put you on stage and critique you. You know, but he was an asshole about it. Right. And then I went to Seattle, and Seattle's owner was some guy we never met, and the booker was John Fox. But the guy that ran the club, his name was Carl, and that was the closest I ever had to a comedy father. He walked you through the steps. He'd tell you to eliminate that joke, whether you like it or not, get rid of it. They got nowhere with it.
That's what Danny would do.
You know, that's what they would do. They would tell you not to go to certain places. And you as an asshole wouldn't listen. And then you come back with lumps in your head and go, what did I tell you? Now I'm putting you in the back of the line. Exactly. For not listening. Now you're in the back of the line. When you start listening, then you get to the front of the line. Because everybody knows more than you know. You know, and
Danny would fucking stress me out, like on purpose. He would just be like, for a whole year, like so many guys were opening, and for a solid year, I've been doing, you know, all these free spots. You know, it's not even like free spot, all this training, I call it. That's what it should be called. And all this training, and I'm overly ready. I got like 20 like solid minutes. I should be opening. You know, I should be hosting. Like I need to fucking host. He'd make me fucking wait. He was like, I want you to be better than everybody else. I want you to fucking want it so bad. And that's what he did to me, you know, and that's what he would do. Come in, oh, Ralphie pops in, we'll put Ralphie before you. Let's see what you can do, tough guy. You know, that kind of thing being 2 years in the game. Well, you know what? You're smashing, we'll put you before Ralphie. We'll create a whole situation between you two. Let's see how he does and you do. And you step in, now he has to step up his game and what he has to do. And he would play these, he would do these like training tools as exercises and get you to the point where like, I'm ready. And I hosted for like a week. And the next thing you know, I was featuring. And I featured for like only like 6 months. And next thing I was headlining really quickly because of what he did to me and what he forced me to do and edit and take this out. Mic technique. Hey, you have it too low. That was the matter with you. You know, you got to be conscious of that. You're not making eye contact. You know, bring your audience in. What are you doing? You have a wall in front of you. Break that wall down. Talk to these people. Look at them. Don't be afraid. Don't shy away. If you're afraid of them, you're going to be afraid. They're not going to think you're real. You got to talk to them. You know, that was so many tools that he gave me to be able to do that. And he took me as far as he could and gave me all these tools to allow me to get to a certain level. And then Chappelle came into my life. And Chappelle became that mentor. It was like, yo, this is what it's like being here. Now this is the things that could come out of your life and how, you know, to navigate Hollywood and how to pitch stuff, how to, you know, how to really like just it's just, you know, getting that information that most people are not privy to, and he was able to like guide me through that, and still to this day, you know. So I'm so lucky.
How did you so lucky?
So I was doing. So when you asked me to go come to LA, he's like, you should come to LA. That whole thing was like 2004 or 5. I was feeling so stressed out. I was like, I really should make a move. Either LA, New York. I got to do something. And then I joined the crew called Allah Made Me Funny. It was these Muslim comedians that started this tour, and it was really super ahead of its time, and they were doing really well. I thought it was kind of corny, to be honest. When I first heard it, I was like, this sounds like some Disney shit. Like, I'm a real comic. You know what I mean? I'm growing up in this comedy club scene. I have this goal. And then I was like, man, these guys are really working, and they're legit comedians and Preacher Moss, like Toured Lopez and wrote for David Wayans and all these guys. Like, hold on a second. I was a response from Chicago. Oh, I need to give this a shot. So I joined the crew, and the next thing you know, we made a film, we raised capital, and we formed what's called Four-Walling, where you rent out basically different theaters. We did a deal with like Landmark, and this movie came out. It was a documentary concert film, and then Dave's family became fans of our show, and Preacher Moss, who founded the tour, was also from DC. There's all these like connections, and then he came out to our show when we had a tour stop in Columbus, and Chappelle showed up with his mom, with his niece, with his brother and sister. Watch a show, and then he surprised the audience at the end of an hour, completely clean, killed. We all had dinner that night, and Dave was always like, man, you know, you guys did this outside of Hollywood. Like, that's mind-blowing to me. I'm a Hollywood guy. I always came up in the Hollywood game. He started popping off when he was in his teens, and he doesn't know anything outside of that. And he saw us touring venues, you know, theaters all over the world. Like, we did the Apollo, and we did like 30 shows, 28 shows in 30 days in England and Scotland. We were touring, you know, Holland before people were touring it, aside from like Rhodes was up there for a long time, and then Scandinavian region, we introduced Doug Stanhope to a promoter in Denmark to get him like in 2007, 8, start working there. It's very fascinating to see that in South Africa as well. Nelson Mandela, he was just really blown away what we were able to do independently. And that's why I feel like I got my PhD in stand-up, is being a part of that tour and being able to like go walk up on a stage and just be clean, just do an hour clean, and then go from there, go to a comedy club and be as dirty as I want. But that allowed me to add other tools in my tool belt that I otherwise didn't have. And then Dave started making his comeback, and then we just connected. We were in the same city in San Francisco. He's like, "Why don't you guys come out?" And we were like, "Hey man, let's get a picture with Dave." We walk in, and Dave's like, "Oh man, Allah made me funny. Let me take a photo with you guys." I was like, "What?" It's just like, "Excuse me." I didn't understand or grasp what was really going on. And he was like, "You want to open for me tomorrow?" I was like, "Yeah." I was and I opened for him the next day, and then the next day. And then next, we're in Atlanta. He's like, "You want to come to Atlanta?" I was like, "Yeah, I'm going to be in the same area." All right, cool. Come to Atlanta. You know what? Why don't you stay throughout the whole weekend? Next, 700 shows. And he's introducing me for my special 6 years later. It's crazy. But that's how it really happened. That's how it started out. It's nuts.
You put the work in.
Oh, yeah. I earned this shit.
You surrounded yourself with comedy. It was, you said something earlier that really, I like the guy that ran. I like Babbitt.
Everybody remembers
to this day, I still enjoy Babbitt. I'm happy he took me on some tours with Paul Rodriguez.
Yeah, absolutely. I was in a different place, I was just too young, too immature. I need to still learn. It was the best thing for me to do that, and he was a tough guy to crack if you were at that age and where you were.
I thought he overstepped his boundaries at some levels. He was doing a good job at what he was doing, and then he was promoting shows with Carlos. He was promoting shows with Rogan. He was promoting great shows.
Yeah, he was killing it. He fucked it.
He got into the comedy business.
Yeah.
He got into the comedy business in a weird way. One of my all-time favorite stories at the store. And he knows I like him and I'm fond of him. I'm the type of guy I don't say much to somebody. You can't fuck with somebody's dream.
Right, exactly.
But I don't say nothing. I'd rather, because I don't like people talking about my dream. Anything else, I'm fat, I'm a drunk guy, whatever you want to say, fine. But with the comedy dream shit, you don't fuck with people's dream.
Exactly.
Even when people come up to you and say, "Take a look at this tape. Tell me what you think." I don't say a word. I got to really, 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 really know you as a comic. Right. And really know you as a human being that when I tell you something, the more you're going to do it. Exactly. Don't tell me to watch it. And you're going to keep doing the same shit over and over. Right. And now you're lost.
Exactly. Yeah.
If you want my fucking opinion, and I'm not going to give you much. I'm just going to tell you maybe to get rid of that joke.
Right.
You separate the audience. There's always a little something. I love, when I was already a regular at the store, I had already booked Mad TV. I decided I wasn't good enough. I had to follow Nick DiPaolo, and I had sandwiched in between Nick DiPaolo and Doug Stanhope.
Oh, yeah.
And I saw a level of professionalism, and I saw my level of professionalism.
Right.
And even though I lived in LA, I said, this is my last spot in LA. Right. I'm going on the road for 18 months. I'm getting down and dirty. No headlines, feature. Yeah. $350 a week, 400 with a Greyhound. Yeah. Where you got the feel your oats.
Right. Oh, yeah.
So I know timing and I know everything. I knew that Ben Mowbray had won Houston's
funniest person.
He had a gift, comedy, and
he was a smart, super smart kid. Yeah,
smart guy. He was doing Stanhope. Stanhope was letting him know it. Yeah, Stanhope was breaking his balls.
Yeah, right.
He was doing a variation of Stanhope, but it was still intriguing.
And he was trying to be Stanhope and Hicks, and I get it. He was 6 months in the game.
He was 6 months in the game.
Nothing.
And I was happy for him. I saw Babbitt pushing.
Yeah.
I saw Babbitt put in positions.
Hell no.
And I had 20 stories where Babbitt called headliners and said, if you let him feature, he's going to give you a hard time. I had 3 headliners come to me, though, because he fucking crazy.
Yeah, he's crazy.
That Mowbray was good. but he's not going to put a dent in my arm whatsoever. So I'll never forget getting a call. I got the call one night because I used to host at the store on Sunday nights, and I would introduce the show.
The Blue Night, right?
No. It was the showcases for Mitzi.
Oh, okay.
So Mitzi
I thought
would
you
be
were
there. Mitzi would be there, and I would bump into Mitzi, and she'd look at the list and go, "Foncan, here's a guy with dreams for 10 years to be at the store." And Mitzi would look at him, "Foncan, I don't like what he's wearing." And I'd have to be the bearer of bad ties.
Yeah.
I'd have to go up to the guy and go, "Listen, Mitzi don't want to see you this week. Call Scott Day or whatever." I still remember this. I think it was Corey who came in. She goes, "Oh, by the way, you put Houston to do hot thing." And as she was telling me, I already knew, and my heart was breaking.
Yeah, it's terrible.
Because you're putting them in front of Mitzi. You're not putting them in a crowd at the Improv.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
You're putting them in front of Mitzi. This is a lottery ticket.
Make a break. Yeah.
This is a lottery ticket. This isn't like a career jump.
No.
That if Mitzi doesn't like you, you could come back in 2 years.
No.
She's going to remember this bombing or this whatever you do. So Sunday comes. They came in like Sunday and went to eat like fucking lasagna at fucking the prime rib place. They're eating and drinking wine. Babbitt's got Matt Blake from Gersh before he was running CAA.
That's so funny.
He
That's
was
my
assistant at Gersh. Yeah, he's a Gersh under fucking the wig.
Yeah.
And the deal was to get Matt Blake to sign Ben to take him to the wig and, get his career going. He's doing comedy
so fucking. He wasn't even a year in.
He was a year or something, and he's featuring, which really ain't my call.
Yeah, he should be doing. You can't jump. You can't jump steps. This is something you can't fix.
See for 2 years.
Right.
Give him 20 weeks a year.
Right.
And then come see me. And then, and I mean 20 weeks of emceeing Tuesday through Sunday.
Yeah, exactly.
That's 8 shows a week of learning bumps and bruises and fucking headliners giving you shit. You gotta do 40 of those before you can talk to me.
Easily.
And then we talk about feature. Then we'll talk about feature.
Exactly.
So he was featuring. I'm like, this is not bueno, and he wasn't doing bad as a feature. He had 18, 20 minutes.
Look, it's easy when you fucking show up at a comedy club, there's crowds there, and you're opening or featuring for somebody like Doug Stanhope. Okay, go to a fucking place where nobody knows anybody. The crowd was just didn't even want to come to see stand-up, and they just didn't even know that shit was going on in the hall. And then you fucking get them together. Let's see your skill set now, partner. Let's see what you have now. That's what you miss. The little fucking bar in the corner.
And you did comedy in front of the door.
Yeah.
Every time somebody opened the door, they had to walk around you. You'll melt in those places.
Melt.
You just disintegrate.
Yeah, completely.
The first time
your 20 is
the
too
door opens and you turn around and there's 2 customers looking at you. You just melt.
They melt.
So
now you play them like a fiddle. You're like, come here, baby, sit down.
I go to the fucking store. Mitzi gives me the list. She's in one of her booths. That baby. And I see his name, Ben Mulberry. Bro, I never forget. There's very few nights I've forgotten at the store.
Yeah.
And that was one of them. But I still remember being at the bottom of the stairs and watching them come around the side like they had Richard Pryor. They had a posse.
Oh, God, that's
they had Blake, Matt, 3 young comics from Houston. All the people that live here now from Houston.
The Great White Hope.
It was all of big. Everybody was drinking, boozing, having a good time.
Yeah.
And I'll never forget that. It was the middle of the showcase. It's like, well, Mitzi, I'm going to put this kid up. He's the next Bill Hicks.
Oh,
you don't need that. I got to throw some fire. I'm not going to let you get away with murder. I got to protect my mom.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So I went up to her very nonchalantly. I go, Mitzi, this is the kid from Houston that's showcasing. They say he's the next Bill Hicks. It might be worth your while. I'll never forget her looking at me going, put him on. Next thing you know, fucking Babbitt's rubbing his shoulders. They're walking up the stairs. You got this. Fucking Matt Blake goes in the corner. Babbitt, the 3 flunkies, half of Houston's in the back. And he goes up there.
That's terrible.
And he went up there with ego.
Yeah.
And he went up there. They eat that alive at those places like that.
Oh, you can't walk in there.
You're just done. The fucking stage sucked the energy out. You could see it. As soon as he hit the stage, he cracked 2 or 3 jokes that work in Houston. And you could see the color went from his face. And then he continued. And then she started yelling, "Get him off! Get him off!
Oh no!
Bill Hicks my ass!"
Oh my God!
And you could see him on stage, and it was like somebody hit him.
Death.
The only thing that was holding him up was a skeleton.
Yeah,
That's the only thing that was holding him up, dog, was the skeleton.
I don't
If you don't think I felt bad,
Yeah.
if you don't think inside as a human being and as a comic I felt bad, you're wrong.
Yeah.
I felt horrible for him.
I felt bad for him
And I know what it's like to be in that position where you get a little bit ahead of yourself and you go, fuck what they say. I'm going to go do this anyway. And it's a horrible experience. And I'll never forget him. This is what I remember the most, was him walking off and nobody saying nothing to him. Babbitt turned his
It's a
back.
lonely fucking life.
He walked out of there like he just wanted to leave.
Yeah.
That's all I wanted to do was leave.
Yeah.
And as he was walking out, like, you know how he walked up with everybody around him? He walked out and everybody was 10 feet behind him, dog. It was the coldest thing
That's
I had
fucked.
ever seen in my life.
That's
And
really
the next
fucked.
night he went to the improv, he did okay.
Yeah.
But the damage
You
was
can't do that. Damage is done. I remember when he came back to Houston, he told me about what happened, and he was just like, you know, when I was sitting back there, and I was like, and you start thinking about that stage, all the greats that have been on it, and he just crumbled. Yeah, he can't do that psychologically to somebody. It's not his fault. They shouldn't have done that. And, you know, he could have maybe tried to stop it, but he was so young. He was in his early 20s, I think, at that time.
Who the fuck is going to stop it?
I don't.
You don't fucking know.
Yeah,
You don't know. They're telling me that I can do this. They're telling me.
Yeah, they're telling
I'm
me.
only something. I
Yeah,
don't know what's
this is where Babbitt and I like, and also at the same time, I would say that, you know, we've all experienced failure on a big level, on different levels, and, you know, different tastes of it. And you either want it bad or you don't. Either this thing is going to define who you are, you know, for success. And like, hey, I remember when I fucking did this, it was a huge mistake. Yes, am I going to wait this through another 10 years? You know, that's the whole thing. Do you want it bad enough? For me, there's nothing else that I want. There's zero. Broke, no car, fucking breakdown, whatever it is. You just have to do it. If you really want it, you can't let those things break you. Unfortunately, it wasn't the right support group, and I would see that as a young. I remember being a young kid looking around, going, "I'm not going to get better here. You know, this is not the spot, the laugh stop for me at that time. I'm not given the time, and I'm not going to be able to get it here. I need to go on the road." I would come back from, you know, Jim Holder would give me dates, and we would tour and do all these shit one-nighters. I would come back and rush to do the Blue Show on Sunday, and that's the spot he gave me. And he was like, "Why weren't you here? I scratched you off the list." I was like, "Why did you scratch me off the list?" He says, "Why weren't you here on open mic on Monday?" I was like, "I'm on the road. I'm trying to get better. I'm doing these open mic." This is where Babbitt would treat me a little bit harsher, you know, because I was younger or whatever, and whatever the thing that he had going on. But I appreciated what he did for the comedy scene in Houston. I appreciated that he was bringing these quality names, and they were coming, and we got to see, you know, Louis C.K. before he even became a everybody, Dave,
Tom Rhodes, and Rich Henry.
Amazing,
Co-headline.
fucking amazing.
People will not forget, like, that was like 97.
Yeah.
And that was like the height of it. 97, 98.
I saw it in 99, 2000,
Yeah,
2001.
they came down.
I saw that.
And then we would go to that crazy hotel. Like, the whole experience was crazy.
Yeah.
That hotel Willie Nelson stayed at. And then the flooding. And the doors didn't go on.
I wasn't there.
And that was the only hotel that you could check into, do a bunch of coke at 4 in the morning, and then go, "Man, I need a beer."
Oh, my.
Open your hotel room and walk 10 minutes. There'd be somebody drinking a beer. "Hey, man, how you doing?" "Good." You want a beer? And you're like, I wasn't thinking about it. Fuck it.
I just want to say, like, I love Ben Mowbray. I thought he was a very smart, funny guy. He had it. He just really wanted it. And I think it just wasn't fair what happened to him. And it's just all respect, bro. All respect.
No, it's all respect. And that's what I tell people. You know, there's no book you could read this thing.
Yeah.
You watch.
Exactly.
You keep your mouth shut. You give them the rope. And you watch them either hang themselves.
Yeah.
They either hang themselves or they do something with it.
Right.
And even if you hang yourself, you still got plenty of life left. I hung myself 18 times when I started counting.
Yeah.
You know, I'm immune to bombing because I've bombed so many times that it doesn't even matter.
Yeah.
Okay, I know what I need. I love bombing, getting in the car, and knowing exactly what you did to bomb.
Yeah.
I knew exactly what I did the bomb. I opened something, I came out too cocky.
Yeah.
I shouldn't have said that word the first 3 minutes. There's always something that makes you reflect on the bomb. And you go, oh, bombing doesn't affect me at all.
No, it makes you better.
It makes you better.
Yeah.
And as long as you know that, as you're getting in your car and you do that little giggle, and then you walk into 7-Eleven and point to the guy behind the counter. I ain't eating that ice chicken.
I mean, the best thing to watch is the funniest thing you watch as a comedian is watching another comedian die on stage. And the reason why is that that's something that you relate to so innately, so personally, that it makes me personally just laugh so hard because you have that experience and nobody knows it better than a comedian or a performer that just completely dies on. So you just laugh because you relate to it so hard. It's not because like, oh, I'm happy he's bombing. No. It's like this, what he's going through, his mindset, all the shit that's going through his head, the catastrophizing, the fucking scene, the breakdown in the middle of the road. He can't get out of it. He's looking for the light. Have I been lit yet? That shit is like classic, man.
My first 3 years, I used to break chairs. I used to break bottles. I hit a pigeon with a car.
Oh my God.
Like when I bombed, I would get so... I had to learn how to bomb with grace.
Right.
That was the big problem I had the first 3 years. The other thing that I had that a lot of other comics didn't have is I know when I bomb.
Right.
There's nothing worse than seeing a comic come off stage and go, I killed him. You're like,
oh God. What the fuck is wrong?
Oh, no.
It's the worst, yeah. Denial.
I destroyed that room. You know, like I was sitting in the back. I had to take a tomato from the guy.
Yes.
They were just about to fucking hit you with a tomato and a slingshot.
Oh,
So
easy.
you're telling me that's the other retardation.
Yeah.
You don't want to say nothing.
I can't.
I love when I bomb and you're standing there having a drink and you won't make eye contact. And to break the eye contact, I go, how bad was that bomb? Yeah. Makes the Gulf War look like a fucking Chinese parade. Because that's the thing. It's having the sense of, you know, were you around when Ralphie fell through the stage at Spellbinders?
No, I was not there. I was not there. I didn't know he fell through the stage at Spellbinder. I knew he fell down the stairs at the last spot. And that was his big beef with the owner at the time, Don. They were like, I think he sued him at some point.
Right, he sued 2 people.
He sued
Don
Don and the owner sued Spellbinder. Are you serious? He fell through?
He fell through the stage.
I mean, he was like, I heard. I haven't seen him at his peak when he first started.
Right, when he
Danny
first
told
started.
me that he used to have to lean up against the wall because he was like 700 pounds.
Yeah, he was big when he first started.
Big. He's 700. I'm big. He's 700 pounds.
He went to the floor at Spellbinders.
Oh my God.
When I found that story out, I didn't say nothing for 3 months.
Oh,
I didn't say nothing for 3
oh
months.
God.
I didn't say a word to that fool for 3 months.
Oh my God.
And then when they Spellbinders was still open, it was the town. When I met Ralphie, it was the tail end of Spellbinders. And he was staying with Joey Medina. He had already broken
Oh
his,
shit, Joey Medina.
he broke his cot. What do you call those things? The Japanese people?
Futon.
The
He broke his futon.
Oh my
And
God.
he couldn't get it back up. Like when you went to Ralphie's, he'd just be laying there. Because you couldn't pick the futon back up, like the back. Yeah, he would just be laying there like, what?
Oh,
Ralphie, get up, cocksucker.
I am up.
But I'll never forget, like, I was hustling calls one day, you know, like I was working for a screw company on Ivar. I would have to get there at 4 in the morning and sell screws to people on the East Coast. And then from there, I would go to Ralphie's house for breakfast. I'd grab like a 9. And I remember calling there one day. I was calling the last spot. I didn't know who Don Lerner was. I didn't know who Danny was. And I'll never forget calling Spellbinder, Lynn.
Yeah.
Lynn was her name. I know Lynn Carnes. I don't know what it
Yeah, I
was.
think it was Lynn Carnes. I don't know how you remember that.
Miss Carnes, Joe Diaz. I'm a regular at the Comedy Store. I like to come down and do feature work. And right away she goes, are you friends with Ralphie? And it's like if somebody says to me, you friends with Mo?
Yeah.
And if it's a club owner,
Yeah.
you gotta think twice. You're like,
Why you asking?
I go, yeah, I'm friends with Ralphie. She goes, well, friends of Ralphie aren't welcome here. Have a good day. She hung up on me.
Oh my God.
So I didn't know what Ralphie had done. I asked him, and like, you don't know. He fell through the stage, and then he sued me.
Oh my God.
So one day we're at Ralphie's for breakfast, and we're eating.
It's quiet.
And I was quiet, and I'm like, you know, I called Lynn Collins at Spellbinders, and that's for a week of work. He kept eating. I don't even know. He goes, she wouldn't give me a week of work if I paid for the whole thing you fell through. They want me to go down there and rebuild it. Fuck that bitch. And that, just think about that. That was the intent. I mean, here's the sad thing about comedy. I knew 10 guys in Houston personally that had 20 times more talent and could outjump me any day in the fucking week. That's what pisses me off about Houston. And that's why I went off on you that day about opportunity.
Yeah.
When you live in a market that you could be out 14 nights a week, even though there's 7,
Yeah.
I want you out those 14 nights.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
As a comic, I don't want to hear nothing.
Yeah, you were yelling at me saying it's enough here. Now you can move. Get the fuck out of here.
There's only so much you can do in a market. And you also have to tell when you're trapped.
Yeah.
You can be trapped in the market after a year of doing stand-up and not know.
Yeah, absolutely.
In my case, I was trapped. I was trapped in Denver. I didn't think there was a world outside of Denver. And then I started hearing about these different comedy scenes. When you travel, people tell you, man, come to Houston. They got too much comedy.
It is. Dave would tell me all the time. She would be like, man, I think the next big thing is to come out of Houston all the time. He'd tell me, like, I always thought the next comedian, there's so much talent down there. There's so much to pull from. It's great. I mean, John Westling was down there. He's murdering. He's helping with the travelers and all that.
Scripts are fucking brilliant.
Yeah, he is. He's great.
Sean Rouse is tremendous.
Absolutely.
Fucking crazy, man. Could kill an audience. Ron Villarreal.
Ron Villarreal is a murderer.
You let him murder on the stage. No fucking course, Bob.
Absolutely.
You know, they had the other kid. There was another kid down there that was a phenomenal writer. I just bumped
Brian Hersey was really good.
Brian Hersey. Yeah. I just bumped into Sarah Talamash.
Oh my God, she's doing great. We see each other in New York all the time. Yeah.
I bumped into Bob Biggerstaff, which I was very happy he got up and got out because there's just so much you can do in a market.
Absolutely.
I always told people, sit still, shut your mouth.
Yeah, right.
But when do I leave? You know when you leave?
Yeah.
The club owner says to you, Mom.
That's what happened to me every night. Go home.
I headline you the 4th of July, Valentine's Day, Memorial Day weekend, Thanksgiving Day, Christmas, and New Year's Day. You've destroyed every headliner that comes through here. I really can't headline you because you got no credits.
Right.
Now you got to make a decision. Right. That's the ideal situation.
And I was at a real crossroads when you told me that. For me, it was just like, hey, I want to be so fucking ready. You know, my whole thing is that I want to be so ready that I want to terrify people. Like, that's my whole thing. I want to be so prepared. I have to be undeniable. You know, I'm Muslim, I'm Arab, I'm a refugee, I have a citizenship, I'm Palestinian, I have all these things, all these stigmas on me. I have to be so good. That's all I thought about. And I was like, yes, Joe, I hear you. And something in my gut was telling me, just be patient. Just be patient. This is a marathon. It's a 20-year situation for overnight success. That's what I kept having in my head, loop around. And thank God for the relationship with, Element and Funny, like really touring that, understanding what a global marketplace is, and doing those theaters and getting those repetitions and coming back and building it back up. And then, touring with Dave those years, so many years, and still, popping together, and him, being such a big part of my life and like a brother to me. And then when I got into the cellar, I was like 17 years in, you know what I mean? Some mother's like, we've heard of this guy, kind of like, what's going on? And then you come in and you're just like, I have an hour and a half of shit that's special ready that I'm going to rotate and I'm going to murder every fucking set. And that's the way I want to come in. And sure enough, I came in. Boom. It went very fast. Everything was going really well. Tons of spots. She was giving me like 10 a night on Friday and Saturday. It's as much as you can do. Plus the comedy. And she's been at there was the underground around the corner, and there's that. Oh my God, why am I blanking out? There's a music spot right around the corner, and you do that downstairs. Boom, you hit it up, $75 in front of a crowd that expects a band. Get the fuck out of there. Do a spot at the cellar. Boom, go around the Village Underground, then go upstairs, go to Fat Mike, Pussycat. I mean, working so hard. And then Derek Trump shit happened to me where I sat next to him on the plane, turned that into a joke. Boom, Colbert heard about it. They came out, they watched me, they flipped it the joke. Why don't you get on Colbert, fam? Rolling Stone, 10 comedians to watch. Oh, shit. Next thing you know, I got multiple offers for my specials. Now we're cooking. And that's what I wanted. And the only thing I felt like after all that stuff happened was relief. I was like, Thank God I was right. It's fine.
Are you very calculated?
I was always calculated in my growth and how much I'm learning and doing that, and always like not putting money first. Money was like the last thing that I cared about. It's the number
Well,
one.
that's the mistake young comics make.
That's
They
the last
ask
thing
you,
I cared about.
they ask you, are you making any money?
No, of course not.
And they'll say, well, why are you doing this? I wouldn't do it if I didn't get paid. Well, then go watch this.
Fuck. So I used to lie to my mom was like, why are you driving 12 hours for $100? I would tell her 300. I would lie. I would go to get into that club in Birmingham, Alabama. What is it called? The Stardome. So I drove 12 hours there. Boom, do that set, drive back. On the way home, I stop at the casino in Lake Charles, play poker. I was like, whenever I get to 300, I'm gonna get out of here. And I was 19. It wasn't even legal to be in there. You could just walk in, they'd have the little IDs and all that shit. You can check in. I would just wait, play poker, get up to $300, leave, cash out. So when I come home, I can show my mother, look, I got made $300. You know, it's good. I can show her that. Because she would ask me to see what they paid you. Let me see what you're doing. She was worried about me. Or as any parent should be. I get it. But she didn't understand stand-up and all that. So I had to do like all these things, all these extras to make it look like I'm doing better than I actually am, to show her that, you know, I am making some growth and there is a career here and things like that. And my God, my mom didn't really understand like what I was doing fully until she saw me with Dave at Radio City Music Hall with Chance the Rapper and Jon Stewart and these guys in front of 6,500 people, and she just saw her son just do this thing on stage. Just had a murder, and that's where Jon Stewart and I became friends, and that's like the only celebrity to an Arab mom. It's like game show hosts and Jon Stewart. You know, like that's it. That's it.
9/11.
Yeah.
It took 9/11 to expose Arab-based comedy.
Right.
Like, you know, you had your thing. I know that Maz,
Right.
those guys.
Yeah, they had absolutely, yeah.
And they were doing great with it. But it took like something that tragic
Of course, yeah.
to blow it up comedy.
Yeah.
You know, how fucking crazy is that?
Right. My brother would look me in my face. He thought my career was over. He was like, your career is over. Because nobody wants to see a Muhammad on stage telling jokes. I looked at my brother, I was like, Omar, you're a pilot. What are you talking about? You know, you got a career, you're going to be fine. You know, like, it's going to be fine. So I was like, this is going to be the big thing for me. And I always had it in my mind to do it.
What was this thing that was inside of you that was forcing you not to fail? Like, we all have, like, when I worked for my brother-in-law's roofing company, when I took that job, the night before I drove to my brother-in-law's roofing company, I had a really thin car. Like, I didn't sleep all night. I said, okay, here. My mother told me once, when I was a kid, my mother got mad. She was like, when you get older, I don't care what you do. I don't care what you do. You clean toilets. It's a job. You sweep. But make sure you're the best at it. And you try hard. That's not what you do. When I got the job with my brother-in-law's roofing company as a kid, I knew one thing. For me to work for him, I had to be the best worker on that job site. Because I never wanted somebody to go to him and go, hey, your fucking brother-in-law is fucking done.
Right.
I never wanted that. So I knew that I had to be there at 7. Even though the job started at 7:30, I would be there at 7. And if the job ended at 4:30, I'd be there at 5:15.
Right.
I switched, I did things they didn't even ask me to do.
Right.
Is this the same way you felt about comedy?
100%. Even more so. Just coming here, just knowing that, you know, fleeing a war in Kuwait, seeing my mom and dad lose everything, losing my father, just like all these things that I couldn't control, right, happening. And it felt very much.
So you lost your father when you moved here, correct?
I lost my father about 4 years after we moved here. He didn't come until he couldn't get it. Because, you know, like, the dad's got to do everything. I'm going to finish up the paperwork.
You were living in a war.
I was.
You don't mind me.
Yeah, so it was born in Kuwait, left Kuwait after the first Gulf War in 1990, about 3 months into it. And then my mom got my sister.
How old were you when the war? Do you
nine.
remember shells?
I remember everything about it, every details about it. I mean, everything. But when the Iraqi soldiers came in, and it was just a quick takeover, and it was a big robbery more than anything. Like, you didn't hear much, like as far as like the shooting and the what have you. I wasn't like fully part of that. I was part of the chaos. So Saddam Hussein like dropped off all these guys that were in prison and told them to just rob Kuwait. It was a big robbery. It was a massive robbery more than anything else. His dispute was that Kuwait's been stealing from us for years. You know what? I'm taking over Kuwait. Kuwait's actually Iraq anyway. fuck you, this is mine. It was all political play. We'll forget it. I was
When
9
you
years old.
say robbing,
Yeah.
were they coming into your house and smacking you?
They were trying to, so they came into the house the first time, the day of the invasion. They took over the whole neighborhood because the neighborhood was owned by the Kuwaiti oil company, who my father was employed by. So that was a really strategic point for that military. So they were there, and then they took over the whole situation. Once they found out we were Palestinian, they backed off. My mom told me they were going to throw a grenade into my room. They were going to do something, and they stopped them, they talked them out of it, and my dad was just all about feed these guys. Feed them, they're hungry, they just came off the war from Iran, they're starving, they're here to steal because they're hungry. So we fed them. My mom and dad would feed them. They would come over to the house in the morning, they would take all the food, they would eat, and then just leave. They would leave us alone. My father was always worried about his daughter, of course. God forbid she gets raped or something happens. And the shit that goes down during war, he was just being very protective for that. And he paid the ultimate price for it. He was like, stuff I found out years later. He's like kidnapped. My mom had to pay a ransom to get him out. It was a really intense time for my family. Now, I felt it. They didn't tell me everything, but I felt it. I ended up in Houston. I was 9, then my brother took me to change, just kind of change the vibe a little bit. So he took me to watch the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. Every year they have that joint with all these big headliners. And that year was co-headlined by the band Alabama that I went to and Bill Cosby. And I saw Bill Cosby on stage. I was 10 in front of 67,000 people at the Astrodome. And he's just murdering. And I was like, what is this art form that allows you to sit in a chair and speak in this little tiny microphone, this lapel mic, and just kill a whole crowd, not just control them with your voice and storytelling? I'm going to do that. Look at my brother. I was like, I want to be a comedian. He was like, yeah. He was like, oh, I'm glad you're having a good time. I was like, no, motherfucker, you not understand. I just found my destiny, bitch. And that's where it came down to. That's why I figured out I was going to be a comedian. And then 2 years later, my dad came and passed away shortly after that. It was a really, really crazy time for me. It's really, really crazy. That's how I didn't even know who Bill Hicks was, Sam Kinison was. I didn't know the rich history that Houston had in stand-up. I remember I was doing open mics, this guy he sounds like Sam Kinison. I'm like, who the fuck is Sam Kinison? This guy was like, what do you mean you don't know who Sam Kinison is? You're not copying him right now? I was like, I don't know who the fuck Sam Kinison is. I've been here fucking 8 years. A kid, I don't have cable. We're poor as shit. What are you talking about? Who the fuck is Sam Kinison? He's like, don't say this out loud again. Came back the next day. I can't remember this man's name, but he was an open micer, an older guy, just kind of hobbyist. And he just hands me all these cassette tapes of all these HBO specials and all these Hicks specials and Sam Kinison. And got John Mendoza as well, and all these guys that came up that I can't, and Dana Carvey, and all these things that I was just watching. I was like, oh my God, this is amazing. And I really started to understand stand-up and watching Carlin and doing that, because you didn't have all YouTube. You just pop in and let me see who the hell, what the history of stand-up is, and that you have to learn it from the street. And that's what is so funny to me, because guys are like, oh, this fucking guy is just trying to be this, this guy's trying to be that. I'm like, I don't even know the guys you're talking about. They're like, Eddie Murphy, Delirious. He did that joke. I was like, who the fuck is Eddie Murphy, Delirious? Yeah, I'm not going to know that. I had to catch up culturally, right? You came here as a little kid. You don't have that history. I don't have the older brothers watching these tapes. And you know what I mean? I have older brothers, but they weren't watching it. They were all going to college. And I was in a little country called Kuwait. The only thing I knew is that my sisters loved, Blue? What is it, the sitcom with Sybil Shepherd and Moonlighting. Yeah, I was like, that's it. That's all I know. America's Moonlighting and the Lakers, the Chicago Bulls. That's it, the Boston Celtics. That's all I knew about America and football, this thing that you throw. So I had all this stuff to catch up culturally. So it was a really interesting, it was really difficult for me, especially being that young and not having all this information and all this stuff flying around. I'm like, you know what? I need to learn. And that's why the showcase was that place for me. And I would go back. The
showcase was rough. Showcase. To explain something to people, your premier club at the time was the last stop, because they brought in the Mitch Hedbergs, the Rogans, Sean Gaffigans, and all that. Then you had the mid-level club, which was
It's the showcase.
The
Definitely
showcase. The
Yeah.
showcase.
The showcase would be like definitely the one after they would call it like the B Club,
The B Club.
because of the acts they would bring in. They were touring season comedians, headliners, very fucking funny guys.
Very funny. Funny and the
You
guys
just
in the
didn't
lab
know. Yeah, you
didn't
just
know.
didn't know.
These are guys that had
Yeah.
drug problems. That
Yeah,
already failed on TV. They
Yeah.
came out here and their show failed.
exactly.
But they still remain funny.
Funny as shit. Like Michael Reed is somebody I will never forget.
Michael Reed.
He's so fucking funny, man. And rest in peace. Crazy. He was like
And the last spot also had more Vegas-based
absolutely
comics that went to Vegas, that played Vegas. So Houston had a great variety
absolutely.
to watch and learn. I mean, I still love, like, not Dana Carvey, but the guy that writes for The Simpsons. Being like at the last stop, and the last spot had some.
I just know the biggest writer that probably came out of Houston at that time was like T-Sean Shannon and the Shannon Brothers. Because T-Sean was the head writer. I don't know, but I mean, Charlie died. I don't know about 5
Charlie
years
died.
more than that, about 10 years ago, I think. Something like
That they were interesting.
They were
motherfuckers.
great, man.
They were
T-Sean
interesting
was funny as shit.
motherfuckers.
So was Charlie.
Now they
He's
wrote for
more
Saturday
funny.
Night Live, if I'm not wrong.
T-Sean wrote for Saturday.
One of them
Yeah.
wrote.
T-Sean wrote for like Vibe, and he had like he flipped. You know how writers do? They go from one job to the next. I think SNL was his longest. I think he was like a head writer at SNL for like 10 years. He was there for quite some time.
Right.
Yeah. He just got out, and I think after his brother passed away, he used to do a T-shirt, a Shannon family Christmas every year at the Laugh Stop, and the Laugh Stop going away, and then Charlie dying. It just kind of. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it affected T-Sean significantly since that's what they did together. And Charlie was just a very sophisticated stand-up. He was really, really good at what he did. And he made it look so easy, but he was really, really good. He loved going up at the end, and he would freestyle like nobody else, and he was really talented. And, so that he was like the guy. T-Sean was the guy that was like, oh man, you can like make it in the writing world. You can actually accomplish things and get things going and do that. And also, what's his name that managed Harvey for a long time too? Sean McDowell. He was like the producer guy. He just like produced everything. Like, oh, you can make it in different parts in Hollywood. And then seeing Ralphie obviously make it and do it, and you're like, oh, this is very tangible. It's very possible if you just work hard and put in the time and effort.
Yeah. So Ralphie was a big time Danny Martinez guy.
Yeah.
Big time.
Yeah,
He
absolutely.
was very vocal. He loved Danny. He
Absolutely.
loved Danny. Danny had taken him
On
under
the
his
road for the
wing.
first time.
At that time, Thea
Vidal.
Vidal
Yeah.
had made
She was a monster.
Monster, and she made Houston proud. Like, Houston was very proud.
Like Thea is a great example because they gave her a show on ABC that wasn't really Thea. You know what I mean? It wasn't like, it didn't really, show who Thea was at that time, and they made her into like this family-friendly, loving mother. Well, she is a loving mother, of course, but she's just more crass and just more honest and upfront. And I think that's why that show did what it did. She had too much too fast at that point, but she's like by far still proud to this day. I haven't seen her do stand-up in a long time, but she's unbelievable. She's unbelievable. And I remember Danny telling me the story when she walked into the comedy showcase, and she was like, "I'm funny. Put me on stage." And Danny's the type of dude who's like, "Oh yeah, fucking fine. I'll put you on and see what the fuck you got." Because he, most people think it's so easy. They go up and they eat shit. And he was like, "Fine." He put her on, and she slayed. She murdered the goddamn room the first time she ever went up on stage ever. He was like, "Holy shit, she's a superstar." And Danny was the kind of guy that would watch a comedian, and most comedians would be like, "Oh, this person's not funny, not very good," and he would be like, "No, he's gonna make it.
He's gonna give me time.
Watch. No, he don't even give me time. He's like, he's not my student, or she's not my student, and she's Jenny. What's her name? Jenna. What's her name? She was at a Notebook on stage. My God, she had a really successful acting career, black hair. What's her name? Jenna. Will come to me. But she was like, everybody, like, she was a hipster comedian before hipsters and all that shit happened. And Danny was like, walked up to her, like, "You're going to be a big star." And sure enough, she became a very successful comedian and actress. He just had that about him. He would just, like, see guys, and the people that would listen to him did very well. And this is it. If you really wanted it, you listened to Danny, you were going to do something.
How old were you when we had this talk that night?
I was like 23.
Wow.
Yeah.
That was
15 years ago.
I know.
Well, 14 years ago. 37. Major myself.
It's really weird that I'm really, like, I don't tell comics this, but there's a lot of comics that when I see, I feel warm. I feel very proud to have known them because they really inspired me. And you're one of those guys. Like, there's like 20 guys that I still remember hanging out in the comedy club, going like, I'm thinking about doing comedy. You're like, okay.
Yeah.
And then the next time you go, they're the MC.
Right.
Then the next time you go, they're the feature act.
Right.
And then next thing you know, they're opening for you or something. You're like, you know what? He's doing a great job.
Right.
And it's amazing that they stayed in the game. You know, Lucas, Rick Ramos. You see these kids, and you've gained a lot of success. There's people that are still struggling.
Yeah.
They have no idea the amount of respect I give them because I don't know if I would have quit by now.
Yeah, I know.
Did you ever see quitting as an option? Like me?
I couldn't, man. No way.
After the first year,
Yeah,
I knew I had too much time invested.
I was already in. Yeah, I was already in.
So
So
that's it.
this is the thing. Like, look, I was already putting it out there. I already said that I'm going to get these. I'm going to get these things. It's going to happen. You can't see it right now. Fine. It's not your job to be able to visualize what I'm talking about. What skill set I fucking have deep inside me, and what I'm able to do. You'll just see. Let me just keep sharpening this knife. Let me just keep getting tight and just get right and get smarter, get better, more experience. It's just like, just watch.
Of course,
man. I freaking had times where just bowling and fucking in the back of whatever. I remember I was in Japan and doing this tour and I was just reading the Quran. I was just like having the spiritual moment with myself and I'm just like crying. I was like, please, God, tell me I did the right thing. Please tell me, please. I know I feel it in my core. These people are talking. I hate hearing these voices. Please, oh, he's not gonna make it. It's a hard business. What are you thinking? You could be a great entrepreneur. You're a smart. You could be a smart businessman. You could do this. You could do so talented other things. Why are you wasting your time? Like, no, this is for the culture. You understand? I'm way ahead of the curve. I know this. Please let me go this right. And then I hear the comment next door, fuck. I was like, it made me laugh. I was like, I'll take that as a sign. I'll take that as a sign.
Do you think that the hard work and the ethic you have is from the immigrant mentality and what you saw?
That's probably a big part of it, yeah. It's definitely a big part of it. It's like you got to work harder than anybody else. I feel like you have to work harder than everybody else. To me, it's like boxing. Hey, man, I got a match coming up. I think he's working on at 3 a.m. I need to get up. What am I doing sleeping? I'm that kind of guy. And I can't stop thinking anyways. I think it's just something you're born with as well. Either you have it in you to sit through it and deal with all the bullshit and go through it, or you don't. It really is. And you always feel like quitting. Oh man, when I get to this number, I'm going to just fuck it. I'm done. 30 years, that's it. I'm going to put it in. Let's get some shows under my belt, 5 specials. And I have goals in my head. Like, this is what I want. This is what I want to accomplish. But when I hit this number, I'm at. But who the hell knows? It's who we are. Like, how can you not go up on stage? I get low. A little bit, the lows are low. Where you're not on stage, or you're not working, or you're just not putting, like, what am I doing? Just got to find a way to channel that energy somewhere else, maybe. I don't know.
The thing that's crazy for me is, I never wanted to let my friends down.
Yeah.
I never wanted to let the people down that gave me $30 to get to the next town.
Exactly.
I didn't want to let the people down that let me crash in the house.
Right.
The people who put antifreeze in my car.
Absolutely, man.
For me to make it to the next town. Like when I always had doubts on comedy, I didn't think about money and stardom or being popular. I didn't give a fuck about that. I just didn't want to sell drugs. I wanted to stop being a criminal.
Right.
But most importantly, it was for all the people that did something for me to get to where I was.
Exactly.
This morning I got up and I called one of the guys that took me on the road after 3 years. And it wasn't the ideal road situation.
Right.
He didn't bring me on the road because of my comedy talents.
Right.
He brought me on the road because he didn't have a driver's license.
And sometimes you win,
And there I was in a car that was nice and clean, and I would pick him up on time, and he would make me stop at a liquor store and empty half the Gatorade and fill up with vodka. And I'd be driving, and he'd be preaching.
Yeah.
I'd be driving, and he'd be preaching.
That's it.
And then I'd get there, and the first show, he'd give me 20 minutes. And if I ate a bag of dicks the second show, he goes 7.
7.
Next time, it'll be 20 when you're ready to fuck.
Yeah, absolutely.
I called him this morning. Yeah. Out of nowhere, because no matter what he's doing with his life, I'm still representing him.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's still working.
I felt the same way when I did my special. I put, the people that meant to me, that gave me that were part of that story in the special as well, like Olivia Harrington, even Cameron Picard, Danny Martinez, Don. I have them all, and that's all part of my story. And the thing that drove me to not to quit is my mother. Like, I have to do this. There's no other option. I'm too deep. I can't get out of this 7 years in, 10 years in. Like, no, I can't. I just can't. The rest of my life, I'll be thinking, what if? What did I do? Bail too early, this and that. I just can't do that. I have to. The driving force is like, gotta get there, gotta be successful, have to support my mother, have to support my family. This is all I have in my head. Like, that's it. I can't. I will till the wheels fall off.
You still think about Ralphie?
All the time. Because Ralphie and I had a very interesting relationship. There was a 10-year gap between us, number one. He was Danny's, prized, mentee, right? He went off and very successful and started popping off and doing things. And also, he's got to feel a different way when Ralphie comes in. Who's this young fucking kid? You know what I mean? What's he doing? Or Danny's mentoring this kid. Let me see. There's all this, there's a brotherly rivalry, loving rivalry that happened. And I was always like, hey, what's going on? We learn from you kind of thing. And he was like, do I trust this kid? Do I not trust this kid kind of mentality? And then next, it grew it became loving, and he cared. I remember he gave me a ton of shit. One time, was that Greek restaurant I was hosting, and I've been doing stand-up professionally for a month. And I'm wearing shorts. And he's like, what the fuck are you doing? I'm wearing shorts. He just reamed me. And I was like, he's mean, but I think he has a point. Yeah, he'll have a point. So I did right out the gate, and I'm so happy that a lot of years went by, and a lot of really great things. He always monitored what I was doing. He would send me love on Twitter. He would just send me messages and send me love. So I was really, really happy that when he was in Houston and I happened to be in town at the same time, I went and drove to see him. I was like, I have to see him because I had a dream that we didn't get to properly talk. And he passed away. I was very upset. I was like, I didn't get to speak with him. I was like, fuck this. I don't know why I had that dream at that moment. Obviously, you see the way things happen now. I'm very grateful that I had the opportunity to go drive to the Improv, go talk to him. I was like, listen, I was a kid. I'm mature. I hope if there's anything. He's like, there's nothing. What are you talking about? I was like, I just want to tell you that it means a lot to me to see you be successful and to have this and to work so hard to get to these accomplishments. It means a lot because it tells me that it's very doable. It gives me hope. It gives me a lot of hope. And I appreciate that. And it was all love. He was having a good time. Let's smoke somewhere, had some shrooms or whatever. So the conversation lasted a good, 5-7 minutes where it was really focused between us. I gave him a hug, gave me a hug, saw line, I said hello. Made my it was interesting to see what happened, how I had that dream, and I was driven to go talk to him, and then he passed away a year and a half later. 2 years later. It's really crazy. I'm so thankful, man. I'm so thankful because that shit would have been in my heart forever. I'd been like, oh fuck, had that dream. Pussy it out, don't go. I didn't man up. Go have a great conversation with him. Like, yo, brother, just want to let you know this means a lot to me. The success I'm having now, you're part of that success because you showed me with all kinds of hate and jealousy that happened around you popping off and all that stuff. And I always I'm so grateful that most of the time I removed myself from that and focused on my work because you gave me hope to do that. So I thank you for that. And I was very grateful I had that moment, man. It's huge. It's huge.
No more.
These relationships are everything to me.
You're a great fucking young man. I'm very proud of you. I was very proud when I saw you. I did not hesitate on putting you on the podcast because I know what you've gone through and you're a real student of the game. Where can people find you?
You can find me at Real Mo Hammer. Check out my special on Netflix entitled The Vagabond. Very, very proud of that. It's like my life's work into that baby, and the next one we're working on. But Real Mo Hammer on all platforms.
So where are you going to be in the next couple of weeks?
I'm going to D.C. and be at the Improv, great city, and I'll be at the Improv in Miami. I'm also going to, I think, New Jersey and New Brunswick after that.
That's right.
Yeah, Stress Factory, and then I'm doing Detroit. Just several dates. I'm doing Detroit. I'm doing Cobb's full tour. I got the new hour. It's all brand new material, so I'm touring that right now. And then I'm filming a TV show in this fall, man, season 2 of Army. So I'm very, very excited about that.
Fucking very proud of you.
Proud of you too, man.
Love
you
guys. Anytime you
love you guys.
You're always welcome.
Thank you, buddy.
Do not forget, I'm in New Orleans at the Fillmore Theater next Friday night. And then Saturday, we're at the Tabernacle motherfucking Theater in ATL. I'm stopping by, what's the name? Chicken.
Tabernacle's the best,
That's
by the
the
way.
best.
The venue's
That is fucking amazing. I'm going over to Gladys Knights.
Oh,
Get
yes.
some fucking chicken.
Yes.
Online for a few minutes. I love Atlanta. I love New Orleans.
Yes, sir.
So I'll see you motherfuckers down there in a few weeks. Real quick here, I'll give a shout out to my wife, and I'll let you motherfuckers take off. Do not forget, CBD Lion. Lion CBD at a fucking liquor store. From now on, you go to CBDlion.com, and that's get the best CBD around. They make CBD products from start to finish. They have you covered. It comes in a vapor. It comes in cartridges. It comes in a shatter. And not only that, if you're not into smoking, they got tremendous gummies. Strawberry, raspberry, orange, and they got a fucking tincture. You put under your tongue, I get 2,500 milligrams. I put 2 of those shots under my tongue before I go to bed at night. And the next morning, I'm in fucking Muay Thai class with a bunch of 20-year-olds. That's what it does to me. These products are fucking clean, Bobby. And they aren't like the fakes that you see at all these fucking liquor stores and fucking bullshit places. This is what I'm talking about. And CBD Lion is what you've been waiting for. If you have a doubt, go to CBDlion.com and check out their third-party test results. You're going to fucking drool. And right now, the church family gets 20% at checkout when you press code CHURCH. That's CBDlion.com. Pressing code CHURCH, and I'm going to give you 20% off delivered right to your motherfucking house. All right? CBDlion.com. The best CBD out there in the market. Number 2, summer's coming. And let me tell you something. There's nothing better than taking a nice little morning shit. Okay, a little cup of coffee.
This is, by the way, this is my favorite advertisement.
Oh, my God.
I own all the, this is Arabs and Muslims. This is all we've been doing since the beginning. Like, we wash our hands. We don't fucking comprehend.
They don't understand.
We don't comprehend.
Toilet paper.
Regular people see a bottle of water. Arabs see potential. You know what I mean? I can use this fucking bottle of water to wash my ass because it's better than
all
regular paper. If you don't have tushy in your life.
If you don't have tushy, you're going to be fucking doomed. That's how germs start. That's how hemorrhoids start. And that's how stink starts. And you don't want to stink because wiping is gross. Would you clean dirty, crusty dishes with dry paper? What if a bird pooped on you? Toilet paper and wet wipes are ruining the fucking environment. Did you know the average person uses 57 sheets of toilet paper a fucking day? You know how many trees they gotta kill for you to wipe your fucking stinky ass? And it requires 37 gallons of water. The bathroom is a modern-day self-care oasis. Right now, I can take care of you. You understand me? Bidets are back. Wiping your butt with dry toilet paper don't remove all the shit. Thankfully, there's this new sleek bidet attachment that clips onto your existing toilet and it sprays your fucking muffler clean with fresh water. It's called Tushy. And it's the best thing you can do for yourself and for your filthy little fucking asshole. Tushy sprays directly into your ass and removes poop and toilet paper and fucking cat hair completely. So you aren't sitting on bacteria that leads to nasty things like yeast infections, UTIs, and itchy assholes. And then you gotta fucking scratch your ass and snip your finger. Fuck that shit. And let's not talk about skid marks, you nasty motherfucker.
Nasty motherfucker.
I see you at the fucking gyms. Bidets are common in the rest of the world, like my friend said over here. A bidet saves you money on toilet paper, and you still have little paper to pat dry, but the amount is negligible. Won't clog your fucking toilet, and Tushy sprays your ass with fresh fucking water. Not that toilet water that's recycled. Tushy connects to the water supply behind your toilet to spray your dirty parts with clean, fresh water. It's the same water you brush your teeth with. Right now, Tushy's going to give you 10% off your order. They got a Father's Day bundle that includes a Tushy bidet to upgrade your porcelain throne for a king. They got bamboo bum towels made of 100% bamboo fibers. And because they got Tushy travel, because Dad's on the go, probably got to fucking go. So you give them anywhere you need to be your asshole clean, Tushy will be there. Plus, they're throwing in and asking me about my butthole t-shirt. All right? You know you got a sense of humor when you wear one of these shirts from Tushy. All these bundled together are $125. But forget about that. Tushy start at $69 and it'll change your life. Go to HelloTushy.com right now. That's Hello Tushy, press in church, and get 10% off your motherfucking order. I want to thank Tushy. I want to thank CBDline.com. And I want to give a quick shout out to Roots of Fight. They always send me a nice shirt. Every month they send me something nice, Roots of Fight. And I never give them any love. If you like boxing wear, sports wear, go to Roots of Fight right now and look at the fine selection of t-shirts and whatnot that they have. And that's it, and that's that. I want to thank my man, Bo Beer. I want to thank the Christ Killer, but most importantly, I want to thank you motherfuckers for always having my back. That's it, and that's that. See you at the Fillmore, New Orleans, or see you at the fucking Tabernacle in Atlanta, Georgia. Besides that, see you Monday morning. Get ready to fucking rock, cocksuckers. Have a great weekend. I love you, and stay black. Kick this fucking mule. Boom. Greetings from Podcastville. The Church of What's Happened Now is brought to you by 23andMe. Father's Day is right around the corner, and 23andMe's Health and Ancestry Kit is the perfect gift. For a limited time, get $50 off your 23andMe Health and Ancestry Kit through June 17th. And if you buy a kit for yourself too, you and your dad can connect and celebrate your shared genetic similarities and differences with over 125 personalized genetic reports on health, traits, and more. What do you love about 23andMe? Why do you think it makes it a great gift for Dad? Because it is. I'll tell you what. This Father's Day, get $50 off 23andMe's Health and Ancestry Kit at 23andme.com/church. That's right. You heard it right. $50 off the 23andMe Health and Ancestry Kit at 23andme.com/church. That's the number, 23andme.com/church. Again, 23andme.com/church. $50 off your 23andMe Health and Ancestry Kit. Offer ends June 17th. Let me ask you a question. Summertime's coming. You complain, nothing's happening in your life. Listen, wiping your butt with dry toilet paper does not remove all this shit. If you got poop on any part of your body, you would just wipe it off. Would you wipe it off with dry paper? Water cleans better than dry paper, my friends. Thankfully, there's a sleep bidet attachment that clips into your existing toilet and sprays your little muffler fucking clean with fresh water. It's called Tushy, and it's the best thing you could do for that filthy little asshole of yours. Father's Day is coming, that's why I'm here. They got a Father's Day bundle that includes a Tushy bidet, bamboo bum towels made of 100% bamboo fibers for your nice little silky asshole, plus a travel Tushy because Dad's on the go, probably have to go. Give them an everywhere clean. And they're also going to ask me about my butthole t-shirt. You know where you get, now you know where you get your sense of humor from. All these items bundled together are $125. But if you go to HelloTushy.com, you got 10% off the order. Listen, Tushy is phenomenal, all right? They got bidets that start at $69, and guess what? They'll change your motherfucking life. So go to HelloTushy.com right now and press in church. That's HelloTushy.com. Press in church. Kick this motherfucking mule. You think about fucking Madonna in 83. 85 was her, I think between 85 and 88 was her fucking high point. she was killing it.
Well, I mean, yeah, she was, especially when she was with, like, doing those sketches with Mike Myers and Dana Carvey and doing the little master.
I forgot all about that.
Oh yeah, she topped it. She topped herself every year, and then going through the masturbation thing, and then
Well, when 91, when I got into comedy, that's when she released Vogue.
Yeah,
and then she released the book.
Yeah, the naked book
and shit.
Right.
Which pushed her over the top.
Right.
Then she got a deal from Pepsi.
Right.
And she made Jesus Black, and that
Oh, I know, yeah.
Half of America. But she did the job.
And then she did the Truth or Dare
right.
movie.
The Truth or Dare movie where she scolds her brother and shit like that. It was pretty interesting how now she just put out a fucking song.
It's a sad video.
They're fucking torturing her.
Well, yeah, the video is a guy just laying down, man. That's it. He just lays down. He just looks at the camera once in a while. It's kind of odd, but
Madonna's fucking 60. Give her a fucking
hey, man, she's
out of her fucking mind. She's got smoke blown up her ass.
Yeah.
For 30 fucking years. She's got smoke blown up her ass. So God knows where the fuck planet that is.
She shops and adopts, man. You know what I'm saying? She goes to other countries. That's what happens. Guy Ritchie goes, man, you have too many kids here. We got different sizes and varieties, man. So shopping and adopting.
What's up, Pablo Francis?
What's up, man? How you doing?
Great to see you.
Good to see you, man.
Great to have your debut on the podcast.
Right on, man. Yeah.
1996. I get a call from Pat Buckles, and she tells me that they're interested in me doing the Latino Laugh Festival. That June of that year, like they were starting to showcase people.
Right? So 96 or 2000?
96.
Throwing up development deals like crazy.
They're starting to fucking showcase people for 97. Now, in June of 96, I had always known Doug Stanley.
Oh, yeah.
I had always known Doug since 91 when I got into comedy. But in June of 96, I saw Doug at the fucking Seattle Underground.
Right.
He just destroyed.
Oh, yeah.
the world. He destroyed at such a level that I had a gig that Saturday and I had to cancel the gig. I was so disturbed by how good he was.
Yeah, me too.
That it started making me think about my comedy career and other choices.
Yeah, been there.
I should go make salmon and shit. So I got my fucking, I got my my confidence back for a few months. Pat Buckles calls. I don't know who the hell Pat Buckles is. Great lady.
Yes.
She flies me down. She makes me do the first set at the Laugh Factory. I meet Marilyn Martinez.
Right.
God bless her soul.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting in the fucking back minding my own business. And you get up on stage. And you took it from Plan B. Like they were in Alabama all sad about abortions.
Right.
You took it from there to you just leveled the room. And I still remember the one bit was Seinfeld, the whole cast in Spanish.
Oh, yeah.
Jesus Christ, you destroyed the room to a level that I had to walk outside again and think about my comedy career. I know one thing. At that point when I saw Pablo, I go, I know one thing for sure. I'm on the right path, but I'm miles away from Pablo. Like, I'm not even thinking of moving to LA if this is what I got to go up against. Like, that's how powerful it was, Pablo. You destroyed the room. That Seinfeld bit, I'll never forget that. You did each character when you did Jerry, the fucking room, and it was all Spanish people. That's when it was Latino night. Latino.
Yeah, big time.
300 fucking Mexicans in there every Monday night, lying around the corner. Yep. Gilbert Escobar.
Yep.
Yep. Fucking Carlos, you, the late end, the last half of that fucking show was Murderers Row.
Yeah.
Like they talk about the Comedy Store now. So it was like Pablo, Carlos would drop in, Paul Rodriguez, George Lopez. Like I was just in awe. I was like,
Chris Fonseca getting standing O's in his chair.
That was crazy.
Yeah, man, just pulling that his technique was. He was like, you go back to great.
Nobody remembers Chris Fonseca was a legend.
Oh yeah, he got like 3 development deals, and he told me, no problem, I got my own sitcom coming out. I go, man, it's gonna be 3 hours long.
Well, they put him on fire. They put him on Baywatch.
Baywatch, yeah.
That was the big thing.
Yeah.
when they put him on Baywatch and he was living in Denver, that was huge.
Yeah.
That was huge. I still remember his opening. You know, I came from Denver, so I came from watching him.
Right.
Everybody said to watch him to learn how to write. And they would wheel him up on stage. He'd go up there with his little fucking wheelchair. Cheetos, he'd have Momo up and he'd go. People ask me if I live in Colorado, do I ski? I tell them no. I'm too busy jumping out of planes. That was the fucking line. Like I still remember that. 1994. Wow. Like he was that fucking big. Like that Latino night on Monday nights was just a shit. And I remember going back to Seattle going, you know what? That was great. Oh, I'll do the festival if they want. But I'll never be one of these fucking guys. It's just a complete different level. It really was.
You know, that's all we needed was like a 10-minute set and a good closure, you know, back then, you know, and that development deals all the time. People just giving out development deals and pick up like 50,000 here and 75 there. And Willie Bartender like had them all, you know, hey, bro, you know, I got 10 of them, you know, I'm done, bro. I was like, okay, me and him, it was an experience to see how, you know, is this what the Latino thing's going? Gene Pompa, you know, doing his stuff. And it was Living Color was throwing auditions for people, any Latino that wanted to try to audition for them. And
now you started in Tempe.
I started in Tucson, Arizona, and then I went to Tempe, Phoenix, Arizona.
How long were you in Tucson?
I was in Tucson for about, you know, all my life, but started 17, and then
At
Laughs Comedy Club, and Gary Bynum would pick, like, he would get the best headliners, man, from Los Angeles. So I would just go in there and watch him, and Tom Teague and Tim Allen and those kind of guys. And it was just great. So you used to get to watch these dudes and learn from them. You know, and Paul Rodriguez would walk in there, and you know, my God, he was great. And he saw me there, and he just invited me to go and do his shows. So I was really lucky on that.
I went from Tucson to Tempe. How long were you in Tempe?
I was in Tempe for about 8 months, man. I got lucky. I met some girls at a Scorpions concert, and I got backstage with them, and I go, yeah, man, I want to do the improv on the Tuesday night. You know, do like 6 minutes. And they showed up, and when they showed up, the club was calling me up, hey, man, there's some girls here for you. And I go, well, the Tempe Improv doesn't even know who I am. I've just got on this list of comedians. And I go up there, and I do 6 minutes, and these girls get up, and they go, and they grab me, and they all walk out with me. John Finette was there, and John Finette goes, whoa, what's going on? These girls. And I go, hey, and they go, you can smoke in the condo. It's okay. You can smoke. And these girls, you know, like we were talking earlier about puking on a girl. And I got two girls. They both jump in the bed with me, but I was drunk drinking wine. And I get on the first one, I go, and to make a long story short, I didn't, you know, tag any of them. But my friend opens up the door and sees me with both of them, and I'm all hungover, red wine. And he's like, dude, you just tagged both those chicks. And the whole word gets out that I banged these girls. I go, dude, I didn't do it. Oh, you're so humble. I go, dude, it didn't happen. And from that point on, it started growing into, hey, Pablo knows these girls and stuff like that. And he would come over to the club, ask out the managers, right? And then cancel the date. And we got to go, hey, Pablo, somebody, one of your girls. And it was like, that's how the ball started rolling. So I just started living with Candy Cantaloupes, the porno star. And Doug Stanhope, he lived there too. And he was a nightmare, right? Having sex with midgets. That was hilarious. He goes, you know what? Sometimes it's like going a 12-year-old girl that's gonna wear, you know, spin her around. He was really crazy. And then from that point on, I just met the guy from Robert Hartman. He owned like 3 improvs. He was a franchisee kind of guy, and just made my dreams come true. So it all worked out.
Yeah, so you already had a manager en route to LA.
Right. Well, he was, thing is that he started this management company. Then he said, you know, I'm going to be too busy, so I'll help you find a manager. So I go, all right. Then on the way to Laugh Factory, I mean, everybody was there. Messina, a lot of people were there. And when I get there to do the ABC showcase, Joe Rogan decided to step in. So they go, Pablo, we have to take you off, man. Joe Rogan's not supposed to be doing this. He jumped in. He was doing the tiger bit. He was the piss thing. And it's so funny watching my agent go, this is, you know what, Pablo, we're going to take you off. But anyway, he's really dirty. But anyhow, he keeps laughing at Joe. Joe gets off. So I had to go after Joe. So I just took my best stuff. I took my ending stuff, my closer stuff, and just put it up front. And I got the audience immediately. And Joe just looked at me. And that's how we became like, you know, friends. He looked at me. He goes, you know what? I think anyone can follow me. I was like, well, I had to take the good stuff, the back, kind of, you know, it was like 6 minutes. So when I got off stage, my manager goes, hey, man, I want to handle you. that okay? And I go, sure. And Rick Messina offered me to go and hang out with him. And I said, I'm just going to stick with Rob, if that's okay. And yeah, that's how it worked out. And since then, I own some clubs. I'll put you in the clubs. I'll work you, as a feature headliner. And he just developed me. And it's, it was a crazy life afterwards. But other than that, it was a dream come true. So,
And this was 97?
97, yeah.
97.
Right.
Already 8. And it was a good time. That was when I met Stanhope in 91. And then we reconnected in 96.
Right.
And then I opened for him New Year's 96. Wow. We were talking. And he was talking to me about the Latin thing.
Right.
He goes, Joey, I don't know much about much, but I know the Latin thing is blowing up. I think it's time for you to go to LA. I'm like, I'm not ready.
Right.
He goes, listen, you're good enough to be down there in 20 minutes. You're right. That's all they're looking for. It's LA. I still remember him talking me into headlining. Wow. Like he talked me into like taking a week. Like I go, Stanhope, I got this week off and I only got 30 minutes. I don't know. He goes, you can talk shit for 15 minutes, right? I do it all the time. I was like, oh my God, it was that easy.
Wow. It's he was a perfect kind of like roommate to have in a sense because she wouldn't let us pay the bills there.
But he was your roommate.
He was my roommate. Yeah, he was driving her cars and I would drive the cars. But him and this guy named Matt Becker would
Matt Becker.
Those guys would just do insanely crazy stuff, And I'd be scoring some dope in Phoenix, and they would be in a Yugo, right? And they would make fun of me being in the hood. I go, what are you doing in the hood? And it was so funny because he would just do the most insane crap, like he was sleeping with that midget from Barton and Bailey Circus. He's like, where's Doc? Where's Doc? And she's like, was out just in the find him. And he's like, oh my God, she's looking for me. And he takes off, right? And she goes, I love Doc. And we went to the heavy metal cafe, and she went in there. She said, I want to find it. She was running up to every couple that's dancing, looking up for Doug. Oh, come on. Hey, listen, I love you, but come on. And then the circus, Barton and Bailey Circus. Then he started, taking his clothes off. He's stripping, and that was like a little fetish of his. He goes, I'm addicted to it. I don't know, just getting in front.
That's quite a roommate you had.
Yeah. He was, got a few arguments here and there, but he was. I don't think he even smoked pot. He just smoked, those 100 cigarettes
and booze.
Yeah, and they come up with this crazy material.
Crazy
really good
shit.
Yeah.
In the beginning, it was out there.
Yeah.
Nobody was out there like him. People were scared of him.
Yeah, just young looking.
Terrorized the improv. When he first moved out here,
right,
like in 97, I was hearing it up in Seattle.
Right.
And he was terrorizing the improv lineups. They banned him for a month because he'd get too drunk. I mean, they just were not ready for that shit. Like they were just,
I saw him with a black eye and a chipped tooth, man, after a waiter beat him up.
Right. Tempe.
So my manager goes, you know what? I'm going to the All-Star of all comedy clubs, convention up in Orlando. And the first thing we do is we talk about what headliner we're never going to book. I go, wait, hold on. I go, hey, listen. I go, that thing with Doug, man, it was all set up because that girl was hitting on me. So please, man, you don't matter. He goes, you know what? You just saved his career. And then Doug came up to me with a black eye. Yeah, man. He goes, thanks a lot, man. I really appreciate you putting a good word for me. I was like, hey, that's what brothers are for, man. You know what I'm saying? So it was like, he was just incredible. Just one of those wild guys. Oh God, man.
And he's still wild.
Oh yeah, he's still
wild.
Right.
I just saw the countdown to the special.
Right.
He had people there with suits on. They shot it at the plaza.
Right.
He's still he could have shot anywhere in the world.
Right.
He picked the plaza.
Wow.
Which is like downtown, old, next to the bus station and shit. He's got dope,
Yeah.
So now you're both up here at 97. He's fucking dating a chick from that fucking TV show.
Yeah, he was dating a few. I think he got married somewhere in between there.
Yes.
And then him and Matt Becker went on this ride. They got kicked out of Candy Cantaloupe's, house. And you know what? I'm sick and tired of you taking my dog. He had a dog with him. He had to take care of her dog, and her dog got mange or something. So Doug was like, hey, listen, we're going to take her other car, so don't let her know that we're taking her car. Because the Yugo, he was just planted there. And
But she ended up catching him, right? And he goes, "You get out of my house," right? So he goes into the Yugo, and they pushed the Yugo out. They took a video camera, and for 4 weeks, man, they filmed forest fires, them running through concerts and opening up outhouses when people were taking dumps. It was so hilarious, and it was sex. It was a perfect 10-hour video of them on the road, and if he just could pull that footage out, it'd be hilarious. But it was the most decadent.
Now you did when you got up here. There was a lot of opportunities.
Oh yeah.
Comedy Compadres with Jeff Valdez.
Yep.
You ended up doing the HBO series, the Carlos and stuff.
Yeah.
What was the name of that?
It was called Loco Slam.
I did the tour for him.
Oh, did you
I
really?
was in Denver, and I got to open for him in Denver and somewhere in New Mexico. It was called the HBO
Right.
Loco or whatever, but it was just basically him.
Yeah.
It was after the first season.
Yeah, that was that lasted like I think 12 episodes or
All
something.
episodes. Paul Rodriguez, the executive producer.
Yeah, he was definitely cool, man.
He played the Def Jam guy at the end. You had to go hug him and shit.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Then John Leguizamo had House of Buggin'.
Yep. Yeah,
This nobody remembers.
so that's when he would dance in the
Yeah.
yeah.
12 episodes.
Right.
Louis Guzman.
Yep.
And they had some funny shit. They had a
Culture Clash, remember that?
Culture Clash.
Those
was
guys.
big. So there was a lot. There was Latino nights. Well, when I moved here, Improv had Latino nights on Sunday.
Right.
The Laugh Factory was Monday night. It was huge already. It was well established.
Crazy.
And the Comedy Store had nothing.
Nothing.
He kept trying to have people start them, but
Yeah.
if you had bad luck with them, then she wouldn't give you spots. So every time she'd bring it up to me, God rest her soul,
Right.
I would go, Mitzi, I gotta go. And I'd run out of the room. I'm telling you, we'll get black beans and rice and fried bananas.
Some of the specials they got is
Like,
hilarious.
I don't want to fucking do this shit. It's so weird. How do you think comedy has changed in the last 20 years?
A lot of people, it's the internet, man. The internet now, it works for you and against you, and just watching, these, look, I'm a comedy fan, of course, and anything that has to do with comedy, Last Comic Stand. I mean, I'm down with it, but there's just so many of these 6-minute comics out there right now, so they kind of got, they're trying. It's just that the material, it seems like it's already been done by us already, some of the topics that have been hit. So there's a little bit of soul, but it's not as much as soul that goes into comedy as much. But there's some good ones out there. There's some people kick it.
It's really entertaining.
Yeah, it is.
Comedy right now is very.
Oh, it's strong. It's strong. Yeah.
But what's crazy? Like what we were doing 20 years ago is not accepted today.
Oh no, yeah. It's
over.
Yeah, but it was fun, man. I remember every single day of it, every minute. Just going to Houston and going to Miami. I mean, those are the best days. El Paso, yeah.
Fucking Austin.
Uh-huh.
Like just I remember one of the first times I got an opening gig in LA. It was opening for you at the Irvine Improv one night.
Right.
One night. Hartman doing like a one night.
Right.
And this was the old Irvine.
And Jamboree Road.
The old one.
Mm-hmm.
I think even before Jamboree.
Really?
The guy, the manager, or the head chef was a fucking douchebag to me.
Okay.
One night, I still remember, I don't remember what his name was, but I still remember what he said to me.
What is it?
Like something just off color. Like something like, I was going to tell you that you'd get a free drink, but you're only going to be here one night. You didn't do that.
Oh, something like
you
that.
got nothing. Shit like that. Like just something. And I'm just walking away going, what the fuck was that? Whatever. And then I got another nod to open for you in Brea, Thanksgiving weekend.
Right.
And we got fired because of that guy fucking dancing behind you naked.
Oh, Paul Abraham. Yeah.
Who I bumped into years later.
Oh, yeah.
On the set of The Longest Yard, he was the cook on the truck.
Yep.
He opened up a food truck.
Yep. Yeah, he did that. I was with him when he did that.
When he opened up the food truck.
Yeah, he was my roommate at the time. So he told me, I'm working with Diaz. And then sometimes he goes, guess who I'm working with now? Steve Sharippa or something like that. And right now he's working with Jamie Foxx. Oh yeah, he's rolling good though.
No shit.
Yeah, man.
He's still in Albuquerque?
No. He's right now he's in New Orleans. He's filming everything in New Orleans, and he's working with Quentin Tarantino. And You know, it was funny because he goes, hey, when Kill Bill came out, he goes, hey, you guys see this set, man? There's a bunch of heads exploding, you know, and you just got to go. I go, I'm not going to go, right? And then all of a sudden, he goes, hey, I think I met the director. He's kind of a geek, kind of chubby. And he goes, why don't you just come on down? So I went down there, right? And there's Quentin Tarantino, and he's doing a scene with David Carradine, right, with the sword. And I was right behind Quentin. And he goes, all right, quiet, everybody. I'm like, what? He's just right behind him, right? And he goes, you ready to do this? Okay, David, you ready? I am ready. And he goes, and action. He goes, say, call out the mission. Do it now, right? And he messes up his lines. He goes, you okay there, Jay? And I was eating a pot sticker. And the boom guy's like this. And I go, you eat it? And he goes, who are you? Right? And I was right there when they filmed that scene. Call out the mission. And then when David Carradine was done, he does like a little front kick. I was going, tiny guy, really tiny. But I was like, holy smoke, I'm in that scene right behind him. You know, it was cool. And then he goes, yeah, kid, crazy, nuts, kid. He was working on that for like 4 months. And he was rolling some Afghani butt at my house, right? He goes, I'm going to get Daryl Hannah so high right now. And he got her so, she started crying. It's hilarious. Oh my God, I'm so stoned. I was like, oh, dude.
Oh, he's done with that food truck.
Yeah, he
built what he is. I mean, I worked with him in 2004.
Right. Yeah, man.
He worked in the longest shot.
He was, yeah.
And he was at both places. I think he came up here with us.
Yeah, he was
in Santa Fe with us, and then he came up here with us.
Yeah, he was doing We Are Soldiers, bouncing over to Mark Wahlberg doing Planet of the Apes, and that was crazy. The day
That's amazing that he was a crazy guy.
Still doing it.
A fucking business that feeds fucking huge movies.
Well, you know what? How that started is that he goes, you know what? He goes, I'm working for a craft service guy, and this guy ain't treated me too well. If I only had $25,000 to buy myself a truck, I went, well, I just happen to have 15, 20,000 in a thermos. And he goes, no. So he does a big old, we're partying, right? He does a big old gacker. And he goes down the street and he talks this guy into putting his house on a loan. And they bought the truck that day. And for 2 weeks straight, driving that truck around, this guy's one of those handy guys that knows electricity and all that kind of stuff. And he put freezers, TVs, all in 2 weeks, just drinking, same clothes, the whole thing. Put it together, drove up on the Warner Brothers lot, got the OC, and then movie after movie after movie. From that point on, it just went on like crazy. And he's meeting stars. I met Mel Gibson. He's doing this Christ movie, and I speak Syrian, so he's going to come out to lunch with us. And I was like, what? And I was at my house, and Mel Gibson comes up, and I was a little tanked, so I didn't want to ruin it. And he's from Redondo Beach, and they went out, man. It was incredible. So he met a lot of people, man.
That's good for him.
Oh, yeah. It was still funny, too. Paul Abraham, wacky
Iraqi. Nuts. He was nuts.
Yeah,
wacky Iraqi.
The wacky Iraqi. So, yeah.
Believe they didn't know what to do. You wouldn't.
Why, so you guys planned to be naked behind him?
Jeff Garcia was the feature.
I think, yeah, well, Christopher Kidd Reed was there, I think, too.
And I was the MC. You had like 9 guest sets.
Yeah.
It was the Wednesday before Thanksgiving.
Right.
It's 2000. The year 2000. It's the Wednesday before Thanksgiving.
Nuts.
Pablo just showed up on Wednesday night from Vegas, where you just ended up winning like 30 large.
Yeah, I won some money. Yeah,
you were playing blackjack or something.
Right, it was him.
You came right from Vegas,
right
to Brea Empire.
Right.
There was no going home to take a shower. There was nothing. So we get to the fucking Brea Empire, and I'm like, let me get a beer. And then it's like, when Pablo's the headliner, there's no cocktail served.
Oh yeah, it's right.
And I looked at Pablo. I go, Pablo, what the fuck? And Pablo's like, we got this handled. He goes, go get the fucking chef. It was like some guy in the back, and Pablo gave him like $100.
Yeah.
Get his wine, beer. So they're telling us we can't drink. I mean, it was just crazy. And then Pablo had a couple of them, so Pablo kept saying, Joey, bring him. Because I was the host. So I brought up Kid Reed. I think we even brought up the chef.
Crazy.
Pablo got it together, goes up there, he's doing his thing, he's ripping them apart. But Paul Abraham is walking behind him completely naked with a hat on, going like this, like, give my regards to Broadway. And the people would lose it. Me and Jeff and the other 8 other openers are in the back howling.
Yeah.
And the next fucking day, like that Friday, I get a call that we've all been fired. Except for Pablo, because we had fucking booze and fucking methadone powder and fucking
man.
And then here's an interesting story. Pablo came clean.
Yeah.
I got my job back.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
I told him, I said, look at the videotape. You know, I go, just look at the videotape because they videotaped the show, and your portion wasn't on there. So Robert goes, okay, all right, okay, I was a misunderstanding, but Rumpelmans, that's what it was, man. Rumpelmans is my drink, man.
And then you called me one time to open for you in Houston. That was sensational. You had the fucking strip club send a limo for you. Right?
Yeah.
That's when you know you're big pimping. And then he showed up with today he showed up with a light. You know, Pablo is always very generous. He gave me a Lakers shirt that I still have of the velour purple. I made a mistake and wore it in a 90-degree day, and I lost 92 pounds. It's a Laker velour shirt.
Nice.
Beautiful. It's Kobe Bryant.
Was it Kobe? Was it? Yeah.
Kobe. It's a Laker old school warm. Now if I put it's like 4 ounces. Oh geez. It's like 4 fucking ounces.
He starts melting in
I don't know where the fuck he got it. I still got that.
Got it in Miami, believe it or not.
No, this was Houston.
Houston.
And then in Miami, you and I had a reputation for tearing up the condo.
That condo, nice condo, yeah.
That was my condo at deck. I used to tie a chick up. And in the morning, I'd have to cut her off. So I had the ropes there.
No, I remember that.
I just made long ropes, and I would cut it off loose in the morning. This is what I'm saying to you, Pop.
Right.
20 years ago, we couldn't do what we were doing. Huh?
How much rope would you have?
Oh, please. I had more rope than the black guys that tied up Jesse Smollett.
Jesus.
Just think about it. Did you see the rope that they released?
No, I didn't.
All the rope and shit. I had more rope than me. I just bought a bundle of sticky rope that pricks your skin. And I would tie it on the bed and I'd tie her up. She always wanted to be tied up.
So I didn't believe that at first until the girls came in, and boy, they were smoking.
Where, Miami?
Yeah.
That's Coconut Grove Street in 98, 97, 99.
Everybody would go in there too, man. Chris Rock, Madonna would go in there. Whitney Houston.
I'm telling you, you have no idea what was witnessed at that fucking. I remember still going downstairs one night and seeing the hottest naked women dancing on top of the table in the Italian restaurant because it was a fine dining Italian restaurant.
Right.
But after 11, no rules.
That's right. That's when it's turned crazy, man. You know what I'm talking about, man?
You think I'm kidding you? It was Scarface type shit.
Oh, yeah.
People were in there throwing thousands, and they would just tell women to get naked. Start dancing on top.
24 hours a day.
24 fucking hours a day.
Yeah, it was beautiful, man. It was a beautiful thing.
But I mean, comedy must be like the only job where you could, like, if I was on a road trip with somebody and they started unpacking the rope, I don't think I'd want to stay. Like, that's like
the next forensic.
Where do you think these? I mean, listen. When I asked Pablo what comedy has changed, 20 years ago, you had George Lopez cranking up the storm.
Yeah, George Lopez, here you do.
You had Mitch Hedberg out there tearing it up. I know I was out there tearing it up. Pablo was out there tearing it up.
Yeah.
Every 4 weeks, there was a calamity somewhere.
Yeah,
somebody didn't show, somebody didn't make it to radio. You know, Tommy.
Yeah.
We had some problems in comedy. And it was accepted because that's what comedians do. Richard Pryor raised the bar for us. When he lit himself on fire, that gave us the right to do whatever the fuck we wanted to do. And, you know, when I got into comedy, I didn't get into comedy for the I'm not a fucking good-looking guy. I got into comedy for the party.
Yeah, that's what I was.
Brotherhood.
Yeah.
I didn't get into comedy to meet girls.
Brotherhood, that's
like
right.
a rock star. I got into comedy, A, for the brotherhood, and B, because nobody would judge my party. Nobody. If you read, ladies and gentlemen, with Lenny Bruce, he did heroin every day with strippers for les dances at the Chelsea Hotel. That's why I got into it. I didn't know if I wanted to do heroin, but I knew I didn't want a responsible life. I didn't want to be a responsible. I wanted to be a rebel. I wanted to live in a car. and I just wanted to do comedy. You know, it's like that when you listen to that song, American Band.
Right.
We're an American band. We come into your town, let your party down.
Right.
We're an American band.
Oh yeah.
That's what I was, an American comic.
How many flights do I have to change? You know, I'm not coming back. You know, I'm gonna have to come back on a Wednesday. You know, then,
You know, we were an American comic. When I started doing comedy, I did not do comedy for women. I did comedy for not being responsible. I didn't have to be responsible for anything. I had to get up at a certain time. I had to go to bed at a certain time. I had to answer anybody at a certain time.
you drink on stage.
All I had to do was keep oil in my car and fill that gas up and pay the insurance on it. Those are the only rules I had in my life.
Yep.
That's it. When you pick this life, that's why you pick it. You're irresponsible. You're irresponsible. I can't. You know how many times I got to do something at 8 in the morning, Pablo? Like somebody called me and says I have to do something at 8.
Right
now, I have a 5-year-old, 6-year-old. I'm awake at 6:15 every morning, whether I like it or not. But if you tell me that I have to be somewhere at 8, insomnia kicks in.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Insomnia kicks in. So once you tell me I got to be somewhere at 8, I'm not going to fall asleep.
Absolutely. It's like you're going to school, high school. Remember that?
Every night I'm tired. At 8:30, I got to drink a 4 fucking cup of espresso because I'm dying. But the night I have to go do something at 8, I'm fucking tip-top and blue jumping.
Oh yeah.
I'm singing 3 songs and shit. Because,
Jumping in the shower at 5:30, of course.
We're fucking rebels. I never wanted to live up here. If you think I wanted to get up at 8 and go to work, I knew when I did it, I didn't want to do it because I was doing it. I'm like, I got to come up with something. The only job that I fit the itinerary for was drug dealer. It even came close. No responsibilities, no boss. That's the only other job that you could do.
I'm not selling CDs after the show. I'm selling bags.
Yeah, I'm gonna hear the fucking sell CDs. I'm gonna snort coke off your pussy.
Yeah, you know what? You could say something on stage about cocaine, and after the show,
Oh,
you're
yeah.
gonna offer it to you. Oh yeah.
That's how I would get my coke.
Yeah.
Talk about doing coke. I love it. Right after the show. Boom. Gonna do a blast. Yeah. You got the extra? Yeah. All you gotta do is make a call. Boom. And then there you go.
Yeah. Make sure you don't do it before second show. You go, hey, what's going on?
That was my thing. That was the only thing that kept me together. That I had enough respect. I didn't have respect for myself.
Right.
I had zero respect for myself. But I knew that I wouldn't do anything on stage.
Right.
So there was no.
You ever been stoned before? Or
I could get stoned to go on stage. So I could smoke 20 joints, lose them for a minute or two, and then focus and then get them.
Right.
I could take an edible and go on stage.
Really?
I could take a Xanax, like a baby 0.25,
Okay.
to calm me down a little bit. But cocaine never worked for me on stage.
Wow. Yeah.
It was just a zero. It was the weirdest thing because I did it St. Patty's Day, 1992.
Right.
And I never did it on stage again. It'd be in my pocket.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, right.
The fucking ever-ready battery was plugged into the leg.
Right.
But don't get me wrong. There was no way I would do it before.
Right.
And it's like I wouldn't do it in the daytime. I never did coke in the day. It's funny. I'm trying to write this book.
All right.
Before I kidnapped the guy,
right,
I worked at a car dealership for a few months. You know, I'm trying to detail this book as much as I can, so you just can't. The truth was that I started at a Subaru dealership that was like Studio 54.
Okay.
Like everybody was snorting coke in there. There was a guy that did heroin, and he fucking robbed banks at lunchtime. I mean, this was live. It got to the point where it was so crazy, I said, let me go to a Chrysler store. They were a little older, they were all white.
Right.
They were all like respectful. Half of them were veterans and shit. You didn't see nothing like I've never seen anything like that before. Like at the Subaru place, somebody in service sold coke.
Right.
At the Chrysler place, the manager and the salesman, the head salesman, would sell coke. Wow. Everybody was coked up. And I still remember days that there'd be 5 customers on the lot, and every salesman in that office would be so coked up. They were in their office pretending to be on the phone. And people would be out there going, like, I'm here to buy a car. And they'd be like, we're on the phone. Like they were coked up. So from that lesson, I didn't snort coke in the daytime.
Wow.
I got to pay attention to these guys. Don't get me wrong. I fell for it a few days.
Right.
But I always knew that I'm not going to sell a car. And I'm going to sit here like these The dealer's name was Rob Dando.
Rob Dando.
Sweetheart of a Subaru. We sold Chryslers.
Right.
And his big pet peeve was his red Parker pen. His wife gave him a Parker pen for their anniversary.
Right.
And he felt it was his lucky red pen.
Right.
So every time he went out to get a customer, he'd be so coked up, he'd be sweating. He'd put his pen down, and I'd swap the pen. He'd come back and look for the pen and look under cars.
Oh, God.
He'd say, I can't sell a car. Somebody stole my lucky red pen. So then he would go buy one, another one across the street. I'd wait till he'd get coked up. I'd steal the pen.
Stealing the
I
tricks.
did this to him once a week. Then I started taking the red pen from him.
Oh, God.
And giving it back to him. And putting it in the back. Oh, God. He would go to him and say, we found the red pen in the bathroom. And he would go, but I wasn't in the bathroom. And then he got so fucking,
Mysteries of the unknown.
he started getting so coked up. Lee always thinks like I torment him.
Right.
He doesn't know I've been doing this for 30 years. Like,
Right.
I make people go crazy. Like, I'm the best at making people go crazy.
Oh, yeah.
Geez, so I would put pens in places where he won't. Like I would go into the secretary's office, put the pen on my desk, and then she would come back and go, Rob, why is your pen on my desk? And go, I lost that 2 days ago. Why is it on top of your bed? No, I got it. So he would scratch his head because he was the best salesman. So my game was to throw him off point.
Right.
So then he started selling coke. But he had a wife that was straight, that didn't do
Oh,
coke.
God.
The worst, he would hide the coke at the office. He was getting 2-3 ounces in a shot. And what he would do is he'd throw cut on an ounce,
Right.
and weigh it into grams and put it in little packages, and hide it in the ceiling. And I would go to service at 6 a.m. Right, when service first gets there.
Yeah, right.
I would go there, coked up from the night before, take the ounces out of the ceiling, and I put coke in the grams, and take coke out of that. I take an eighth out of 1 ounce, put an eighth of speed of cutting there, and take another eighth. I was doing that then for a month. Holy shit! And then I started switching the coke up.
Okay, then.
I started taking it out of the ceiling and putting it in the
So you find yourself in the trunk.
God, I was tormenting this kid. He would come, I would see him in the
He
thing.
still thinks about this. There's no way that he does this.
I did this to him for 6 to 7 months.
Oh my
It
God.
was a constant torture every day. He would go up to the manager and go, I don't know what's going on. I'm losing my mind.
Good God. Unsolved
I probably
mysteries.
stole 40 pens from him, and I had a secret spot with him. And one day, when he was in the middle of his nervous breakdown, because then he found out somebody was messing with his coke. And he couldn't figure out who the fuck it was. I gotta get to the bottom of this. Somebody's bulldozing me in the morning. He was a white dude. He would use words like bamboozle and shit like that. He's like, somebody's bamboozling me.
Sabotaging me.
And I'm like, bro, I don't know what you're talking about. I go, we gotta start coming early. I think somebody comes here in the morning and takes my coke. I was tormenting this kid. And then one day, I was quitting. I was getting ready to quit and go back to the superstore before he kidnapped Bella. And I fucking gave him, I see, God punishes. Because 2 weeks later, I ended up in fucking jail with a fucking $50,000 bail. And the day I quit, I had a stack of pens. It had to be 4 inches, 30 of those Parker pens.
Yeah.
I had them in a heavy duty rubber band. And the day I quit, I go, Rob, I got something for you.
Stack of dynamite.
And I put the fucking pens on the thing. And he almost broke in half. Wow. I had no fucking idea. Were you stealing my coke too? I'm like,
Oh, God. Unsolved mysteries.
I invited him to my wedding.
Penny.
He was sweating up a storm.
Someone's coke is disappearing. What?
Who else does that shit?
God, man.
I tortured that poor soul. When I started switching the coke on him, Pablo, you know how that is.
Yeah, that's.
So you think you hid the coke behind that picture, and now it's in the tissue box. We don't know how the fuck it happened. And you're fucked up already.
Oh, yeah.
Now your mind's playing tricks on you.
Is there any stories coming back, Pablo? Like,
Oh,
God,
yeah.
Joey did mess with me that weekend. Like,
No,
I
never messed with
My
Pablo.
coke did move.
I remember putting it in my head, and then he was wearing it.
You know, in reality, I didn't think I'd done a line.
No, I don't think
No,
we had.
we
I offered it at
yeah, we
the time.
knew each other did it. Yeah, we never really broke that bond because
Well, he would freak me out because he would go. When I first met him, he was a vampire, and then shot, and then I go, "What's he doing?" He goes, "You know what I'm talking about? 2 shots, little porno movie." I was like, "This guy knows too much. This is
because I used to tell him
witchcraft."
breaking out the cake.
Yeah, but I didn't understand that.
Whatever you do, coke, you break out the cake.
And then when you said the porno, then you do the shot, and what's
Oh yeah, you put the porno on, a couple shots.
I go, "What is this guy?"
So he thought I was like a heretic. He thought I had a direct camera to his fucking house.
Yes, that was kind of you know you got a porno in the VCR. You know what? How does he know this?
Oh, I would tell my people. That was my world. How long have you been sober for?
About a little less than a year, about a year, I would say.
How do you feel?
I feel, let's put it this way. I feel good. I got a lot more energy. You know, I started smoking a lot more. But other than that, I'm having a good time. You know, it's I feel kind of proud. But then again, you know, I don't get too cocky because, you know, liquor's free. You know, it's there, it's around. So liquor stores are fun. You know, you go in there, you get beef jerky, that kind of thing, and you get some bean dip, whatever, with some Fritos, and they want to just grab not the big bottle, but the little bottle. But hey, I'm doing good at Rite Aid. I just walk through the aisles, you know, right through the liquor
You're
aisle.
not drinking either.
Yeah, I'm not drinking.
No drinking.
No, I had a few, but it wasn't a buzz. You know, I took a few sips just to see.
Was drinking a trigger for you?
Everything was, you know, it's just, you know, getting off stage was fun, you know, there's a party going on and you want to write some jokes, and sometimes the jokes come when you're high and sometimes they don't, but nowadays they just come like crazy. It's just like you just gotta have a different way of writing now. It's like you just you know, put down the premise, but now it's like gotta write the whole thing down because I forget when I see the premise, and sometimes I gotta write them on the wall. You know, and so I got to get a little bit more organized in that. But yeah, the ideas still come. But it's you know, I talk about, you know, I like going back and talking about the topics because every topic, you know, deserves to be talked about again. So that's what I'm doing right now. It's fun, and it's just a little bit harder, you know, trying to find somebody to impersonate. You know, like, you know, remember back in, you know, 2000 and stuff that you had Michael J. Fox and that kind of thing, you know, and now you got no one who sounds. They all sound alike, you know. So you got Mark Wahlberg. Hey man, you doing good? You doing good? Okay, work on that one. But there's not too many. I can, you know, jump around and, you know, with Arnold Schwarzenegger. Everybody does an Arnold, but you gotta just switch it up and make it more clever, that kind of thing. But other than that, I'm doing good.
What did Arnold say when he got kicked in the back?
You know, I'll be back. I'll be back. Okay, that's what happened. Okay, you know, what am I doing? Get out! Good God, who does a drop kick? You know, Jackie Chan dropped that motherfucker. God,
he handled it well though. He's like 7 years old, right?
Yeah, man. He's at Muscle Beach all the time, I think. And
Joey asked how comedy's changed. I remember, like, I grew up watching Comedy Central in the early 2000s, late 90s.
Oh yeah,
and I remember watching yours, and I remember people talking. It was way before the internet. I remember people talking about it. Like, can you guys talk about how even if it wasn't Comedy Central, but how that stuff used to like change your world? Like,
yeah, it would change your world.
Like, that was crazy. I remember when that came out.
Yeah, the producers would tell you, to go, you know what? Back then there was no internet, but they would say, hey, listen, we're going to play it 6 times this year, and if you get some requests, we're going to play it more. But it's going to change your life, and it did, because after the first playing, I go, you know what? I was too different, I thought, you know, and then I go, by the second time these people see it, they're going to talk about it. So it ended up getting like 12 requests. I
was going to say, you must got a lot of requests.
Oh yeah, it was great, man. You couldn't believe how many people had on VHS tape, you know. So I had a guy named Charlie who would go around, hey kid, I got to show everybody the tape, you know, and he would show me. And it was like a half hour, but it was fun, you know. It's that's how it circulated. People were just recording it. They didn't have it. You couldn't go to ComedyCentral.com back then and, you know, just get it off their own.
Didn't even have TiVo.
Yeah. So it's just that if you caught it, you caught it. If you didn't, you didn't. So it was a good thing. You know, it did change my life, and a lot of people just did come to the show, but they would all constantly start repeating it. You know, so I was like, all right, cool. Sometimes it would be 3 times a week. It went from 12. It was initially 6 times they're going to play it. We're going to play it every 4 or 5 weeks, but then they started getting to more requests. So they played it like 21 times or something like that during the year. So it worked out.
You know, Pablo, now that you're sober, I mean, I listen, There's nothing anybody can do. And I'm not being angry or anything. I'm just speaking the truth here.
Right.
You know, the number one comic today is Kevin Hart. You know, there's nothing I can do. Am I mad at Kevin? Not at all. I love Kevin. I wish him all the fucking luck in the world. He's a sweetheart. He's the hardest working guy in show business. I love him to death. You know, Sebastian, who we all love.
Right.
Sebastian. He's selling tickets.
Oh, yeah,
Great
he's
comic. Bill Burr selling tickets. Great comic. You know, what I want, you know, this comedy career, this journey that we take,
Right.
comes in peaks and valleys.
Yeah,
I think people understand. You know, if you go see John Wick, you see John Wick 3, you see that guy is the evil guy, Ed Dacascos. Dacascos is his name. He used to be the guy from Chef, or whatever. I know Mark from my friend, you know. You know, Mark was living out of here. You know, this career is peace and valley. And all of a sudden he's sitting in front of this TV, right? They call him up to be the bad guy. Crazy. John Wick, the number one movie in America. He just said, this is why people live in Los Angeles. This is why people stay here, because the lottery ticket could come when you're 28, or it could come when you're fucking 90. No one knows. You know, Julius Soprano did Godfather 2, and you didn't see him for 30 fucking years, and he pops in one of the biggest series of all time.
Hey, yeah.
You know,
Steve Sharippo.
Steve Sharippo.
Booking the Riviera.
Booking the Riviera.
You know, I want to be a star. You know, how you doing that?
Nah, he's a fucking author. He's in Australia doing stand-up.
Right.
With Michael Rappaport, and not Michael Rappaport, the other guy. Doesn't matter. What I'm trying to say is that this is peace and valley. Pablo, no bullshit. You know me.
Right.
I've always thought you were in the top 3 comics.
Yeah, you know.
Talent-wise,
well, thank you,
there's
man.
not too many people who can deal with fucking Pablo. There's not. I always said the best 2 people live I've watched in a positive reaction. Listen, I'm a dirty comic. I'm up there talking about shit nobody deserves to listen to. Like, if you come to one of my shows, shoot yourself. You have no idea what talent is. I remember going to see Pablo and studying him. There was 2 comics I studied on the road. Somebody once told me, you're a loser. You play to the back of the room. You got to learn to play to the front of the room. And there was 2 comics that showed me that vision. I didn't know it wasn't Rogan, it wasn't Chris Rock. It was Pablo Francisco and Richard Jennings. Well, I opened up for Pablo in Houston, and I never saw so many people come out happy from
It's some good crowds.
I never saw the happiness. There was no cursing. There was no eating pussy jokes. There was no disgust, that shit that comes out of my mouth. It was just wholesome fun about Arnold and this and that. And at the end, people were just, you know, it's like a Joe Coy show.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, it's like people believe there like they just saw a Pixar movie. And the only people at the time when I was a young comic that helped me explain that bridge that I got was you and Richard Jennings.
Wow.
I saw it.
Yeah.
I saw the reaction of people walking out of a Pablo Francisco room. With Richard Jennings, I saw something else.
Right.
I saw that when Pablo comes up to me and asks me what I want to drink. Right. I'm a gentleman. I look at Pablo's eyes. I go, Pablo, make it a gin and tonic. Lee wants to make his mark and coke. This is Miami.
Yeah.
People want to see Rich Jennings with not fucking white tracks.
Yeah.
People want to see Rich Jennings in class. They had money for those tickets. And in 2000, I still remember fucking people who had class, West Palm Beach, right, would not look at the wait staff when Richard Jennings was on stage.
Right.
They would not take their offer. Let me get a water.
Right, absolutely, yeah. Right.
That's it. Let me get a gin and tonic.
Yeah.
You know, gin and tonic. Yeah. When you gave me the check, it was like, thank you. And they put it down.
Yeah.
It was just overwhelming. The way he controlled the audience,
the topics that he
threw at you was something different.
Right.
That's an education that nobody's ever going to get to see again. Unless you see him live. You'll never see that in this fucking hour special.
Get the last special he did, a big pile of meat.
Was it good?
Oh, it's amazing. It's great. It's totally different from what he usually does, but it, you know, he's
you were a student of Richard Jennings.
Oh yeah, Richard Jennings.
Yeah.
He came downstairs at Gotham. He goes, "Hey man, I want to get a picture with you." And I was, "What?" And he goes, "Yeah." And he goes, "It's gonna be a good Christmas." And he started talking to me. And I know that he's so intelligent that when I was trying to bounce off him, man, it was difficult because he was, you know, talking about because all these Burger King movie theme toys. He's what next? To Jesus Christ, Crown of Thorns, right? And it was so funny, but I was like, but he was really, I just like the way he'd go into topics and just was doing it, just explain it really intelligently and have a good explanation for it.
Now, when I saw you in Houston,
Okay.
15 years ago, whatever the fuck it was,
Right.
we were both whacked out all
Oh
week.
yeah.
Like Friday, whacked up the shows, and you would just give me a hug. See you later. You want to come? You need money? No. Bam.
Right.
Just leave. You would come up to me. You need money? You get it. Bam. That's it. It's probably left.
Yep.
I can't imagine what you're like today sober. You must be lighting those rooms on fire.
I to tell you the truth, man, I'm pulling up the new material and stuff. I like to get response, all the time. So I'm rehearsing more in my how would you say, shower. And then, usually it goes in the living room, then into the kitchen, and get everything locked down. So right now, it's the shows go by quicker. Let's put it that way. For me, even though you do the time, but it's like it's sometimes I want to get to the joke so quickly. I talk a little bit too quickly, because I don't want to, I don't want to forget the joke, So it's a lot of preparation now, but it's fun. It is all fun, but now I got to write more of the joke down. Last time, just write the premise down. Boom, you got it all over here. But now it's a little different.
And you're thinking about doing an hour.
Yeah.
You're going to put a new hour together.
Yeah, we're at a good 45 minutes, But when you start doing the hour, you have to keep repeating the hour over and over. So sometimes I just like to do the old stuff and then put in the new stuff and then listen to it and then just find my segues right there. So it's I don't know, it's a lot of videotaping, and you hate listening, watching our own stuff.
I fucking hate it.
Oh gosh, yeah. So. And then you got to fast forward, but thank God, we got the internet now. So I have to put everything downloaded onto the to the computer, and I just shuffle through it. It's a lot more better than that. It's just take the audio tracks and listen to that,
And you're still doing the voiceovers.
Still doing voiceovers, man. It's fun, Subaru XV. That's right. And it makes money and it's fun. So
I remember when I first went to my first audition. It was the Church's Chicken in '97.
Okay.
I just done the voiceovers for it.
Really?
Did you do voiceovers?
I did. I was a spokesperson for
the Church's
I
Chicken.
wrote those commercials, man.
I went in the room like, I'm going to tell him I know Pablo. Shit. Like, we didn't even give me the opportunity. But no, like, come in. Thank you.
Right.
That was very good. You'll be hearing from us.
Right.
And you can see on their face they're saying, go fuck yourself. They didn't even say it. Like, I know Pablo Francisco. Like, I was just going to go and tell the casting people, like, I know Pablo, so let's get this party started.
Right.
This fucking process. I'll give him a call right now. We'll call Church's direct. This is '97.
Yeah, man. It was.
You were already the official spokesman for fucking Church.
Yeah, man. I wrote those commercials. It was great, man, because after we wrote those, right, they got that. They got the original spokesperson. She was on Sanford and Son, that one lady, right? And I did another, like, 3 more little sizzle reels of more commercials, and I sold them, so I still got it back. So they took a little creeper and said, "Get out of here!" And so they put it back in there. You big dummy! So yeah, it worked out. So that was my Church's Chicken money, and I was put it away, bought a house, and
you've been doing voiceovers ever since.
I've been doing it like once in a while. I've been auditioning like crazy, which is great about it. You can do it right there in the comfort of your own house.
Who's your voiceover?
I got CA. Yeah, CA. So it's you do it right there in your house. You grab your iPhone and just get ready this summer. Joey Diaz. This summer has Joey Diaz written all over it. So themselves mercenaries. Boink. So
I'm doing one tomorrow, and I'm excited about it. I'm doing Big City Greens. My daughter watches the fucking show.
So is it a series?
It's a Disney series that
really?
comes out at 5 every day. Me and her watch it.
Oh, cool.
So when I got the offer, I was like, this can't be fucking happening.
Great.
And I'm doing the part of like a fucking guy in an alleyway that scams cricket.
All right.
Don't Ray Me. It's got Jesus. The guy from, what's his name? Danny Trejo.
Oh, Danny Trejo? Yeah.
The guy from Taxi. I mean, I'm honored to be on the fucking.
That's great, man.
So I would love to do that show.
Oh, yeah.
I would love to do it on a full time. Those people, it's so hard to break into that. Like, you broke into that right away.
Right, yeah.
It's tough to break into that.
Right.
A couple of years ago, I did Mafia 3, The Game.
Oh, really?
I thought that would open up doors, but it really didn't.
Right.
And then I got the podcast. You know, when I got here, I was in Sutton Bar from Menard.
Right.
It's
Another Bernard, right.
And they were like tremendous at voiceovers. And one day they were like, "Oh, you're not getting shit. Choke yourself." So I just stopped doing voiceovers. I was like, "Fuck it, I'm not good at them."
Right.
Everybody tells me I got a great voice, but obviously I can't make a fucking dime doing it.
Now, were you driving to the auditions to do a voiceover?
Yeah.
Oh, God, I couldn't stand that, man.
That was a long time ago. And we'd have to go to like
All the way to Wilshire.
Wilshire had one. There was one up here somewhere. So I came up here. Like I did Shark Tale. Like I rented Shark Tale.
Oh, really?
And I'm like, oh, I'm getting this baby. And then they called me one day and they're like, listen, you're really in high regard for this.
Right.
Are you ready to do this? And all. I'm like, oh,
You know,
yeah,
pumped up.
I'll fucking do it.
And then
And the guy that called me was like, listen, they'd rather give you, you know, 25,000 than give somebody else 100,000. Especially there's a lot of mob voices. I was like, oh shit, I'm gonna get this. I didn't get big. I was like, if I didn't get Shark Tale, I'm not gonna get nothing. And I had Vincent Pastore's first residual check. The Shark Tale was over 100,000.
Gosh, damn, man.
That's the movie.
Going in your underwear and just
8 voices. What movie makes fucking $100 million? You're living in fucking Easy Street.
Oh yeah, yeah. That movie previews.
Have you done movies?
You know what? I've done a few for like for ABC, like ABC movies and stuff like that. But when I met Don LaFontaine, the guy who did it, he was like, "Let's come to my house." And I went to his house for like 5 hours because we were doing this Frank Caliendo show, and as the 3 Tenedors, and he goes, "You know what? I do 3 of these a day, and I live like a king. I live like a king. So come on down. We're gonna do some voiceover." And he had the the bubble that that he gets into his chamber.
House, yeah.
Oh yeah.
People do them in their house.
And he just gets a big piece of paper and goes, "Get ready, Keith Sutherland, 124, box office, whatever, box DVD set." And there you go, I live like a king. Just really humble about it, just, that's all he does, 3 a day.
He's still alive.
Oh, no, he passed away.
He passed away.
Yeah, from a blood clot, but,
A blood clot.
yeah, I couldn't believe it. He goes, "I got something in my lungs, I don't know what it is." And it's like going, well, we'll find out, and it's like a little tiny blood clot in his lung, in his vessel, so, yeah, so it was, but after I went to his house, he gave me his ISDN unit, right, and when I was there, I noticed that he introduced me to all these guys that do the voiceover, like the one who does Disney, Hercules and all your favorite Disney characters, that kind of guy, right? And I just happened, they wanted me to go and do like a tribute to Don, but that same day I got Howard Stern, so I went on Howard Stern, and it was a beautiful day, but it was kind of like, it's kind of sad at the same time, because, I flew to New York, but still got Howard Stern, so it worked out. You looking hot, so. And from that point on, his wife called me once in a while and keep in touch. He's a cool dude, really cool dude.
That's funny that you imitated him. You did
Impersonation
of him. And a lot of people, when you do impersonation of him, they look at you a little weird.
He goes, "I always wanted someone to do me, and you do me better than I do me." And I was going, "Can I take a picture of you?" He took a picture of me and put it right there with all his family. I was like, "Okay, cool." We hung out. He was a good guy, man. Really good dude. And we went back to, if you go to like YouTube and just go 3 Tenedors with Frank Caliendo, you can see it. Check it out. It's just us 3 doing all movie previews, guys. So it's kind of cool. It's kind of funny. We're on tuxedos and get ready for underground events, and we all take turns doing our movie previews, guys. So it works out. So it works out.
Do you guys remember like the first? Because when you start comedy, like you're struggling, you're not really making money. And obviously, you don't want to. I'm not asking to brag about money, but the first check where you're like, "Holy crap!" Like I get this is a check written to me. Like,
yeah,
like I was like, that's crazy.
I remember, the first big check.
Yeah, sure, whatever anyone.
Mine was with Fred Silverman. I signed with him. I think he was the president of ABC at the time or something, and sent me a check for $19,800, and that's how much I owed on my Discover card. Exactly about $10 off. So I got him to pay off my Discover card. But other than that, yeah, I mean, some of these corporate gigs, they pay sick money. To get $30,000 sometimes.
You still going to Finland?
Still going? Yeah, I still go to. I just got back from Australia and I went to Hong Kong. And now Finland. It's gonna be a while before I go there because I was always up in Finland doing all the cities up there, and it was a YouTube that was really responsible for that. So it's like, sold a lot of tickets, and I couldn't believe it that the internet was that powerful. So I still go there, or I usually go to Sweden a lot too. But
Right.
I got to change up the actor, when I go there. Pull out the old stuff, get it, tune it up a little bit. People like to see that. They like to see the old hits, so I'll do the movie previews guides and add Chris Rock in there. What's the deal with this tortilla? That kind of thing, Do the Allstate guy, and people go, well, they don't know the Allstate guy there. I go, yeah, but they'll see the clip, then they'll go to Allstate guy, and then the Allstate guy will, bounce to the Allstate guy.
Our reunion hands, the Decepticons and Transformers usually become a liability with Allstate. And what's up with Caitlyn Jenner? How can you wear a thong when you got a gun?
That kind of thing.
Our reunion hands.
So this commercial's been going on for like 10 years now. So,
yes, farmers and pop. What's up with
That's the black dude from Major League, right?
Major League? Yeah, I forgot his name.
Serrano. He was
Serrano.
president on 24.
Yeah, Clark, I'm the president. That's right. What's up with this Verizon guy going to Sprint, man? That's Illuminati. Huh?
Yeah, he did.
That's right. Yeah, he's talking
He's
too.
pretty chubby too. Yeah, he's talking too. He wasn't talking. I saw that the other day. That motherfucker.
yeah, he's talking, man. Just a little bidding war. That's kind of crazy.
And Burger King's out of business too. What's up with that shit?
Are they?
Yeah,
No.
they're done. They're completely done, man.
No, they're not.
Swear to God.
They just introduced the garden burger.
What?
People gonna go in there and eat that fucking plant burger.
You're telling me they got a garden burger?
They got a garden burger, supposedly. We're gonna go try.
I don't know, man. We just had one. I mean, it's right by Pep Boys, called Level. Done.
Really?
Yeah, and I
Down
was
in Redondo.
up in Redondo, man. But they were right by the Jehovah's Witness church too, and it was
Yeah,
all the
that's,
sad.
that's,
Yeah, it
that
doesn't work out.
doesn't work.
Yeah, the meat
People
stuff.
don't eat meat next to Jehovah.
Yeah, yeah,
Just don't want to do it. You're not gonna move.
yeah. But yeah, they leveled it. I guess they're closing up a bunch of businesses now. Starbucks. Remember, there's a bunch of those, and they said that Subway is going downhill after it.
Thank God. I tell you what,
I know, kind of creepy.
my
Jerry.
fucking daughter hates Subway.
She inherited that from you?
Oh my God, she is anti-Subway. She just go on a rant about Subway.
All the sandwiches taste the same.
No, I don't know why. Somebody at school, something happened with her and fucking Subway, and she's 6 years old. She's like anti-fucking Subway. She don't like the hamburger place across from the pizza joint, that new place where they make those creepy.
Oh, I haven't been there yet. Burger Inn.
Yeah, Burger Inn.
Burger Inn?
That place looks weird, Dad. Oh, fuck it. You got a good eye, kid.
Wow.
Why don't you smoke pot?
It was friendly in the beginning, but man, it gets me paranoid.
How about the pot cookies, pot brownies at night?
Oh, gee, I mean, it's prescribed by what Dr. 420. Anyway, it just sinks, and it's just looking through like this. Hey, I'm slowly running a red light. I don't know why. It's like I'm leaving the refrigerator door open a long time.
Papa, you know how crazy I was.
Oh yeah, you were smoking like crazy. I don't know how you did it.
No. I'm not talking about the reefer. I'm talking about, how crazy I was with the drugs. I mean, I still sit here some nights and I go, I can't believe I'm not going to the bank to take $100 out to buy a gram of coke.
Right.
Like, I really cannot believe it. I try to explain it to people, and I can't even explain it because I don't believe it myself. You ever don't believe it?
Yeah,
Don't believe it. Like, I cannot believe I stopped smoking coke. Like, it baffles me. Like,
Right.
Sometimes I'm driving, I'm like, I hope this isn't a dream. I hope I don't wake up tomorrow and I'm that fucking crazy guy.
Right.
And it's going to be 12 years.
Wow.
12 years. Right. Don't get me wrong. I read some fucking couple Vicodins. I drank a couple beers. I read a couple Xanax. I did a couple lines of ketamine. But I did do ketamine with coke.
Right.
I did break down and do the thing that was going to eat me alive.
Yeah, that stuff.
When I watched Ray, the movie Ray,
Okay, yeah.
they said he was 64 when he finally got off heroin. And I remember sitting there going, I can't take it till I'm 64.
Oh, no.
There's no way. I think I was 44.
Right.
I was 44. I said, there's no way I'm going to make 20 more years if I do a gram of coke a night. 3-4 nights a week. There's no, and that was just the starting point, Pablo.
Right. Yeah, I
A
know.
gram is where it starts.
Yeah.
Where it ends, you never know where the fuck it's gonna end.
Right.
By the time I finished, I was doing heroin that summer.
Right.
The summer of 2007, I was doing heroin.
Were you smoking it or
Snorting.
Oh, yeah.
A quick line of Chinese heroin, and I was doing it on Mondays.
Right.
And that kept me off the powder all week.
All right.
If I would do the heroin, that would keep me off the powder.
Right.
And then that on September and October, he stopped sending me heroin. So I went back to the coke, and it was like, it started at the gram.
Right.
It started with a gram of 10, and then I sneaked El Compadre, and another gram of 12.
You drink it too on top of it, right?
No.
You never drank them coke?
No, because my wife was in the other room. I didn't want to know I was doing coke.
Oh, gosh, I can't even take it.
You know, smoking Camel Lights, one after the other.
Right.
To the fucking filter. They would turn off, they would burn the finger on and shit.
Right.
You know, and I decided to quit whatever 2007, November 8th, or whatever the fuck it was. For the first month, I shot a movie, and then after that, I sweated out. And then I came to the conclusion I didn't like the word soap. I learned from being in federal rehab and from being under rehab, in prison, and all that shit.
Right.
The hardest time I had was when you told me I couldn't do something.
Yeah.
If you tell me I can't do something, I'm going to do it just out of spite. Don't fucking tell me that.
Right.
Don't fucking tell me. I know not to do it. Don't fucking tell me. All right.
Oh, yeah, no doubt.
So I'm one of those people that, you know, I sit here sometimes and I'm sitting with my daughter watching TV. And I go, fuck, I had a daughter 30 years ago that this didn't happen because if she was on my lap, I'd be thinking about how I was going to live my next bag of powder. You know, so you already know the thing about me being completely sober. So what I said was, I got a deal. No heroin, no coke, no Oxycontin, nothing heavy.
Right.
Not even alcohol. Like I avoid alcohol. I like it and I can drink it. Every time I get on a plane, I get a free drink. You know how many fucking Southwest vouchers I got? I got more Southwest vouchers than they got.
Right.
But I came to a conclusion. I said, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. Just so I still feel dirty and I still feel like greasy and Joe Diaz, right? I'm going to smoke dope.
Hey, man.
Do edibles. Fucking from time to time, I'm going to dabble in some illegal fucking pill or acid just to keep the back of the mind sane. Just to let me think I'm still the piece of shit I always was. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Like I didn't like the day I started ketamine. It was fun. Ketamine. About a year ago when Yo Romero was here, one of my buddies gave me a Percocet. I ate a Percocet one day on a Sunday. I was out for 12 hours.
Really?
Did I do it again? No, I didn't do it again.
Was it a good buzz or was it good high? Or
it was a fucked up high. I did this podcast on lunchtime. And him and his cousin was sitting there. You want to do a pill? I go, why not? What am I?
Some medication.
I took like one pill. An hour later, I was off and running.
Really?
And I had a podcast that day. I had to work through it. We didn't even know. I didn't say nothing to nobody.
Wow.
The thing that saved us was you all didn't get high, so I cleaned the office. But we got acid there. Right? I still got acid there. I think we got rid of it. Someone left the ketamine here and decided to threw it away. I can't find it.
Yeah, we have a little bit of everything.
I just didn't want to be so fun for me, Papa.
Right.
I just didn't want the word sober. I wanted to at least know that I did something.
Right.
It doesn't have to be coke, and it's working for me. It's 12 years.
Hey, man. It's a long time.
It's just a little suggestion for you.
Yeah, it's just
I had your struggle. I think you're a fucking great kid.
Oh, thanks, man.
I think you're a great talent. And you want me to tell you something? I think you ain't done yet.
I feel like
you're just going into your fucking group.
I feel like I'm just starting. I'm just loving it, man.
The longer you stay healthy, the deadlier you get, probably.
Yep. Well, thanks, man. That's a good word. With all stage stand, that's right. Pump, 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 pump. Yeah, I'm so excited just to get on stage now. Yeah, it's I always feel like 22 sometimes, sometimes I get up and I feel like, what do I feel like today? I go, well, I'm 28, 27, I just act like it, but never like, get up and sore, it's like, get up, do a few push-ups, now don't get too crazy working out, because I hate, doing push-ups and all that kind of thing, so just focus and,
you go to the meetings, you say?
Yeah, I go to the meetings, but I haven't been to a meeting for like maybe 2 weeks,
How come?
Because there's that one guy, man, he's always pissed off, and says, says the same guy. I know there's a meeting every, they call it A, because when you reach for a drink, they go, so Basically, I thought Alcoholic Anonymous was a place where you could get drunk and no one said anything. I think that's, but you don't want to go in there drunk though, because
You have a sponsor now?
no, not I kind of did, but you know, he was bugging too much, you know, and just wanted to call me up and, hey, man, you doing okay, you know, and I had dreams and stuff, you know, and they wanted to, you know, keep it level. And they didn't want me to go to a show. We didn't. No, I don't go to a show. Just you stay home. I'll call you. You call me. And that's all it is, you know. Just gotta keep that strength going. And yeah, I'm a happy camper. How's Robert doing? Robert's doing great, man.
He's that cocksucker.
Yeah, he's moving to Nashville so he can be closer to New York, and Disney's up there too. You know, his wife's a singer, so he told me, well, you know, but I'll still be downtown over here in Los Angeles, and so runs Levity, and he's a great guy. One of my best friends. He is my best friend. The guy looks out. And he's a good dude, good guy, man, and he's very smart. And he goes, you know what? You just do what I say, and it'll be just fine. So, you know, he's all right, cool. And he owns a lot of clubs now. It's crazy. Yeah, so I want to work the Funny Bone or something. Boom. There you go.
It's been a long 20 years, probably. You know what, brother?
Hey, man.
We're still fucking here.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
How fucking great is this?
Yeah, I mean, come on. I mean, look, time's going by quick, but I'm not getting any older, you know?
No, you look beautiful. Thank you. They really did. Man, surprised the shit out of
Right on, man. You look good, too, man.
What's the website? Where can they find you?
PabloFrancisco.com, and then you can get the Twitters, you know, Pablo_Francisco, and check it out. You can download some of my stuff, and, you know, it's funny, and you want, you know, I'll be the comedy jukebox, you know? I'll take requests.
Listen, I don't know your schedule by heart. I just looked at your website. I saw you taking it easy. You're not doing the old Pablo schedules of past.
I took like 3 weeks off, and I'm going to be in. I think I'm going to be in. I think somewhere in Boston. It's going to be the White.
Yeah.
Yeah, just go there.
You got Houston. You got a couple great places.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So we're going to just you know feel it out. Just can't wait to do Houston. Love Houston. Houston rocks, man. So
anytime you want to promote anything, you want to come up here and talk shit, you need a hug. You get in the car.
I do that.
Beach.
Hell yeah, man.
Come on up here, and it's just a pleasure to see. I missed you last week at the Ice House.
Right.
We switched our nights, and then a couple of weeks ago, you were at the store, maybe.
I was at the Laugh Factory,
and I had a spot there, but you left before I got there.
Yeah.
I got there before you got there.
Hanging out with Jay Davis, yeah, man. So hanging out with Jay Davis, good guy, and looking forward. I'm going to try to you know bounce into the comedy store and see. Last time I was there, I saw Joe. He was great. He was cool. Gave me some advice. And really mellow guy. I wonder if it's going to be like is he ever going to have a boy? You know, good old Joe. He's cool, man. Funny, and his last special rock. That was a little intimate. We're talking about intimate kind of shows, and that was hilarious.
The one in Denver.
I think
Wilbur.
Yes.
The Wilbur has become a great,
Absolutely, yeah.
great place. When I first did the Wilbur, I was like, good. They sent some money into it. They fixed it a little bit, and the sound system is great. Yeah. I like both his last specials. I thought you were talking about. I like Denver too.
That was rocking.
That's a great city to do a special at. Right. There's so many great places to do specials. There's so many great venues now.
Right.
You know, I thought that we had great venues 22 years ago. We lost the Coconut Improv.
Oh, I know, huh?
Which was just Rehab Central.
But I think they reopened it with somewhere downtown.
Right. They reopened Miami. They're going to Miami. I think I'm going in October.
Nice kid.
But they Coconut Grove was just a once in a lifetime.
Yeah, I was there all the time. Man. I was
far. I was there 6 times a year for 2 weeks.
Oh God, great!
And it would just be 2 weeks of blackout. There would be nothing but blackout. One night I would go to South Beach. My buddies own a hotel in South Beach. They would pick me up at the Improv like maybe Monday morning, and I would go to South Beach, eat Cuban food all day.
Oh wow!
Go on their balcony, get sun, and then at night we would just smoke dope. That was the only night I had that was normal. I wouldn't do blow or nothing like that. I would just go on the side. No, I would only, what I'm saying, in between those 2 weeks, I would only take one night off of blow.
Right.
In Miami, which was that Monday when I went to South Beach. There was a place, walking distance, that had a bodega. The name of the hotel was called Paradise Point.
Paradise Point?
Paradise.
Paradise.
And every room is a different thing. Like one room is the Tucson room.
Oh, okay, I got
It's
you.
like cactuses and shit.
Right.
The other room is the the boat room. You think you're in a boat. There's a fucking seal flying through the air.
Right.
And they would put me in a room. I was that dear friends with them. They wouldn't charge me. And you could walk 2 blocks to this bodega. Have you ever seen the movie Empire?
Yes.
With John Leguizamo?
Yep.
He goes to Miami and he meets the guy at a table. The guy goes, "Split your table on the." And he goes, "What?" He goes, "Spit your gum out and put it on the under the table."
Right.
And Leguizamo goes under. The guy's got a gun there. That table is in front of that bodega.
Right. Okay.
Look at that bodega on Empire. You're like, ugh. Let me tell you something. They gave you Cuban food by the pound. So you go in there with lunch. You go in there with a big cellophane thing. And they would just pile it on. I think it was $2.99 a pound. I get like 9 pounds. Shit of food. It was like laundry. And we get a roco picadillo, ground beef with olives. We get fried bananas by the pound. Like everything was by the pound. You get a couple Coco Ricos, that coconut soda, and we walk back to Paradise 2 blocks away. 2 blocks away. And we'd walk back to Paradise Point and get fucking.
Some people you lose their appetite, but you would like you get.
No. On the days I didn't do blow, right, I would just refuel. That's why I got up to 418 pounds.
Nice kid.
I would do the intermittent for everybody else. I intermittent fasting.
Yeah,
right.
I'm doing it.
Wait till you see what comes with intermittent fasting.
Miami,
because for 3 days you intermittent fast. You don't eat. You just drink.
I do the South.
And then the 2 days later, you eat all day. And now you're heavier than when you started. You're like, wait a second, I was 210 last week. Yeah, 18. That's intermittent fasting. It takes some and then more.
Yeah.
Because you got to stay on it for 10 years. It's for you to break the system. So I learned
break the system.
from intermittent fasting from doing blood. The biggest I got was intermittent fasting.
Wow.
Because you don't eat for 2 days.
Right.
And then you eat everything.
Yeah, well, the South Beach night, that was cocaine, techno dancing, and, a little ecstasy.
Somebody has been putting no clips of me up. Lately, they found the clip of me when I did the one guy's show on stand-up show on Stars.
Right.
And then somebody put up ER, an episode of ER I did with a cut down. Wow. Somebody put that episode up a fucking cold case. And I looked at it and I had to turn it off. I almost started crying. That was after 2-week binge in Houston. That was that Christmas because Pete used to book me after Babbitt. Pete would book me for 2 weeks of Christmas, and then I would leave New Year's. And
wow,
Jim Gaffigan would come in New Year's Eve.
Gaffigan, yes.
I would do those 2 weeks in Houston, drinking, snorting, and eating. When you go for a cheese omelet, they give you a whole separate dish filled with French fries at the Greek joint, whatever it's called.
Where you go?
They give you an egg omelet, thick, with cheese all on top of it, not this fucking lactose tolerant fucking delis around here.
Okay.
And then they give you a whole dish filled with fries and a whole dish filled with toast. You know how they give you 2 pieces of toast here? They give you like 8 there at this place.
Oh, that's good.
And I would go there every morning and eat the cheese omelet with a dish of French fries and 16 or 17 Coca-Colas.
Elvis Presley.
After you blow all night, there's nothing better than a can of Coca-Cola.
Nice kid.
Or iced tea.
Nope, yeah.
Ooh, with a lot of lemon. Yeah, that fucking body needs that vitamin C, Jack. You or orange.
I think every single vitamin.
Bro, I would snort. I would fucking drink an orange tree. What do you think that orange juice does to you? It just puts fucking fat on you. That's it. Really? Oh my God, it's nothing but sugar.
Yeah, but it's good sugar.
They're telling you that not to drink fucking juice no more. It's worse than
man. I heard juice kills cancer now. Now it doesn't.
No, it depends. Like a little dash of pomegranate or something like that.
Oh, okay, yeah. All right.
It's good for the dick stick. What's the name of the website?
PabloFrancisco.com.
Pablo Francisco, I wish you all luck in the world.
Thanks, buddy.
Stay sober because within 1 year, you'll be the fucking killer. They can't resist you. Man, that's real talent.
Man, thank you.
No vulgarity. Yeah, man. Yeah. Whistles, noises, you jump up and down, sweating profusely. I know. Laying your soul on the stage for
gotta lay it out.
So if you have not seen Pablo Francisco lately, he ain't going nowhere, bitches. He's still alive and kicking. Do not forget, I will be in New Orleans Friday at the Fillmore. A couple tickets left. and there's a couple tickets left for the Tabernacle in Atlanta on Saturday night. And then at the end of the month, I'm at Columbus, Ohio, at the Funny Bone. I'm keeping my schedule light. It's like Pablo this shit. It's summertime.
Keep it
I
light.
gotta hang out with my little 6-year-old daughter. I want to thank Pablo Francisco for taking the time. It was a pleasure seeing you.
Right on.
You're one of my favorites in the business. I want to thank you motherfuckers for listening. And I want to thank the Christ Killer for always being here and taking bullshit and whatnot. I love you motherfuckers. Now, for a word from our sponsor, let me tell you something. Bidets are common in the rest of the world. A bidet saves you money on toilet paper. All right? The bidet to use is Tushy. You know why? Because it sprays directly into your asshole and it removes all that disgusting shit that you eat, the hummus and all that shit. So you aren't sitting on bacteria that leads to nasty things like hemorrhoids, yeast infections, UTIs, itchy assholes, skid marks, etc., etc., etc. Tushy sprays your ass with fresh water, not toilet water. Tushy connects to the water supply behind your toilet to spray your dirty fucking asshole clean. You understand me? It's the same water you brush your teeth with, you filthy fuck. You can spray your asshole, dip your nutsack in there and wash that out. Now, wet wipes, they're worse than toilet paper. They're terrible for the environment and they cause anal fissures. I don't know, like a fucking stick comes out of your ass. You don't want a stick coming out of your ass, right? That's why you got to get a bidet. It's 2019. Get your shit together. I love using Tushy. Why? Because it's tremendous. I sit there and I just let the water, nature take care of my asshole. I look forward to fucking taking a huge shit now that I got a Tushy. The aim is tremendous. Fucking just a man. Would you clean your crusty dishes with dry paper if a bird pooped on them? No. Because it's fucking paper, don't clean. You need water, cocksuckers. And I'll tell you what, it's Father's Day. So Tushy's going to make you a tremendous little deal here, right? They're going to throw in a Tushy bidet to upgrade your toilet to be a porcelain fucking throne fit for a king. That's your father. They're going to throw in some Tushy bamboo bum towels. They're going to throw in a Tushy travel. And they're going to throw in a t-shirt that says, ask me about my fucking butthole. Who's better than you? Nobody. All these together are $1.25. But go to HelloTushy.com and get 10% off your order. Listen, I've been with Hello Tushy for years. You guys have heard me. Since 2016, we've been working with Hello Tushy. It's the best thing you can do for yourself. Aren't you sick of having a stinky asshole? Go to HelloTushy.com right now and get a bidet. They start at $69, matching colors. They're fucking tremendous. And they got a 60-day money-back guarantee. Hello Tushy. Press in church and get 10% off your order. Listen, 23andMe is a tremendous Father's Day gift. And you're asking me why, Joey? Why? Because you get $50 off. You want to give your dad a gift that's unique, as unique as he is. Discover how genes influence well-being and lifestyle choices with insights with genetic weight, muscle composition, sleep quality, and more. Traits reports give insights into how genetics can affect 1,000 things. Mosquito bite frequency, motion sickness, fear of heights, and more. Give dad a gift that shows him that you care, because they got wellness reports that can help him make informed decisions about his health. Explore where his DNA is from, and over 1,000 regions worldwide with the most comprehensive genetic ancestry breakdown on the market. That's what 23andMe has to offer. Can even opt to connect with people who share your DNA, like cousins, second cousins, third cousins. 23andMe is phenomenal, and it's the best Father's Day gift you can get. And if you buy yourself a gift too, you and Dad can connect and celebrate all your shared genetic similarities and differences with over 125 genetic reports on health, traits, and more. And that's just what's starting. What do I love about 23andMe? That you find out who the hell you are. So do me a favor. This Father's Day, get $50 off the 23andMe Health and Ancestry Kit at 23andme.com/church. That's 23andme.com/church. Listen, $50 off the Health and Ancestry Kit. You're never going to get that again. Offer ends June 17th. So do me a favor. Go to 23andme.com/church. CHURCH. That's 23andme.com/church. I want to thank 23andMe. I want to thank Tushy. I want to thank CBD Lion. I want to thank my bookie. I want to thank ZipRecruit. Anybody who works with us, I love you guys because you provide a great service to the church family. I want to thank you motherfuckers for having my back. Do not forget, Friday, New Orleans, Saturday, Atlanta, Tabernacle Theater, 7 o'clock, Steve Simone. Be there or be square. I love you motherfuckers. I want to thank Pablo. I want to thank my man, the Flying Jew, a.k.a. the Christ Killer, a.k.a. fucking Lee Sayat. And I want to thank you guys for always having them back. Have a great weekend. Have a great remainder of the week. We love you, cocksuckers. Stay black. Lee, kick this fucking mule. So it's got to be 2008. I was going a video shooting spree. Joey Karate's and all these fucking videos. So one day I got an idea. I go, I'm going to shoot a video in the fucking YMCA. And I got a towel. I put a Jewish star on it. Like the Jews do. And I had a yarmulke. Before I go over, I get my man Damon stoned to the gills with a super silver haze from the place on Sierra Bonita.
Yeah.
It's a tremendous weed. The big fat dude, Pete, whatever his name was, he had weed that was deadly. And on Tuesdays, he had a chef from where Nicole Brown got killed at Mezzaluna. He was the pastry chef, and he had just opened up an edible company. So he was making tiramisu and all these exotic fucking things. And he used to make this real. At those days, there was no milligrams on edibles, so I give Damon an edible.
And you didn't know which half was the better half.
Which half was the better half. So I eat the edible with Damon. We wait about 20 minutes. I look at Damon's face. I can tell he's higher than fuck. And our goal is to go into the YMCA. I'm going to get naked, put the towel up. I'm going to put the yarmulke on. And I'm going to go into the steam room. And I'm going to open up the door. And he's going to come in and shoot me. And I'm going to get the weekly pics. Whatever the fuck I was doing.
Yeah.
So one thing leads to another. We walk into the Y, give him the badge. We go in. And I can tell as soon as we walk in. After about 9 o'clock, I said, let's go after 9. Because the Y is open till 11. I go, let's go after 9 because then it slows down.
Yeah.
But after 9, I didn't even know. It's gay guys that go down there and they walk around naked. They try to hit on other guys. So you're at the Y in Hollywood.
After 9?
The guy will walk right past you with his dick out and go, excuse me. And you're like, why are you naked in the back? And you got to figure, like, this night's I would go in there at 4:45 and there'd be a guy coming down from meth, naked as fuck. Looking to get his dick sucked. And I go in and go, what the fuck is this?
Yeah.
And there was one time I had words with a guy. One time I said, bro, you got to put your towel on. And he goes, does my dick bother you? I go, bro, you got to put your fucking towel on. You're a perverted motherfucker. You want me to go to the front desk and he put his towel on?
But also, like, there's just also a certain age. Like, when dudes go past the age of 70, those guys never wear a fucking towel.
So I take Damon down there. I can see he's spooked. You want to open up the steam because it's his fits.
Yeah.
And then there's a steam. And the steam, you can't really look in. Or you see the steam.
Yeah.
So when you open it, the steam clears and you can see. So Damon's got his head over my shoulder. I open the door. The steam clears. And it's the biggest, blackest motherfucker you've ever seen. With a dick that had to be cold. It was still 22 inches. Damon saw the guy's dick and ran the fuck out of there. I had to put my towel on and chase him. I go, what's going on? He goes, that guy's dick was too big. Greetings from Podcastville, you bad motherfuckers. It's Tuesday, the 11th of motherfucking July. The podcast is brought to you by Onyx, the best in supplements. Listen, I can't take care of you on the supplements, and I can't take care of you on the kettlebell and the club bells and all that stuff. And as far as supplements, I got you. Alpha Brain, Shroom Tech, the protein powder, I got you. Go to Onyx.com. Pick something. Start with Alpha Brain. Press in on it and get 10% off. Press in church. Bam! And get 10% off. Delivered to your fucking house right off the bat. Number 2, the days of buying CBD oil at a liquor store are done. CBD Lion is here. Let me explain something to you. Go to CBD Lion and look at the secondhand test results. This is a real fucking company with legit product. I'm 56 fucking years old. I jump up and down every fucking day. I eat 4 of those little gummies at night, and I sleep like a fucking lion. You understand me? If you want to sleep like a lion, go to CBDLion.com right now and press in church and get 20 motherfucking % off. That's how we do it on the Church of What's Happening Now. Take this fucking muley. It's the Church of What's Happened Now. It's Tuesday. Listen, I'm sorry, Atlanta. I'm very sorry. I'm going to reschedule a date today. I'm sorry, but what happened on Saturday, for you people who want to know, what really happened was that our flight was at 11:30, supposed to get into fucking Atlanta at 2:19, and they kept pushing the flight back, and then at 3 o'clock, they just canceled it. About 5 o'clock, they just canceled the motherfucker. And the next flight was at 6:09, and that got delayed till 7:22. So we weren't going to get into 10, and I wanted you people to sit there for fucking 3 hours. So my deepest motherfucking apologies. Once I got to Atlanta, guess what? They left my luggage in New Orleans. So I had to sit there till 5 in the morning away from my fucking luggage.
What airline is that?
Go, who I love at that. Everybody has a bad day.
Yeah.
You know, I was not angry. Steve Simone started to get a little bit angry at the counter, and I reminded him about Ralphie May was banned for life.
What?
Yeah, from Delta. Kicking the counter at fucking LAX because he got there 30 minutes before the flight.
Yeah.
And he missed it because he was a big shot. And he kicked the counter and he said, fuck, this sucks. And they came and said, don't ever come to the Delta again.
Get the fuck out.
Don't play at an airport. Do not play at an airport. When people tell me they play at an airport, I feel sorry for them. The TSA people have no time, and the airline people have no time.
Yeah.
Your mouth shut. Don't crack no fucking jokes.
Well, the jokes
Don't say nothing about dynamite. Don't say nothing about fucking going through the machine. Just wear sweats so you don't take your belt off if you're a fat fuck. Put some nice NB, what do you call it, New Balance sleeves.
Yeah. Slip them on.
Bed to walk, slip them on, and take a shirt and take the hooded sweatshirt if it's cold on the plane. And make sure in your fucking bag that you're carrying on, you have the essentials. You always have to have a joint rolled up and hidden a certain way. In case your luggage gets lost, you don't want to sit in your room like a fucking bumpy. So thank God I had edibles on me. I had some fucking reefer on me. I had a big that shit, and I had my computer. So I never get stuck. I wasn't really stuck. I took a shower. I didn't have no fucking gel to put on my hair. I looked like fucking Zombo. I was still gonna fly. I didn't give a fuck, Jack. Where my fucking luggage is? They can't get in it because I got a lock. I got one of those away suitcases that they're guaranteed for life. It comes with a combination.
You put on the plane?
Oh, I can even plug my phone on that bitch. You know, you can charge your phone. It's tremendous. And I've had it for too much. You gotta see what it looks like. Looks like it went to Afghanistan and they shot it. Looks like one of those Goodfella cars. They treat your luggage like shit on fucking.
Oh yeah. You know they lost my bag.
And then they wanted receipts.
They wanted receipts. They lost my bag, and I was like, listen. They said anything over $150 that was in the suitcase, we're gonna need receipts. I'm like, well, there was some clothing in there, the jeans, some of the shoes. They
give you.
Here's the thing, right? So I said they were over $150. They said we're gonna need receipts for those, and I said, yeah, but I've had them for like a year. You know what I mean? You think I keep the receipts for? Once I get clothes, if I know I'm gonna keep them, I throw away the fucking receipt. And they were like, yeah, it's just the policy. I said, but what about the clothes you're wearing? You like them? And she said, yeah. And I said, do you have receipts for those? She said, no. But I didn't lose these clothes. I'm like, no, okay. So they made me do receipts, which I didn't fucking have. And so then they were like, we'll give you something like $400 for the bag and everything. It's in. But then I have to go down someplace and sign some paperwork.
Yeah, oh no, they make it rough for you.
Yeah.
They put you on hold. It's an hour. They make it rough for you. Let me tell you something how I feel. And I told the lady when she called me at 3, and she goes, your luggage didn't come. And I go, let me ask you a question, because this is what pisses me off, okay? This is what part of my beef is with society, and we've accepted it, is that I paid you $25 for that bag.
Yeah.
That means you're going to handle that bag with your life. If not, don't charge me, and I'll expect to lose it. But once I pay that $25, you know they charge me $100.
Why?
Because my bag was 2 pounds over.
Why? They don't fuck around.
And I didn't have another bag, and I wasn't in the mood to argue. Listen, when I fly on a Sunday, I don't want to argue.
Yeah.
I don't want to stand on the line.
You first flight guy?
Yeah, first flight guy. And this will kill me this week. I didn't take the first flight out. You take the first flight out. That's why I don't like doing city to city. I like one city at a fucking time.
Yeah.
You know what? When I get fucking Ali Wong, and then I can do 2 shows and then I'm done. But until then, I don't want to go from city to city. It bothers the fuck out of me. It really does.
But that's also early flight after early flight is not good.
Well, if you take the early flight and you get to a town, they're not going to check you in your room.
Yeah.
Right? You're going to be walking around the town like a fucking staminka. I don't want to do that either. I don't want to do. The only one that has an early check-in is Hyatt. And they'll give it to you. They'll check in at 9. They don't fuck around. I'm like platinum on iron.
Yeah. But that's why, like, if you, I would think most airlines, you wouldn't have to pay if your bag was over 50 pounds.
They got me on the way back from Minneapolis that week when I did Wisconsin. When I was shooting the movie in Jersey, the first week I had already 420 in Minneapolis and Milwaukee at the Paps. On the way home from the Paps, somebody gave me something like a sweatshirt or something. I left my kickboxing stuff at my friend's car.
Yeah.
But I forgot to take clothes out of there.
God, I get it.
So when I went, I don't know why they didn't charge me when I came back. When they goes, you're 2 pounds over. And I just paid the yardstick. Because I don't want to argue with you. It's not worth it. I don't want to get
Sunday morning. Yeah,
I don't want to argue with nobody on Sunday morning. I just did 5 minute shows. I just took pictures. I talked to people. I heard people's stories. You know, I'm not in the mood. So that's, I just feel if I pay you $25 to handle something, then how can my luggage still fucking be in fucking whatever?
But they're also like, you fly as much as I do. There's some things on a plane too, like when somebody tries to fit an overhead bag the size of a fucking coffin in the overhead, and they're just.
I got a problem with the guitar guy. Take that guitar and shove up your mother's ass.
Check it underneath.
Do not fucking bring the guitar on here. You're not going to serenade nobody. You're just going to waste the fucking thing with your fucking shitty band and your shitty fucking guitar. Check that fucking thing. It burns me the fuck up when I see some fucking guy with a guitar and I don't know who it is. If it ain't Jimmy Page, don't bring a guitar on the plane. If you ain't Dave Gilmour or Jimmy Page or you ain't in the Foo Fighters, leave your guitar, all right? Nobody knows you. Don't bring the guitar on to make believe. Like we're going to confuse you for somebody you're not. You're not the Red Hot Chili Peppers. Leave your fucking guitar underneath. And then you sit in the back. That's what really pisses me off. You want to bring a guitar? Buy a first class ticket. So now you're going to fucking sit in the back with those Martians in the dungeon and fuck their shit up. Like they don't have it bad enough. You ever sit in first class and get up and look into the back of the plane? You advise people on not flying what you see. You see people stuck together. Even that seat behind first class, the wall like room. Yeah. They give you dick. You're still sitting next to 2 fucking idiots breathing on your neck. It's a fucking nightmare. It's a fucking nightmare. I feel bad for people that don't fly. When they fly, they we're gonna have a great time. Just sit back there fucking stuck. My wife, she's in for a treat. And she doesn't know.
Why?
Because she's going to Tennessee.
Where'd she go?
But she came to me with the amount for the plane tickets for the American, and I told her I was doing that. They wanted $700.
Yeah.
To go sit in the back on American Airlines to go to Nashville because every fucking star in the country lives in Nashville now. So you go to Nashville,
especially nonstop, right?
I could get a cheaper mint ticket to Kennedy than what it is to fly.
Yeah, I have to fly back from Nashville. Well, when does this come out?
Tomorrow.
I have to fly back from Nashville this weekend. This weekend? Next weekend. And I looked at that flight. I'm like, what? One way, because it was like $600.
There's 2 places that they rape you, and I can't figure out. Well, I know one place, Nashville.
Yeah.
There's a movie stars. When you get on the ATL, also they rape you a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you what's the fucking other place where they rape you to go to.
Come on.
Have you ever seen what a ticket to Philadelphia costs?
Yeah,
I look at all of them. I look at first class, the regular, and the business. And I go, holy shit! Every year I save points just to go to Philly, just to fuck. Just to fuck. Like I got miles for you. If you want a boat seat, first class. I got 50,000. I'm covered, and then you can hear the crack over the phone.
Joe, on the way back from the museum, the guy says to me, I'm checking in. He said, we have one more first class seat available. Do you want to take it? And I was like, you know what? Because it would have been like, it was like, I go, how much American got there? And it was like $1,100. You know what? I've never done something like that. I'm going to fucking do it. It changed the entire I never wanted to get off the plane.
It was how many hours?
15 hours.
You do anything in 15 hours.
Yeah.
You gotta take care of yourself.
Yeah, you know what? It's not something I would usually spend money on. And honestly, I would be like, no, it's way too much. But it had been such a long trip. I was gone for almost 3 weeks. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to I worked hard this trip. I'm putting my card. But I would do it again. It changed the trip there, I was in the back. The trip back, I was in the front. It changed.
Where'd your wife?
She stayed home. She was selling because we were selling the house.
Okay, so she didn't go to New Zealand.
No, it was just
I
me.
thought she was gonna go.
She was going to
So you
go.
ended up making money.
Yeah.
Yeah, you bring your wife, you break even.
Yeah.
That's what I told you.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah.
You remember how bad I was with money?
Yeah.
I used to talk to you. What the fuck are you? The day you justified your girlfriend taking $20 out of the bank every day, I listened to you and I'm like, he's a cheap fuck. But he's right.
Yeah.
$20 every day for lunch. $20 in fucking address.
Yeah.
600 a fucking month.
Oh my God. You know what? But that's the thing. Like, nothing. I would rather you buy something big than nickel and dime me to death. Do you know what I mean? It's just that is just a slow. It's like the Chinese torture. Just watching it go at $20 a bit because I was checking it every 30, 40 minutes.
Garlic for you there. You get?
Yeah.
Oh, no, see, I know you didn't eat, so you can smell that. That's like a food substitute.
But
It's got protein in it.
Carol was tight on money.
Who?
Carol.
Oh, she still has the.
She was tight. She was the tightest person I've ever met in my life. She was tight.
Listen, it's tight for the wrong reason.
Yeah.
I tip. I tip some hotel rooms.
Yeah.
I spread it. That's always been, even when I didn't have it, I always spread it. That's why I have the friends I have. When I rob somebody, I'd make you a conspiracy, whether you wanted to or not. When we came up to you later, he goes, Joe Diaz robbed my house. And you're like, he gave me $300. You couldn't say nothing because $300 of your money was Lee's pocket. You know what I'm saying? Or vice versa. So I would make you a conspiracy right off the bat. You didn't even need to do nothing wrong. I just throw you $200, then a week later, you're like, Joey Diaz robbed my house and took my fucking pound of coke. And you're like, God, he came over and left me a gram of coke. No wonder. God, now I can't even fucking say that because I'm responsible. You called me from New Zealand. It was one of the most interesting calls I've had in a long time. Because one thing I really, really am, I'm not saying this for the podcast or whatever, is very humble and thankful.
Yeah.
Very humble and thankful. I know that this ends. I know that I'm not better than nobody else. I know I put my pants on low and I get a time like everybody else. I just put in the fucking work, You and I go back, if you really think about it, to 1995.
Yeah.
This is 2018. That means we were doing comedy, and you called me and you said, I'm here in New Zealand. I'm walking the streets of New Zealand, and I'm thinking about how much time I put into this to get here and how happy I am. And I might not be making a lot of money. And I got off the phone with you, and I'm like, he's getting it. There's one. When you come to LA, there's two reasons to come to LA. There's the reason to be a star, and for me, it was just to survive. Like I never thought I was good enough to get a movie. I always thought I was good. I remember Valerie, whatever, telling me, I give you a job as an extra. I'm like, really? And she's like, yeah, I'm working on Friends. Remember, she used to leave animals on the set and play with them so she'd tell her mom that she left the thing on the set. When you were watching it, fucking that thing's head moving. Fucking hilarious. I thought I'd be an extra. So I just wanted to survive. There's people who come here, they're going to be stars, they become stars, and they get a shock of fucking reality. They get a little knockout to the head, and then they either smooth it out or they go away.
Yeah.
60% of them go away because they can't handle the fucking failure. 40% say, you know what, at the end of the day, I was a stand-up anyway. I didn't come here to make movies, TV shows, or to have a show. I came here just to be a fucking comic.
Mm-hmm.
When you really grab that, whether you're a comic or a lawyer, when you really see the work that you put into something, It's hard to believe. And it came to the museum.
Yeah.
Chelsea, this, that, Greg Garcia. You open the police guys. This has all been part of your fucking journey. That's why I explain to people that they have to have a comedy journey. If you think I would have handled this the way I did if I didn't do comedy for 20 years this weekend, most comics would have had a heart attack if they missed their flight, whatever. That's normal. I know what you can and you can't do. If you rush it, you're just going to put on a bad show. And the agents are like, don't wait till 10. And I'm like, I wouldn't wait till Led Zeppelin for 3 hours.
Yeah.
Never mind some fat fucking comic that's going to say dirty fucking words. Reschedule. I don't want to go there with a gun to my head. I don't want to run there and be in a rush. And look, thank God I didn't say to wait because my luggage never got there. This is things you learn from doing comedy. I told Jeff Wills today. Jeff, my apologies to you for not doing the show. But I've learned something when I was a kid. That if something sucks in the beginning, it's going to suck all the way through.
Yeah.
The only an idiot doesn't know that.
Yeah.
It sucks the very first moment. It's going to suck all the way through. This flight already started bad. It's delayed. It's been delayed 3 times. Yeah. What does that tell you? That tells you something ain't right. Whatever you got to go to that funeral, you ain't going to make it.
Nope.
You're not going to make it. Sit back, go to the bar, and get a cocktail. For me, I just popped another. I just popped 100 milligrams.
Dude, you know what else though? Being on stage so long, and this dawned on me the other day. If I list the things that have happened to me while I've been on stage, electricity going out, mics going out, the whole building going out, people fighting in the audience, people throwing up on the stage, somebody have sex in the audience, you could name almost anything, right? And because almost anything has happened, it dawned on me a couple of years ago. Something shifted in the way I do stand-up. You can't surprise me with anything. Do you know what I mean? I feel almost more comfortable on stage than I do off. I'm in a way more sure of myself and what's going to happen. You know what I mean? Like I feel almost more comfortable standing up there than sometimes I do off. I feel like I know what's going to happen. Do you know what I mean? When I go on the road, I know even if something weird happened, I've seen it's hard to like.
The first time you saw a woman's pussy from the stage.
Yeah.
I mean, you couldn't say the joke after it. You were just like, yeah, I was having a good time.
Joe.
I remember there was a time when once a month I had a girl, those triple ones.
Yeah.
They have the girl, the people who go to throw you off. And those triple ones, once a month, there's always that one hot girl that shows up with a guy and doesn't wear underwear. And she just opens her leg throughout the whole show. And you look at it because that's what you do.
Yeah.
With me too.
Yeah.
You got to look. You know what I'm saying? But after a while, you're like, I can't look because she knows. She smiles.
Yeah.
The boyfriend is in love. He's like, my wife is the hottest thing. Meanwhile, she's showing you that plan. And it's fucking throws you off. The first time, you're like you fucking actually go, and you're like, sorry, I just had a little brain fart. No, you didn't. You just saw somebody snatch. And she saw it. She saw how you reacted. So now she's going to open up her legs more. That threw me off the first time. Something as simple as that. I used to get thrown off by people with white hair.
Really?
I looked out in the audience and I saw a guy with hair.
Why? Because they didn't think you didn't think they'd get the jokes?
I didn't think I'd get to.
Yeah.
I didn't think. I thought.
That used to throw me down.
Like there were so many things I would put on my act.
Yeah.
In life, it's the same things we do in life. We put roadblocks in front of ourselves.
Joe, in Cleveland, last time I was there, or 2 times ago, there was a guy in the second row finger banging the girl next to him. Not subtly. He was a full arm length away. So he looked like a DJ scratching a record. That's how subtle it was from the stage. And I'm looking at it. And I didn't say anything because honestly, it just gave me something different to look at. I see you know what I mean? I'm like, I've never seen that at a show before. Finger banging this girl. They ended up getting kicked out for something completely different because he ended up talking at the show. But I asked everybody in the crowd, I'm like, did you guys see that? And they were like, fuck, yes. With the whole crowd. But we just went on with you know what I mean? Like, what am I going to do? Hey, you're finger banging that girl. Like, what am I going to say? I don't want to embarrass them. It's actually kind of funny to me. What the fuck? But that's what I mean. Like, At Comics in Mohegan, there was a woman in the front row. The video is on my YouTube page. I just happened to take the show. She threw up in her cup. It was an empty, giant margarita cup. She threw up in it 4 times, but like this. She would go like this, ready? And just because she didn't want to get kicked out of the show. So she would throw up in her mouth, hold it in her mouth. No liquid came out. And then she would just open her mouth like baby bird, like you would feed a baby bird, and drop it into the cup. She did it one time. Her friend leaned over, and this is on the video too. Her friend leaned over to say something. I thought she was going to say, hey, we should get you out of here. And she leaned over. They were right in front. They were nurses. And she leaned over and she goes, get your shit together. And she threw up in the cup 4 times, 3 times maybe. And I finally had to kick her out, not because she was disrupting the show, because nobody besides me and her friend saw her. Nobody in the whole show. I had to kick her out because she filled up the cup. I didn't want her to throw it up on the ground and making the wait staff clean it up, right? So she walks out. And I asked,
did she bring the cup with her? Or did she leave?
No, she left the cup. So surely, if they didn't sell the finger bang, surely everybody saw this woman in the front row. They were like, nobody saw anything. She was so stealth. She wanted to stay. So honestly, I felt bad asking her to leave because she was trying so hard to stay. You know what I mean? She was putting in 100. So
I had a lady puke on the stage.
Where were you?
Houston. Mo and Mia was here 2 weeks ago. I wanted to tell them the story.
Which club?
Not the Lab Stop or the Lab Spot. This was the one where he developed that with the Spanish one on the other side of town where him, Ralphie, Thea Vidal. That club was a little bit more raw. Mm-hmm. The Lab Stop for white people, very nice. It's West Gray, very nice. 2 Starbucks on the corner. Mm-hmm. But the other, the joke joint. Today it's a joke joint. The joke joint.
Right.
That was called Danny Martinez owned it. And one time he said, I want you to headline here. And he didn't show up on Friday. His wife was there. She wouldn't let me work dirty. I'm struggling. And then fucking towards the end of my set, I see this lady put her hand up and the puke went.
Oh, no.
And then she removed the hand and she just went blah, all over the front table and on the stage. I did about 2 minutes and the smell of vomit. Everybody fucking around and started walking around. You have to be a trooper to live through that.
Yeah.
You just throw your hands up and you go back to your room and go, what?
Have you ever? I can tell you the closest I've been to walking off stage. I was in Myrtle Beach, and these people were talking in the audience, and I was kind of talking to them, and then another table got tired of them talking too, and then they started to argue with each other, and there was nobody from the staff coming in to break it up, and nothing I was saying was so I just sat on the stage and watched them argue and pretend fight for it had to be 5 minutes, and I was like, because I couldn't at the time figure out how to control it. And I was like, do I just walk off the fucking stage? Like, I've literally lost control of this show. I can't get either table to calm down. And then other people are screaming at the tables, and I can't control the crowd at all. And I just sat there. And it was the closest I've ever been to saying, fuck this. If this is going to be the whole show, and I can't control it, I got to walk off. I just sat. I ordered a couple drinks and just sat and waited for them to get tired of yelling at each other. But I didn't know. That was the closest I've ever been to walking off. You ever been close?
No. I've never been close to walking off. I've had my moments when I want to cry.
Yeah.
Up on stage when you're either doing really bad or just not taking a ride. But when I was doing coke, I had a bad attitude because all I would think about was going on stage and doing cool.
How did that change your? How did that?
The quicker I got off stage, the quicker I get to my fucking little voodoo bag of debt. So I had that problem for a long time, and I just wanted to fulfill obligation. I didn't really give a fuck about what I talked about on stage, and that's why I really had no success at that area, doing movies and stuff. I really had no control. I was just doing it to go on the road and not, when you have an addiction, you go on the road and nobody knows about it. Here, I would do it once a week here. When I was on the road, it was every night, Wednesday through Sunday. You still remember Beaumont.
Mm-hmm.
That was just, I think about Beaumont, I want to get sick. It took me a week from the OD on Sunday to Friday. My face was bent. Like, my face was bent for 5 fucking days. I couldn't talk.
Yeah.
I go, what are you doing?
Yeah.
I said, what's going on with you? I don't know. I got a toothache. It was fucking terrible.
Yeah.
Like, I can't explain to people. I think I laid down on that one point.
Yeah, on stage. And you said to me, Judge Wolf. Judge Wolf. I was in the back. Yeah. And you come up here and help me get on the stool. And I go, no. And you're like, fuck you. But you were on your knees. You weren't laying down. You were on your knees. And you had the mic resting on your belly. I remember that. I couldn't help you onto the fucking stool.
My fucking shirt was dressed.
Yeah.
Those Big Daddy shirts on.
You took those Xanax before you went on stage. No, you took the Xanax before I went on stage.
30 on them.
Yeah, you took them before I went on stage.
30 on them.
Yeah.
10 milligrams Xanax I was eating. And the last night I definitely ate 10 or 12.
You were, I don't think so. But you know what's crazy? It didn't kill you.
No, he just eats fish and protein shakes all day. That's not bad for it at all. God damn it. All he does is he thinks about what he can eat to make farts smell bad.
We did that in college. In college, we were fucking dumb. Basically, my roommate challenged another 2 guys. We were like, we're going to lock ourselves in our rooms for a weekend. We're going to eat the worst things in the world. And we're gonna see once and for all who's got the worst room. And I didn't make it the whole weekend. I woke up I think I woke up on Saturday. I had to make it till like Sunday at 8. I woke up on Sunday morning. I was like, I can't. This is as far as I go.
He's 2.5 times as old as you were.
Yeah. So, but he's done some damage, and at this point, he knows exactly what makes him fart the worst. Garlic. Garlic. What is it? Fish.
Oh, albacore sushi.
Yeah.
It's like in my mind reading.
Jalapenos and garlic cloves.
Oh, that's
the first 2 or 3 farts are just brutal. They're just brutal. When I go to Sushi Dan, I haven't been there in like 2 or 3 weeks. But when I go to Sushi Dan, I get the sizzling albacore. It's 6 pieces of albacore, just with onions, jalapeno, and fucking garlic cloves and a little bit of olive oil. And it's delicious. But what comes out of your ass 2 hours later is just disgusting. Once the onion mixes with the fucking garlic, you have a big problem. And then the jalapeno makes the front spicy.
Hard.
People sniff it and their nose hairs go up.
Yeah, and it feels like a paper cut when it comes out of your asshole. Like you're like, oh shit. It's like the paper cut. Yeah, those are bad.
It's terrible. But I don't eat to fart. I don't know when I'm gonna fart.
For me, dried apricots. Like if I want to torture Beth, I'll just buy a bag of dried apricots and I hide them at the house. And if she's bothering me, I'm going to eat some dried apricots.
There's that place on Lancashire. They make protein shake once every 2 weeks. They make them it's not going to be a good protein shake for you because they put fruit in it. There's a lot of sugar in it. But just to switch it up, it's called Maca Fuel.
Yeah.
It's a chocolate milkshake over there on Lancashire. They put dates in there.
That'll fuck you up too.
Yep. You have
that's me
what
too.
Comes out of you when you eat dates. The older, that's why I had to stop going.
It's rough.
Because I would have the shakes and go, Jesus Christ. I would be driving back from the Comedy Store at night and I would fart on Little K and almost crash the fucking car.
You ever fart in the car and keep the windows rolled up and see if it smells in the next morning?
No.
I like to do that. Do you ever do that?
I don't do it. I just did it by accident.
Yeah, I don't want to do it.
Definitely would.
Smell like shit. I hate my car stinking. I got to go in there with OZM anyway. I go in there with OZM every fucking day. When I start it up, I just blow it and put OZM in there to kill the mosquitoes, malos. everything fucking in between. You know what I'm saying? So now you're going to the UK. And these are both your first times doing comedy abroad. What did you feel was different when you went abroad?
I was really scared.
In my world, people are people.
Yeah.
After 20 years, you realize people are people. No matter whether you go to a tent, if you ain't funny, they ain't gonna laugh.
So, yeah, I agree with you 100%. But sometimes I was going by myself, so I did a lot of thinking. And sometimes, your old insecurities or your old who you used to be can creep in and bring some self-doubt. And I started to think, well, is the sense of humor the same? I mean, I know what and I just started to creep into my own head. And I couldn't wait just to get that first set out of the way. And as soon as I got the first set out of the way, I was like, oh, yeah, exactly what you said. People are people. If you're funny, you're funny. Yeah, no.
Denver audiences are better than Ohio audiences. You don't know what you're talking about.
No.
People are people.
Yeah.
If you're funny, they're going to be a good audience. I don't think I had the best show of my life in New Orleans. I was kind of fucking rusty. Even though I get on stage at the store, the hour was the big difference.
Yeah.
That hour was a big fucking difference. 15 minutes I could do with sleeping.
I did 12 hours in 14 days. And so I was sharp.
So you can have any shows over there in New Zealand?
Well, I was in Australia too.
So you did Australia and New Zealand?
Yeah, it was amazing. It was really cool. It was super humbling. To think that I'm just doing my little fucking dumb shit over here, and there are people over there that will come and excited. My show in Brisbane was a different experience for me altogether. I could feel it was a different energy when I walked on stage. Like those people were excited to be there, and it felt I told them like this is top 5 show I've ever had. This is a different experience. It was amazing. I was really humbling, man, because I've told you this before. I know the list of people I would leave the house to pay and go see. So the fact that I'm on somebody's list is humbling every time I step on the stage. Like, these people left the house to come see me.
And they got a babysitter.
Yeah, like it blows my fucking mind. Think about who you would leave the house, honestly, to pay, bring your wife and go see. It's not that big of a list. It's not that big of a list. So the fact that you're on somebody's list, that's why it bothers me when I hear people blame crowds. They came to see you, man. They came to see you. So they want you to do well. I don't like when people blame small crowds either, because those people also left the house to see you. So do your job. You know what I mean? It's super cool. It was really very humbling.
It's you do stand up, you starve. I mean, you starve no matter what type of artist you are at the beginning. I generalize when I say stand up because that's what I know about. But I still remember being an apprentice electrician and starving. An apprentice carpenter. You starve for a couple of years until you fall in love with something. But listen, I really enjoyed my open mic. My mother died when I was a kid, but I got to tell you, I still had a great childhood. My open mic career, I consider it brilliant. I think until I spun my wheels till I was 29 years old. And before I got into comedy, I really fucking thought about it. Because I knew if I get into this and I failed, I was out of options. So when I picked this, the first 2 years, I didn't know what I was doing. Which nobody would. And then once I got a grip of what I wanted to do, and when I got an answer of what I wanted to do and where I wanted to take it, then I count that. I started in 91, but I really started in October of 93. That's when I saw the big picture, and that's when I attacked it. And I could look you in the face and tell you that I did it the right way.
I was thinking about this the other day.
I was an open mic for 7 years.
Yeah.
With no qualms.
Yeah. I was thinking about this
with
the
no
other day.
qualms.
How many sets, when we first got to LA, for the first year, 2 years, how many sets a week do you think you were doing?
I was doing 4 at the store, 1 at the Improv, 1 at the Laugh Factory,
And you did 2 of those funny mics somewhere around town.
Every night I did a Mexican.
With Rudy and that.
With Rudy, Felipe.
Do you still have the notebooks of all the mics that you did?
Yes, I still have everything going back.
I was thinking about how many mics we would. Yeah, that was the goal.
You know, when I lived in Boulder, I had to really work the sets, so it taught me a lot.
Yeah.
Every set was gold. There wasn't 4 sets a week on Monday. Mondays was the Outback. Way before Outback Saloon, this was the Outback Australian bar.
Yeah.
It was an Australian theme, and they had a stage. They put us on the stage? No. We were in the back of the sound room, 5 feet longer than this. And the room was a rehearsal space with pads on the wall. So bands could rehearse in there while people were at the bar and they wouldn't hear it. And they would let me go up there. Andy Payton would put me on every Monday for 10 fucking minutes. So I learned how to treat those spots like gold. The Comedy Works only put you on once every 3 weeks for 3 minutes. There's that many open mics there. Open mics. Wednesday I had a place. Thursday I had a place. And then Friday and Saturday I also guest spots. And none of the clubs liked me, so I didn't get guest spots. When I went to Seattle, we had the chubby chick on Mondays in Tacoma.
Yeah.
Very sweet. She just reached out to me.
She's great, Susan.
You had the Comedy Underground, and then we had that artsy fartsy bar with the cages.
Yep. But we also had
and we had another open mic on Tuesday.
Yeah.
Now, if you don't think, I've thought about this a lot. You sent me a list a couple weeks ago. The show and the podcast with Brody, God rest his soul, and all this shit. That Monday, Tuesday open mic combination
was deadly.
It was deadly.
Yeah.
Because we had 2 nights to come up with material. So if it didn't work Monday, Carl would give you another chance. So you used what worked, and then you threw in an extra minute. Because it was 6 minutes, right?
Yeah, depending on, yeah.
Because they trained you for the Seattle Comedy Conference.
Yeah.
That's why they were doing 6 minutes to keep it for Seattle. So it was all 6 minute stops. I think the closer was 10 minutes.
Yeah.
So that was the deal. But that was one of the biggest educations I got.
Oh, not only that, if you remember, like one-nighters were one-nighters. So we weren't learning in 3 or 5 or 7 minute spots. When you went to Tacoma, when you went to Olympia, when you even went up north to Everett, you were doing 15 minutes.
You were doing 15 and 30.
Yeah, you were just so.
When you had enough.
No,
you had 20 minutes, and you could improvise for 5. Laura Croft.
Yeah, you were getting up there.
Wilson.
The MC had to do 15 minutes, so you would get on stage. You were 12 fucking time, and you had to stand up there for 15 minutes, and so it taught. That was a huge education, but it didn't prepare us to come here because I was used to having 15 minutes. And, that first set at the store for 3 was like, with the lights on in that fucking room, you're like, what the fuck is going on? People, you can see everybody. Nobody gives a fuck who you are. You thought you were the king of the hill. But when I left Seattle, I left with a little more confidence than I should have had. I mean, let's be honest. Because you think since you're doing so well somewhere else, that you're just going to come here and pick up. Did you think you would kind of come up and, I mean, obviously I didn't think it was going to be the same, but I was going to be like, oh, I've been doing this for a little while. I'm part of the young guns of comedy. Like I'm going to come down here and of course I'm going to be at the store. No, you start, no matter who you are almost, you start over. You start over.
Yeah, first of all, you lose 8 minutes because you have Seattle.
Yeah.
That's the worst. When you come down and you're like, what about that judge? And you're like, what judge? And you're like, oh, shit.
The Seahawks jokes don't work out here?
Yeah, that's it. Now you got to
You
just lose 10 minutes and you move here. You lose 10 fucking minutes. When I came down here, When you came down here, I wish you all the luck in the world. I didn't think I was ready. I didn't have no real connections. I didn't know anybody. Then I started fucking on with the Latino Laugh Festival.
Yeah.
And they flew me down and that shit, and they didn't book me on. So that was my only experience. Like I told Pablo when he was here, I came down here. I saw Pablo do Seinfeld in Spanish. And I was like, I don't know. Let's get that out there. I'm just fucking dirty. I accept that.
Yeah.
And then Jay, when I came down here on Monday and Tuesday, that you, me, and Gavin went to the Laugh Factory.
Yep.
We stood online.
Yep.
And then he told me, he goes, "You're great, but you don't belong here. You're a cabaret comic. Get a van, go on the road, and do dirty jokes on the road. You'll make $1 million." I was crushed. Nobody knows that. Jim Masada, I got here on a Monday, and Tuesday night, I stood out there all day. Richard, whatever, brought us water. And we stood out there, me and Gavin alternated going over to the coffee shop in that mall downstairs, the Coffee Bean. You cross the street to the coffee shop.
Yeah.
It was a completely different mall back then. The management company was there.
Well, then Lemley was still there.
Lemley was still there, but there was a Coffee Bean.
Yeah.
And I still remember my first day here, me and Gavin and you, I think it was just me and Gavin, went down there at 8, or you too, and then we had to come back at 6.
Yeah.
But I still remember going across the street and seeing the guy that was really hot at the time. He did that movie with Pauly Shore, real good looking dude.
Brendan Fraser.
Yeah. We saw him at Starbucks at a coffee deal. I'm like, oh shit, I'm at the right one. Right. Then all of a sudden, Richard Lewis pulled up and gave me water. I was like, oh, dude, I'm at the right place.
Do you know what? So he told you not to be dirty. You know what he told me? Don't talk about your kids. Nobody wants to hear you talk about your kids. That was the first thing he told me, and I was like, okay.
He waited online.
Yeah.
I waited in the sun. Then at 6 o'clock, they gave you the number. We ran home. I was at the store the night before. Fucking Don Barris put me up at the store the night before because the black kid, what's the black kid that took us to a strip club in Seattle at time? And he rented a convertible Beamer. And he took us to that strip club and paid for that Eddie Griffin hated him.
The singer.
The singer came in as I was
used to wear the big fedora.
I was talking to Don Barris.
Yeah.
He came in, he goes, "Hey, James Stevens the third."
Yeah, thank you.
God bless him. And he came in.
He was a super nice guy.
Super nice guy. He came in, he goes, when did you come down here? I just got here tonight. He goes, "You want to go on stage?" I go, "Fuck yeah." And he went up to Don Barris. It was 2 people. This was my first LA.
Hell yeah.
For me, 2 people fucking on it. Died slow. I had never seen 2 people.
Yeah.
So I got off the stage. I saw Wheels. I saw Eddie Griffin. I saw Tupac from The Last Dragon.
Yeah.
And I was like, I don't know. This isn't going to work. And then that next Tuesday, I went to that Laugh Factory, bro. I could look in the face and scream it.
Yeah.
I was just used to doing 6 minutes for Monday and Tuesday for 18 months.
Yeah.
You're not going to fuck with me.
No.
I went up there and I did 3 minutes. I ripped that room apart and I waited on the line like, "I'll be a break. And bro, I walked in there like, "Jamie, how you doing?" He's like, "Sit down, my friend. You're very funny, but you do not belong in LA.
Yeah.
You're the cabaret comic. You're not going to make it here. You cannot perform in my club." That was my wake-up call to LA. And here I am, 22 years old. That was my first day in LA. Like that guy cracking me. Like going home and being cracked.
But dude, you never changed.
No,
you never.
I saw Doug Stanton.
Yeah, never changed.
And he was right along face. I told him, he goes, "Fuck him. He don't know nothing about comedy." And he started breaking down the history of LA, and he was going in at the store and he tried to copy Mitzi. I got nothing against Jamie. Jamie's a great guy.
Great guy. He is good.
At the time, that was what it was. That's who I was at that time, Yeah. And he told me, "Don't worry about the fucking Laugh Factory. I'll get you at the comedy store." And sure enough, he called. I thought he was lying to me. You know how people tell you I'll call? A week later, I got a call from fucking Scott Day telling me, "You got a showcase."
Scott Day.
It's going to be 6 months till you get the showcase because we're behind. I'm like, fuck, I don't know if I'll make 6 months. 6 months.
How many times did you showcase for him?
February 19th. I showcased on the 12th for 3 minutes.
Yeah.
And she goes, "Can we do 10? And a week later, I came on the 19th on a Sunday night. She goes, "Call Scott."
That's awesome.
But this is Jim Masala telling me he hated him.
Yeah.
Now, somebody else would have gotten in the car and left.
Yeah.
Somebody else would have said, "That's the hottest club in LA," because it was the hottest club at the time.
For a long time.
And look what happened. Monday nights weren't his night. They were a produced show. And the kid Gilbert got, he's still alive. I owe Gilbert a lot, and Rudy and those guys.
Yeah.
Gilbert would tell me, come every Monday, I'm gonna give you 20.
Gilbert.
And they would give you $25.
Yeah.
$25 was like fucking. Oh my God!
Rudy used to give us a little money to drive out there too.
$40.
Yep.
$40, and then you got the connection in Chino.
Oh
When they gave
yeah.
you Coke till 4 in the morning. I come over your house on a Monday, you're like, you gotta go to Chino. Those motherfuckers. I'm like, how long is the drive? You're like 2 hours, but it's worth it. Open bar.
Oh my God.
Fucking blow.
He tried to pay me in hookers. I was like,
Yeah.
this is not how it's working, man.
Yeah, no, it's,
You're not
I
paying
never
me
went
in
down
hookers.
there.
Yeah,
I
it
never
was
went down.
great.
You were the one that was like,
He was like, I'll pay you in hookers. I'm like, that's not how we're doing this. I can't, my kids are kind of hungry. I can't be like, hey, here's the deal. I don't have food, but
They still have that
smell
game.
my finger. You know what I mean? What's that? They still have that
I
kid?
was asking you. if they still have
No.
that.
No, that dude's got to be in
that
jail.
guy's in jail.
And the first time I went out there with Danny Kelly.
That's right. That's
Yeah.
right. With Danny Kelly's hookup.
Yeah, I went out there with
So
Danny
that
Kelly.
Monday, you were talking to the guy, and everybody was planning a big show down there.
Huge.
He was like,
Yo, that was gonna
Torres,
be yeah.
and all this shit.
Luke
And
Torres.
I'm like, oh boy, these guys.
Yeah.
But we used to go to, even when I was a regular at the store, I don't know, what was the name of the open mic we went to? Okay, we used to go to the one on Barn.
Yep.
You remember Barn?
Yes.
Had the fucking library
Oh
with the
my
scripts.
God.
And then, but you
Ah,
and Gavin and me, and there was somebody else, we used to go to a coffee shop.
but on Sunset.
No. Santa Monica Boulevard. Not Santa Monica, the city.
Yeah.
It was close to where you live. It was where White Lightning, little Jamaican bar.
Yeah.
What's that fucking street?
Yeah.
What's that street? Larchmont. The end
That
of
wasn't that far.
Yes, his Jamaican bar was on Larchmont.
But I do remember we also had the Union.
The Union. We also had that place you got us in where we all ate a bag of dicks. Black Eyes, right? That fucking bar on Hollywood Boulevard.
Yeah.
No, in the middle. It's the people still smoking there. I heard that if a cop goes in there, they spit in his face. And they throw cigarettes at him and shit. They had a balcony, and that's where we did comedy. And it was me,
out
you,
back.
Corey Miller.
Yeah. It was
and
that
the black guy
Italian
with the
place.
dreads.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't the pizza joint.
No, not Pizza Place. It was in Hollywood.
It was in Hollywood. In
What's
between.
it called? On Cherokee. It's on.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's on Cherokee.
Yeah,
It's still there.
Yeah. I know.
Dive bar. You got us
In the
a gig
back.
In the back. And I bombed, you bombed, and Corey Miller
Yeah.
fucking went up there and destroyed him. And I'm like, I gotta quit.
How many rooms do you think that between you and I, we started and got shut and just got shut down in our time here? Yeah, because it's got it. I made for a little while. That's how I made money. Like that improv show that I did. Remember that one? And the Union. The Union was the fucking the best.
But before the Union, you and I booked Tuesday nights at 11 o'clock at the Improv.
Yes.
And we would never get to go on. Right off the bat, you and I talked that lady
Yeah.
letting us book the Improv.
Yeah.
This is fucking 98.
Yeah.
And we would go down there and fucking wait, and then Damon Wayans would come in
Always.
and bump us on Wednesday. We wouldn't get on until 1 o'clock. They said to us after the show, if you and Josh Wolf want, you go up there and do like a dirty show. And you could put a couple of your friends with the audience.
Yeah.
They would go, all right, after the show, we got another show for you. Josh Wolf and friends. And the whole room would get up. And two lonely people would just sit there. And we'd be like, this is going to be great. I remember telling managers,
Oh,
come see me up there.
shit.
And we had
I
like 8
remember that
people.
too.
You remember I had 2 managers there one night, one on one side of the room, and one on the other side of the room. And you're like, what the fuck are you doing? I'm like, I'm working both of you.
Yeah.
Both of the assignments, then I got to know. I had agents coming
Yeah.
down.
How, at one point in time.
I had 3 agents,
Yeah.
and nobody knew about each other. Whoever got the prize first
Yeah, got the money.
That's it. Like, I had to get 3 guys.
Yeah.
Like, one guy can't come because you're all a bunch of dumb fucks. So I got 3 guys. I got the breakdowns.
Yep.
And I just gave orders. I would get up at 6, fucking hungover from the night before, snorting coke. I get the breakdowns from Shooby Doo. And I just scroll 80 fucking pages every morning and write down leads and send them to all 3 agents. So when they got in their office at 9 o'clock, they already had the submissions.
Yeah. We used to do those breakdowns.
And then you used to get them from Wendy Lieber's manager.
Yeah.
And Mitch Hedberg's girlfriend was the assistant.
Yeah.
What was that dude's name? Old guy. He's dead. That guy died twice already. He was 80 when you were talking to him. He came to the show one day. I thought he was fucking the dude.
Oh my God.
I thought he was Burns.
What was
He came with a
that
cigar.
guy's name?
I remember one day you're like, this might be my future. I go, Josh, he's 100 years old, this fucking guy. He was old. I represented Johnny Carson in 58.
Yeah.
He had Wendy. He had like 4 people who were pretty good.
But he had, you walked into his office and there was like Henny Youngman's.
Oh yeah.
What the fuck?
He had a picture of the Declaration of Independence. Stand up. He booked the show. This guy, he showed up with fucking dandruff on his head, like Josh. The guy's got dandruff on his fucking
And
shirt.
he was, by the way.
Segundo. Not Barry Segundo.
Oh my God.
Barry Segundo.
And he had he would wear like an old ass cardigan.
Oh.
And just holes in it and shit.
You look back and you go, what the fuck convinced us to stay here? Who the fuck gave us permission?
Yeah.
To stay here? Remember, we came here, and for the first 18 months, we were on the level.
Yeah.
And then it just became a party. We were
yeah.
Just whatever happened to
the twins?
I still remember walking into your house and Malia.
Oh, the twins!
Went on the balcony with candles, and I'm like, what's going on?
Are you talking about the one dude who was on Buffy?
Yes.
So I believe it's Nick and Kelly, and I don't remember his last name, but Nick was on Buffy. Nick, I think, got arrested not too long ago for something not great. You have to look it up. I forget. There's something where you were like, some things people get arrested for. You're like, okay, but some things you're like, it was one of those. And Kelly disappeared. He just went. Nick, what was his name?
Nicholas Brendan.
Nicholas Brendan. Thank you.
How many people did we actually see coming down?
Oh man, just look at that first picture of that very first set list that you sent me how long ago. The names that I recognize are Sully McCullough, me, you, and Dave Chappelle. And that was it. But you have to be able to ride out the storm. How many times did you think to yourself, dude, what the fuck am I doing here? How many times?
How many times did I bomb at the store and say, get in the car and go, that's going to be my last set?
Yeah.
Like, I'm never going to notice it.
Yeah.
This is not going to work out for me. I'm just going to snort coke till I die.
When people ask you, hey, I want to get into stand-up, what's your advice? The only thing I ever say is get on stage. Because if you get on stage and it breaks you, then this is not for you. That's it. The stage will tell you before you start writing a ton of material and shit and get on fucking stage. Because that first time you might get on stage and be like, oh, fuck this. I've got enough rejection in my life. Like, I feel bad enough about myself. Because sometimes the stage is like, dude, when you used to get on stage at the Underground, how much were you looking forward to it? How much, like, when you saw your name on the list, you're like, fuck yes. That's when I knew. Because I could not wait to do that 6 minutes.
Could not come quick
enough. Come on.
8 o'clock could not come quick enough. In those days, I don't know if you remember, we would meet at 6:30.
Yeah.
6:30. Our hearts were beating. You couldn't wait to kick down that door. And God forbid somebody came to us and said, we got another gig for you today. Because like I said, I come from Denver where there was a show. Listen, bro. There's times I get a check now. Residual, and I look at it and I go, that's fucking nice. I got The Mentalist last week. I did The Mentalist about 8 years ago.
Yeah.
And I still get like $100 residuals. And I look at those $100 residuals. So they're a lot of money.
Yeah.
$100 is a lot of money in today's economy. And I look at it and I go, what did I do to deserve this? You know, when I met Slash in '98, he goes, "You're broke right now. Cherish this. Because this is what's going to keep you grounded 20 years from now." And boy, was he right. Because now I have justification. I didn't steal it. It's just nobody's asking. I worked for this bitch. I went in, I auditioned. The Mentalist I got on Twitter.
Get it.
I took a picture of the audition with Stephen Bauer. I went to the audition, Steve Bauer was there. So I took a picture of Stephen Bauer and put it up, and it was an audition of Mentalist. That night, I got a letter, email from the author of the book. It was telling me what role you want. And me, the asshole, I go, just give me the little one, because I'm looking at 2 months.
Yeah.
I could have had the big role. But I wasn't greedy like that. I was like, just give me the little one that I read for. 2 lines with the stars.
But you've always just wanted to work.
Yeah, what is the purpose of being here?
Yeah. You've always just, but
There's 8 avenues to make a living.
Yeah.
If you can't make a living, shame on you. I'm not a director. I'm not a producer.
Yeah. I'm
a comic. I can write. I can do VOs. I can do television. I can do movies. I got 5 ways to make a fucking income check. 5 ways. The last 2 weeks I booked voiceovers. You know, I got 5 ways to make a fucking living. Shame on me.
Yeah.
Shame on me. Shame on me.
But what I mean is, that's your goal. Your goal wasn't to be a big star.
Not at all.
I
don't want to be Kevin Hart.
But that separates, that's different.
I don't want any of that.
No. You always just wanted to work. No, you
I
wanted
don't
to
want to take pictures of the premiere.
Nope.
I don't want to do none of that shit.
Nope.
You know, this week is a rap party for the movie I did, The Sopranos. And I've gotten 20 calls. And I love life. But I'm not going to play no one.
Yeah.
I got to give it the Ice House anyway.
Yeah.
I didn't get into this to go to party.
No, I know you didn't.
I really
You've
didn't.
said that a million times. I didn't get into this to
And
go to
that's what
party.
separated me.
Yes, without doubt.
200 people.
Yeah.
That they moved here and they tried to combine the party with the whatever. I'm what you call a functioning addict. I love to fuck around. I love to fuck around.
Yeah.
And at 7 o'clock, it's
Yeah.
chop.
Yeah,
I don't know
yeah.
what you're talking. I went to bed at 5. I've been snorting coke all night. So save your sob story for somebody else. You're dealing with the real fucking deal here. You're dealing with somebody way. And I took my uncle to the baseball game a couple weeks ago, to the Met Dodger game.
Yeah.
The wife, the daughter, we all went, whatever. And the next day he called me to thank me. He goes, that meant the world to me that you took me, especially after the relationship we've had. He goes, you've grown up to be a good kid and all this shit. And he goes, I gotta tell you something. He goes, you know, for years everybody said you look like your mother and your father. He goes, they came to me last night. You're your fucking grandfather. He goes, you know what your grandfather did for a living? He left the house every day at 6 and he picked up shit from the street and he'd fix it and paint it and then sell it for $50 worth over his value. He was a savage. He fed 9 kids. He bought a house here. He goes, and he just made enough, but he got up every morning, no matter what condition. He goes, he died with his stomach hanging out, but he'd still go out every morning when he was 70 at 6 and pick up garbage and fix this and fix that. And he goes, that's who you are, only at a higher level.
Yeah.
But that's where you started. That was in your DNA, that you got to get up. I don't give a wrong what you do.
Yeah.
Don't mean nothing. Don't hit me with no excuses. You're sick. Listen, you're talking to the wrong guy. You're talking to the wrong motherfucker. I used to snort till 6. I still remember snorting and sucking at that Sunset, that dirty hotel across from the fucking Ralph's.
Yeah.
That they were doing now.
Yeah.
Instead of being there and getting bit by a flea in your neck and shit. You
Yeah.
get those bed bugs.
Yeah.
And looking at my pager, and there was a call from Chuck Pagano, the casting director, and I'm running late for a callback for the James Coburn movie. Bro, I brushed my teeth, and I flew the fuck up there, and I booked the fucking movie. Straight off the cuff. I woke up at 10, and the guy was supposed to be at Radford at 11 o'clock. He called me like at fucking 10 to 11 because I don't see you on the waiting room. We got to call back. You want this movie or not? I said, no, I forgot all. I looked at my eyes, I had those cocaine eyes.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not going to get this, but I'm going up there. And I nailed it. On fucking coke from robbing that fucking, I robbed the ski company. You remember the job you got me opening up for the ski company? Remember, first thing was somebody else's, we gave it to you.
Yeah, Henry,
Who we gave it?
somebody Miller. is the name of the
Warren
company.
Miller.
Warren Miller.
But then who did you work for? Who gave it to you?
Matt Parrott.
Matt Parrott. Where is he?
You know what? I had 2 numbers for him.
He's gone. He's gone.
I texted him.
Matt Parrott also got you the job writing on the Gong Show.
Matt Parrott, look out for me, man.
Matt Parrott,
yeah,
good guy.
really good
So
dude.
Matt Parrott
And
had
still
to do-
buddies with Billy Gardell.
Is he?
Yeah.
So he still sees Billy. So
But I've been trying to find him, but
he gave you the job.
Yeah,
You did
a couple
it
of
for- And you did it for 2 years.
Yeah,
Warren Miller.
yeah.
Then they gave it to me. I think it was 800 a night.
Yeah, it was pretty good money,
It was
man.
good money.
Yeah.
It was 800 a night. They gave you 1 check to cover 3 weeks.
So
And then you had to
good.
wait. But there were 2 young kids from like college, from Boulder. And I'm watching them like, oh, God. I'm seeing that they charge 20 at the door. And they're counting cash afterward and putting it in an envelope. And I'm like, oh, these motherfuckers. I'm like, these 2 idiots are going to go down. They don't know that I'm a master of deception. So I did the 2 weeks up north. Remember you had us north?
Yeah.
And you work yourself down to Carlsbad and San Diego.
Whose car were you driving?
Terry's. The green Dodge. That was a piece of shit. We stood on it. We just go around in circles. We get 25.
Yeah.
We were broke as fuck.
Yeah.
800 a fucking night. And she was going down with me to make sure I brought the check home. Like the first time I told her I'm picking up $8,000, she's like, I'm going with you.
Yeah.
And we
That's
stopped.
probably pretty smart.
Bakersfield and bought a TV. I still got that TV.
Get the fuck out
I
of here.
won't let her get out of that TV. That's the first TV I bought with the sweat of God.
Does it still have, is it thick?
$100. You can't pick it up.
It's one of those thick.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, you can't. Fucking Hercules. You can't pick that
Do you
TV.
still watch it?
Yeah, it's in the bedroom.
Get
She
the
watches
fuck
it.
out of here.
I refuse to. I go, you don't know how much we still got the original VCR too that we bought.
Does it work?
Yeah.
You use it?
Yeah, the CD. It's in the bedroom. Oh, Mercy has it. A CD player.
That's
And
amazing.
it still works. We stopped in Bakersfield in the neon.
Yeah.
The neon, and we put the TV in the trunk like Puerto Ricans.
Yeah, it was hanging out.
Hanging out on
Yeah.
the fire coming home. And I'll never forget that when I was down in Carlsbad with her, we went to a Kmart to buy clothes. And we walked our socks and white underwear and all that shit. That's how broke I was to buy socks. And we walked out, there was a burrito lady walking around in the parking lot. I bought 2 burritos and 2 tamales. And after I bit the tamale, I go, we gotta go back. We made a U-turn on the 5 and went all the way back and bought the lady out. That's how good the tacos, that's how fat of a fuck I was. I bought the lady out with the money from Warren Miller. But, so now I work Thursday, Friday, and I'm watching. They got sold out crowds. I'm watching them put this money in the sack. I'm watching them put it in the Nissan truck. They're fucking every night. It's adding up. And finally Sunday I watched them and I'm like, how am I going to steal that fucking bell? And I watched it get counted because you got to go up and post in the beginning and then go up in the middle and do a raffle.
Yeah.
Give away skis and
Yeah.
a movie by Warren Miller. And I went in and I seen the kid put the fucking thing in. And then he went to the passenger side, the driver's side of his Nissan truck and put it right behind the seat and closed the door and then went tick tick. He put his keys in his jacket. And guess what? A hot little girl walked in with a mini skirt and he was drooling all over. He's like, what can I do for you? So he went to a bar and I washed his jacket and didn't take his jacket. And while he was at the bar, I took his car keys and I went outside. I put the car keys back in his pocket. I went and got the neon. And I drove all the way around the corner. I parked right next to his truck. I climbed into the passenger side of the neon, opened my door and opened his passenger door, and I just stuck my hand in there and took whatever I could in one chunk. I just took a handful of bills, closed the door, and I fucking went down the corner and put it in the trunk under the tire in case the cops pulled me over.
And went back to work.
I went back in and did the raffle. And then they're like, we don't have to work because they don't give you a hotel.
Yeah.
So they said, we don't have to work tomorrow. So I go, I'm going back. Love you guys.
Yeah.
See you later. And I fucking just drove till I passed the immigration. And I pulled over and I stopped counting at 1,000. And there was still a stack of gold left. And I go, fuck this shit. And I shot right up to the Sunday night and right to the comedy store. And I saw the man. And he goes,
He took his hat off for you?
What do you want, 5 of them? I go, no, give me everything. He goes, Joey, I got like 20 of them, give me everything. And he gave me every package, and I went to that fucking hotel across the street from the Sunset.
Oh my God.
And just started snorting up a fucking storm. He called 2 days later, hey man, did you see anything suspicious that night out there? I did see a fucking weird dude. I don't know if he was black or Puerto Rican. He walking up. You gotta throw the racist card in there.
Yeah.
He goes, yeah, I saw that black dude. Boom, I was off the suspicion list. And then that Tuesday, I had like 10,000, whatever the fuck I had. There was another gig in Ontario.
Yeah.
And I just called him and said, I can't make it.
Hey, did you come down and visit me on that set, the Prefontaine set?
Yeah, we almost robbed that joint.
Yeah.
We had a deal. We were going to rob the car.
With the raffle.
We were going to plant somebody in the audience and give them a raffle ticket.
Here's what I was working. The movie was Prefontaine, and I was doing crowd work in the stadium scenes in Eugene, Oregon. So they would give you stupid games to control a stadium full of people. It's just ridiculous. But you would do big stupid games, or you would raffle off cool prizes. What was her name? The redhead.
The redhead. And
she got me that job.
Yes, and then they came down here with us.
Yeah.
And then she auditioned me a couple times.
What was her name?
At the park. I read for her at the park.
Yeah, what was her name?
There was the one good-looking one and the redheaded one. The brown-headed one had like hair to the side with
I don't
glasses.
remember her at all. I remember the redheaded girl.
They were very good to us.
Yeah, she was really nice. I wish I remembered her name. I guess I stopped hearing from her somewhere around 98, I would think, 99. 99, probably. 99.
That's what people are coming.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, it's been 4 months. How do you feel about Brody now? I thought you were going to bring me a picture of Brody for it. Somebody gave me a picture. Some artist drew pictures of Brody for everybody.
Yeah.
And they dropped them off at the store. And the guy gave it to me. And I put it in my back seat without looking at it. The other night I went to the car and I found it. And I almost had a fucking heart attack. But now I'm mad at Brody. I'm not the anger period with Brody right now. Like, I don't even want to see his fucking face. Like, when I saw that picture, I'm like, that was just a mask you were wearing.
Yeah.
Like, now I found myself angry at fucking him for some reason.
I go the other way. I feel sorry for him. You know.
I felt sorry from the beginning.
Yeah.
And I knew this would happen.
Yeah.
I'm that type of guy, because I even got mad at my mother for a while. Like, I got mad at my mother for dying. So why wouldn't I get mad at her?
Well, listen, you're the first person who ever said, remember when we were in Seattle when Cobain killed himself. And when people were mourning and all that shit, right? You were like, why are they mourning? Why are they mourning that coward? You're like, fuck that guy. Like you were legit. It was the first time I had ever heard someone say, like, why are they mourning this fucking guy? Like he chose. It was the first time I'd ever heard anyone say that. So, but I still don't get mad. Like for Brody, I feel bad just knowing that he had that mask that whole time. Just knowing that he was living with that shit all the time. That's tough for me.
Open that door a little bit. Let's get out, man. What did I say? When he shot himself, I was in Boulder, and I still remember that I had bought a batch of coke that week. And I was so greedy, I cut it with not cut. I don't remember what I cut it with. But when I went to take it to the guy's like, this isn't what I wanted. This is yours. And I learned the big lesson not to cut coke with like fucking weird shit. But I wasn't going to throw away the coke. So I started snorting the coke. And I swear to God, by the end of the week, I had like Batman marks. Like both leaves were raw. Like it was just pink skin. I couldn't even leave the house. This was all burnt because whatever powder I put in there burnt the outside of my nose and it dripped.
Where did we get coke in Seattle? I don't remember. We weren't getting it from Lionel, right? Oh, you know where I was getting it? Remember that waitress, Sharon?
We were getting it from a couple of different people. I was getting coke from Seattle. Lionel was getting it from that one. Then I got arrested. When I got arrested one time for the stolen car in Seattle, that drug dealer came up to me. And he goes, when you got arrested, did you say anything? And I go, what are you talking about? I didn't get arrested for drugs. Well, Ever since she got arrested, I see cops in my rearview mirror or something. Listen, you're just reading too many comic books.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Nobody. It was a stolen car. There's nothing to talk about. They didn't even talk to the cops. What are you talking about? They let me out. The dealership in Everett said, "Oh, we found the fucking car. It's not stolen." They let me out of there. But I remember, like, he was a burly guy. There was a bunch of drug dealers up there. I was in bad shape up there.
Yeah.
Like, I was in really bad shape up there. Now you think back at it. But it's just really weird. The other day I saw that picture of Brody, and I'm like, fuck. I'm kind of angry at him. That thing he had on was just a mask the whole time. He was broken inside.
Yeah, but so how can you be mad at somebody who's broken like that? You know what I
He
mean?
let me down. He broke my heart. It's like a girl breaking your heart. I don't care how much you love her. When she breaks your heart, the first 2 months, you're kind of angry. He broke my heart. He broke my heart on a fucking Friday before a gig. You're gonna kill yourself on a Sunday. Give me a couple of days to fucking recover. You're gonna kill yourself on a fucking Thursday night before all the comedians have to work on Friday. So I'm actually, that's the reason why.
Yeah.
I'm mad at him because he killed himself on a Thursday night and he fucked up my Friday. He made me test my wit
Yeah.
by going on stage.
That was a tough.
That was tough. You know, I love him with all my heart. I hope God has him in his hands, you know, and he's curing him. But for right now, I'm a little angry. I was mad at Ralphie too. For a couple of days, you know. You knew you were heavy, and you're eating those jalapeno poppers.
But he wanted.
Yeah, no, it was two different stories and stuff.
Here's the thing with Brody for me is that I actually thought about him also when I was in New Zealand.
Sure you did. I think about it every time I'm on the road.
Yeah, and it's one of the things that made me so grateful. It's one of the reasons that I called you because you and I started together. And it was important for me. I didn't call anybody else. I didn't call Beth. That wasn't something I needed to share with her. But it was something I needed to share with you because we've been doing this since basically our day ones. So who else would I tell that? And the reason I thought of Brody is because he was the other person I would have called to say, this is a fucking amazing experience. Look where we all are. So it made me think about him a lot.
Have you ever on stage and say to yourself, wow, I'm doing this because of the work I did in 95 and 96. Do you ever see that?
I do see, not while I'm on stage, doesn't matter.
I see it. When I'm on stage and I'm smooth,
yeah, I'm
like, this is because of the work I did in 95 through 99. I worked really hard. I think I worked really hard till 2002, where I remember I came to LA, bombed one night. I said, fuck it, I'm going on the road. I can't be talking this nonsense. I gotta go on the road, hide, and come back another level.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what I did. I came back another level because I was on the road for 8 fucking months. Every night you're on stage. Every night. Big show, little show, bar show.
What makes you sharp?
When you get to a town, comics will say, hey, I got a one-nighter in Poughkeepsie. It pays $100 to go all night. You're like, wow, I didn't expect that. Now I can stay in a hotel and eat, you know. Like, that's the fucking challenge. That's part of the fucking journey, is to see what's out there. What's behind the fucking corner.
Yeah, you can also tell somebody, well, you could before, who had spent some time on the road. You could tell.
Oh, you could tell.
Yeah.
You could always tell.
Just the difference also with like, if you craft your set 3-5 minutes at a time, like you have to do here, 7 minutes at a time. It's a different than going on the road and crafting your set out there.
Right. No, the road material and LA material are two different things. Two different shows. The road is something completely different. You can experiment, take it out a little deeper.
Yeah.
Here in LA, you cut it down to what they know. There's more universal, whatever the fuck.
The best thing about Seattle, too, Joe, was that we experimented a lot. Like, there was a sense of just get up there and do whatever the fuck you want to do. You know what I mean? There's zero judgment. There were some weird motherfuckers that came to that open mic. There were some weird fucking people who gave that open mic.
It was a mental health thing that I didn't see then. Now you look back on it, the kid with the handcuffs, ended up killing himself.
Yeah.
You know,
Rita O,
God rest her soul. There was a lot of people up there.
God.
That the open mic was a mental health.
Do you remember that guy who used to do impersonations?
Yeah, we cracked him.
And he every time he did an impersonation, he would turn his back to you. You'd go, okay, this is my impersonation, Denzel Washington. He would turn his back, and then he'd turn around and do it. And then and then you said to him,
Do an impersonation of a comic.
yeah.
And his fucking soul
It
cracked.
fucked him up. And do you remember that other dude who did impersonations, but he naturally sounded like Jimmy Stewart? So every impersonation just sounded like Jimmy Stewart doing an impersonation. And we were like, hey, why don't you do a Jimmy Stewart impersonation? He was like, nah, I don't do that very well. I'm like,
in town this week.
what are you talking about?
I'm thinking of going.
Count Hopkins.
Is he?
No, he was in Seattle not too long ago.
No. Brad Upton.
He's funny, man.
His flappers, I think.
Is he really?
He was not right.
He's fucking funny.
He was very good to me.
Yeah.
The guy that, you know, when a comic is very clean, they avoid you like the plague, and they make a judgmental move that they don't want to follow you or be around
Yeah.
you. He was a guy that was spotless, funny, professional, the real thing, and he encouraged me. He used to encourage me to go off. I don't give a fuck, go off. So, those people like that, that's all part of this fucking journey.
Yeah.
You know, you, me, Brody, Taylor, you have those memories in your heart forever. Plus, the most important thing, no matter what happens, when I go on stage and I bomb, or I don't get depressed, I look for bombs. Because on the way home, I know I did the work.
Mm-hmm. Well, you have
At the end of the day, that's the most important thing. People know you're going to have bad sex, and you have to understand that. But I always know that no matter what happens when I do the podcast, that I always did the work. You know, I see what I do when I do a movie now. Like, I could just quit stand up and act. I'm not going to make any money, but I'm good at it now because I've been doing it for 20 years in 1,000 different situations. You know, I did $100 a day movies. I did General Hospital. I did all these different types of stuff. And now I go on a fucking set. I'm unstoppable, but I did my time.
Yeah.
I ate shit. I did the co-stars. Hey, don't park there. You know, like shit that nobody's going to see, but you still do it just to learn, just to get the experience. When do you go to Europe?
I go to the UK in July.
July what? You don't know?
It's on my website, comedianjoshwolf.com.
Go to comedianjoshwolf.com.
New York City this following weekend, 21st and 22nd at Gotham.
for that Father's Day.
No, I'm flying back here, fellas.
Okay, where are you this week?
I do Charlotte on Thursday, Atlanta on Friday, Nashville on Saturday.
Really?
Yeah.
That's a nice little schedule.
Yeah, it's right there, too. Those are easy
Venues?
trips. No. They're just tiny little, like, theaters, and I'm with Sarah Tiana.
Okay, good. So these guys are coming to see you. So
Yeah.
I love the Saturday.
Yeah, she's the best.
It's good to see you. I'm happy you made time for me. I'm happy you called from New Zealand because it made me realize how lucky I was. And now we've been in the struggle since '95. It doesn't matter whether you're Kevin Hart. Doesn't matter. I didn't go out and start this to be Kevin Hart. I started this to be Joe Diaz, and I didn't care whether I failed as long as I know that I tried. So thank you for reminding me of what we got. And don't forget, Saturday the 15th, I'm at the motherfucking Ice House. And then the 28th through 30th, I'm at the Funny Bone in Columbus, Ohio with my man Steve motherfucking Simone. Before I leave, I want to talk to you people about, give some shout outs to my sponsors here. Listen, picking a reliable CBD company is like, you know, what the fuck? You know, they're all everywhere. Everybody's got billboards. You're trying this out. You go to the weed store, you're trying that out. Lucky for you motherfuckers, I found CBD Lion. They make CBD products from start to finish. Do you understand me? Start to finish. CBD Lion has you covered. You know why? Because they come to